Lord of Terror. Genres: fantasy, mystery, action, horror, mystery, supernatural, action. Chapter 1: The Reincarnated Scarecrow. There was no one in the golden wheat field that evening. A lonely scarecrow stood there quietly. The next second, the scarecrow revealed a strange smile. Ding! Binding to the Demon of Fear system. Ding! The novice gift pack has been distributed. It's been almost a month since I transmigrated here, and the game's cheat code just arrived. Flanders grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, he was more delighted than dissatisfied. A month ago, Flanders transmigrated to this world, but he could not move at all. Except for his face. This scarecrow's face. It felt as if one had downloaded a new game only to find the mouse and keyboard were broken, and only the monitor was functioning. It was a pain in the ass. However, now that Flanders had obtained the cheat code, there would be a huge difference. So what if he didn't have a keyboard and mouse? He had a cheat. With that, Flanders excitedly checked the Demon of Fear system. Host: Flanders. Bloodline: strange physical system, Scarecrow. Strength: unable to be detected. Skill: none. Item: newbie gift pack. Fear value: 0. Introduction: while causing fear, it can increase the host's strength and gain fear value. Flanders wanted to open the newbie gift pack. However, one message caught his attention. System: what's with the undetectable strength? Could it be that I'm too strong? Because the host's strength is too weak, the specific value cannot be detected. Flanders' scarecrow face twitched twice and did not speak. Indeed, if the strength was at a value of 0.0000000001, then it would indeed be very difficult to detect. However, this was not important. Flanders looked at the novice gift bag, and he was immediately not depressed anymore. Open the newbie gift bag immediately. Ding! Opening the newbie gift bag, obtain 100 fear points. Ding! As the host has obtained fear points, the skill learning interface has been activated. After receiving this notification, Flanders opened the skill learning interface. Currently, there were only 3 skills that could be learned. Fear requires 100 fear points. A fear illusion is implanted into the target's mind for 2 seconds. Demonic God's Body requires 100 fear points. Increases the body's strength. After the first attempt, you can move freely. Night Cut requires 100 fear points. A black sickle is conjured, causing damage to the target. Looking at these 3 skills, Flanders subconsciously wanted to activate Demonic God's Body. However, he hesitated. According to the system's detection, his strength was too weak. Flanders has yet to completely understand what kind of world he was in. If this place was filled with strong people, then it was obviously very dangerous for him to wander around. Moreover, if he could not obtain fear points, it would be useless even if he could move. After thinking about it, Flanders decided. He would consume 100 fear points to learn fear. The fear points instantly went to 0, but Flanders did not feel any heartache at all. Because only with this skill could he obtain fear points continuously. And he could also become stronger without limits. Next, all he had to do was wait for his prey to come knocking on his door. Just as he was thinking, a black crow flapped its wings and landed on Flanders' shoulder. At this moment, Flanders looked like a regular scarecrow. If it were any other bird, they might mistake Flanders for a human and would not dare to go near him. This was the purpose of an ordinary scarecrow. However, a crow was different. It was a very smart bird, and it could tell that Flanders was not human at a glance. However, it was also more convenient for Flanders. Just as he was worried that no prey would come to him, the crow came to him voluntarily. At this moment, the crow was standing on Flanders' shoulder, combing its feathers with its sharp beak. But in the next second, The scarecrow beside it actually revealed a strange smile. The crow was shocked. Just as it was about to fly away, it realized that it could not move. Fear value plus 10. Fear. After the skill was activated, a terrifying scene immediately appeared in the crow's mind. It saw a huge net appearing in the sky, enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. Meanwhile, it was surrounded by countless of its own kind in this huge net. In the next second, flames appeared out of nowhere in the net. Countless crows wailed in pain in the net, but they could not escape. Fear value plus 20. Flanders smiled in satisfaction when he saw that his fear value was increasing in his account. 2 seconds later, the crow regained its consciousness, but it no longer dared to stay there. Even the bird could see that this scarecrow was very strange. Flanders allowed the crow to flutter its wings and leave without stopping it. One reason was that this fear skill had a limitation. Fear could only be used once against the same target within 10 seconds. So even if Flanders wanted to keep the crow, there was nothing he could do. Another reason was that the crow gave too little fear value. Looks like I still have to harvest the fear of humans. The imagination of a human was not something crows could compare to. The more imagination one had, the more intense the fear would be. Looking at his fear value, it had already reached 30 points. Evidently, Flanders had discovered a problem. That was, before he used his skills, Flanders had already obtained 10 fear points. This seemed to be because he had smiled at the crow, scaring it. Looks like obtaining fear points doesn't have to be obtained through skills. Flanders had obtained another key piece of information. He was quite satisfied with this experiment. Next, he only needed to wait for the next prey to come knocking on his door. It would be best if it was a human. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. A farmer who reeked of alcohol carried a bottle of malt liquor and walked unsteadily on the wheat field. A miner's wife who has never seen the sea. Smoke and dust covered the sky. The moonlight was hazy and my eyes were full of tears. Country road, take me home. The drunk farmer hummed a folk song loudly on the wheat field path, looking very satisfied. The next second, he bumped into a hard object. FCK, what hit me? The farmer rubbed his face, which had turned red due to being drunk, and stared at the dark guy in front of him. However, when he took 2 steps closer to compete with this guy, he realized that it was actually a scarecrow. The farmer rubbed his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Old fellow, you've really drunk too much. You're actually playing with a scarecrow. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a mutter. Yeah, you've drunk too much. Who was speaking in this empty wheat field? In an instant, the farmer was startled. Fear value plus 20. Chapter 2, What Wonderful Fear. At this moment, the farmer's drunkenness almost disappeared. He looked around. There was no one. Then who was talking? Subconsciously, the farmer looked at the scarecrow in front of him. Could it be him? The farmer subconsciously developed such a ridiculous idea. But then, he shook his head and said with an embarrassed smile, Hey, I really drank too much. How can a scarecrow talk? I must have heard it wrong. After muttering this, the farmer planned to continue walking forward and rush home. He convinced himself with the excuse of hearing it wrongly, but the alcohol had already dissipated. Looking at the pitch-black wheat field, he was more or less flustered. The most important thing was to leave as soon as possible. But in the next moment, the so-called auditory hallucination happened again. Brother, it's getting dark. Be careful when you walk at night. This time, the farmer froze on the spot. Cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. This time, it was definitely not a hallucination. Fear plus 30, the farmer looked around in fear, trying to boost his courage with a loud voice. Who is speaking? Stop pretending, I'm not afraid of you. However, no one responded to him in the empty wheat field. There was only the slight rustling sound of the night wind blowing on the wheat field. This sound, which was originally pleasant to hear, was now like the whisper of a demon. Listening to this rustling sound, it was as if there was a tiny claw scratching the farmer's heart, making his heart palpitate. This made him more and more flustered, and he desperately wanted to escape. However, his legs had gone weak. The wheat field at night made him feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Rustle, rustle. A gust of night wind blew past, and the scarecrow next to him rustled like a wheat field. The farmer followed the sound and turned his gaze to the scarecrow in front of him. It was a simple-looking scarecrow. It was a person made of straw as its name suggested. It was covered with a dirty white rag, which could barely be considered a cloth. However, it was used to scare the birds, and some parts were made a little more delicate. For example, the face was cut open with a knife and used as a mouth. It also had fake toy eyes. There was even a worn wide-brimmed hat on his head. It was originally a rather comical image. But now, in the farmer's eyes, he felt it was strange. Could it be that this fellow said something just now? The farmer muttered to himself and could not help but shiver. If that was really the case, wouldn't he have met a ghost? However, he had really seen a ghost. In the next second, the scarecrow actually grinned and looked at the old farmer. "Old friend, don't we see each other every day?" Looking at the scarecrow in front of him, the farmer's mind instantly buzzed and went blank. At this moment, the farmer even felt his ears ringing. This wasn't the effect of Flanders's skill, but a physical reaction caused by the old farmer's own fear. Fear plus 30. The farmer saw this scarecrow every day. In his impression, this scarecrow had been standing here for a long time. Who would have thought that this scarecrow, whom he saw every day, would actually speak? Unknowingly, the farmer was already sweating profusely. A stream of liquid flowed down his thigh, wetting his pants. This farmer was so scared that he peed himself. His legs suddenly went weak and he couldn't stand. He looked at the scarecrow in front of him with fear. He used his hands to support himself on the ground and crawled backward. But Flanders wouldn't let go of the prey in front of him. Fear. Flanders's eyes focused. The farmer's expression immediately turned deathly white and his eyes became empty. The farmer's mind was instantly filled with horror. He saw the locusts that blotted out the sky rush into the wheat field and ate the harvest. He picked up the farm tools and trashed them, trying to drive the locusts away. However, the locusts rushed at him one after another. In an instant, he was surrounded by thousands of locusts. Not only that, the locusts began to eat his flesh. The excruciating pain made him cry out in pain. The fear of death filled his heart. Fear plus 50. Back in reality, Flanders did not hesitate and immediately opened the skill learning interface. He had gained a lot of fear points. Now, his fear points had reached 160. It was enough for him to learn another skill. Without hesitation, Flanders learned Demonic God's Body. Although Night Cut was an offensive skill, Demonic God's Body was more practical at the moment. After all, Flanders was only a conscious scarecrow. Other than his face, he could not move anything else. Even after learning Night Cut, he could not use it. 2 seconds passed quickly. At this moment, the farmer had already been freed from his fantasy. However, the reality was often more terrifying than fantasy. Just as he was gasping for breath, he was still immersed in the fear from his fantasy. His eyes were shocked to see that the scarecrow in front of him was actually walking toward him. That's right, it was walking. Under the dim moonlight, the scarecrow grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. Although the scarecrow was only about 1.5 meters tall, the farmer was sitting on the ground. This caused the scarecrow to look very tall in his point of view. Soon, the scarecrow arrived in front of him. The tall figure covered the moonlight behind him. A shadow covered the farmer's face. At this time, the farmer's face had become distorted from fear and shock. In Flanders's eyes, this expression had become a work of art. What wonderful fear! Looking at the farmer in front of him, the scarecrow commented as if he was a connoisseur. And when this sentence fell into the farmer's ears, it became the scariest language in the world. Fear plus 5, fear plus 5, fear plus 5. The system kept giving out notifications of fear value. Flanders did not know if this was the follow-up effect of fear, or if the farmer was simply frightened. However, this was no longer important. The farmer in front of him was like a weak sheep. And Flanders was like a wolf with a fierce look in his eyes. When a sheep that was paralyzed from fear met a wolf that was extremely hungry, greedy, and cruel, there was no need to think about what would happen. In the next second, the farmer's screams echoed throughout the wheat field. Flanders licked the blood on his hands, savoring the fear he had just harvested. Fear would increase Flanders' strength. And the feeling of strength increasing was incomparably wonderful. Before the farmer died, he felt an unprecedented fear. It provided 100 fear points for Flanders. This allowed Flanders' strength to increase by quite a bit. At the same time, he also learned the next skill, night cut. At this moment, all 3 skills had been unlocked, and his body could move freely. However, he slowly cleaned up the bloodstains on his body and stood in his original position. The moonlight still fell on the ground quietly. It was as if nothing had happened. Just then in the wheat field, there was a dead body with a twisted expression. That was it. Chapter 3, overlooked the bloodstains on the back. The next morning, the farmer's body was found. News soon spread throughout the village. Everyone gathered in the wheat fields, even those who usually woke up late. Village Chief Kiao looked at the twisted body on the ground, frowned, and said nothing. He was smoking an old-fashioned pipe in his mouth. It had been decades since anyone had died in the village. In Kiao's memory, the last time someone died, it was due to a quarrel. But it wasn't intentional. It was an accident. The village had always been very safe and everyone got along well. But this time, it was different. John had died a horrible death. Looking at his twisted face, the villagers found it hard to imagine what happened to John before he died. Has the police been notified about this? Kiao turned around and asked. Yes, the police said that our village is relatively remote and will only arrive in half an hour. The old village chief nodded and turned around again to look at the body. The village chief had lived for so many years and was knowledgeable. At the same time, he had been a police officer when he was younger, so he had some experience. Although he had retired for several years, he still did not feel any discomfort after seeing the body, let alone panic. His steadiness was practically carved into his bones. There are 3 bloody holes on John's body, and the murder weapon looks like a pitchfork. Thomas, go to every house and check everyone's farm tools. Remember to check them carefully. The young Thomas was slightly stunned when he heard the old village chief's order, but he still nodded and quickly ran to the village. Immediately, a dissatisfied voice came from the crowd. Kiao, what do you mean? Are you suspecting us? Did you still think you're the police? You have no right to search our personal belongings. Hearing these words, the village chief looked at the crowd, his old eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Just being looked at by Kiao automatically made people nervous. You guys, don't tell me you have a guilty conscience. Kiao looked at the crowd and said in a low voice. Although this kind of "if you don't want to be checked means you have a guilty conscience" statement was somewhat overbearing, but under Kiao's aura, it was indeed effective. The few people who had just spoken in the crowd immediately shrank their necks and did not dare to speak anymore. Seeing this, the old village chief did not continue to dwell on this topic. Instead, he looked at John's corpse and analyzed it. The lividity hasn't reached its final stages yet. This means that John's time of death was within 12 hours. If an outsider had the intention to murder John, it's absolutely impossible to predict which path John would take to return. Similarly, it would be very unnatural to carry farm tools on the wheat fields of our village. Therefore, the person who killed John was most likely a villager. Kiao took a puff of his cigarette, held the pipe in his hand, and squatted next to the body. The degree of stiffness of the body also tells us the time since John's death. This means that my judgment should not be wrong. After saying that, Kiao frowned and turned to look at everyone. Think about it. If you have a murderer by your side, and his methods were extremely cruel. As for the police, they will only be here for at least half an hour. Can you all still stay here in peace?" After Kiao finished speaking, the villagers all looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with watchfulness and suspicion. Right now, they all looked like murderers. No one could be trusted. At this moment, someone frowned and asked, "Kiao, did you just mention that the methods were cruel? May I ask, how did you obtain this information?" Although these words were not very clear, the few villagers standing in front reacted one after another. They silently took 2 steps back and distanced themselves from Kiao. No one knew who the murderer was, so how did Kiao know about the cruel methods? Could it be that the murderer was Kiao? Kiao was well versed in human nature. Naturally, he could tell what everyone was thinking at a glance. However, he was still very calm. He pointed at the corpse and said, "Did you see the farmer's expression? If he didn't experience an extremely terrifying incident, why would he be so frightened? This isn't a simple expression that would appear as someone wanted to kill him." After hearing Kiao's words, many of the villagers nodded in agreement. Kiao didn't continue to observe the crowd. Instead, he began to slowly walk around the farmer's body. He wanted to see the scene from multiple angles, trying to find some clues. However, after taking a few steps sideways, he bumped into a hard object. It was the old scarecrow who had stood on the wheat field for decades. Judging by his age, this scarecrow was only about 10 years younger than him. However, now was not the time to reminisce about his childhood. Kiao's face was still full of seriousness. There was a small clearing around the scarecrow, and there was not much wheat. This made Kiao have some doubts. If he was the murderer, he would have hidden the body well after killing. At least he would have put it in the wheat field so that people would find the body later. Why did the murderer choose to put the body near the scarecrow? Was it to let people find the body earlier? Was this the first crime scene? Or was it that the killer killed John in another place and specially moved the body over here? One question after another appeared in the old village chief's mind. At this moment, the old village chief seemed to have discovered something and let out a soft "hey." A few more courageous young men leaned over and followed the old village chief's line of sight to look over. They saw a trace of blood on the scarecrow's back. In an instant, a young man boldly guessed, could John have been killed here and then his body was moved over there? Another young man also said, perhaps John was attacked here first and then received a fatal blow after escaping there. A few young men began to discuss. But at this moment, 2 people had a bad feeling in their heart. One of them, of course, was Flanders. He had carefully cleaned up the blood on his body last night, but who knew that there was a blood stain on his back which he had overlooked? And the other person was Kiao. Seeing the blood on the scarecrow's back, Kiao had a bad feeling. After all, he had worked in the police station for 30 years when he was young. During that time, he had heard some rumors. There were strange things in this world. Many supernatural phenomena were caused by strange things. Although it was only a legend, Kiao suddenly thought of it. That was because there were almost no other bloodstains in the area behind the scarecrow. In the farmland, bloodstains were difficult to deal with unless all the soil stained with blood was dug out. However, there were no traces of soil being dug out. At this moment, Kiao couldn't help but slowly walk to the front of the scarecrow and look at its face. This scarecrow seems to be a bit strange. The old village chief said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 4, Harvesting in Advance, Kill the hen to get the egg. As soon as these words were said, everyone subconsciously looked at the scarecrow. Someone could not help but say, what's wrong with the scarecrow? Could the murderer be hiding inside? Of course, the scarecrow was not big, and its height was about 1.5 meters, so it seemed like a joke. Some people laughed after hearing it, while others could not laugh while in front of the corpse. Kiao was the one who could not laugh. He held his pipe and took a puff, saying with a serious expression, when I was a police officer, I heard some rumors. There are strange existences in this world. Strange? Many people looked puzzled and could not help but ask. The old village chief, Kiao, nodded and said seriously, although it's just a rumor, I have indeed heard of it. Many incredible things are actually done by strange things. 3 years ago, there was the case of Elston's corpse being chopped up, 5 years ago, Nord's headless corpse, and many other strange cases. Until now, the murderer of these cases has not been found yet. Many people say that it is done by strange things. It's said that the country has a department that specializes in dealing with strange cases. However, I've only heard about it. There's no evidence. After hearing these words, many people looked at the scarecrow with a strange expression. Kiao, are you saying that this scarecrow might be strange? Kiao nodded. His eyes were still staring at the scarecrow in front of him. That's right. At this moment, someone spoke again. That can't be right. I remember that this scarecrow has been here since I was very young. Nothing has ever happened to it. Kiao shook his head and said, it is precisely because it has been here for a long time that it can become strange. Strange things does not appear out of thin air. It is either an animal or an item that has been around for a long time. Unless there's a special situation, there's no way that something would become strange as soon as it was created. After hearing what Kiao said, many people actually believed him. Then, isn't this scarecrow very dangerous? Shouldn't we stay away from it? This sentence was practically what everyone was thinking. If this scarecrow was really a monster, then wouldn't they be waiting for death if they continued standing here? However, Kiao said confidently, don't worry. Strange existences usually do not have any intelligence. It should be asleep now. Otherwise, the first person who found John would have been attacked long ago. After saying that, he turned around and asked, who was the first to identify this body? 2 people stood out from the crowd and raised their hands. Kiao nodded and continued to guess, if I'm not wrong, if this scarecrow is really paranormal, then the necessary condition for him to wake up and hurt someone should be when there's only one person around. Hearing this, many people felt relieved. As for Flanders, although he didn't show any reaction on the surface, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this old village chief had made such accurate guesses. If he had not obtained the Demon of Fear system, he would be no different from what he had said. However, there were still people who asked worriedly, Kiao, what if you guessed wrong? Kiao shook his head and said, if he could really hurt people, we would have been attacked long ago. Why wait until now? This sentence was also agreed by many people. Except for Flanders. At this moment, Flanders was already sneering in his heart. In the end, this old village chief had made a wrong guess. He didn't hurt people, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. Because, Flanders wanted to continue staying here and slowly harvest the fear of the villagers, increasing his strength bit by bit. If he attacked now, it might cause many villagers to leave, reducing his number of targets. Then, Flanders wouldn't be able to obtain the most fear points. From the looks of it, he should be able to continue staying here and proceed according to the original plan. This was all thanks to the old village chief's words just now. However, after the next murder, he was afraid that he would have to move the corpse further away. Or he could simply cut the corpse into minced meat and bury it in the ground. It had to be said that this old village chief had helped him a lot today. Not only had he obtained a lot of information about this world, he had also let him know how amateur his murder was. However, just as Flanders calmed down, a talkative person could not help but say, everyone, I think we should burn this scarecrow. If it's really strange, we won't be at ease here. Even if it's not, we can still burn it. Hearing this person's words, many people nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Kiao also nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, indeed. Although strange things are only in legends, it's better to be safe than sorry. If someone accidentally passes by this place in the future, it would be another unjust death. The villagers also agreed with this suggestion. It was just a scarecrow. There was nothing to be reluctant about. Burning it would make people feel more at ease. However, Flanders's mood was very heavy at this moment. The plan to slowly harvest fear here could no longer be carried out. Even if it would result in his targets escaping, he still had to act immediately to resolve his current situation. Otherwise, he would probably be burned to ashes. After making up his mind, Flanders immediately took action. He raised his right hand without hesitation and waved it forward. Night cut. In an instant, a pitch-black sickle materialized in Flanders's hand. Swoosh! The incomparably sharp black sickle cut through the crowd quickly. In an instant, a few villagers who were closer to Flanders were cut in half by the waist, including Kiao. At this moment, Kiao was still facing the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. And in the next second, his vision shifted. No, it was not a shift. It was his upper body falling to the ground. Before his death, he seemed to have seen the scarecrow's face. It had a huge mouth and a hideous face. Fear plus 100, fear plus 100, fear plus 50, fear plus 100, ... Those with 100 points were all killed. As for those with 50 points, they were alive but had witnessed the scene. This slash had taken quite a number of villagers' lives. Although he had obtained a large number of fear points, Flanders's heart ached. His current actions were no different from killing a hen to eat an egg, where he killed the humans for temporary gains. This was because he could have scared everyone first before killing them. This way, he could obtain the most fear points. But now, he had to kill some of them first. Strange. It really is strange. Run! Someone in the crowd screamed. The others immediately reacted and were about to flee in all directions. But in the next second, they were all stunned on the spot. Because Flanders had activated his second skill, Fear. Chapter 5, The Legendary Commissioner. In an instant, all the villagers around fell into the illusion of fear. Without any hesitation, Flanders immediately used Night Cut on the villagers who weren't moving. He swung the knife, again and again. Each attack could take the lives of several people. However, a hint of urgency appeared on Flanders's face. This was because the effect of fear could only last for 2 seconds. He had to kill as many villagers as he could during these 2 seconds. After all, he had already been exposed. After finishing this job, he had to run. One villager after another fell, but in the end, he still couldn't kill them all in 2 seconds. The villagers who hadn't died woke up one after another. Seeing the dead villagers around them, the villagers fell into extreme panic. At the same time, it provided Flanders with a lot of fear points. Some people had already lost control of their legs and collapsed on the ground. The others who had a strong desire to survive had already started to roll and crawl in all directions. Looking at the fleeing villagers, Flanders snorted coldly and did not chase after them. As he had heard previously, the police would arrive soon. With the police, it meant that there would be guns and police cars. At this moment, Flanders was not sure if he could withstand the damage of the bullets. After all, the system's judgment of him yesterday was that he was too weak, and was unable to test his actual strength. Although he had received a lot of fear points and was stronger than before, Flanders did not have much time to test his own strength. What he needed to do now was to seize every second to obtain the easily obtainable fear points. Then, he fled the scene. Half an hour later, 2 young police officers arrived late. Seeing the ground full of corpses, the 2 young men immediately vomited aggressively for 2 full minutes. Then, with a trembling voice, they informed the headquarters, "Here. An extremely serious murder case has happened here. The dead. There are countless dead people, at least 100 of them. Requesting backup." After another half an hour or so, 2 commissioners wearing sunglasses arrived at the scene and took over the case. Although these 2 commissioners did not have any identification, the 2 junior officers left the scene without further questions after receiving the approval of the director. They could not wait any longer. They did not want to stay in such a place full of corpses for even a second longer. After the police car left, the 2 of them began to talk with a serious expression. "The wounds are extremely smooth. All the victims were killed in one move and died on the spot. This strange creature's strength should not be too weak, but it shouldn't be too strong either. At the very least, it should have a vicious aura or sharp claws." The victim's expression was extremely terrified, and his face was distorted. This means that the creature's appearance or method should be very terrifying. The corpses are more densely distributed, which means that the victims didn't die one by one. They likely died in batches, or even at the same time. Therefore, this strange creature's weapon or body is very likely to be larger. The two commissioners were different from the police officers. After arriving at the scene, not only did they not feel any discomfort, but they also observed the scene very calmly. One after another, they analyzed the situation roughly. However, some parts of their logic were correct, but the answer was wrong. Flanders' size was not huge, and he did not have any huge sharp weapons or claws. The scythe he used would only materialize when he needed it, and he wouldn't carry it with him normally. And Flanders' appearance wasn't actually terrifying, he was just an ordinary scarecrow. When he stood still normally, he even looked a little comical. However, although this information misled the two of them, it was only temporary. Soon, the two commissioners found the surviving villagers and asked for the information they wanted. The murderer is a scarecrow. Around 1.5 meters, he can conjure a scythe. He can also make people hallucinate a very terrifying illusion? One of the commissioners asked while taking notes. At the same time, he frowned slightly. It had been a long time since he had made a wrong judgment. Obviously, the strange creature this time seemed to be somewhat different from the usual ones. At least, normally they did not have the ability to conjure weapons. Moreover, it was the first time he had encountered a strange creature in the form of a scarecrow. Looking at the calm appearance of the male commissioner in front of him, the villagers once again heard Kiao's words. There should be a department in the world that specializes in dealing with paranormal activities, but it might just be a legend. One of the villagers asked tentatively. "Excuse me, do you specialize in dealing with paranormal people?" The man who was taking notes was slightly stunned and nodded. "That's right, how did you know?" "When we found the body this morning, Kiao told us." "Kiao?" "Yes, he used to be a policeman and heard such a legend. When we heard him talking this morning, we thought it was just a rumor, but we didn't expect it to be true." The other villages nodded their heads in agreement. No one had expected that this scarecrow who had stood in the wheat field for decades was actually a monster. The male commissioner nodded and continued to ask, "Where's Kiao? Where is he now?" "Kiao is already dead. He was killed by that monster scarecrow." When the villagers said this, their faces showed some fear. It seemed that they had not recovered from the fear they had suffered from the incident. "Then, are you the only survivors left at the scene? Is there anyone else?" The villager turned his head and looked at the surrounding villagers, then nodded and said, "They're all here, but little Thomas didn't see the scarecrow kill anyone." "That's not important," the male commissioner said with a smile. Then, the female commissioner, who had somehow circled to the back of the crowd, took out a small ball from her chest and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! After the small ball hit the ground, it made a soft sound and shot out a burst of white light. Then, the villagers' eyes turned white, and then they showed a confused expression. The female commissioner said softly, "This morning, a psycho killer came and used a chainsaw to kill a lot of people in the village." The villagers were still confused, but they muttered, "Psycho killer. Chainsaw?" Then, the female commissioner said again, "The few of you escaped relatively quickly and were not killed. After the psycho killer killed people, he escaped." "We escaped quickly. The psycho killer escaped." The two commissioners looked at each other and nodded. Then, they drove away from the scene. "We have to report this to the Mage Association now. The birth of a strange existence which is giving us a headache has happened." Chapter 6, The Pursuers of the Mage Association. Durham. The Mage Association. The pot-bellied Mediterranean was sitting comfortably on a leather chair, smoking a cigar. Then, there was a knock on the door. The sexy female secretary brought a document over and handed it to the Mediterranean. "Mr. Casey, the investigation team has sent over a document. Please, have a look." The Mediterranean named Casey reached out with his left hand to take the document, his right hand not forgetting to pinch the secretary's buttocks. Judging from the female secretary's unperturbed reaction, This was probably a common occurrence. After tearing open the sealed envelope, Casey Sedria muttered disdainfully, "Are these swindlers still insisting on submitting the report in such an old-fashioned way? What a bunch of country bumpkins!" In an attempt to curry favor, the female secretary said promptly, "That's right. Sooner or later, these people will be abandoned by the times. I don't know why the higher-ups value them so much." Sealing envelopes with lacquer was a common method of information transmission for mages. This kind of lacquer contained a special magic. If someone other than the intended recipient opened the envelope, the words in the letter would immediately disappear. However, in Casey's eyes, this was a very old-fashioned behavior. What era were they living in now? The digital era. As a noble leader, he believed that people who work hard should follow their own norms and use email. Although he didn't understand magic at all, he was a government official. Hence, he was able to sit in this position. At the same time, because of his experience in the government sector, he understood the importance of superficial work. Therefore, although he was dissatisfied, he still opened the envelope. After all, it was his job to check the reports of his subordinates and give an answer. However, the moment he took a look, Casey frowned in dissatisfaction. The flesh on his fat face was almost squished together. "What's Casey? Don't they know what respect is? They should refer to me as the beloved Lord Casey Sedria." Casey muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, he casually glanced at the contents of the letter at a speed of 10 lines per glance. Strangeness of a new birth? They need to pay attention to that? What a joke! These guys will never understand the difficulties of our leader. How can they spend so much resources just for the strangeness of a new birth? The only thing these pedantic worms know how to do is ask us for this and that. Do they think I don't know anything about the occult? Strange new births are very weak. With a face full of disdain, Casey wrote his reply on the envelope as if he was taking revenge. Rejected. He didn't even include a reason. As the honorable high-ranking member of the Mage Association, Lord Casey Sedria, was he required to give a reason to these people who work for him? Casey casually stuffed the letter back into the envelope and handed it to the secretary. The secretary asked carefully, "Does this letter need to be sent back the same way?" Casey waved his hand and sneered, "No need. Just leave it at the headquarters. They'll see it when they return. You must know that postage is very expensive. We can't waste the country's money on such a trivial matter." After saying that, Casey put out the cigar in his hand before taking out another cigar from the beautifully decorated cigar box. 6 hours later, the commissioner who was waiting for news at Nord Branch received a call. "What? Rejected? Doesn't that bastard Casey know how serious this matter is? Lay hasn't returned yet? All right, I got it." The female commissioner beside him frowned and asked, "Is that damn fatty making things difficult for us again?" The male commissioner nodded. His face was dark. This was not the first time such a thing has happened. As long as Lay was not around, Casey would make things difficult for their investigation team without any bottom line. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Other than Lay, no one dared to go against Casey. "Lucius, what should we do now?" the female commissioner asked with a worried expression. She and Lucius were not the kinds who were good at fighting. If they did not have the support, they might not be able to deal with this strange scarecrow. Moreover, the strange scarecrow even seemed to have the ability to create illusions. This increased the difficulty of the mission to a whole other level. Lucius gave her a bitter smile and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, Teach. My brother says he'll handle it." Teach was slightly surprised when he heard that. She looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she lowered her voice and said, "Is Lucas crazy? He'll be punished if he increases the number of personnel without permission." When he heard Teach's words, the wry smile on Lucius's face became even wider. "Yeah, that's why he told us not to participate in this matter." This. Teach was momentarily speechless. Indeed. If Lucius and Teach did not participate in this matter, it would not be considered as an increase in personnel. Moreover, Lucas and his brother were on the same level. Doing so was still completely in line with the rules. However, Teach was still a little worried. Will Lucas be alone? He won't be able to deal with the illusion. At this moment, Lucius's expression softened a little. He smiled and said, "Why would I let Lucas go alone? Don't worry, Kai's with him." Upon hearing his name, Teach's expression instantly became much calmer. If Kai was tagging along, this mission would be foolproof. After all, he was Kai. In an abandoned farm in the suburbs, Flanders was hiding in his house, looking at the skill learning interface. He had harvested a lot in that small village, bringing Flanders a huge profit. More than 10,000 fear points. What was the concept of more than 10,000 fear points? It only required 100 fear points to learn each of the level 1 skills. On the other hand, 1,000 fear points were required to learn the level 2 skills. After all 3 skills were upgraded to level 2, a new skill was unlocked in the skill learning interface. 5 Bone requires 500 fear points. After learning this skill, it can be used against surrounding enemies to constantly absorb their stamina. Crow Storm requires 500 fear points. After learning this skill, he would have the ability to conjure crows from his body that would continuously attack the enemies around him. Disguise requires 500 fear points. After learning this skill, his ability to disguise himself would increase, greatly reducing the vigilance of the people around him. Scaring enemies while in disguise would obtain him even more fear points. Without any hesitation, Flanders immediately learned the 3 skills. However, after seeing the requirements to upgrade these skills, Flanders frowned slightly. To upgrade these 3 skills to level 2, it would require 3,000 fear points. Chapter 7, You Want to Get onto YouTube's homepage? At this moment, Flanders had just about 10,000 fear points left. If all 3 skills were upgraded to level 2, then Flanders's fear points would instantly hit rock bottom. As for the first 3 skills, it only required 2,000 fear points to upgrade each of them to level 3. This gap was obviously a little big. However, Flanders did not waste too much time on this matter. He quickly made a decision. He raised 5 bones, Crow Storm, and disguised to level 2. The more expensive the cost, the stronger the power. Such a simple principle. Flanders understood it well. Since it required 3,000 fear points, it must be worth it. At this moment, Flanders looked at his own data. Host, Flanders. Bloodline, Strange Physical System, Scarecrow. Strength, F+. Skills, Fear, Demonic God's Body, Night Cut, 5 Bones, Crow Storm, Disguise. Items, none. Fear points, 800. There were a lot of skills, and they were all quite practical. Although he only had 800 fear points left, Flanders was not the slightest bit depressed. That was because his strength had gone from being undetectable to F+. If he went up another level, he would reach E. This was not to be mistaken as a small increase since the difference between E and F was very big. After checking his own data, Flanders had a clear target. What he needed to do now was to harvest more fear points to increase his strength. In such a world, it was difficult to survive without strength. While he was thinking, the sound of an engine was heard coming from outside the house. It seemed that someone had driven over. Flanders immediately activated his disguise skill and stood still. At that moment, Flanders looked no different from an ordinary scarecrow. "Dear, how did you find this place?" A shrill female voice was heard coming from the door. Then, another man's voice rang, "How is it? This place isn't bad, right? I spent a lot of effort finding this place. No one has come for it yet." The next moment, a grinding sound was heard. The rusty iron door was being pushed open, allowing the sunlight to shine into the abandoned house. Flanders remained motionless as he looked at the 2 people standing by the door. They seemed to be a couple. As for what they wanted to do here, it was still unknown. At this time, Flanders was already contemplating if he should try out his new skills on these 2 people. It was important to familiarize himself with the new skills. However, Flanders gave up on this idea at the next moment. The man took out a camera from his bag and placed it on a haystack while adjusting the camera's angle. It seemed that the two of them wanted to record a video here. The man fiddled with the camera in his hand as he bragged to the woman, "How is it? Isn't this location perfect for our script? As long as we shoot here, our video will definitely appear on YouTube's homepage. When that time comes, we'll be famous." There was a slight excitement in the man's tone. The woman seemed to be affected by his emotions. "If we can really get on the homepage, we'll be rich. I heard that once we're on the homepage, we earn a lot of money just from the number of clicks." At this moment, the man was done adjusting the camera. He turned around and looked at the woman with an expression that suggested he knew what he was talking about. "A little bit of money from the number of clicks? If we get popular, we might even get an advertisement. The advertisement fee will bring us a lot of income." After hearing the man's words, the woman immediately had an eager expression. In the heat of the moment, they immediately hugged each other, closed their eyes, and kissed. As for Flanders, he took this opportunity to shift his position to stand within the camera's field of vision. After kissing for a while, they reluctantly parted. Then, the woman looked at Flanders and was slightly stunned. "Dear, was this scarecrow standing here earlier?" The man turned around and said with some uncertainty, "It seems like it. But it's strange. I didn't see a scarecrow when I came here a few days ago." The woman's expression and tone became serious. "This scarecrow. Could it be a ghost?" When Flanders heard this, his heart skipped a beat. These two people actually managed to guess he was not an ordinary scarecrow so easily? This disguise skill was completely useless. However, the man and woman burst out laughing at the same time in the next second. "Baby, you're too funny. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. How can there be ghosts in this world? Of course, you can say that now. You won't be able to say the same once we start filming. Don't worry." Then, the two of them walked out and started moving some props from the car into the house. The props were not complicated. A table, a chair, a mirror, and a rope. And a very simple ghost. It was just a white sheet wrapped around a ball to form its head. The sheet was tied up with a rope. It looked like a sunny doll. After the man tied the ghost up, he threw the other end of the rope over the beam. Then, he found an angle that was out of the camera's field of vision. After he straightened the rope, he hung the ghost on the beam. They then moved the table in front of the haystack where the camera had just been set up and placed the mirror on the table. Following that, they placed the chair in front of the table. After adjusting the ghost and making sure the mirror could be seen, the man picked up the camera and ran to where Flanders was positioned. From this angle, they could capture the scene from the mirror while still concealing the location of the camera. Once everything was ready, the man hit the record button. The woman approached the table slowly and sat down. Then, she turned to look at the mirror. "Charlie, Charlie, are you there? Charlie, Charlie, are you there? Charlie, Charlie, are you there?" Then, the woman put on a nervous expression and looked at the mirror seriously. The man, who was out of range from the camera's lens, slowly loosened the rope. The ghost that was hanging on the beam slowly descended under the man's control. Soon, the sight of the ghost descending appeared in the mirror. The woman opened her mouth in an exaggerated look, revealing an awkward expression of fear. She screamed and pushed the chair away before running out. Just as Flanders was filled with doubt, the man controlling the ghost turned off the recording function and said with satisfaction, "Perfect." This time, Flanders was completely shocked. He wanted to get onto YouTube's homepage with that. Chapter 8, It's really on YouTube's homepage. After hearing the man's words, the woman returned to the house and said excitedly, "Darling, how was my performance? It was simply amazing." The two of them lost themselves in each other's embrace and kissed again. Meanwhile, Flanders, who was still standing there by the side, felt that his intelligence had been insulted. The acting in this scene was simply too clumsy. Not to mention, the woman's expression was way too exaggerated. The most maddening part was when the ghost was descending into the frame. The rope it was suspended from was exposed in the mirror. it was completely exposed. However, these two people didn't seem to care about these details at all. With one look, it was obvious that these two laymen who were dreaming of overnight success were just entertaining themselves. After their kiss, they both excitedly came to Flanders' side and picked up the camera to watch the video. Meanwhile, Flanders was observing the both of them. He wanted to know how strong his disguise was. The video was just as he thought. A complete pile of dog SHT. To these two, however, it was considered perfect work. The video had already played to the end. Looking at the two of them who were still excited, Flanders heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the plan had succeeded. The exaggerated acting skills and the exposed rope were completely ignored by the two of them. More importantly, Flanders, who suddenly appeared to be grinning in the last scene, was also ignored by the two of them. That's right. After the woman ran out screaming, Flanders revealed a creepy smile in the mirror. Naturally, it was all part of his plan. On one hand, he wanted to test the effect of his disguise skill. It seemed that the effect was pretty good. The two of them did not notice him at all. Although it could be because they were in a state of excitement, it was still fine as long as they did not notice him. If they did, Flanders would just have to kill them on the spot and gain some fear points. Since they did not notice him, there was no need to kill them. Flanders intended to let them go to let them post the video online. Once the video was successfully posted, many timid people would be scared by Flanders' last smile. This would gain him a lot of fear points. Watching the two of them leave excitedly, Flanders became a little excited as well. If this video could really make it to the home page, how many fear points would he receive? After all, the number of hits a video on the YouTube homepage could get was terrifying. There were often millions of hits. Even if only 1/10 of the viewers were frightened, it would still be a big number. Since there would be a big influx of fear points coming in, Flanders was not in a hurry to leave. He would remain on this abandoned farm for a few more days and leave once his strength increased. In the evening, a bearded man in Manchester City had just got off work and was dragging his exhausted body home. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. It was the bearded man pouring hot water into the bathtub. He was sitting in front of his computer, logging into YouTube. As soon as he opened the web page, a video on the home page caught his attention. Shocking, Charlie's Game is real. The bearded man had heard of Charlie's Game before. It was a very old game. It was said that in the middle of the night, one could summon a ghost named Charlie by holding a pen in hand while saying, "Charlie, are you there?" to the mirror 3 times. Then, the summoner could ask Charlie some questions. As each question was asked, the pen on the table would be moved by an invisible force. Of course, a piece of white paper had to be placed on the table, and on the paper, 2 yeses and 2 nos had to be written in its 4 corners. Although the theory behind Charlie's Game had long been explained scientifically, the bearded man, driven by curiosity, clicked on the video nonetheless. He wanted to know how the video was going to prove the authenticity of Charlie's Game. However, after clicking on the video and watching it for a few seconds, he regretted it. What the FCK is this? The bearded man stared at the screen in front of him with a look of disdain. The woman's acting was way too exaggerated, which made people want to ridicule her. What was even more ridiculous was that when the crude ghost descended from behind her, the rope attached to the ghost was exposed. Anyone who was not an idiot could tell that someone was definitely using the rope to control the ghost's rise and fall. The thing he could not accept the most was that the guy who made the video had made a mistake in Charlie's Game. There was no paper or pen on the table. Also, it was not midnight. The video continued as the woman let out an exaggerated cry and ran out of the room. By now, the bearded man was in a terrible mood. He felt that this video had wasted a minute of his life. Just as he was about to turn off the video, the screen was filled with a barrage of comments. High energy ahead. Cowards, please, retreat. After hesitating for a moment, the bearded man decided to continue watching the video further. After all, this video was on the front page. It was definitely not that simple. The barrage of comments that filled the screen already hinted in that direction. Just as the bearded man was attentively watching the video, trying to find some clues in advance, the scarecrow in the mirror who had been in the background of the video suddenly grinned. That smile was incredibly eerie and terrifying. It was even a little distorted, causing one to shudder. When the bearded man saw this scene, his entire body trembled. He was so frightened that he threw a hard punch and smashed the screen. In an instant, the screen was smashed into pieces by the bearded man's punch. A moment later, the bearded man, who was gasping for breath, finally reacted. He held his head with both hands and cried out in pain, "FCK! FCK! What did I do? I actually smashed my newly bought monitor. FCK! FCK! FCK!" The bearded man wailed in pain a few more times before his emotions calmed down slightly. In the next moment, he took out his phone. He logged onto YouTube again. He had to take another look to confirm if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, even though he was mentally prepared this time, the bearded man's hands still trembled when he saw the scarecrow grinning. His newly bought iPhone fell to the ground. Unsurprisingly, the screen shattered as well. At that time, the same story was unfolding all over the world. Countless phones and screens had been wiped out that night. Many people angrily complained about this video in the comments section, saying it made them spend a large sum of money as they had to repair their phones or replace their broken screens. However, the comment with the highest number of likes in the comments section was not a complaint. Can anyone explain how this video effect is done? This is too f***ing awesome. Chapter 9, The Second Commercial. Yes, the video that frightened millions of people was just a special effect in the eyes of the public. Although there was a small number of people who speculated that this scarecrow could have been a ghost or something, most people just laughed at those kinds of statements. It was the 21st century. How could anyone still believe in ghosts and spirits and things like that? They were living in an era of science, okay? Those kinds of videos were definitely shot using scientific methods. Either the special effect was added into the video later on or they used a sophisticated tool created by science. As for ghosts and spirits, it was just nonsense. However, there were still many professionals in this world. Some comments left by a person called Special Effects Wizard appeared in the comments section, which was quickly pushed to the front row. I am a professional in video special effects. I believe many people have seen my videos on YouTube. I've been in this special effects profession for more than 10 years. Today, I'll bet my career on this. This is definitely not an effect that special effects can produce. As soon as this comment was posted, many sub-comments immediately appeared. Oh my god, it's actually the special effects wizard. Even the special effects wizard said so. Looks like this scarecrow really isn't a special effect. Haven't you guys heard of the saying there will always be someone better than you? There will always be someone better than you in the world. Don't be too confident. The person above, do you really not know who Special Effects Wizard is? Go to his page and look at his special effects videos. You'll understand how stupid your comment is. I'm dying of laughter. Someone actually questioned the comment of the Special Effects Wizard. He's the best special effects wizard in the world, okay? But if it isn't a special effect, what's with this video then? Could there really be a ghost? Sir, are you stupid? This must be a prop. Yes, that's right. It must be a prop. Does anyone know which company produced this prop? I've never heard of any company making such props. It might be a new product they're testing out. I see. Perhaps this video is actually an advertisement. This time, most of the netizens believed it, including the special effects wizard. Since the scarecrow was not made with special effects, it must have been a sophisticated kind of prop. The video was probably an advertisement then. It was a pre-sale advertisement for the scarecrow. If it really was an advertisement, it was undoubtedly very successful. Everyone who watched the video was already wondering which company had made such a sophisticated prop. The scarecrow in the video had such a lifelike face, almost as if it was alive. However, just when everyone thought some company would announce that they were the ones who created the scarecrow, the internet went silent. There was no news on the internet. Not a single announcement was made. In fact, countless companies related to props and toys were watching the news on the internet. They, too, wanted to know which competitor was so powerful. All of a sudden, the netizens were confused. The advertisement was so successful. Why did the manufacturer not reveal themselves? It was the first time the internet saw an advertisement without the actual sale of the product. Just as everyone was discussing this matter intensely, a comment appeared on the internet. I heard my grandfather say that there seem to be monsters in this world. Even their names are weird. There are all kinds of strange things. Some can transform into animals while others can transform into certain objects. On top of that, they seem to have magical powers. I suspect that this scarecrow's just as strange. Not long after this message appeared in the comments section, it was forcefully deleted. However, there were still many people who had already seen this comment. There were even some who took a screenshot of it. However, everyone generally did not believe the comment. Not only did everyone not believe it, they even found the comment incredibly funny. Come on, are you telling us some old ghost story? How can anyone believe in such superstitious beliefs? If there are really monsters in this world, I'll run around Harvard University naked. The fact that the comment about the weird monsters was instantly deleted right after it was posted proved everything. Perhaps even the commenter himself felt that the comment was too ridiculous, so he deleted it himself. Obviously, no one took the weirdness seriously. Just as everyone scoffed at it, a new video appeared. The video was shot at the same place the Charlie's Game video was taken. It was the abandoned farm. The popularity of the video had not subsided, so everyone who had seen Charlie's Game could not help but to click it. When they clicked it, they were shocked again. In the video, a faint sound of dripping water could be heard. The dim lighting made it very uncomfortable. When the camera moved, a bird's call was heard. Then, there was the sound of flapping wings. Just as everyone was concentrating on the video, a bird flew into the frame and in the bird's mouth, there was an eyeball. An eyeball covered in blood. Almost everyone who saw this scene gulped. However, in the next moment, their faces truly turned pale. As the camera continued to pan slowly, two figures appeared on the screen. One of them was lying on a haystack with a twisted face. Both of his feet were chopped off and his blood was continuously flowing. What was even more terrifying was that this person's skin was actually shriveled. He looked like he had not eaten for a week. Even his eyes had sunk into its sockets. Besides this person, blood kept dripping down from above. Above him, there was a corpse hanging from the beam. This was the second figure, half a figure, to be more precise, as his lower half had completely disappeared. It was as if someone had cut him in half with a chainsaw. The blood seemed to have been dripping from the corpse for a while. At that time, it was dripping slowly, drop by drop. After resting at this angle for a while, the camera suddenly made a 180-degree flip. When the camera stopped moving, there was a close-up shot on the screen, a close-up of a scarecrow's face. Everyone who saw this was slightly stunned. Was this not the scarecrow from Charlie's Game? Did the manufacturing company advertise it again? The special effects in this video seem to be even more realistic than the last one. However, the company's name was not mentioned last time. This time, they would be revealing themselves, right? The netizens who were extremely curious about this were still holding back their discomfort as they continued to watch the video. However, the advertising slogan that they were expecting did not appear. Instead, it was replaced by a creepy smile and a closing sentence. I'm right here, watching you. Chapter 10, Why Not Become a Vlogger in the Future? An hour ago, Nord City. Most of the people in the Nord branch of the Mage Association had already gotten off work. Except for Lucas and Kai. Damn it, why haven't I been able to detect that guy's location? Lucas became increasingly irritable as he kept pressing the button on the radar in his hand. Kay, who was beside him, pushed his cigarette butt into the already full ashtray. We can't continue like this. Let's get someone to help us. Hearing this, the agitated Lucas seemed to have calmed down a little. He said in a low voice, if this gets out, There'll be consequences. It's simple. Can't we just keep it a secret? Kai reached into his coat pocket, looking for his cigarette case. However, after looking at the ashtray on the table that resembled a hedgehog, he changed his mind at the last minute and took out his phone. Lucas, contact your brother secretly and tell him to hurry over. I'll play with my phone for a while. Lucas did not say anything about Kai's suggestion. Although Kai always had a casual and carefree look on his face, his mission success rates so far had been 100%. No mission was too difficult for Kai. Other than Kai's strength, there was another important reason: he knew how to adapt to the situation. Rules and common sense were useless to him. He would always follow his own judgment and had a unique way of doing things. After taking out his phone, Kai instinctively took out a cigarette and lit it. After habitually exhaling a puff of smoke, he realized that he ended up smoking another cigarette after all. It's so hard to quit smoking. Kai smiled bitterly. Ding dong. An notification sound rang, attracting Kai's attention. This was a push message from the YouTube app. Charlie's game is actually real? Kai read the push message with a frown. Watching the same thing from different perspectives would often lead to different attitudes regarding the same thing. When normal people saw the video, their first reaction was not to believe it but to be curious. They were curious about how this video blogger would attract their attention. The people of the occult were completely different. They knew the truth that was hidden beneath the surface of this world. So, when people from the occult caught sight of something related to the supernatural world, they would subconsciously pay more attention to it. Because these things were very likely to be related to weird monsters. Without any hesitation, Kai clicked the video. As for Lucas, he was trying to contact his good brother who was already sleeping like a dead pig in his bed. Charlie, are you there? When the video started playing, Kai's lazy eyes suddenly grew fierce. Lucas, come look at this. Seeing as the phone had been ringing about 7 or 8 times and was still not answered, Lucas ended the call and walked toward Kai unhappily. FCK, my brother's sleeping like a dead pig again. What did you want me to see? Kai did not care about Lucas's complaints. He handed the phone over. Seeing Kai's unusual serious expression, Lucas was slightly stunned. Then, he took the phone with a serious expression and looked at it. Soon, his expression became even more serious. This. In the video. Could that be the scarecrow we're looking for? Kai put out his cigarette butt and revealed a determined smile. It might not be, but we can try. At the next moment, Lucas's pupils actually dilated slightly. He quickly pressed the pause button and handed the phone back to Kai. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. There's no need to try. It's him. The scarecrow's smile was frozen on the phone's screen, cold and terrifying. In the abandoned farm, Flanders's eyes lit up slightly. After waiting for a few hours, it finally exploded. After letting the man and woman who were filming the video go, Flanders received more fear points, one after another. However, it was only around 0.10.5 point each time. Very little. That was undoubtedly very frustrating. He thought that scaring others through videos online would give him a lot of fear points. However, it now seemed to have shrunk to 1%. If he scared someone in person, the 0.1 fear point would be about 10 points. Although it was frustrating, Flanders did not leave immediately. He knew that information on the internet spread very quickly. Even if each person could only provide 0.1 fear points, a large amount could still fill one's stomach. If 10,000 people were frightened, he would receive at least 1,000 fear points. If 100,000 people were frightened, he would receive 10,000 fear points. What if there were 1 million people frightened, or even 10 million? Thinking about this, Flanders actually began to look forward to it. Sure enough, after a day of waiting, the increase in fear finally exploded. Fear point plus 0.1, fear point plus 0.2, fear point plus 0.1. The densely packed information appeared in Flanders' mind almost as if he was swiping at the screen. Meanwhile, Flanders's fear points were increasing at an extremely fast speed. I didn't expect those two would actually make it to the front page. Flanders did not know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Initially, he thought the video taken by those two was simply a pile of SHT. However, under his own whim, he decided to smile at the mirror. It had such a miraculous effect. What if I became a video blogger, too? Using this way to increase my fear points is too awesome. Flanders could not help but think about it in his heart. However, this was something for the future. What he needed to do now was think about how he would upgrade these skills. Although he had more than 10,000 fear points, it was obviously unrealistic to level up the 3 skills in the second level skill tree. This was because, in the second level skill tree, it required 5,000 fear points to level up each skill from level 2 to level 3. Leveling up 3 skills would require 15,000 fear points. This amount was too large, and Flanders felt that it was unnecessary for the time being. Thus, Flanders chose to level up the 3 skills on the first level to level 3, Fear, Demonic God's Body, and Night Cut. Disguise was upgraded as well. The reason for upgrading this skill was because it was too easy to use. The man and woman who were there earlier had smiled when they saw Flanders in the video, but they did not notice it at all. This kind of camouflage ability was indeed very terrifying. Of course, if Flanders wanted to obtain fear points, he could have made them notice it. As long as they were within the range of his disguise skill, whether or not the other party could notice it was controlled by his thoughts. As for damaging skills, Flanders felt that he did not really need them for the time being. As he gained fear points, he was also increasing the strength of his body. In addition, he had the fear and disguise skills which could greatly reduce the combat strength of the enemy. Even if someone came looking for trouble, he was confident that he could defeat the enemy. Just as he was thinking about that, he noticed something. Outside, it seemed that someone was approaching. Flanders grinned and activated his disguise. The prey was coming. Chapter 11, Kai's ability. A strange feeling welled up in Flanders' heart. However, he did not react. He just stood there quietly. He could sense that the person outside seemed to have released some sort of probing ability. However, even after the ability came into contact with Flanders, nothing happened. It felt as if a layer of membrane had passed through Flanders's body. He waited to see the other party's reaction. If the other party decided to launch an attack, Flanders was confident that he would be able to react in time. He wanted to see just how strong the effect of his level 3 disguise was. In the next moment, the rusty iron door creaked open. 2 figures appeared by the door. Damn it, he seems to have run away. I don't detect anything strange, a bearded man with a cigarette in his mouth said. The person beside him was fiddling with a machine in his hand. There's no reaction from the radar either. He probably ran away. A disappointed and anxious expression appeared on their faces. Suddenly, the bearded man noticed something. Lucas, look over there. The direction the bearded man was looking at was somewhere close to Flanders's side. Flanders stood quietly in the same spot. He did not react. He looked just like an ordinary scarecrow. At Kai's hint, Lucas turned to look at Flanders. Then, he had an extremely displeased expression. Is that guy toying with us? As he spoke, he walked towards Flanders slowly. Blue veins could be seen bulging on his forehead. He looked extremely furious. Looking at the long sword attached to Lucas's waist, Flanders still chose to wait quietly to see what would happen. Looking at his equipment, it seemed like this guy would use physical attacks. Since that was the case, Flanders was confident that he could use fear on this person before his attack could harm him. However, he did not attack yet as the opponent's reaction seemed a little strange. It was not the nervousness of discovering the enemy. Instead, it was obvious rage. It was so obvious that it was almost overwhelming. At this moment, Lucas was already standing in front of Flanders. Flanders was prepared to release his fear. In the next second, while he was staring at Flanders, Lucas said fiercely, "This guy. He actually placed a substitute here. He's definitely trying to provoke us." A mere strange guy. How dare he do this? The bearded man by the door had already walked over by then, holding a cigarette between his fingers and exhaling puffs of smoke. Calm down, Lucas. He did this to provoke you. Didn't you notice that something was wrong? Lucas was slightly stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Kai took another puff of his cigarette. He looked at Flanders calmly and said, "I suspect that this strange person might have higher intelligence. Moreover, the scarecrow might not even be his true form." Intelligence? True form? Lucas could no longer keep up with Kai's train of thought. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Kai threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and said slowly, "Lucas, remember. Never let common sense restrict your ability to think. Didn't you notice? The man and woman in the video weren't killed by that strange creature at all. Otherwise, the video wouldn't have been posted online. Strange creatures are like wild beasts, only acting on instinct and intuition. However, this strange creature actually let the two humans go. This obviously isn't normal. Of course, there's another possibility that the two humans have already been killed, and the video was released by this strange creature. Although I don't know what his purpose is yet, it doesn't matter. No matter what the possibility is, it points to a result. That is, this strange creature is incredibly smart." After listening to Kai's analysis, Lucas was silent for a while. Moments later, he sighed. "A strange creature that actually has intelligence. This is too unbelievable." Kai smiled slightly and said, sounding like a teacher, "Any individual with self-awareness almost always has intelligence. However, there are different levels of intelligence. Therefore, it's not a good habit to have the preconceived notion that a strange creature's a fool." Lucas nodded as if he had understood something. Then, he asked, "Then, what did you mean by true form?" Lucas was very curious about this question. Similarly, Flanders was also curious. He wanted to know what kind of information this bearded man in front of him would provide. The bearded man once again took out a cigarette from his inner pocket and lit it up. "Didn't you notice? This scarecrow looks exactly like the one in the video." Hearing this, Flanders was once again on guard. However, Kai's next sentence was, "I suspect that this strange creature has the ability to possess objects." In other words, this scarecrow's probably just a body that he abandoned. The real target may have already changed his appearance and escaped. Hearing Kai's words, Lucas was once again shocked. Strange creatures could possess objects and even change appearances? This was something he had never thought about. Instantly, he looked at Kai with a hint of respect. No wonder Kai's mission rates were 100% even if his strength was only at F class. Was this his way of thinking? Looking at the scarecrow in front of him, a hint of confusion and fear appeared in Lucas's eyes. How should he deal with such an unfathomable opponent? His thoughts were interrupted in the next second. This was because he had already fallen for Flanders's fear. Flanders had made his move. He did not attack earlier because firstly, he wanted to test the effect of his level 3 disguise. Secondly, he was not sure if the other party had let their guards down. However, it was different now. He had already perfectly tested the power of his disguise. At the same time, he had also received a lot of information. Most importantly, these two people were clearly thinking about something else at the moment. It was the best time to attack. However, just as Flanders wanted to test his other skills, an accident happened. He saw that Lucas's and Kai's eyes, which had become empty and out of focus, instantly returned to their original state. Moreover, once Lucas recovered, he instantly unsheathed the sword at his waist and slashed at Flanders as if by reflex. At the same time, Flanders saw from the corner of his eye that Lucas's other hand seemed to be touching the back of his waist. Kay, who was behind Lucas, seemed to be muttering something. Flanders almost instantly understood what was happening. The bearded man broke the fear illusion that he created. The situation took a 180-degree turn. Chapter 12, The Prey of the Anti-Hunter. Flanders immediately regretted his carelessness. He could have just stayed there in silence and waited for the opponent to leave. He never expected that the enemy could actually break through his level 3 fear skill. Apart from that, Flanders also made a mistake in his judgment. Lucas was not a swordsman at all. He was a gunman. It was only when Flanders subconsciously used Night Cut to block Lucas's slash that he realized it. His slash did not carry much the strength at all. It was a feint. In the next second, Lucas's left hand had already taken out a gun from the back of his waist. It was aimed at Flanders. Bang! A gunshot was heard coming from the muzzle of the gun. Along with it was a fiery red elemental bullet. A strong sense of danger rose in Flanders's heart. He could clearly feel that this bullet was the real killer move. The sword at his waist was just a disguise to confuse the enemy. It was already too late to dodge the bullet. Without hesitation, Flanders immediately laid down on his back. Then, he activated 2 skills at the same time. Crow Storm. 5 bones. In an instant, countless crows flew out of Flanders's body like a tide pouring out of his chest. The crows attacked the 2 of them. At the same time, 2 green rays of light appeared out of thin air, coming out from Flanders's body and connecting to their chests. In an instant, the 2 of them realized what was happening. Their physical strengths were rapidly disappearing. No, it wasn't disappearing. It was flowing into the scarecrow's body. Facing the pervasive attacks of the crows that were coming from all directions, Lucas could only keep swinging his sword at them. However, these crows were too agile. Every time they were about to hit their target, the crows would immediately change their direction and dodge their attacks. Lucas noticed that his skin seemed to be gradually drying out. The strength he was using to hold his sword was also growing weaker and weaker. And the scarecrow's chest was still surging with crows. It seemed endless. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucas immediately gave up attacking the crows, allowing them to pounce on him. Poof! A crow flew in front of Lucas and forcefully pulled out his eyeball. However, he simply ignored it. He endured the pain and raised his gun again, aiming at the scarecrow. Even if he was about to die, he had to kill this guy. He was too dangerous. However, the moment he pulled the trigger, the scarecrow revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his feet. Once he had pulled the trigger, he could only watch as the bullet missed its target. This is impossible, was Lucas's first thought. In the next moment, he suddenly understood. He moved his gaze down a little without changing the direction of his gaze. The thing that changed direction was Lucas's body. That's right. When Lucas was blocking the crow's attacks, Flanders had used another skill. Night Cut. However, his Night Cut did not slash at Lucas's chest. Instead, it slashed at Lucas's feet. Countless crows had surrounded Lucas and Kai. Their visions were completely blocked. Hence, they did not notice their opponent's attack. It completely sliced off Lucas's feet. In turn, Lucas's shot missed its target because his body had sunk a little when his feet were cut off. At this moment, Lucas had already fallen to the ground. He was lying weakly on the haystack. He tried his best to struggle, but he could only remain lying down and turning his body over. Without his feet, he could not stand at all. The moment he fell, countless crows pounced on him, completely surrounding him. At the same time, his physical strength was still flowing toward Flanders. When Kai saw that, he rushed over without caring about anything else. He had always played a supporting role during missions. Detection, dispelling illusions, and his thinking ability were his strengths. Fighting was not his strong point. This time, the teammate in charge of battling had fallen. He could only shoulder this burden. However, reality was not a drama. His ability was not strong enough to shoulder the weight of fighting. A black blade flashed in the air. Kai was sliced in half. Feeling his upper body falling freely, Kai's eyes refocused as he decided to activate his last skill. This was forbidden magic that would sacrifice himself while surrendering the last of his vitality to others. He wanted to transfer his vitality to Lucas. Only Lucas could deal with this strange creature in front of him. Even if he could not deal with it, he could at least escape. However, Flanders saw through Kai's thoughts and quickly rushed in front of Kai. After 2 large harvests, Flanders's strength had broken through F+ and reached T. Moreover, his demonic god's body had also risen to level 3. Thus, his speed was quick. Before Kai could chant his incantation, Flanders kicked him violently with his knee. This kick landed squarely on Kai's chest. Kai felt suffocated with the wind knocked out of him. He was unable to make any sound. He could only let out a muffled groan. At the same time, his free-falling upper body flew upward from the kick. It crashed into the roof and was hanging from the beam. Flanders' 5 bones continued to devour his physical strength. Paired with his injuries, Kai's consciousness finally became blurry. His hands drooped weakly at his sides. Lucas, who had fallen onto the haystack, had already died before Kai. Sensing that there were no living things around them, the crows immediately turned around and returned to Flanders's body. Only the crow with Lucas's eyeball was left. It landed on Flanders's shoulder and gently flapped its wings. Looking at the side of the room, Flanders revealed a smile. Although he was a little careless this time, his harvest was actually quite bountiful. These 2 people gave him 800 and 1000 fear points respectively. Additionally, the kills were 500 and 800 fear points respectively. Although his fear skill had been dispelled, it had indeed been activated successfully for a moment. Hence, he had obtained 300 and 200 fear points. He did not expect that the fear from these special individuals was actually more delicious than that of ordinary people, and their energies were even greater. Flanders closed his eyes, feeling the increase in his strength with satisfaction. After this battle, Flanders finally realized the importance of the fear skill. Without any hesitation, Flanders immediately spent 3000 fear points to raise his fear skill by another level, taking the lead by reaching level 4. His skill was dispelled this time, which meant that his fear skill needed to be further upgraded. I need to obtain more fear points. Flanders looked at his fear points that had bottomed out once again and sighed from the bottom of his heart. In the next second, a soft sound was heard coming from behind him. Flanders turned around and saw that it was a phone. The phone that had slipped out of Kai's shirt. An interesting idea instantly appeared in Flanders's mind. Chapter 13, Nord City's first brain ord. Although it was already night time, there were still many lights on along the streets. After all, life in the city was very different from that of a small village. The nightlife was still rich and bustling. However, at this time, a strange scene appeared in Nord. Although it wasn't crowded, there were many people and cars on the streets. Standing among them was a scarecrow. What was even weirder was that no one noticed him at all. Looking at the reaction of the people around him, Flanders nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, spending a lot of points to upgrade his disguise was the right choice. He was thinking about it. He actually managed to appear as an ordinary scarecrow in front of the 2 professionals. So, how would the ordinary people of Nord City see through his illusion? In their eyes, Flanders was just an ordinary human. With very low presence. After finding a quieter bistro to rest, Flanders sat down and checked the phone. This phone belonged to Kai. The YouTube video was also open on this phone. Flanders was sitting in a corner of the bistro, reading the comments under the video. Hey, this video. Is it really just special effects? It looks so unsettling. If this is a company's pre-sale advertisement, I'd like to trouble your company and request to stop this behavior. I'll say. Aren't those corpses too realistic? And that crow with the eyeball in its mouth. It looks exactly like the real thing. And that scarecrow. His last words were so scary. I got goosebumps after listening to it. It seemed that many netizens had begun to question the scarecrow incident. They had begun to wonder if the videos related to Flanders were made with special effects or props. It was not that these people did not believe in science. It was the 21st century. The special effects just seemed too realistic, so much more realistic than a sci-fi blockbuster. Flanders, of course, was pleased to see that. Real monsters were even more frightening compared to the fake ghosts on screen. That was the difference between real and fake. So, Flanders's goal was now very clear: to make people realize that their existence was indeed real. Previously, after the man and woman had left after filming their video, Flanders thought about this matter. But soon, he gave up because he thought it was too dangerous. Exposing his existence would likely get him killed. However, things were different now. His existence was now exposed. Even the relevant departments have sent people out to eliminate him. Since that was the case, he thought he might as well use this method to obtain more fear points to increase his strength as soon as possible. After planning his next move, Flanders got up and left the bistro. While he was in there, not a single waiter came over to greet him. The power of his disguise satisfied Flanders greatly. However, his fear and demonic god's body also caught Flanders's attention. Battles like the one he faced earlier might often happen in the future. In order to survive better, these two skills were highly important. One skill could greatly reduce the threat of the enemy while the other could greatly improve his own safety. Surviving was the only way. As he walked along the street, Flanders looked at his fear points as he pondered. Now, his fear points had surpassed more than 5,000. Obviously, the video he had shot had played a role in this increase. If his estimations were correct, it would increase a lot in the next period of time. After spending 3,000 fear points to raise his fear to level 4, his balance returned to just about 2,000 points. At this moment, Flanders stopped. It was time to harvest a little more fear points. In a taxi, the driver was driving while speaking with confidence. "Sir, are you also interested in the scarecrow incident? People nowadays are really daring. They would say anything and would even talk about monsters. But then again, I've seen that video before. It scared me to death. I wonder what the person who made this video's after. Could they be terrorists or cultists? Ha 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 ha. By the way, are you also a video blogger? I see that the phone in your hand seems to be recording." As the driver drove, he tried his best to remain humorous as he chatted with the customer. Occasionally, he would take a peek at the silent customer behind him through the rearview mirror. He could tell that the client was making a video. That was why he tried to make himself look as likable as possible. If it were any other time, he would have tactfully shut up when meeting such a quiet and eccentric person. Then again, this client was really something. It was night time, and he was going to visit the abandoned farm in the scarecrow video. He did not find it too creepy. The customer promised to double the fare, too, and he would not have money if he did not accept it. After earning this extra bit of money tonight, he could get drunk again. Thinking about this, the driver wore a happy smile on his face. The farm was not too far from Nord City. They arrived in just 20 minutes. The driver had a smile on his face that he thought was very handsome. He turned around and looked at Flanders. "Sir, let's." Before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow flashed past. Before the taxi driver could even see what had happened clearly, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. To his horror, he discovered that he had lost all feeling in his right arm. Not only that, he could clearly feel his body losing blood. That was because his blood had spurted out from his broken arm and onto the car window. U. At this moment, Flanders had completely removed his disguise. Naturally, the driver recognized him instantly. This silent customer who had been sitting behind him was actually the same scarecrow that was spreading like wildfire on the internet. It was not a special effect, not a legend, not a prop. It was real. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Yes, I'll give you money, I have a lot of savings. At this moment, the driver seemed to have found the life-saving straw, offering the scarecrow such a condition. He had already lost his ability to think. Whenever a person was in a desperate situation, they would usually think of things optimistically. However, everyone knew that trying to talk to a monster about money was almost like talking to a tiger about coffee. Flanders pointed the camera at himself and grinned. Now, it's time to party. Chapter 14, Third Video, Death Replay. It seemed that tonight was destined to be a night of online revelry. In just one day, 3 viral videos have appeared, and they were all related to the scarecrow. As soon as the third video appeared, many netizens immediately clicked on it. Scarecrow, tonight is revelry time. Every time people watched a video of the scarecrow, they would be frightened. However, this kind of excitement was still irresistible. Moreover, such a title made the netizens even more curious. What was this scarecrow going to do to catch people's attention this time? However, the people of Nord City who saw the video were not as excited. Shit, isn't this effing Nord City? Some people recognized the location just from the beginning of the video. Many residents of Nord City proceeded to comment on the video. However, in the next second, the camera panned and rested on the scarecrow. Hey guys, let's have some fun tonight. The first step. Let's pick a lucky citizen. Who should we look for? Let me see. Bang bang bang, let's pick this driver. The scarecrow in the video had almost the same facial expressions as an ordinary human. Moreover, when it spoke, it displayed a lot of emotions and thinking abilities. It also had a wicked image. The camera followed the scarecrow's movements before turning to the front of the taxi. In the video, the driver could be seen smoking in the driver's seat and scratching his feet with his hands. When he realized that the scarecrow was shooting a video, he immediately put on his shoes and tried his best to be polite. Ha 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 ha, this driver's too real. Look at his pretentious look, I'm dying of laughter. Hey, how are you still laughing? This is the F-King city where I live in. FCK, could this scarecrow really be a monster? I F-King live in Nord, too. Come on, the abandoned farm in the video's just outside of Nord, okay? We didn't even know that. The comments were clearly divided into 2 factions. On one side, they were either foreigners or locals who were still scoffing at the scarecrow incident. They did not think that the scarecrow was a monster. Instead, they were even more certain that it was all just a show after watching the video. The reason was simple, the scarecrow was too ostentatious. Yet, it did not even attract anyone's attention. How could it be a monster? It must have been an ordinary person, and the video was edited with special effects. Many had even found the special effects wizard to fulfill his promise and leave the industry. As for the other group of people, they were locals who had more or less believed in the matter, along with the more timid outsiders. After all, the scarecrow had appeared in their city. The video made them realize that the scarecrow was likely to be nearby. This fact, accompanied by a terrifying figure, made many people panic. They gradually realized that the truth of the matter might be the very situation they were most worried about. The video this time was longer, and it was still going on. Along the way, the driver spoke with confidence, as if he did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. However, the audience could guess the general idea. Whether they believed it or not, they guessed that the driver would probably die a terrible death in the end. The difference was whether it would be a real death or a fake one. The road in the suburbs was very dark, and only the headlights of the taxi provided visibility. The driver pretended to be relaxed all the way, trying to make up a conversation. It was a sharp contrast to what everyone was speculating might happen next. The more he tried to make himself humorous and interesting, the more people felt oppressed. Although the road was very long, the expectations formed by this contrast compelled everyone to continue watching. Finally, the car stopped. The hearts of the audience in front of the screens were in their throats at this moment. It was coming. Sir, let's reach. Before he could finish speaking, a black shadow flashed past. Then, everyone saw the driver's arm break off in an instant. It landed in the car. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering all over the car window. The impact of such a sight was undoubtedly very strong. Some people among the audience even began to vomit. Although they might have seen many bloody scenes in horror movies, the audience felt extremely uncomfortable watching that scene. They even felt fear. SHT, could this be effing true? Why would YouTube allow such videos to be released? FCK, I just vomited for the first time in a while. At this moment, No one in the audience felt that this matter was interesting or exciting. No one continued to tease the subject. The comments were now filled with fear. On one hand, it was because this matter had appeared somewhere in the real world. On the other, it was because everything seemed too real. The location, the reaction of the characters, the severed limbs, and the blood suggested that it was all real. It was hard for them to convince themselves that it was a special effect. Blood was still spurting out, and the driver's face was turning white. Upon a closer look, the audience could even see that the driver's lips were trembling slightly. Immediately after, the driver's face became distorted as if he had seen something terrifying. This time, the audience felt that the driver's reaction was normal. Previously, when the driver saw the scarecrow get into the car, he did not even show a hint of surprise. Instead, his reaction was the complete opposite. The driver began to beg for mercy and wail. However, the camera turned again, facing the scarecrow. Now, it's time to party. There was a trace of perverted madness on the scarecrow's face. If this scarecrow had a human face, everyone would definitely think it was a perverted murderer. However, the impact of this scarecrow's face was even stronger than that of a perverted murderer. This scarecrow was even crazier than a murderer. It was even more dangerous than a demon. Then, the scarecrow put on an elegant and happy look as he slowly opened the car door. After getting out of the car, the camera turned again. In the video, everyone saw the scarecrow opening the driver's door. In his panic, the driver forgot to lock the door. However, that was not important. Everyone believed that even if the door was locked, it would not have stopped this monster anyway. Then, they saw a straw arm reach in, grabbing the driver's other arm to pull him out of the car. In the video, the driver kept struggling, wailing, crying, and cursing. But it did not matter. The audience could only see that the driver was being dragged forward. He left a bloody path behind him. The backward view of them walking made people feel the helplessness of the driver even more vividly. They could very well be the next ones facing this exact helplessness. Fear enveloped the entire Nord city. Chapter 15, Silence. This is my favorite part. Just when everyone thought the video would end, the video continued. Step by step, the scarecrow dragged the fat driver into the abandoned farm. Then, in front of the audience, he cut off the driver's feet. A pig-like wail instantly filled the empty abandoned farm. With a strong desire to survive, the fat driver crawled forward in fear. However, he met with a corpse in the darkness. A shriveled corpse. Fear caused the driver to lose his mind. He grabbed the corpse with all his might, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. However, this force pulled the corpse down to him, causing it to fall off the haystack it was lying on. With a soft thud, the body fell to the ground. The shriveled face was turned toward the fat driver. The one-eyed man, filled with fear and despair, and the driver were looking at each other in the dark farmhouse. Ah! Ah! The driver once again let out a desperate howl. He wanted to escape, but his one arm and broken leg made it extremely difficult for him to even turn around. Everyone in the audience began to tremble slightly. Some timid viewers even wanted to turn off the video. However, they were trembling so much that they could not even move the mouse. Fear spread in people's hearts. Then, the camera turned again. The scarecrow hummed a relaxed and happy tune as he walked back to the car slowly. This tune formed a strong contrast with the farm behind him, making the horrible atmosphere even more intense. Everyone thought that the scarecrow was going to drive away. However, the audience was once again in despair. The scarecrow did not leave. Instead, it drove to the door of the farmhouse. The people began to understand. The monster wanted to use the car's headlights as a lighting tool. Not only that, the scarecrow even turned the car's stereo on and played a song to entertain its audience. With the headlights on, the audience could see the entire farmhouse clearly. At the same time, the driver was also able to see clearly. He could now see the body on the ground, the withered body, the terrified face, the broken ankle, and the tiny bloody holes that riddled the body. No one could imagine what happened to the body. They only knew that the driver was probably going to experience the same process. The Scarecrow propped the phone against the car and faced it toward the driver. Then, he slowly walked over. This time, both the Scarecrow and the driver were finally in front of the camera at the same time. That seemed to send a signal to the audience in front of their screens. Even though most of them had not studied cinematography, their vast experience from watching movies allowed everyone to vaguely guess what was coming next. After a long period of single-person close-ups, they suddenly appeared in the same frame, which meant an interactive scene was coming up next, an intense interactive scene. At that moment, Fatty the driver was already struggling and crawling toward the door. The Scarecrow did not disappoint the audience. He slowly approached Fatty's side and squatted next to him. When Fatty saw the Scarecrow approaching, he did not dare to move for a moment. He seemed to have been frightened by this and calmed down a little instead. He was sorting out his words and thinking of a way to negotiate for his life. The wailing that filled the abandoned farm suddenly stopped, causing the farm to go quiet for a moment. Only the music that was playing on the car's stereo was left. After thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything good to say. In a trembling voice, he could only say, Can you let me go?" The Scarecrow gently closed its eyes and raised a straw finger to its mouth. "Shh, don't speak yet." The fat driver did not understand what the Scarecrow meant, but he still did as he was told. Or rather, he had no choice but to do it. At this moment, he understood the situation. Whether or not he could save his life depended on the Scarecrow's thoughts. The hearts of the audience grew more anxious at this moment. They wanted to know if the driver would survive. Or rather, they wanted to know what the Scarecrow's intentions were and what he was going to say. Macbeth. What? The driver was slightly stunned. The intense pain made him wonder if he had misheard it. "This is my favorite part," the Scarecrow said with an intoxicated expression. Verdi's opera, the fourth act of Macbeth. The Mad King, the declining country, the people crying on the ruins. Wonderful. The Scarecrow crossed his arms and could not help but tremble. It was as if he was in a state of excitement. The fat driver, on the other hand, looked at the Scarecrow in front of him with a pale face. "Madman. You madman." He finally realized the reality of the situation. The monster in front of him was a complete lunatic. Negotiating with a lunatic? Do not even think about it. The fat driver frantically crawled toward the car. The dirt road in the suburbs was covered with gravel, which tore open wound after wound on the driver's arm. Although they knew it was impossible, the audience still subconsciously hoped that the driver could climb into the car and leave. However, the Scarecrow gently reached out and grabbed the driver's broken leg that was ankle-less and still bleeding profusely. Originally, there was a huge gap between the two figures in terms of physical fitness. In addition, the fat driver had already lost a lot of blood and did not have much physical strength left in him at all. This time, he did not even have the strength to struggle. A feeling of despair filled the fat man's heart. It also spread to the hearts of the audience through the camera lens. Then, everyone watched as the Scarecrow pulled the fat driver back with a light tug. The Scarecrow then sat on the driver and spoke to the cell phone camera that was leaning on the car. "Next, I'll give you a good show. Those who like it, please, give me a thumbs up." The Scarecrow had a happy smile on his face as he grabbed the driver's hand. His other hand slowly reached over, gently pinching the nail on the fat man's thumb. The fat man seemed to have realized something. He started begging for mercy in a terrified voice. "No, please, don't do this. Please." The audience also realized what was going to happen. Wait, this lunatic can't be thinking of pulling out the driver's nail, right? Oh my god, this is too scary. I remember the face of this driver. I hitched a ride with him once. The commenter immediately took out his phone to call the taxi company. He wanted to confirm if something had really happened to the driver. Just as the phone started to ring, another heart-wrenching wail was heard coming from the video. The commenter's body twisted around from under his stiff neck as he looked at the computer screen. In the video, there was a fingernail covered in blood. along with the driver's heartbreaking screams. The commenter froze in his spot, horrified. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. There was a voice coming from the other end of the call, but he could not say a word. Hello? 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 Can I help you? Hello? Look at the YouTube video. What? The person on the other end of the line was slightly stunned. Look at the video on the YouTube homepage. It seems that something has happened to one of your drivers. Chapter 16, The True Boss of the Mage Association. Ring, 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 ring. In an empty room, the phone on the table had been ringing for more than 10 times before the caller finally hung up. On the other side, in the office. No one's picking up the phone at that address. A man in pajamas put the phone in his hand down. He had a serious expression when he looked at the 2 police officers beside him. His cell phone and landline could not be reached. This seemed to confirm that what happened in the YouTube video was true. The fat driver had been working in their company for 10 years. Although he had a lot of bad habits, it was not to the extent that he deserved to die. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. One of the policemen beside him had a serious expression on his face as well. At that moment, the video on YouTube had already garnered over 10 million views. This level of dissemination had already caused widespread panic around the world. He subconsciously turned his head to look at his colleague who was on a call with the YouTube staff. What? You can't delete it? Why not? What kind of joke is this? Special permission? I've never effing heard of it. I don't care about that. I'm telling you, you need to find a way to delete this video. Otherwise, you'll be facing a lawsuit. This last sentence was yelled out with a loud voice. The colleague stared at him as he hung up the phone. What kind of joke is this? The person from YouTube actually said that the video has some special permission and it can't be deleted. Special permission? The policeman who was communicating with the person in charge of the taxi company was slightly stunned. Then, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. His expression changed. He picked up the call. Chief, we're currently at the taxi company. Before he could finish speaking, the chief's voice rang from the other end of the call. All right, you guys can come back. You don't have to worry about this case anymore. What? The police officer was slightly taken aback. He no longer had to worry about this vile case? Could it be that there was a huge monster behind the scenes that was obstructing them? The higher-ups have sent people over to investigate this case. You guys can come back. The higher-ups have sent people over? What exactly is going on? Normally, the local department would handle the local cases first. It had only been 2 hours since the incident, but the higher-ups had already sent someone over. That was obviously not normal. All right, don't ask too much about this. It won't be good for you to know too much. After saying that, the chief hung up the phone. At that moment, the chief was looking at his phone with a serious expression, deep in thought. As the chief, it was natural that he would know things that ordinary people did not. Things about the mystical side. In just a few days, the Mage Association had already been alarmed twice. This was obviously not normal. The chief could only feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Although he knew some things, he was just an ordinary person in the end. He was completely unable to interfere in matters pertaining to the mystical side. It made him feel as if he had no control over his own body, and even his own life. In the end, the chief could only lie in his chair, dejected as he lit up a cigarette. I hope this matter can be resolved as soon as possible. Durham, Mage Association. There were many people gathered in Casey's office. Lucius was slamming his fist on the table angrily at Casey, who was still in his pajamas. My brother's dead and it's all your fault. Other than drinking and effing secretaries, what else can you do, you fat pig? After hearing that, many of those present subconsciously glanced at the secretary who was on the bed, hiding beneath the blanket. They were all familiar with Casey's style. But they really did not imagine that this bastard would put a bed in his office just to make things more convenient. They were obviously unwilling to allow such a person to become their leader. Listen, I never sent Lucas to deal with this matter. All of this was done on his own initiative. Let me tell you, there wasn't even a single cent of compensation for the sacrifice this time. On the contrary, I'm still being held accountable. Casey said coldly as he lit the cigar in his hand with a nonchalant expression. When he said this, the office was in an uproar. What the FCK did this person say? Lucas was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He reasoned, if you didn't ignore my report, why wasn't there enough manpower for this operation? How could something happen to my brother? You actually dare to say such words in front of me? Do you really think I won't make a move against you? When he heard this, Casey's fat body trembled slightly. The cigar in his hand fell to the ground. The already lit cigar fell on the expensive carpet and instantly burned a hole in it. Lucius, I'm warning you, don't spout nonsense. I think it's completely unnecessary to increase the manpower just for a strange new birth. It would greatly increase the expenditure of the association. I won't allow such waste to happen. Although everyone was holding on to Lucius to prevent him from acting impulsively, everyone's faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Waste? Don't you do that often? Expensive carpets, expensive cigars, expensive wine. Everything in Casey's office was the most expensive. Yet, such a person actually became their leader. On top of that, he was shamelessly boasting that he would not allow them to be wasteful. That was simply the most ironic thing in the world. Seeing that Lucius was being held back by others, Casey was relieved once again. He knew that he was safe. No one dared to touch him. After regaining his arrogant composure, Casey bent down to pick up the cigar and put it out in the ashtray. A bunch of trash with their heads beneath their belt stared to cause trouble in his office. What a joke. All right, if there's nothing else, you guys can go back. I'm going to rest. Casey moved his fat body and walked slowly to the bed in his office. He did not seem to care about Lucas's death at all. Looking at this scene, Lucius could not hold it in much longer. Damn it, I'll kill you. This time, the people who were holding on to him let go. Everyone could no longer stand it. The terrified expression returned to Casey's face. Just as he subconsciously raised his hand in front of him to block the attack, the office door swung open. Stop. A crisp female voice came from outside the office. Lucius, who was about to kill Casey, suddenly stopped. The others also turned their heads and looked outside the door. It's Ray, Ray's back. Everyone's tone was filled with excitement and joy. It seemed as if anything could be resolved once this woman had returned. Lucius turned his head and looked at the woman with a face full of grief. Ray, you're finally back. My brother. My brother, he's dead. Ray looked at Lucius's face, then at the terrified Casey. She said in a deep voice, I already know about this matter. I've announced that the Scarecrow's danger level has been raised to D rank. Deal with it immediately. After saying that, she was about to turn around to leave. Casey, who was behind her, shouted angrily, Ray, you don't have the authority to do this. However, the woman did not take him seriously at all. She just walked away. As for the rest of the people, they did not even bother with Casey. Do you really think she doesn't have the authority just because she isn't authorized to do so? She was the true boss of the Mage Association. Nokurai. Chapter 17, the third layer of the skill tree was unlocked. F-grade missions were dangerous, and only 2 F+ members could be assigned. As for E-grade missions, 3 E+ members could be assigned. D-grade missions, however, 5 D+ members could be assigned. Unlike Casey, who was the leader assigned by the government, Ray was the true boss of the Mage Association. Ray's strength was an A+ according to the mystical faction's evaluation criteria. However, that did not represent Ray's full strength. That was because A+ was the highest evaluation result they could give. In other words, no one knew how terrifying Ray's actual strength was. Ray knew about Lucas's death immediately. That was why she made a prompt decision to raise the Scarecrow's danger level to D grade. Although this was making a big deal out of nothing, it was the best way to appease Lucius. If it was possible, Ray was even willing to avenge Lucas herself. However, she could not get away. This time, she could not stay any longer. She had to set off immediately and leave Durham. She had more important things to do. As for the strange new birth, D-Class was more than enough to handle it. Host, Flanders. Bloodline, Physical System Strangeness, Scarecrow. Strength, E+. Skills, Fear, Demonic God's Body, Night Cut, 5 Bones, Crow Storm, Disguise. Items, Cell Phone, Strange Detection Radar. Fear Points, 168,575 points. 160,000 fear points. Looking at his data, Flanders wore a satisfied smile. Sure enough, he had made the right choice in releasing the video. The first 2 videos had brought Flanders a lot of benefits, but the third video was the key because he had almost thrown the everything's real idea in everyone's faces. The fear evoked by real and fake fear was on completely different levels. Moreover, the connection between the 3 videos would increase the number of video playbacks. As long as someone saw one of them, they would definitely watch the other 2. This way, the efficiency of collecting fear points was greatly increased. Sensing that the frequency of collecting fear points was decreasing, Flanders opened the skill learning interface. All the skills on the second layer of the skill tree had been upgraded to level 4. From level 2 to level 3, it required 5,000 fear points. From level 3 to level 4, it required 10,000 fear points. Just those 3 skills alone had cost Flanders 35,000 fear points. However, Flanders did not feel any heartache. Instead, he became a little excited. This was because when the 3 skills on the second level reached level 4, they also activated the skill tree on the third level. If the skills on the second level were already so useful, how powerful would the skills on the third level be? Flanders could not wait to take a look. However, when he saw the skills, Flanders was slightly surprised. The skills on the third level would cost him 10,000 points each. Flanders was shocked, but not because it was too expensive. On the contrary, Flanders felt that it was better if it was a little more expensive. If a skill was more expensive, did it not signify that those skills would be very powerful? Cursed Scarecrow, 10,000 fear points. A cursed scarecrow would be implanted into a creature's body. If the host were to receive damage, the cursed creature would suffer the damage instead. If the host were to receive fatal damage, the cursed creature would die and the number of curses it could sustain would be reset. At level 1, it could sustain 1 curse. As soon as he saw the effect of the first skill, Flanders was immediately delighted. The importance of this skill was not something a mere 10,000 points could describe. Even if it required 100,000 points, Flanders would not hesitate to learn it. After all, this was a life-saving skill. However, when he looked at the next skill, Flanders was once again pleasantly surprised. Guardian Scarecrow, 10,000 fear points. Place the Guardian Scarecrow anywhere and turn it invisible. The host would have access to the Guardian Scarecrow's hearing, smell, and vision. The host could also switch positions with the Guardian Scarecrow at any time. Once the Guardian Scarecrow was destroyed, the number of positions would be reset. At level 1, the number of positions is 1. This skill was a perfect match with the previous Cursed Scarecrow. If Flanders encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, and there was no time to switch positions, the Cursed Scarecrow would be able to block a fatal blow. This would definitely buy Flanders some time to switch positions. In other words, as long as the levels of these 2 skills increased, Flanders would basically be invincible. He would never be killed. After taking 2 deep breaths, Flanders finally calmed down slightly and looked at the third skill. Devil Conqueror, 10,000 fear points. After transforming into the Devil Conqueror, the host would gain strength that far exceeded one's own. After using it, one's body would become weak for an hour. Seeing this skill, Flanders could not help but frown. A skill that required 10,000 fear points actually had side effects? An hour of weakness was not a short period of time. During that 1 hour, he would be at the mercy of others. Flanders could not bear such a risk. However, Although Flanders would not use this skill so casually, it did not mean he would not learn it. Since this skill had such a powerful side effect, his strength would probably increase significantly after transforming into the Devil Conqueror. If the first two skills were his shields, this skill was his trump card. Moreover, it was a trump card that he would not be able to use unless he was in a critical situation. Learn Cursed Scarecrow, Guardian Scarecrow, and Devil Conqueror all at once. Flanders did not hesitate to use 30,000 fear points. If the conditions allowed, he would want to learn more. However, he only had a little over 100,000 fear points left. The skill tree on the third level required 50,000 fear points to level up each skill to level 2. Obviously, Flanders needed to make a choice now. After thinking for a moment, Flanders decided to keep the Guardian Scarecrow's level as it is and raise the other two skills to level 2. The Guardian Scarecrow only needed to be placed somewhere that was extremely far away from him. As long as he could switch places, Flanders could spend time doing other things. Therefore, the other two skills were obviously more important. After the upgrade, Flanders's fear points once again bottomed out. He turned to look at the already dehumanized corpse of the driver on the ground. At this time, the fat driver's expression had already twisted to its extreme. His face was covered in tears. His limbs had been completely severed and the skin on his body had been pulled off, including his scalp. Looking at his masterpiece, Flanders smiled and waved goodbye. Thank you for your friendship. Chapter 18, The Scarecrow that the strange radar could not detect. Listen. Even though this Scarecrow's estimated strength is E-class, the Scarecrow's danger level has been raised to D-class. So, we have to carry out the mission accordingly. Do you understand? A man with a buzz cut said in a deep voice to the four people in front of him. Understood. Except for Lucius, everyone else in the mission had the strength of a D-class. The man with the buzz cut, who was the leader of the team, had reached the level of a D+. Just one step away from a C-class. It was obvious how much Ray valued this mission. Originally, according to the leader's intention, members participating in this mission had to be at least a D-class. However, Lucius was, after all, one of the first people in the Mage Association to receive intelligence. In addition, Lucius's younger brother was killed by the Scarecrow. Therefore, the leader made an exception and allowed him, a grade F member, to participate in this mission. Lucius, are you sure the Scarecrow's nearby? One of the young men dressed in red robes frowned slightly, looking doubtful. After all, the intelligence shows that the Scarecrow had been committing crimes near Nord. Lucius had brought them to Sax, which was 100 kilometers away. This was hard for people to accept. What would an F-class know? I'm sure the Scarecrow's nearby, Lucius said with certainty as he looked at the strange detection radar in front of him. At this moment, the red-robed man spoke again. That can't be right. I remember that the intelligence report said that this Scarecrow was a strange new creature that had just been born recently. Logically speaking, its intelligence would be very low, and they would only act according to their instincts. How could he possibly come to Sax, which is 100 kilometers away from Nord? If you can't come up with any convincing opinions, I'll ask the leader to assign someone else to carry out the mission. The other three people who were with them shared the same sentiments as the red-robed man. Their leader actually allowed an F-class member to participate in this mission. They were very dissatisfied. In their opinion, the leader's arrangement was simply adding a burden to the team. This was a mission, not a joke. How could they be so emotional? At this time, although the leader did not speak, he was also looking at Lucius, hoping he had a reasonable explanation. Allowing him to participate in the mission was also due to some personal feelings. However, the mission was still a mission, and as the leader, he would not allow Lucius to lead the team recklessly. Lucius was naturally aware of the rest of the team members' opinions toward the situation. He shows them strange detection radar in his hand and said, "Did you see this?" Everyone moved forward to take a look at the screen. The red-robed man looked at Lucius with disdain. He pointed at the radar's screen and said, "The red dot means it has detected something strange." If the detector detects a blue dot, it means that there are other detectors in that area. This is a function used to observe the position of our companions. Don't you even know how to use the strange detector? This time, the doubt in the eyes of the other team members became obvious. What's wrong with the Mage Association? They don't even know how to use the strange detection radar. Such person is actually participating in a D-rank mission. Isn't this just fooling around? Their leader also frowned slightly. Even though he had great confidence in this mission, the other party was just a newly born strange creature. Even if he killed 2 F-rank members, so what? His strength was at most F+ or E. Not to mention, if he were to carry out the mission alone, there would not be any problems, let alone leading a small team. However, confidence was just confidence. At this moment, the leader was also doubting Lucius's ability. If the other party was useless, the leader could tolerate it. However, if the other party turned out to be dangerous, he would request that Lucius withdraw from the mission. Lucius was not flustered in the face of their doubts. He said coldly, 2 things are missing from my brother's belongings. One of them is his cell phone, and the other item is his strange detection radar. Upon hearing this, the leader who had been silent all this while finally spoke. Are you saying that your brother's radar was taken away by the scarecrow ... a newly born strange creature? Lucius nodded with a serious expression. Immediately, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere became a little strange. The red-robed man looked at Lucius with a complicated gaze. Do you know that the strange newborns have low intelligence? How could he possibly take away your brother's items? I find it hard to believe. The leader nodded slightly and said with a frown, also, even if the scarecrow did take your brother's radar, the radar should be able to detect red and blue dots at the same time. The radar's only detecting blue dots now. Doesn't that mean that it's just a companion? The leader was experienced after all. He could see the problem with just a simple glance. The other members nodded in agreement. At this time, the team had already made some suggestions to replace Lucius's voice. However, Lucius was still very calm. He once again announced an unbelievable piece of news. This one's strange. He's very special. It seems that he can't be detected by the radar. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. The red-robed man could not take it anymore. He looked at the buzz-cut man and said, Leader, let's kick him out of the team. A strange detection radar that can't detect something strange? This is the biggest joke of the century. Anyway, he's just in F class. 1 more member won't make a difference. 1 less won't make a difference either. The other team members agreed. Yeah, isn't he just a scarecrow? I think he's only an E class at most. Forget about the 5-man team. I can carry out the mission alone perfectly. Yes, leader, hurry up and chase him away. I think he's already delirious from the shock of his brother's death. Leaving him in the team will only bring about negative effects. Leader, make a decision. Other than the red-robed man, the other 2 members seem to have the same opinion, to expel Lucius from the team. As the leader, the buzz-cut man naturally had the right to select or expel the members of the team. At this moment, even he could not help but guess. Was Lucius really delirious because of Lucas's death? Although it was hard to accept, the current Lucius had indeed begun to spout nonsense. Thinking about this, the buzz-cut man looked solemnly at the pitiful man in front of him who was focused on staring at the radar in his hand. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to expel Lucius from the team. The mission would always come first. I'm sorry, Lucius. I have to. As soon as the man with the buzz cut opened his mouth, Lucius's expression changed and he quickly raised his right hand. Don't talk, he's moving. No, he's approaching us. Chapter 19, The Scarecrow advances. Instead of retreating upon hearing Lucius's words, everyone instantly fell silent. Since the other party was already moving towards them, the truth would soon be revealed whether they believed it or not. If the other party was indeed a strange creature, they would kill him on the spot. If the other party was a member of the Mage Association, they would expel Lucius from the team. This was the consensus they had among the rest of the team members. However, since Lucius had already mentioned this idea, they could not just wait for the other party to come over. Lucius immediately said in a deep voice, "I think we should lie in ambush first to ensure we can kill the other party in one hit when he comes over." Logically speaking, Lucius's plan was indeed the best solution. The red-robed man smiled contemptuously. "Lucius, you don't have the right to command us here. Don't even try to use your F-class strength to speculate our behavior. So what if the enemy's really that scarecrow? We can just stand here and wait for him." Just as Lucius was about to retort, the other team members also ridiculed him. "You're just an F-class. We understand if you're a little cowardly. However, I think it's a little inappropriate to stand here and wait for the other party to come over." The red-robed man immediately understood and asked despite knowing the answer, "Oh? Then what do you think we should do?" The few of them looked at each other and revealed a mocking smile. "Of course, we should take the initiative to approach him. Just wait here? How long will we have to wait? What if the other party escapes?" Hearing their words, Lucius choked on the spot and could not say a word. After all, their strengths were displayed here. 3D class and 1D plus. They felt somewhat arrogant facing a mere scarecrow. However, Lucius still felt that they should not be so careless and underestimate the enemy. After all, the opponent was a newly born strange creature who could easily kill 2 F-class members. Moreover, one of them was Kai, who had a 100% mission completion rate. Lucius had a faint premonition in his heart. If they were careless and underestimated the enemy now, this team would definitely suffer a great loss to the scarecrow. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to give the team leader a pleading look. He hoped that the team leader could make a good decision here. However, the team leader's attitude disappointed him once again. "I agree with your opinion. Let's take the initiative to approach the scarecrow." "Team leader," Lucius said anxiously. However, the buzzcut man touched his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's not that I'm underestimating the enemy. It's just that the scarecrow's at most an E rank. If the enemy discovers that our strength surpass his and runs away out of instinct, wouldn't we have to spend more effort to find him?" Lucius indeed could not refute this statement. If he was a scarecrow and discovered such a D-rank squad was waiting for him, he would also choose to escape. He would use his fastest speed to flee as far away as possible. At that time, the mysterious trait about the scarecrow that could not be detected by the radar definitely increased the difficulty of their search by several times. If the scarecrow really had the intelligence of an ordinary person, he would discover his tracks on the radar and abandon it. Then, it would probably be harder to find his brother's murderer than finding a needle in a haystack. At this thought, Lucius could only helplessly agree. Seeing this, the red-robed man touched his fists and sneered again, "It's good that you understand. From now on, you can hide at the back and watch my performance. That's enough." The leader looked at the red-robed man coldly. "Suo, you'd better stop talking. No matter what, he's also a member of the Mage Association." The buzzcut leader's words seemed to hold a lot of authority in the team. The red-robed man, Suo, immediately kept quiet and did not speak again. The other team members did the same and kept their mouths shut. The buzzcut leader glanced at everyone and nodded slightly. "In that case, let's go meet this guy and see if he's a human or a ghost. Let's go." Along the forest path, Flanders hummed a song as he walked forward slowly. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He was fiddling with a prototype radar in his hand. After gently pressing the button twice, Flanders looked ahead and sneered, "The Mage Association really put in a lot of effort this time. They actually sent 5 people over." That's right, the 5-man team had discovered Flanders. Flanders had also discovered them. This was also the reason Flanders took the initiative to approach them. After all, Flanders discovered something when he killed the 2 members of the Mage Association the last time. These guys seemed to provide much more fear points than ordinary people. Naturally, Flanders would not let go of such gains. If only the 5-man team knew Flanders's true thoughts. Not only would they have feelings of fear, They would also worry about Flanders running away. Who knew that this strange creature had already planned to torture all 5 of them to death? After taking a few more steps forward, Flanders suddenly stopped. Oh? They're taking the initiative to come over? Flanders looked at the radar in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was still figuring out how to make a move to gain an advantage after heading to them. However, they actually took the initiative to come over. Thus, Flanders stopped in his footsteps. An ambush was definitely better than a frontal attack. Since they took initiative to give Flanders an advantage, naturally, he was not going to let it go. Without the slightest hesitation, Flanders immediately found a hidden position and began his setup. Oh no, leader, look quickly. Lucius had been paying attention to the strange detection radar in his hand the whole way. At this time, he discovered that Flanders had stopped moving. Although the buzzcut man was also somewhat dissatisfied with Lucius's meddlesome behavior, he still stopped to look at the radar. When he looked over, he also noticed that Flanders had stopped moving. This is strange. Why isn't he moving? The other team members were slightly stunned when they heard this. They moved closer. The red-robed man looked at the blue dot on the radar that had stopped moving. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Did he sense our presence and get scared already?" The red-robed man's words received the approval of the other 2 team members. However, Lucius slapped his thigh and said anxiously, "Haven't you thought of another possibility?" Even after hearing Lucius's words, the red-robed man still had a proud look on his face as he asked nonchalantly, "What other possibility could there be?" Looking at the red-robed man's nonchalant expression, Lucius's expression became increasingly ugly. What if the scarecrow discovered our existence, abandoned the detection radar, and decided to flee? Wouldn't we never find that guy? Chapter 20. This weirdo actually took the initiative to launch an attack? This time, Suor slightly restrained his arrogance, but he still asked in disbelief, "Lucius, aren't you thinking too much? How can a newly born strange creature be so smart?" Lucius slowly shook his head and spoke as if he knew everything. On May 6th, the scarecrow appeared for the first time and massacred more than 100 people in Lido village. That day, Cheech and I accepted this case. Do you know what happened? Looking at Lucius's expression, Suor could not help but have a bad premonition. He could not help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What happened?" As if affected by Suor's emotions, the other team members grew serious and looked at Lucius. Lucius, on the other hand, slowly glanced at the surrounding team members and said in a deep voice, "Cheech and I couldn't find any trace of him at all." Hearing this, the other team members finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Lucius's words did not matter to them, but Cheech was different. Although she was only an IF class member, her investigative skills were considered to be among the best in the Mage Association. Unfortunately, because her strengths in other aspects were too weak, she did not have the chance to be promoted. "No wonder you said the strange detection radar could not detect the scarecrow. Even Cheech couldn't find him?" The leader said softly with a grave expression as he touched his chin. "Exactly." Lucius nodded gently and looked at the crowd again. "Not only that, because this scarecrow seems to have the ability to create illusions, my brother and Kai took over the case that night. You all know what happened next. Not only did this guy kill my brother and Kai, he also recorded a video of the 2 of them dying and posted it on YouTube. When the team leader heard this, he noticed something was wrong and asked, "Wait, he posted a video on YouTube?" He actually posted a video onto the internet. Also, can a video of a corpse be posted onto YouTube? Won't it be deleted? As if recalling his brother's death, Lucius took a few deep breaths. The team members no longer sneered at him. Instead, they patiently waited for him to adjust his emotions. After a moment, Lucius slowly said, "This is why I suspect that he has intelligence. Not only does this guy know how to upload videos onto the internet, he also knows how to use my brother's phone. You should know more about the privileges of our Mage Association than I do." At this point, they all fell silent. The members of the Mage Association did indeed have certain privileges granted by the government. A mere site like YouTube did not have the authority to access all their operating records, let alone delete them. However, what was even more terrifying was that this scarecrow actually had such a high level of intelligence. It was no different from a human's intelligence. Not only that, he could even be considered to be a little bit smarter than many ordinary humans. Although he did not know what the scarecrow's goal was, it definitely did not have good intentions. Moreover, it allowed him to successfully complete this series of operations. Looking back now, this scarecrow was indeed not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, the leader suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said, "Oh no, I was so engrossed in the discussion that I actually forgot the important matter." Before he finished speaking, the leader snatched the radar from Lucius's hand and looked at it with his eyes wide open. However, when he looked at it, his heart skipped a beat. The opponent's position had remained unchanged. It seemed like he really did abandon the radar and escape, just as Lucius said. After returning the radar to Lucius, the leader sighed and said, "Forget it, this is all my fault. Since the opponent has already escaped, let's go and retrieve Lucas's belongings first." The team members nodded one after another. At the same time, a trace of guilt appeared in their hearts. If they had listened to Lucius's words earlier, they would have paid more attention to this scarecrow. Things would not have turned out this way. At this moment, Zuo was also a little annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet. "Damn it, if I knew this was going to happen, I definitely wouldn't have been so careless. A mere class strange creature actually fooled all 5 of us. If I catch this guy, I'll definitely. What do you want to do to me?" Exclamation mark. A cold voice with a hint of disdain appeared in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked toward the source of the voice. Above. The instant everyone raised their heads, a black sickle suddenly appeared. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the team members reacted. The 4 figures dodged the attack, fleeing from their original positions. However, they heard a splat. Blood splattered on the ground. Covered in blood was a severed arm. In his hand was a bloody strange detection radar. "How are you? Can you hold on?" At this moment, the leader of the crew was already 10 meters away. Beside him was Lucius, whose face was pale and covered in cold sweat. Lucius held his broken arm with one hand and stared at the scarecrow. He parted his white lips and said coldly, "I'm fine. It's just an arm." The leader's expression was incredibly dark at this moment. Although he reacted immediately and pulled Lucius away to dodge the attack, he was still 1.2 slow. This caused Lucius's arm to be chopped off. The buzzcut man was a very responsible person. However, who would have thought that the scarecrow would not abandon the radar to escape? Instead, he used it to make all the members of the team lower their guards, and thus, successfully completed his sneak attack. At this moment, the team leader felt extremely guilty. However, he turned this self-blame into an endless rage. He wanted to unleash it on the scarecrow in front of him who was sneering sinisterly. Are you ready to accept my anger?" The buzzcut man's words reached the scarecrow's ears, word by word. However, Flanders revealed a very happy expression and grinned. "Anger? How interesting. Did you know? Anger's the best seasoning for fear. After a person has completely exploded with anger, they will feel fear again. And this time, the fear will become incomparably delicious." At this moment, Flanders's eyes looked up, revealing a reckless and uncontrollable expression that caused all of them to shiver involuntarily. This scarecrow seemed to be completely different from the other creatures. Fear points, +50. After receiving this message, Flanders immediately knew the source of this harvest. The 4 people present, including Lucius who had lost an arm, were all looking at him angrily. Only a young man in red robes looked surprised. "So, it's you?" Flanders turned to look at Zuo. "There's a delicious fear in you, he he he." Chapter 21, His strength was at least D class. When Flanders stared at Zuo, he could not help but tremble. His intuition from many battles told him that this scarecrow was very dangerous. Fear points, plus 80. At this moment, even Suo realized it. He actually felt a sense of fear in his heart. Sensing this emotion, Suo was unable to regain his usual confidence. Not only that, it also caused him to lose control of himself. He was out of control. You're just a strange creature. Don't play any effing tricks here. Sometimes, fear could turn into rage, and rage could also turn into fear in an instant. Overcome by fear, Suo used his strongest move without holding back. A head-size spell attack was conjured and launched at Flanders. An instant cast. There was a well-known fact in the mystical realm. All magical spells could only be cast by chanting their spell. Only when a spell had been practiced to a high level of familiarity could it be cast without chanting. An instant cast would sacrifice 30% of the spell's power. However, it could often produce an unexpected effect. At this moment, using an instant cast was a sign that he was not holding back. He tried to end the battle in the fastest and most direct way. An instant cast was naturally the best choice at the moment. Even with the 30% reduction in power, it was still enough to kill a simple E-class creature. If he was not careless earlier, he would not have allowed such a small sneak attack to succeed. At this moment, Suo had not realized it yet. The fact that he had this thought showed that he was still in a state of carelessness. Seeing that the fireball had successfully hit Flanders and caused a huge explosion, Suo's lips finally formed a smile. However, just as his tense nerves relaxed for a moment, a stream of blood shot out from his right and onto his face. Suo was shocked. He quickly looked to his side. His teammate was now covered in blood, looking at him in disbelief. Suo! His teammate uttered, right before his eyes rolled to the back of his head and fell to the ground. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of roasted meat. And this smell was coming from his teammate. He did not need to look closely to know that all the wounds on his teammate's body smelled like they were burned. They were all burn wounds. At this moment, Suo's mind was in chaos. In his rage earlier, Suo had instantly released fire magic, which ended up killing his teammate. Although he clearly saw the fireball hit the scarecrow, the truth was right in front of his eyes. It was indeed his teammate who died. His rage turned into fear at this moment. No, this is impossible. Impossible. He shouted in panic. His face flushed red as blue veins bulged on his neck. The thick smoke from where the scarecrow was standing just now gradually dispersed. Suo stared at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer in the smoke. The fear on his face was no longer concealed. At this moment, Flanders was actually standing amidst the smoke, completely unscathed as if he had not moved at all. Fear points, plus 300. Fear points, plus 50. Fear points, plus 90. Fear points, plus 10. Suo's emotions were written on his face. His emotions managed to infect the rest of the team as well. However, Flanders looked at the man with the buzz cut who was standing in the distance with keen interest. That man with the buzz cut only provided him 10 fear points. Flanders knew that members of the Mage Association provided far more fear points than the average person. In other words, this guy's 10 fear points would only be less than 1 fear point if he was a normal person. A value close to insignificance. You seem to be different from them. Flanders looked at the buzz-cut man with his narrowed eyes and smiled. The buzz-cut man did not speak, but his expression was extremely grave. They had only just exchanged blows, and one member was already dead while another gravely injured. This scarecrow was unharmed, and he completely had the upper hand. No, he did not just have the upper hand. He had complete control of the entire situation. Up until now, the buzz-cut man could not figure out how the scarecrow deflected the attacks to his team members. If they failed to figure this out as soon as possible, they would be completely subdued. They could only defend themselves. They did not dare to attack. Retreat. Without hesitating for too long, the buzz-cut man immediately gave the order. The team members were stunned, but they did not refute. On the other hand, Suo shouted hysterically, "This guy killed Nago. I want to avenge Nago." After saying that, He conjured up another fireball in front of his chest. This time, he completed the chant. Watching this scene, the buzz-cut man was shocked. This kid, Suo, had completely lost his ability to think. If this continued, he would definitely cause the deaths of all his teammates. Blue veins appeared on the buzz-cut man's forehead as he shouted angrily, "I said retreat." This angry shout was not an ordinary shout, but one that contained magic. It could cause damage to people and it could also wake people up instantly. This was one of the reasons why he was able to become the leader of this mission. He was an all-rounder. With this roar, Suo instantly woke up and the fireball in front of his chest dissipated. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from Suo's forehead. If he had released this fireball just now, that scarecrow might have used the same trick again and deflected the damage to his teammates. And this time, their leader was the one who would most likely die. Thinking of what might have happened, Suo felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fear points, plus 50. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and retreat. Another angry shout was heard, once again clearing the minds of the other members. Suo finally reacted and turned around, wanting to escape. The buzz-cut man subconsciously looked at Flanders's position. The two angry shouts were not only cast on his teammates, they were also cast on the scarecrow. However, with his proficiency in this spell, it was not difficult for him to cast the spell on different people at the same time while causing different effects. He realized that none of his teammates showed any signs of being injured by him. In other words, this move might be effective on the scarecrow. However, just as he was trying to find the scarecrow's figure and check if he was injured, he discovered that the scarecrow was nowhere to be seen. The scarecrow had actually disappeared. This time, the buzz-cat man finally felt a trace of panic in his heart. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Suo's retreating figure. It was frozen on the spot. With a dark expression, the buzz-cut man turned around, only to see the scarecrow standing behind Suo, gently pinching his neck. The scarecrow had a sinister smile. At this moment, the buzz-cut man finally understood. This scarecrow's strength was definitely not just E-class. He was at least a D-class. Chapter 22, The Ugliest Face of Mankind. Flanders stood behind Suo as he reached out with his right hand, gently pinching Suo's neck with a slender straw finger. Suo, on the other hand, was already in tears. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He sensed that the strange creature behind him could kill him instantly. As a member of the Mage Association, his life was actually in the hands of a strange creature. In the past, when he had just learned magic and joined the Mage Association, he was what the seniors called a promising newcomer. Suo was so high-spirited that he looked down on the world. It was as if the whole world was no longer in his eyes. Now, he had been a member of the Mage Association for an entire year. Yet, in front of a strange creature, he was so scared that tears and snot flowed out of his eyes and nose in front of his team members. Suo felt that his life might be over soon. Even if he could return alive, he would probably become a joke to everyone. Subconsciously, Suo looked at Lucius, who was clutching his broken arm. His face was pale. This glance made him feel even more ashamed. This F-class trash that he had looked down on before actually displayed astonishing willpower at this moment. Even under the pain of losing his arm, he did not try to flee at all. He did not even make a sound. As for himself, what was he? "Young man, you seem to be very afraid." A straw head slowly stretched out from behind Suo's shoulder. Some of the scarecrow's messy straw strands that had not been combed out gently brushed Suo's face. This time, Suo's body could not help but tremble violently. He wanted to say that he was a noble mage and that he would never succumb to strange creatures. He wanted to say that he was a genius rookie in the Mage Association and that he had only been careless for a moment. He wanted to say that he was not afraid of death and to ask his leader and team members to ignore him and attack the scarecrow. However, these words that he had imagined could not be said. Instead, what came out of his mouth was, "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." After saying this, Suo completely discarded his reputation. He was no longer imagining the scene that should have happened in his heart. He finally returned to reality, and the reality was that his life was in the hands of the Scarecrow. And he, Suo, wanted to live. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you want me to do. Please, let me go. Spare my life. At this moment, the trembling of Suo's body had become much less intense, as if he had become a little calmer than before. However, the words he spoke were even more insane. Lucius looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He used to be so high-spirited and confident. Now, in order to survive, he actually begged for mercy from a strange creature. He even said he would do anything for him. He could not believe his ears and eyes. Suo, do you know what you're saying? The leader with the buzz cut said coldly. Ha! Ha ha ha! When Suo heard the buzz cut man's words, the tears in his eyes grew even more turbulent. He opened his trembling lips and said with a slightly deranged smile, "You've been in the Mage Association for 8 years. How would you know how difficult it is for us rookies? I'm about to f***ing die right now. I'm about to f***ing die. Not everyone can be as expressionless as you." At this point, Suo could no longer continue. He bit his lip and closed his eyes. Finally, in order to justify his actions, he compared himself to an ordinary newbie. In order to save his life, Suo ultimately abandoned the pride he once cared about the most. Looking at the young man in front of him who was originally arrogant but now appeared to be a coward, Flanders had a satisfied expression. This was the ugliness of human nature. This ugliness, this face, would always surprise him. Flanders had killed a lot of people over the last few days. Some were crying, some were cursing, some were trying to resist, but when they found that there was nothing else they could do, they were all dazed. Some were even scared to the point of incontinence, but no one had ever brought him this much fun. Now, are you really a member of the Mage Association? Flanders revealed an intoxicated and sarcastic smile. He caressed Suo's face and said, "This is really an eye-opener for me. You'll do whatever I want. Does that include killing your own companions?" Hearing this, the faces of the other members turned pale. This strange creature was actually so evil and cruel. Upon hearing this, Suo's body trembled again, but he only pursed his lips and could not say a word. In the end, he nodded his head heavily. He had completely abandoned his dignity and sold his soul to the devil. However, the devil refused to accept this soul with a smile. He pierced his sharp straw fingers into Suo's lungs. The intense pain and the lack of oxygen made Suo's shocked eyes lose focus. From anger, to fear, to begging for mercy and even betrayal, to astonishment. In just a few minutes, it was as if Suo's emotions were riding a roller coaster, constantly changing. At the last moment, he used whatever consciousness he had left to turn his head to look at Flanders who was standing behind him. He looked at his straw-like face that was filled with pure malice. "Don't dream of resting in peace. Even if you go to hell, I'll always enslave you." This was the last sentence Suo heard before his consciousness became blurry. Then, it was filled with contempt, ridicule, and pure malice. The Scarecrow's black mouth, those narrowed eyes, and that grin that reached his ears were also frozen in his mind. Fear points, plus 800. Fear points, plus 1200. Fear points, plus 2300. The information obtained from the fear points appeared in Flanders' mind continuously. These fear points were not given by several people. It was given by one person. Before he died, Suo fell into the most helpless, desperate, and regretful kind of fear. He would never get out. Watching Suo slowly fall to the ground in front of Flanders, complicated emotions filled the leader's eyes. He could not believe the changes he saw in Suo, but at the same time, he felt that it was natural. Emotions were a complicated thing, but the leader did not have time to deal with them. He could only stare at Flanders and signal to the other members to leave. However, Lucius ignored the leader's signal. "My brother died by his hands. I won't leave, I cannot leave." Although he was a little afraid, as an older brother, he had to avenge his brother. At the same time, As a member of the Mage Association, he had to face this danger. At this moment, the Buzzcut Man looked at him with a hint of admiration. He could understand Lucius's stance. However, there was still one person in the team who did not need to stay. The Buzzcut Man looked at the last surviving member, wanting to remind him to take this opportunity to leave. However, what he saw was the same scene. The team member was kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Fear. Flanders slowly walked to the side of the team member who had fallen into his illusion of fear and gently placed a straw palm on the team member's head. He grinned at the Buzzcut Man. Don't tell me you think the few of you will be able to return alive. Chapter 23, If you won't save him, I'll make you. At this moment, the member under Flanders's palm had an extremely terrified expression on his face. He seemed to be muttering to himself repeatedly, "Don't come over, don't come over." At this moment, Flanders's fear skill was more effective compared to when he was at level 1. The current him could use the fear skill for a full 30 seconds. To immerse a person in a fear illusion for 30 seconds, how terrifying was that? One had to know that if the opponent did not have any means to break the illusion, he was completely at Flanders' mercy for 30 seconds. However, as the Buzzcut Man was the leader of this mission, he naturally had his own means. "Wake up!" After the Buzzcut Man shouted angrily, the member trembled, and his eyes that were out of focus gradually recovered. He could feel a straw palm pressing on his head. However, he was completely unable to move. It was not that Flanders had used some skill to restrain him. It was that his body was still immersed in the fear illusion. His legs were completely weak and he could not even get up. However, just as he was worried about ending up like Suo and losing his life on the spot, Flanders removed his palm that was pressing on his head. He looked at the Buzzcut Man with a surprised expression. He clapped his hands in praise and said, "I didn't expect you'd have such a trick. Wonderful." This kind of praise from the opponent did not make the Buzzcut Man feel any joy. On the contrary, the Buzzcut Man's expression became even more solemn. The Scarecrow was still in the mood for praise in such a situation. This completely revealed that the Scarecrow was still very much at ease. The strange Scarecrow in front of him did not treat this as a battle at all. In the eyes of the Scarecrow, this was all probably just a game or a performance. This forest had completely become his stage. A stage for him to perform his slaughtering of the mage team. It was also a stage for the mage team to perform their acts of despair. No matter how hard he tried, he was just a marionette on this stage. He was never able to escape from the hands of this Scarecrow with the greatest malice. Looking at the team member kneeling on the ground in front of him, he could not stop crying. The Buzzcut Man knew very well that he was hopeless. On the battlefield, one could lose the ability to resist. This did not necessarily mean death. However, if one lost the ability to retreat, one would only become a fish on the chopping block. At the mercy of others. The Buzzcut Man looked at the two corpses on the ground coldly. One pierced through the chest, his face full of shock. The other burned to death, his face full of unwillingness. Additionally, there was a member who was no different from a corpse. It could be considered that they had lost 3 people in the line of duty. The Buzzcut Man stared at Flanders, slowly getting into position. At the same time, he looked at Lucius and said, "Listen, I'm only going to say this once. You need to retreat immediately. Not only are you of no help, but you might even become a burden to me. I don't want to hear any of your thoughts. This is an order." The Buzzcut Man's voice was filled with unquestionable certainty. Lucius naturally understood. He would indeed become a burden. He was not very good at fighting. He was more inclined towards scouting and detecting. He had already lost an arm. If he continued to stay here, it would only distract his leader. When he thought of this, Lucius did not say anything else. He only nodded slightly before he retreated slowly. At this moment, Lucius was surprised to find that he actually heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed. Although he initially said he would avenge his brother, he could not help but feel more relaxed now that he was gradually retreating from this dangerous and strange place. It felt like the kind of relief one would feel after surviving a disaster. He felt that the clothes on his back were already soaked through. He realized he had been enduring immense pressure when facing that scarecrow. Thinking of this, Lucius had a wry smile. Saying that he wanted to avenge his brother was actually just a pipe dream. A few D-class members could not even retaliate against the scarecrow. What could an F-class like him do? Without realizing it, Lucius had already walked more than 1,000 meters away. After arriving at this position, Lucius stopped retreating. If he was being honest, it was clear to him that he could not deal with the scarecrow. The fact that the Buzzcut Man was able to become the leader of this mission was naturally due to his ability. He had also heard of the Buzzcut Man's nickname in the Mage Association. The strongest D-class. This was publicly acknowledged by the members of the Mage Association. There was even a rumor that the only reason the Buzzcut Man had not advanced to a C-class was that he rejected it. As for the reason behind that, no one knew. Therefore, in Lucius's opinion, this mission would still be completed. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the scarecrow was going to die. How it would die by that trick. More than 1,000 meters away, the scarecrow gently stroked the head of the team member who was lying lifelessly on the ground. As for that team member, he looked at the Buzzcut Man with a pleading gaze. The current him could only do so much. Under the scarecrow's intimidation, he could not even utter the words to call for help. His entire body could only tremble incessantly. However, in the face of this pleading gaze, the Buzzcut leader remained still. His eyes were still fixated on Flanders. If he wanted to kill the scarecrow with full confidence, he had to use that move. However, if he used that move, he was afraid that his team member's life would not be saved. That was because that move was too powerful, so powerful that it would definitely affect those nearby. Therefore, the Buzzcut Man did not want to use it unless it was the last resort. Seeing that the Buzzcut Man did not move, Flanders let out a sinister sneer. At the same time, he increased the strength of his touch a little. In an instant, a pained expression appeared on the team member's face. He felt as if his head was about to be forcefully unscrewed by the scarecrow. Under this intense pain, the fear of the team member had risen to an extreme. Fear points, plus 1,100. Under the immense pain, a strong desire to survive finally erupted. He looked at the Buzzcut Man painfully and cried out for help. Leader. Leader, quick, save me. However, the Buzzcut Man still did not make a move. If he did not use that move, the Buzzcut Man had no confidence in killing the scarecrow. Looking at the situation, however, it seemed that he had to sacrifice this team member. Flanders saw all of this. While he did not know why the Buzzcut Man was not trying to save his team member, he knew that the Buzzcut Man had not given up the fight just yet. If you won't save him, I'll make you. Chapter 24, You've missed your last chance to survive. With a ferocious smile, Flanders slowly squatted down next to the team member. He stretched out his free hand and gently scratched the team member's face. With each scratch, a deep scar that revealed the bones underneath appeared on the team member's face. The team member let out an extremely shrill scream. The shrill scream filled the Buzzcut Man's ears. Then, it seemed to have turned into a series of accusations. Why didn't you come to save me? Why did you just watch me suffer? You're such a cold-blooded and heartless person. I was wrong about you. Finally, Flanders seemed to have lost his patience. He slowly retracted his finger and wagged it a few times in the air as if he was having fun. Then, he grabbed the member's arm. The member looked at the straw palm in horror. His trembling lips kept repeating, "No, please, no, no." Fear points, plus 1,500. The more he felt afraid, the more excited Flanders became. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Flanders's expression as he twisted his right hand forcefully. Then, the member let out a heart-wrenching scream. His arm was twisted into an exaggerated and twisted posture. Finally, the Buzzcut Man could not hold it in any longer. He could not stand meeting the despair in the eyes of his teammate. The team member was not dead yet, so he could not use that move. However, even if he was not confident, he had to go. There were no words and no other omens. The buzz-cut man had made up his mind and his entire temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. He charged at the scarecrow with all his might. This move was the simplest, yet the most effective. Infusing magic into his muscles would allow his physical strength to be strengthened to its maximum. Although he was not completely certain this attack would succeed, he had no choice but to try it. As long as he could land this punch, his head would definitely explode. In the blink of an eye, the buzz-cut man's fist had already reached Flanders's face. The punch landed squarely on Flanders's face. He was delighted. He succeeded. However, a satisfied smile appeared on Flanders's face. Boom! A loud sound was heard coming from behind the leader. The leader's expression changed drastically as he turned around in disbelief. More than 1,000 meters away, a bloody mist floated in the air. On the ground was a headless corpse with a broken arm. The buzz-cut man looked at the lifeless Lucius on the ground in disbelief. His mind was in a mess. He was so anxious to save his teammate, he forgot that the scarecrow could deflect the damage. It was his negligence as the team leader that caused Lucius's death. At this moment, a cracking sound came from behind him. The buzz-cut man's heart shook as he turned his head again. At this moment, he saw his teammate, who was just crying out to him for help, looking at him with unfocused eyes. His neck had been completely twisted by 360 degrees. Twisted in a full circle like a fried dough twist. At the same time, he could see the scarecrow's joyful smile. Why? The buzz-cut man's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scarecrow. Flanders relaxed his hand and let the twisted corpse fall to the ground. He chuckled. Why what? Why didn't you attack me when I turned around just now? Why did you kill them? You knew they no longer had the ability to fight. The smile on the scarecrow's face grew wider as if it had heard a particularly funny joke. It narrowed its eyes and looked at the buzz-cut man. If you have to ask why I killed them, it's because it was interesting. Because it was interesting? The buzz-cut man's eyes seemed to spew fire. Just because it was interesting, this strange creature had killed all the members of his team. This was no longer something a mere strange creature could do. He was simply a demon. Looking at the scarecrow in front of him who was wearing a teasing smile, the buzz-cut's expression suddenly changed. He actually smiled. Looking at the buzz-cut man's smiling face, Flanders also asked with great interest, "What are you laughing at?" The buzz-cut man stopped laughing and just stood face to face with the scarecrow. I laughed at Lucius when he said you had high intelligence, but now it seems that you're just so-so. You could have used him as a hostage to threaten me, but you chose to kill him. However, thanks to you, I no longer have to restrain myself. A loud shout came from the buzz-cut man's mouth. Then, a surprising scene appeared. The buzz-cut man's body began to gradually grow larger. It was not just muscle growth. His entire body was growing larger. The muscular man, who was originally about 1.85 meters tall, had now grown to 2.5 meters in a single breath. Not only that, he was still growing larger. The buzz-cut man's forehead was already bulging with veins. He looked at the scarecrow and said, word by word, "Now's your only chance to launch a sneak attack. Aren't you going to attack?" Flanders's eyes narrowed into crescents. He looked at the buzz-cut man with a smile and said, "What's the point?" During the time it took for these two sentences to be uttered, the buzz-cut man had grown to a height of 5.6 meters. Not only his height, his entire body had grown several times larger. After the transformation, the buzz-cut man lowered his head and looked at the scarecrow by his feet. The scarecrow at this moment was probably only as tall as his knees. "Scarecrow, you've missed your last chance to survive. Do you know why I never use this move? Because it's very easy to accidentally kill a teammate." At this moment, the buzz-cut man looked as if victory was within his grasp. If the scarecrow had ambushed him just now, he truly would not have been able to stop it. That was why he had warned him, to prevent the scarecrow from acting rashly. However, he was wrong about one thing. It was not that Flanders would not act rashly. It was that the payoff would be lower. Compared to being ambushed and defeated before using his full strength, Being defeated by the Scarecrow after using his full strength scared the Buzzcut Man even more. From the beginning to the end, there was only one rule that determined Flanders's behavior, that was how to obtain more fear points. At this time, the Buzzcut Man had completed his transformation. Flanders stretched lazily and looked up at him. "You've completed your transformation, right? Now it's my turn to change." The Buzzcut Man's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and he looked nervously at the Scarecrow. Could he also grow bigger? The Buzzcut Man had already made up his mind. If this strange creature could really become bigger, he would definitely take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His teammates had all died by his hand. There was no need to talk about fairness with him. Victory was the most important thing. However, just as the Buzzcut Man was making up his mind, Flanders activated his skill. Devil Conqueror. In an instant, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A bolt of lightning flashed from within the dark clouds, striking Flanders. In an instant, Flanders started to grow at an extremely shocking speed. In almost a breath's time, he had already surpassed the Buzzcut Man's height. The Buzzcut Man had only just reacted and was prepared to launch a sneak attack. However, Flanders had already completed his transformation. It only took him half a second before he was 13 meters tall. Looking at the stunned Buzzcut Man in front of him, Flanders bent down and faced the Buzzcut Man. "You've missed your last chance to survive." Chapter 25, Level B Danger Fear Points, plus 2000. Looking at the huge Scarecrow in front of him, the Buzzcut Man's heart was unsettled. His state of mind had completely collapsed. Shock, astonishment, fear, regret. All kinds of emotions surged into his heart at the same time. If he had listened to Lucius's suggestion and set up an ambush on the spot, perhaps everyone would not have had to die in vain. But now, his enlarged body was as tiny as a baby in front of the Scarecrow. "Do you know why I didn't use this trick from the start?" Flanders looked at the Buzzcut Man in front of him with a smile. Not only was he taller, but the straw in his body was still surging non-stop. He looked extremely terrifying. When the Buzzcut Man heard this, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why did the Scarecrow not use this trick from the beginning? He could have just grown bigger and killed everyone in one go, but he chose to use this trick at the very end. In other words, the Scarecrow was not lying earlier. He was really just doing it for fun. He and the other team members were just toys for the Scarecrow to have fun with. In an instant, a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. The Buzzcut Man no longer had the desire to continue fighting. The Scarecrow in front of him. This newly born Scarecrow, whose predicted level was at most no higher than an E class, was actually a colossus he could not deal with at all. In the next second, the Buzzcut Man deflated and returned to his original size. Flanders slowly raised his right foot, and a shadow covered the Buzzcut Man. He could only shut his eyes and wait for death to come in silence. In the end, the strongest D-class like him could only stay still and tremble uncontrollably. Slowly lifting his feet, Flanders once again revealed a satisfied smile while looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground. Sure enough, killing the mages was much more interesting than killing ordinary people. More importantly, their fear was simply too delicious. After sorting out his gains, Flanders discovered that he had broken through E+ and reached D-class. In the eyes of the mages, the Scarecrow was definitely more than a D-class. In reality, though, he had just reached D-class. A sense of weakness suddenly struck him, and Flanders slowly became smaller. As expected, the side effects of his Devil Conqueror were indeed very great. At this moment, Flanders could no longer use any skills and his combat strength was even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Without any delay, Flanders packed up his spoils of war and quickly left the place. He was ready to find a hidden place to wait out his hour of weakness. How long has it been since Carl and the others returned? 3 days. Still can't get in touch with them? Yes. In the hall of the Mage Association in Durham. An old man was standing beside a sofa, reporting the situation to Ray, who was wrapped in a black magic robe. As long as Ray was back, The sofa in the hall would become the real boss's office. As for Casey, who would pay attention to him? Ray gently rubbed her temples, frowning slightly. She had just returned when she received news that her companions were missing again. And this time, there were 5 of them. How could she not have a headache? However, she really could not leave. After all, the matters on her hands were more important than anything else. After thinking for a moment, Ray slowly turned her head and looked at the old man beside her. "Garros, I'll have to trouble you with this matter." A bright light flashed in the old man's eyes as he looked at Ray to confirm. "You mean? The danger level of the scarecrow has risen to level B," said Ray, word by word. Since Ray had said so, Garros naturally did not object. After all, Ray was the publicly acknowledged boss of the Mage Association. "I'll definitely complete the mission." Garros bowed slightly. How long had it been since the last time he changed a strange creature's danger level to B? 2 years? No, it seemed to be 3 years. Garros's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. He did not expect that he had not fought for over 3 years. Today, he actually had to make a move for a newly born strange creature. Forget it, let's just take it as revenge for his dead compatriots. "Garros, do you need to pick your team members?" For a level B mission, he could bring with him 10 team members. Including the team leader, there would be 11 members. Garros shook his head and chuckled. "I'll still bring them along, but there's no need to pick them." The so-called few of them. Naturally, they were the few people who had been following Garros all along. This team had been established over 10 years ago. The youngest member was only 18 years old while the oldest member, Garros, was 85 years old this year. The interesting thing was that this team of different ages was actually the most reassuring team of the Mage Association. If Ray was the strongest person in the Mage Association, this team was the strongest team in the Mage Association. Not only could they complete the mission every time, they never failed to maintain a record of 0 casualties. 0 casualties. As long as they were the ones handling the mission, they would always complete it without a single scratch. With such a team going to deal with the scarecrow, Ray could completely relax. "Then, I'll leave this to you." After saying that, Ray got up and prepared to leave. She had more important things to do. Garros looked at Ray's receding figure, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking about. "Come," Garros said softly. The hall was empty at this time. It looked as if Garros was talking to himself. But in the next second, 10 figures appeared from all directions and stood behind him. "Sir Garros." If there were new members present, they would definitely be shocked speechless if they were to witness this scene. These 10 people had been nearby but no one had noticed them. With such superb concealment techniques, their target might not even know how they died if they were to target someone. Now, split into 2 teams. One team will look for traces of the scarecrow. The other will look for Carl's team. Disperse. As soon as the last word was said, the 10 people behind him disappeared. Garros, on the other hand, slowly sat down on the sofa that Ray had just sat on. He then closed his eyes to rest. Sarko's City, Tinsley University. The campus was filled with the atmosphere of an ivory tower. There were young and energetic university students walking and talking everywhere. But in the crowd, there was a stiff-faced person walking slowly. Here, one could definitely find some fun. Chapter 26, Midnight Library. Strange footsteps. Tinsley University Library. As the sky turned dark, the students in the library gradually left. However, many hard-working students were still studying. "Lily, it's already 8 o'clock. Let's head back," a brown-haired girl said to her companion. "No, I'll study for a while longer. The exam's the day after tomorrow." The blonde girl, Lily, waved her friend away gently and continued to read the book in her hand. To her, studying was everything. She had nothing else but her studies. If she could not even do well in studying, she would lose the ability to compete with her peers. If it were any other time, the brown-haired girl would have left already. After all, it was normal for Lily to work so hard. Everyone was used to it. But this time, She frowned slightly and hesitated to leave. "Why don't we go back to the dormitory to study? It's best if we don't stay in the library." At this moment, Lily finally raised her head and looked at her companion, puzzled. Did something happen? Seeing that Lily was interested, the brown-haired girl looked around. After making sure that no one around could hear her, she lowered her voice and said, "Have you heard about the scarecrow?" Lily rolled her eyes as soon as the brown-haired girl finished her first sentence. "Come on, what era is this? How can you still believe in these ghost stories? We're university students. We should advocate science. Have you heard about science?" Seeing Lily's reaction, the brown-haired girl did not seem surprised. This time, she said even more seriously, "I'm afraid you're the only one in our dorm who doesn't know about this. It's no wonder. You almost never go online to read up about things related to entertainment. It's normal that you don't know." There seemed to be some information in her words. Lily shrugged and looked back at the book on the table. "I'm sorry, then. I'm not interested in entertainment at all. In my opinion, it's just mental opium." Lily was a very stubborn person. She only believed in what she wanted to believe. The brown-haired girl seemed to understand this as well. No matter how much she tried to persuade her, it was useless. She might as well save her energy and head back to rest earlier. Helplessly, she could only say, "In that case, I'll head back first. Don't blame me for not reminding you. That scarecrow's really strange." This time, Lily did not say anything. She only waved the ballpoint pen in her hand lightly as a way of saying goodbye. 2 hours had passed and the number of people in the library had decreased by a lot. No matter how hard they worked, they did not want to stay in the library past 10 o'clock to study. At such a late hour, they would rather choose the dormitory. However, Lily was different. To her, being at the library at this time was her favorite. Because it was quiet and empty. Only such an environment could leave her undisturbed. As for the dormitory, the girls would always be playing and talking all day long. Lily was not interested in those topics. Every individual's idea of joys and sorrows was not the same. To her, they were noisy. Ah! Lily stretched and yawned. Tinsley University's much better. It's so late but the library's still open. This yawn did not mean that she was sleepy. On the contrary, it made her feel more energetic. Lily looked around and looked at the empty library. She smiled with satisfaction. This was the environment she wanted. A gust of cold wind blew past her and Lily trembled slightly. She could not help but rub her arms. It seems a little cold. But why is there wind in the library? Because it was hot during the day, Lily had only worn a short-sleeved shirt. She did not expect the temperature to drop that night. "If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold." But Lily was a little hesitant. She really did not want to go back to the noisy, chattering dormitory. Every day, there would be people discussing some boring trivial matters. But at this moment, another gust of wind blew. Lily shivered again and could not help but frown. "It seems that I have to go back." She closed the book and put it back on the bookshelf. Lily held her notebook and prepared to leave the library. The lights in the library at night were not very bright. Except for the slightly brighter reading area. The lights by the bookshelves in the corridor were relatively dim. People could be seen from a distance, but not their faces. To Lily, this was nothing, because she knew she was the only one who would be in the library that late at night. Click, click, click. The sound of heels walking on the ground echoed in the library. Lily was used to the sound. Today, however, she felt a little uneasy. She felt that something was wrong, but she could not pinpoint it. Fear points, +10. Tap, tap, tap. Lily walked forward, step by step. Some frown lines had disrupted the initially calm expression on her face. Finally, she stopped in her tracks. Fear points, +10. Tap, tap, tap. Lily was shocked. She had stopped in her tracks. Why were the footsteps still ringing? Fear points, +20. Thud, thud, thud. Listening to the footsteps, Lily wanted to convince herself that it was probably the other students in the library. Yes, it must be. Unfortunately, the fear on Lily's face grew even more intense. The footsteps sounded exactly like her own footsteps. It was impossible for footsteps to sound exactly alike, even if they were wearing the same shoes. However, the footsteps that appeared in the library sounded exactly the same as hers. Tap, tap, tap. She raised her foot and took a light step forward. Tap. Although she only took a light step, the sound of her footsteps was extremely loud. Not only was it very loud, but it was continuously echoing in the library. Fear points, plus 30. This time, Lily grew even more flustered. Although Tinsley University's library was big, it was not that big. Just by listening to the echoes, it sounded as if the place was at least 3 times the size of Tinsley University. Moreover, how could she make such a loud sound with just a light step? Faced with these strange occurrences, Lily stood where she was. She did not dare to take another step. She was afraid. At this moment, her roommate's words rang in her mind, "That scarecrow is really strange." Subconsciously, Lily took out her phone and searched for the scarecrow's keywords. However, no matter which search result she clicked on, all she got was a web page that had been processed by the authorities. There was no information about the scarecrow at all. This time, Lily was completely flustered. Before she had time to think, something strange happened. Ta 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 ta. The footsteps that kept echoing in the library suddenly became urgent and tense. On top of that, they sounded like they were approaching Lily. Fear points, plus 50. Chapter 27, Lily, is that you? The sound of the footsteps gradually approached Lily. Although she did not know what was going on, out of instinct, she chose to walk away from the sound of the footsteps. However, when she walked away, her body froze again. Thud. Her light step made a loud sound once again. And after the sound of her actual footsteps, the footsteps that seemed to be chasing after her started to speed up a little. Behind her, there seemed to be a wild beast hiding in the dark that was chasing after her. Under this huge pressure, Lily did not hesitate at all. She immediately took off the high heels on her feet and decided to run barefoot. However, she had only taken a few steps when her heart grew more and more panicked. Thud, thud, thud. Lily, who had taken off her shoes and socks, stepped on the wooden floor of the library with her bare feet. Surprisingly, there were still echoing footsteps. This was no longer something that could be regarded as a simple "something's not right." There was clearly a ghost. Shit. Lily cursed in a low voice. Carrying her high heels and notebook, she ran forward. The footsteps behind her became more and more hurried. She did not have time to worry about that. Lily had an inexplicable but very strong premonition in her heart: if these footsteps caught up to her, she would die. Dot. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps echoed in the empty library along with Lily's heavy breathing. At this time, Lily had already tossed her high heels and notebook and was walking barefoot in the library. Her tears were all over her face, but she covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Her dry throat was hurting, but now, she could not care less, for she had discovered a terrible truth. She could not escape. Lily had been moving between the bookshelves in the library, but she could never find the exit. About 5 minutes ago, she had already walked to the end of the path between the bookshelves. The end of the path was the same as usual, a wall made up of bookshelves and books. However, when Lily walked along the wall of bookshelves, she could not seem to reach the end of the path. No matter how far she walked, no matter where she turned, she just could not seem to leave the area. Fear points, plus 50. The sound of the footsteps behind her made her extremely terrified and flustered. Not to mention, this library that she could not seem to leave made her feel extremely desperate and helpless. Finally, Lily sat on the ground dejectedly, allowing the footsteps to approach her from behind. Originally, the desire to survive gave her the energy to continue running forward. However, she could not escape no matter how hard she tried. She had no more energy left. The footsteps behind her kept approaching, and Lily finally stopped hiding. She broke down and began to wail in despair. At this critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from in front of her, not too far away from where Lily was. "Lily, is that you?" The owner of this voice was Lily's roommate, the brown-haired girl. The voice that used to make her feel annoyed and disgusted was now as pleasant as an angel to her. When Lily heard the voice, her body surged with strength again. She ran forward as if her life depended on it. There were still loud footsteps on the ground. At this moment, she could not care less. However, after running for a few meters, Lily did not see her roommate. "Perhaps she's looking for me somewhere else?" Lily subconsciously thought. At this moment, her roommate's voice came from the right again. "Lily, is that you?" Hearing that, Lily quickly turned her head and raced to her right in ecstasy. Although her roommate was also a weak woman, her existence at this moment gave Lily great power. There was a big difference between one person and two people. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, 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 thud. The two kinds of footsteps still echoed in the library. The difference this time was that Lily was no longer like the headless chicken that was wandering around aimlessly. This time, Lily was chasing after her roommate's voice with a purpose. However, after running for a long time, Lily still could not catch up with her roommate. The stamina that she had been exhausting was depleting. Just when Lily was about to stop walking, she finally heard the voice nearby. "Lily, is that you?" The voice was very close, very close. Lily suddenly caught sight of a figure in front of her. It could not be mistaken, it was indeed her roommate. As expected, she had come to look for her. Meeting a companion in such an empty and depressing environment could relieve a lot of psychological pressure. Sure enough, Lily once again poured out all her strength and rushed toward the figure in front of her. This time, the figure just stood there. It did not move elsewhere to look for her. Lily could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the figure was getting closer and closer to her, Lily's mood grew more and more excited. Moreover, the footsteps behind her seemed to have slowed down. At the last second before reaching the figure, Lily finally said with a trembling voice, "I'm safe, I'm finally safe." However, the figure in front of her, who was so close to her, repeated unwaveringly, "Lily, is that you?" At this moment, Lily's hand that was reaching for the figure froze midair. "Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you?" These words were uttered emotionlessly from the figure's mouth. Just like that, it kept repeating. Lily finally realized. Every Lily she heard earlier seemed to come from the same mold. Whether it was the speed of speech or the tone of voice, they seemed to be the same. It was just that under the panic of being chased, she did not notice it. "Lily, is that you?" the figure asked again. This time, Lily's entire body turned cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. There was no mistake. She was sure of it. Every time it spoke, it sounded the same. That figure was not her roommate. Just as Lily covered her mouth and began to retreat, the figure suddenly took a step forward. Thud. Lily's body trembled. Were those footsteps not her own? No, that was not right. Those were not her own footsteps. Those were the footsteps of someone chasing her. Thud, thud. The figure took 2 more steps forward and slowly approached Lily. "Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you?" This time, Lily's face turned white. She retreated in panic, trying to escape from the figure in front of her. However, at this moment, echoes came from all directions of the library at the same time. "Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you?" Lily retreated to an intersection made of bookshelves and stopped moving. It was not that she did not want to move, she just did not know where to go because at the end of every intersection, there was an identical figure approaching her. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. "Lily, is that you? Lily, is that you?" Looking at the black shadows approaching her from all directions, Lily finally broke down. Fear points, plus 150. Chapter 28, The Evil Ritual? Hey, did you hear? Lily from the finance department died in the library last night. Lily? Lily the nerd? Really? Was it a sudden death? Both the school and the police said it was a sudden death, but some people said it was just an illusion. What do you mean? Have you ever seen someone die barefoot? Hiss. That day, similar discussions could be heard everywhere on campus. It was indeed rare to see someone die in the library. However, if this person was a very hard-working person, it would be a different story. Many people would naturally think that she had died suddenly because she worked too hard. However, many so-called insiders spoke about her death with confidence. It was because Lily was found not wearing any shoes. Her shoes were found a few meters away. Obviously, Lily must have experienced something before she died. As for what she experienced exactly, no one knew. In the eyes of many people, this was just an urban legend. They did not care much for the things they would naturally forget soon after talking about it. However, it was different for one person. Mika was a supernatural fan. Hearing the discussions of the people around her, she immediately ran to the library. Passing through the crowd, Mika quietly popped her head out to get a look at the scene. She saw a corpse lying in the police cordon. It was Lily. Lily who had not gone back the night before. Lily had an extremely frightened expression on her face, and there were obvious impression marks on her face. Her feet were indeed bare, as the discussions had said, and she was not wearing any shoes. Her shoes, however, were a few meters away. They were not folded neatly. They looked like they had fallen to the ground very casually. It seemed as if they had been tossed away. Mika narrowed her eyes and continued to look at Lily's corpse. There were no wounds on her body and there were no signs of her clothes being torn. There was not even a single wrinkle. This was somewhat unbelievable. According to Mika's judgment, the corpse would have certain conditions, such as shoes and expressions. It was as if something had happened that caused her to be nervous. It looked as if she had lost her shoes in a panic. But there were no wounds on Lily's body, which meant that no one had done any harm to her. There were no wrinkles on her clothes, which meant that she had not been violated by anyone. However, there was an extremely frightened look on Lily's face. Mika quietly left the crowd. She smoothed her brown hair and stroked her chin with an excited expression. There was definitely something fishy about this. Indeed, Mika did not care about the death of her roommate Lily. What she was more interested in was finding out what had happened to Lily, or rather, the deceased. To her, this was more important than the death of her roommate. There really are ghosts in this world. Mika muttered to herself in a slightly excited tone before running back to her dorm. Why aren't you in class yet? Today's the Mediterranean roll call. Ignoring the text message from her roommate, Mika was still flipping through the book in her hand. Of course, this was not a book related to learning, but a supernatural novel. She had just finished chanting when an invisible hand lifted her up. Though she had a strong desire to survive, in front of this huge force, all she could do was kick as hard as she could. As she struggled, her shoes fell to the ground, and her strength gradually decreased. The life force in her body was constantly depleting, and she gradually became desperate. Fear and regret appeared on her face until she completely died and collapsed to the ground. The invisible giant hand returned to the book, and it was as if nothing had happened in the library. Mika's eyes lit up when she read this paragraph. That's right, this was the information she was looking for. Lily must have set up some summoning ritual in the library, but in the end, her soul was taken away by the demon god. Mika became more and more excited when she thought of this. As expected, I knew it. There are indeed demons and monsters in this world. Although she had a simple plan in her mind, she did not act immediately. There were people outside the library and it was cordoned off. She would wait for some time to pass before taking action. That night, Mika snuck into the library. The library was usually empty before 10 o'clock. However, it was just 7 o'clock but there was no one there that day. There was no other reason, the library was simply too scary. Although Lily's body had been taken away, no one was willing to come. Looking at the quiet library, where even the lights were not turned on, Mika smiled proudly. The first step was completed. With a creak, Mika gently pushed the library door open. As soon as she stepped in, Mika's body trembled. A boy was standing where Lily's body was. Just as he was about to scream, Mika quickly covered his mouth and snorted. The boy seemed to have heard her movements and turned his head to look at Mika in suspicion. Mika laughed awkwardly and waved. Hello. He was here to investigate the supernatural incident. If he screamed because he met someone, how embarrassing would that be? The other party saw that Mika had greeted him and nodded slightly. Then, he continued to look at the empty floor. Looking at that, Mika walked up to the boy and asked curiously, "You think there's something fishy about this, too, right?" The boy was slightly surprised. He turned to look at Mika. "You, too?" At this time, Mika coughed lightly and said rather proudly, "That's right. Although everyone thinks that Lily died suddenly, I sense something fishy about this matter. I suspect it's a supernatural incident." Speaking up to this point, Mika appeared even more proud looking at the boy's surprised expression. It was as if she was the only one who knew the truth. The boy frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, "I think I heard you call her Lily just now. Did you know her?" Mika nodded slightly, but she did not stay there any longer. Instead, she walked to the bookshelf near Lily's corpse. As she used the flashlight to illuminate the place, she answered nonchalantly, "Lily's my roommate, but we weren't very close. In my opinion, Lily must have held some evil ritual in the library, but because the steps weren't done properly, she got herself killed." Looking at Mika's confident expression, the boy did not say anything. He just quietly leaned over and watched Mika as she rummaged through the books on the bookshelf. After rummaging for about 10 minutes, Mika finally pulled out a book from the bookshelf. She said in surprise, "It can't be wrong, this is it." The boy leaned over to take a look at the cover. Strange Urban Tales. Chapter 29, Have You Seen the Scarecrow? Looking at the title of the book on the cover, the boy could not help but laugh. Mika noticed the boy's expression and said with slight dissatisfaction, "What? Do you think my reasoning is incorrect?" The boy raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Mika. "Reasoning? I don't see any reasoning in your process." Mika was stunned when he heard this. She waved her hand and said, "That's not important. What's important is that you're very lucky." When the boy heard this, he said with interest, "Lucky? What do you mean?" Mika was still a little excited. She patted her chest proudly and said, "Because you're about to witness a correct and reliable evil ritual." Looking at the bouncing of Mika's chest, the boy touched his nose and made a pleading gesture. Then, Mika opened the book and turned to page 13 with a serious look on her face. She then laid it flat on the ground. The boy asked curiously, "Why did you turn to page 13? There doesn't seem to be anything important on this page." Mika raised her head and looked at the boy. She stuck out a finger with a smug look on her face and waved it at him. "You don't understand this, do you? The reason you turned to page 13 is because there are a total of 13 people in the Last Supper. This is an unknown number." The boy replied with a no, sounding as if he was very serious and seemed to agree with her. Mika saw the boy's reaction. She then continued, going back to the book in satisfaction. She took out 2 candles from her small bag and lit them, placing them on both sides of the book. Then, she took out a needle and knelt in front of the book. She looked at the boy and said, "Come here quickly." "Oh." The boy nodded repeatedly and kneeled beside Mika. Then, he saw Mika's gaze. She looked as if she was looking at an idiot. "Please, sit across from me," Mika said with a warm expression as she pointed to the other side of the book. The boy did not look angry at all. He just smiled and nodded. He got up, walked around to the other side of the book, and knelt down. Then, Mika closed her eyes and said, "Dear Lord Demon God, Mika, and..." Mika could not continue. She scratched her head awkwardly and looked at the boy. "By the way, what's your name again?" "Flanders." The boy smiled and looked at Mika. "My name's Flanders." Mika did not think that there was anything wrong. She simply started the unfinished ritual again. Dear Lord Demon God, I, Mika, and Flanders, will carry out the loyal summoning ritual for you. In this library that is condensed by yin energy, I will use this book as a bridge and sacrifice our blood to summon you here. After saying that, she clenched her teeth and pierced the needle into her finger. This time, Flanders exclaimed softly. He did not expect the neurotic girl in front of him to pierce her hand just like that. Then, Mika handed the needle over. Covering her finger, she said, "It's your turn. Do you dare?" Flanders smiled slightly, took the thin needle, and licked the blood on the tip of the needle with his tongue. Why wouldn't I? Then, without frowning, he stuck the needle into his finger. Seeing that half the needle had gone into his finger, Mika was slightly shocked. She stammered, "Hey, there's no need to pierce it so deeply. Just a little will do." Flanders only responded with a no before he pulled out the thin needle. A stream of blood spurted out of the wound on his finger, splattering onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Mika's entire body trembled. However, she still endured the discomfort and pretended to be calm as she continued to complete the ritual. She could not be underestimated by this guy who did not know anything. Mika hovered her finger to the top of the book and squeezed some blood onto the left page. Then, she looked at Flanders in front of her and pointed to the right side of the page. "Just drop the blood here." Flanders did not hesitate at all. He nodded slightly and did as Mika did. After the two of them finished dripping their blood onto the pages, Mika did not say anything. She just stared at the book quietly. After a few minutes, Flanders could not help but ask, "Excuse me, has the evil ritual ended?" Hearing this, Mika seemed to be a little embarrassed. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, "Yes, it has ended." "Then, what about the demon god you mentioned just now?" "This." Mika was a little embarrassed. She looked at Flanders and said, "Maybe what you did just now wasn't up to standard, so the summoning failed." Flanders looked like he understood. He nodded cooperatively. At this moment, Mika finally understood. This guy obviously did not believe her. He was probably treating her like a fool. It seemed like he was trying to cover up the awkwardness, or perhaps he wanted to save face. Mika said quickly with a straight face, "Let me tell you, this was just an accident, and it must be because of you. It's impossible for the mistake to come from my side. I'm very familiar with this devil summoning ritual. Do you know how many supernatural stories and novels I've read? And not just summoning rituals, I'm very familiar with curse rituals, death-seeking rituals, and contract rituals. And..." Mika deliberately paused at this point. Then, she pretended to be mysterious. "And, I've seen ghosts with my own eyes." Flanders's interest was piqued, and he could not help but repeat after her, "Ghosts?" Seeing that Flanders was obviously interested, Mika then spoke with confidence, "That's right. Ghosts, a real ghost." Hearing this, Flanders was indeed somewhat interested. Thinking about it, if this Mika was not lying, what she saw was likely a strange creature. Flanders had tasted the fear of ordinary people and the fear of the members of the Mage Association, but he had not tasted the fear of strange creatures yet. Therefore, he was still somewhat curious. If he could learn about strange creatures from Mika, perhaps he could go and look for them. At this time, Mika saw that Flanders seemed interested, so she regained her confidence. "That's right. I, Mika, am a senior supernatural fan. How can I be underestimated by this boy? Watch as I make you admire me." Thinking of this, Mika smiled proudly and said seriously, "You know about the scarecrow that was very popular on the internet a while ago, right?" Hearing this, Flanders had a strange expression. "What's going on? This girl has seen me before?" However, Mika did not understand Flanders's strange expression. She simply thought Flanders was afraid or surprised. So, Mika continued to speak with confidence. "This is a true story. When I was traveling in Nord City, I saw the scarecrow walk into a taxi with my own eyes. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, I hid in the trunk of the car." Mika spoke as if it was real, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. However, Flanders naturally knew that this woman was bragging. He had activated his disguise skill at that time so no one would be able to recognize him. Flanders did not expose her, though. He just smiled and let Mika continue bragging. After bragging for a while, Mika asked seriously, "Do you know what the scarecrow looks like?" Before she could finish her sentence, Flanders interrupted him. "Like this?" Mika was interrupted and could not react for a moment. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she saw that the face of the boy in front of her had suddenly turned into a solidified liquid that was still melting. The skin and fat on his face were slowly dripping down, revealing the straw face inside. This time, Mika's face instantly turned pale and she could not speak. Meanwhile, Flanders opened his mouth and smiled. On the left side of his face, it was still the original appearance of the boy she had met earlier. He looked rather handsome. The right side of his face, however, had completely turned into the original appearance of the scarecrow. The mouth had even split open all the way up to his ears. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was trembling slightly, Flanders inched his face closer to hers. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name's Flanders, and I'm the scarecrow that you just mentioned. Fear points, plus 80. Chapter 30, The Third Victim. The next day, Tinsley University was in an uproar. A person had died in the library. It could be said that she had died suddenly. Everyone who knew Lily knew that she was a student who had studied too hard. However, another person had also died in the library. This time, it was different. What was even more creepy was that the two different corpses had the same expressions and the same state of death. Furthermore, they were in the same position. Even their shoes were found at the same spot. That was very suspicious. However, the school had yet to announce that it was a holiday. It was exam season, and it was an extremely crucial day for the school. If they declared it a holiday now, it would definitely have a huge impact on the school's enrollment the next year. The police could no longer declare that this was a sudden death. Even if they said so, who would believe it? For a brief moment, the people of Tinsley University were in a panic. However, just after half a day, there was news from the school again. Another person had died. This time, however, it was different from the two people who died in the library. The third person died in the bathroom of the dormitory building. This person's death was even more tragic than the two people in the library. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears. Black blood flowed out of all the holes of the deceased's face, making people shudder. Almost everyone had the same thought. Could Tinsley University be haunted? Outside the bathroom of the dormitory building, there were many students. Although there were teachers and police there to stop them, everyone was still curiously stretching their necks to look inside. When everyone saw the scene, their faces went pale and were filled with fear. However, Flanders, who was mixed in with the crowd, had a grave expression. This person was not killed by him. When these people saw the corpse, they did not give Flanders any fear points. In other words, this was done by someone else. But, who could the murderer be? Thinking of this, Flanders silently left the crowd. Soon, a man and a woman arrived at the scene and took over the case. At the same time, the surrounding students and teachers were also forced to evacuate. They were not allowed to stay. After the crowd left, the man spoke. "Teach, do you think this matter?" Although there was no one around, the man did not make his words very clear out of habit. However, the woman named Teach nodded as if she understood him. "There's no mistake. This must be an act of a strange creature." Teach was the first woman to know about the scarecrow incident when she was with Lucius. Although she was only in F class, Teach had investigative abilities that far surpassed the others. Therefore, whenever there was a strange incident, Teach would always be the first to arrive at the scene to look for some clues. "Is it him?" the man asked with a serious expression. Teach shook her head, squatted down gently, and picked up a long strand of hair from the ground. "It's not him. It's someone else. If it was him, he wouldn't have left such an obvious message." The him they were talking about was naturally the scarecrow. The scarecrow had already killed 5 members of the Mage Association. Almost everyone had already regarded the Scarecrow as their number one public enemy. Teach had also been looking for information about the Scarecrow. Unfortunately, she could only follow the Scarecrow's trail these days. Other than that, she could not find him at all. This time, although it was not the Scarecrow, as a member of the Mage Association, Teach definitely could not sit idly by. The man looked at the long hair in Teach's hands and narrowed his eyes. "This hair seems to be a little too long." Teach nodded slightly. Using both her hands, she gently pinched the strand of hair, slowly pulling it taut. However, even though Teach had stretched her hands as far apart as she still could not reach the entire length of the strand of hair. In other words, this strand of hair was at least 2 meters long. Moreover, this dark hair color was not very common. If her guess was right, this should be another strange act. Teach and her companion looked at each other, and the two of them nodded lightly. It was night, on the rooftop. Flanders stood there alone, staring at the moon in the sky in a daze. In the shadows behind him, there was a faint movement. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Wearing a pure white long dress, her 2-meter-long black hair was draped over her head, covering her face. Obviously, she was the strange creature responsible for the murder in the dormitory bathroom. When she felt something moving on the empty rooftop, the long-haired creature naturally would not let go of the fat meat that was about to reach her mouth. With one look, it seemed obvious that he was just a stupid student with a screw loose in his brain. It was not a problem for this strange creature to think this way. This person clearly knew that something was wrong at Tinsley University. Yet, he still came to the rooftop alone at this time. If he was not stupid, what was he? Under the moonlight, the long-haired creature slowly approached Flanders. The long hair on her head kept fluttering as if it had a life of its own. Only when the long-haired creature was a meter away from him, Flanders slowly turned around. The long-haired creature was slightly stunned. The expected surprised expression of the male student in front of her did not appear. Instead, his face was calm. This strange scene in the strange eyes of the long-haired woman made her feel a sense of danger. There was something wrong with the student in front of her. At this moment, the strange long-haired woman did not dare to act trashly. She even suspected that this student was from the Mage Association. Subconsciously, the strange long-haired woman began to assess Flanders' strength. After living for so many years, it had finally reached teen class. It was not difficult for her to sense the other party's strength. However, in the next second, the long-haired woman was stunned. It could not sense the strength of the man in front of her. In other words, this guy was not from the Mage Association at all. Thinking that she was actually frightened by an ordinary person, the long-haired woman felt a wave of embarrassment. At the same time, a wave of anger arose in her heart. It had already made up its mind to torture this blind guy later. In the next second, the long-haired creature's hair suddenly floated in the air, pointing at Flanders. The long-haired creature's expression also became ferocious. "Regret your own weakness, human." After a ferocious laugh, countless hair spikes suddenly stabbed Flanders. At this moment, Flanders slowly revealed a smile. "When did I say I was a human?" Chapter 31, How could an ant feel the size of an elephant? At this moment, the long-haired creature was slightly startled, but she did not retract her attack. In her opinion, the man in front of her was just bluffing. Could a person without any strength in his body be a lackey of the Mage Association? However, in the next second, the long-haired creature froze on the spot. The skinny student in front of her simply waved his hand lightly. Then, a black shadow flashed past, and her long hair that was about to stab Flanders was cut off. The long-haired creature took a step back in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible. I clearly sensed it, there isn't any strength in your body at all. How did you cut off my hair? You're a lackey of the Mage Association." How could the long-haired creature accept this reality? She had lived in the human world for so long, and she had always kept a low profile. Every time she secretly killed someone, she would hide and increase her strength bit by bit. When she finally reached T class, she felt that she could finally be a little bolder. However, she did not expect to meet a tough opponent right away. What puzzled her even more was that this man clearly did not have any strength in his body, but he could easily cut off the hair that was her pride and glory. After all, her hair could easily pierce through steel. It was extremely tough. Yet, that man had only waved his hand lightly and destroyed all of her weapons. She could not even see clearly how the man did it. Just as her mind was in chaos, Flanders smiled and said slowly with a mocking expression, "A lackey of the Mage Association? Ha! Didn't you hear me? When did I say I was a human?" Then, the skin on Flanders's face began to melt, and countless strands of straw grew from his skin. It was similar to the long-haired creature. However, the difference between them was that the long hair on the head of the long-haired creature was moving. As for Flanders, the straw all over his body were moving. Without saying much, Flanders controlled the straw on his body and surrounded the long-haired creature. All of this happened too suddenly. The long-haired creature did not have time to react before her body was tightly bound by straw. Out of instinct, the long-haired creature once again controlled her hair, attempting to stab Flanders. However, this time, the result was the same. With a slight wave of his hand, her hair became shorter again. Feeling the straw binding her body tighter and tighter, the long-haired creature could not help but feel fear. Fear points, plus 3000. Impossible, this is impossible. What are you? What am I? Flanders leaned against the rooftop's handrail lazily and looked at her with a smile. We're the same kind. The same kind? She looked at the scarecrow in disbelief. He was also a strange creature? That was even more impossible. The long-haired creature did not sense any strange aura from the scarecrow at all. Not only that, even the scarecrow's strength could not be detected at all. How could he be strange? However, the scarecrow in front of her was clearly strange. If he was not strange, there was no other explanation. I understand. You're a strange human. Strange human? Flanders repeated curiously after hearing such a new term. Then, the long-haired creature snorted coldly, "At this point, what's there to hide? You were subdued by a certain mage, right?" After saying this, the long-haired creature looked around and said wearily, "No matter who it is, you've already subdued me. Why don't you hurry up and reveal yourself? I'm surrendering to you, too." At this moment, Flanders understood. It seemed that this long-haired creature had misunderstood something. However, Flanders was still very interested in the information she mentioned. Hearing words like surrender, subdue, and strange human, Flanders had a rough guess. Most likely, it meant that a mage could subdue strange creatures by subjugating them in a way and that enables them to use these creatures for their own purposes. If that was the case, this would be interesting. First of all, I can tell you honestly that I'm not the person you're talking about. I'm a strange creature. Now, I'll ask you a question. You only have one chance to answer. After saying this, the long-haired creature shut her mouth and quieted down. Obviously, she knew who had the upper hand now. Creature, can you subdue other creatures? The long-haired creature was slightly stunned. Then, she nodded and said, yes. Generally speaking, if there was a battle between creatures, the winner would devour the loser to improve its strength. It was rare for a creature to subdue another. This was good news for the long-haired creature. You want to subdue me? She narrowed her eyes and stared at Flanders. Earlier, the long-haired creature was mentally prepared. To her, it was better to submit to a mage than to die. However, things were completely different now. It was the scarecrow in front of her who wanted to subdue her. That was somewhat acceptable to the long-haired creature. As long as she could live, what difference did it make who subjugated her? However, she was still a little unwilling to be subjugated by a strange person who did not have any strength at all. This was a great humiliation. Flanders smiled slightly and released the straw that bounded the long-haired creature. What? You don't want to? Or, do you think you can beat me? Hearing Flanders's relaxed tone, the long-haired creature furrowed her brows. She seemed to have other thoughts. Although I don't know how you beat me just now, I can't feel any strength in your body. If we fight again, who's to say you'd win?" After saying that, the long-haired creature took a step back mysteriously, as if she didn't intend to surrender so easily. However, Flanders was not angry at all. He merely stretched out a slender straw finger and pointed at the long-haired creature. Fear. Then, the long-haired creature's pale face instantly grew paler. Fear points, plus 5,000. After a short 30 seconds, Flanders was still leaning against the handrail. As for the long-haired creature, she was panting heavily. I'm willing to serve you as my master, to submit to you, and to never betray you. If my master dies, I'll die." Earlier, she had experienced an extremely realistic illusion. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not get rid of it. After experiencing a long period of fear and returning to reality, the strange long-haired creature finally understood. It was not that the scarecrow in front of her did not possess any strength. It was that her strength and the scarecrow's were not on the same level at all. How could an ant standing on an elephant feel the size of an elephant? "I accept." Flanders smiled lightly. Chapter 32, An Army of 1,000 Men and Horses? It was just stinking fishes and rotten shrimps. The moment Flanders said "I accept," the long-haired creature turned into a strange ball of light and flew into Flanders's forehead. Flanders closed his eyes gently. As expected, he could feel that a piece of land had appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a small island. The small island was the long-haired creature. At this moment, she had completely submitted to Flanders. Keeping to her oath. She would never betray Flanders, and if Flanders died, she would also die. However, if she were to die, Flanders would be fine. This was the purpose of submitting to another. In order to save her life, this was the only thing she could do. "From today, your name's Black," Flanders said to the island in his mind. The island quickly replied, "Thank you for the name, my lord." Flanders nodded in satisfaction. He initially planned to subdue Black so he could release his fear on her. After that short exchange, Flanders had discovered that he could get more fear points from a mage than from a normal human. More importantly, he could get even more fear points from a fellow strange creature than from a mage. In just one exchange, this strange creature had provided him a whopping 8,000 fear points. How could Flanders not be happy about this? However, after Black submitted to Flanders, he discovered that his strength had actually increased a little. Indeed, this was the other benefit of submitting. Submissions could bring a little increase in strength to its master. As for how much it could increase, it would depend on the surrenderer's strength. Black's strength was E-class. Flanders's strength was D-class. Under this situation, Black's submission had raised Flanders from a D to D. In an instant, Flanders understood. He no longer planned to subdue strange creatures in order to use his fear on them. Instead, he wanted to subdue them to raise his strength. If he were to use his fear on these creatures, what would happen if they collapsed one day and lowered his strength? Then, he would be at a disadvantage because the increase in strength he received would definitely disappear along with it. Flanders would never kill the goose that laid the golden egg. After thinking this through, Flanders took out the strange detection radar and planned to find a few more strange creatures to subdue. However, there were no other strange creatures nearby. This was inevitable. Most of the strange creatures were well hidden. If they did nothing and tried their best to hide their presence, the strange radar would not be able to detect them. However, none of them could be like Flanders, who would never be detected. That was because Flanders was not from this world. He had transmigrated from another world. Although the people of this world could sense Flanders's body, they could not sense his soul. In essence, however, Flanders's body was just a scarecrow, and naturally, an ordinary scarecrow would not be detected. In addition to that was Flanders's disguise skill. That made it even more difficult for the Mage Association to locate Flanders's whereabouts. It could almost be said that unless they happened to see Flanders commit murder, the Mage Association would never find him. Logically speaking, it should have been like this. This time, however, it was slightly different. Flanders slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stairs that led to the rooftop. At this time, a man and a woman appeared at the top of the stairs, staring at Flanders. "Finally, I found you," Teach said through gritted teeth as she stared at Flanders with bloodshot eyes. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Watching the woman in front of him walk up to the rooftop step by step, Flanders said calmly, "I don't know, and I'm not interested. With your weak strength, I can't even be bothered to kill you." At this time, Flanders had already reaped the fear points given to him by Black. How could he, someone who had just tasted a strange creature's fear, see the benefit in a weak mage? As for killing humans, it was just for fun. Was there anything more interesting than seeing the fear on a human's face? However, Flanders's words completely infuriated Teach. Although she knew that she was not strong enough, she could not stand being condescended by a strange creature. However, Teach did not show any signs of fear when facing a scarecrow that was much stronger than her. Instead, she took out the strange detection radar and squeezed it. In an instant, the strange radar was crushed into pieces. At this moment, a strange premonition appeared in Flanders's heart. Flanders had several of these strange radars. They were all stolen from the crew. Of course, besides the radar, Flanders also received a lot of cash and cell phones. However, that was not the point. The point was that Flanders had also studied those radars. Other than detecting strange creatures and other radars in the vicinity, they had no other use. This woman had just crushed the radar in her hands. It was definitely not a meaningless move. In the next second, Flanders's expression froze slightly. There were many powerful oars approaching. Seeing the Scarecrow's expression change, Teach revealed a victorious smile. "Scarecrow, you weren't expecting this, right? Right now, you're surrounded by all the members of Sarkos. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you had wings." At this moment, Flanders's expression had already turned extremely ugly. He did not expect things to turn out like this. If he had known earlier, he would have just killed the man and woman. There was no point in saying anything now because the reinforcements had already arrived. In an instant, a few figures flashed past and arrived on the rooftop. However, this was only the beginning. Figures kept appearing. Some flew over from the sky, some flew over from the roofs of other buildings, and some even ran straight up the walls of this building. At this moment, Flanders had already been surrounded by this group of mages. Someone with a huge sickle stared at Flanders with a cold expression. Someone carrying a huge iron sword was looking at Flanders with a determined expression. There were also people who had begun to gather the magic powers in the air, ready to release them at any time. Flanders stood in the middle of the crowd and slowly glanced at the mages around him. As for Teach, she took a step forward and said coldly, "Scarecrow, if you choose to submit now, we can give you a way out." Hearing this, Flanders understood. She wanted him to be her trickster. If that was the case, this woman's abilities would probably improve greatly. However, Flanders did not show any signs of fear in the face of this army. Instead, he smiled and said, "You can't really be thinking that you stinking fishes and rotten shrimps can hurt me, right?" Chapter 33, C-Class? That's it? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. They were not scared, just shocked. This Scarecrow was strange. It actually dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that although the members of the Sarkos branch could not compare to the headquarters of Durham, there were still quite a number of experts here. Not to mention, they had as many as 5 D-class personnel. There was even a C-class member. The man holding the huge iron sword, the Sword King, was the head of the Sarkos branch. At that moment, the Sword King's expression turned a little ugly. If it was not for the Scarecrow's ability to create illusions, the Sword King would have slashed at him a long time ago. However, the ability to create illusions was very rare. It could be said that no mage could cultivate such a skill. At most, they could only cultivate a spell that could break illusions. If one could subdue the Scarecrow, it would be of great significance in improving the strength of a mage. A conservative estimate was that if a D-class mage managed to subdue the Scarecrow, They could at least rise to a C class. That meant surpassing 3 levels in a go. The Sword King also had some thoughts about this scarecrow. If he could subdue the scarecrow, he might be able to leave the Sarko's branch and take up a post in Durham. There was a huge difference between the headquarters and the Sarko's branch. Thinking of this, the Sword King narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Flanders as he enunciated each word. "Madman, stop bluffing. I'd advise you to kneel now and submit to me obediently. I'll spare your life. But if you don't blame my iron sword for being ruthless." Hearing the Sword King's words, Flanders did not react, but the expressions of the others changed slightly. Who here did not know the value of this scarecrow? Everyone was affected by the scarecrow, including Teach. At this moment, Teach's expression had already turned extremely ugly. She was the one who discovered the scarecrow's location, and she was also the one who called the Sarko's branch over. She did not expect the Sword King to steal her target with just a few words. However, her strength was too weak, and she could not cause any friction with the Sword King on the surface. At this moment, she could only snort coldly and withdraw from the crowd. Seeing Teach leave, the Sword King revealed a satisfied smile. Other than Teach, the rest of the people present were from the Sarko's branch. If they wanted to make a living under him, they naturally know what to do. In other words, this scarecrow was already in his bag. Ignoring the people from the Sarko's branch, Teach quickly left the rooftop and went down to the first floor. She took out her phone. "Hello, Sergeros. I found the scarecrow." On the rooftop, the thoughts of the Sarko's branch's leader, the Sword King, were written all over his face. The others did not have covetous thoughts either. It was unnecessary to have a fallout with their leader just because of one person. After coming to this mutual understanding, there were no other worries and the situation became tense again. Since this scarecrow was determined not to be tamed by them, they might as well prepare for battle. If they were careless and killed the scarecrow during the battle, the Sword King could not blame them either. After all, they would be fighting with their lives in this battle. Of course, fighting with one's life was just something they had thought of beforehand. In fact, no one thought that all the mages of Sarko's would be unable to deal with this little creature together. They did not even take the scarecrow's "can't hurt me" seriously. In their view, the scarecrow's fearlessness was just due to ignorance. To them, it was because the scarecrow did not know their strengths, which was why it did not seem afraid at all. Unfortunately, it was the exact opposite. It was because they did not know Flanders' strength. That was why they were not afraid of Flanders at all. At that moment, Flanders had silently upgraded a few skills, and his strength had once again increased. On the surface, he looked no different from before. He was just an ordinary scarecrow without any strength. Looking at the calm scarecrow in front of him, the Sword King seemed to have lost his patience and asked on a deep voice, "Aren't you going to surrender?" However, Flanders sneered, "All of you, submit to me and you'll be given a chance to live." In an instant, a wave of anger appeared on the Sword King's face. A strange creature was actually asking the entire Sarko's branch to submit to him? Apart from the fact that humans could not submit to others as strange creatures could, they would not do so even if they could. Not to mention, the other party was just a small scarecrow. Flanders's words thoroughly infuriated everyone present. Before the Sword King gave the order, many people had already taken the initiative to attack. How could the Sword King not see that they wanted to kill the scarecrow on the spot? If they could not subdue him themselves, they did not want the Sword King to get him either. However, the Sword King did not stop them. He grasped the opportunity to block the attacks of others at that critical moment. As for now, he would let the scarecrow see the reality of the situation first. A few attacks instantly arrived in front of Flanders. There were magic, weapons, and punches and kicks. However, Flanders's body only moved a little. Fear. Instantly, everyone's faces were filled with confusion, and their eyes became unfocused. Fear points, plus 1000. Fear points, plus 1200. Fear points, plus 1500. Countless fear points were collected by Flanders. In the next second, the few people who were led by the Sword King were the first to recover. There were quite a number of people in the circus branch who had the ability or tools to dispel his illusions. The Sword King looked at Flanders and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This scarecrow's illusion was indeed very strong. Without his quick reaction earlier, which allowed him to destroy the illusion of fear instantly, his spiritual power might have already been damaged. However, this made the Sword King even more certain of his decision to subdue the scarecrow. This strange creature would definitely bring about a huge increase in his strength. At the thought of this, the Sword King immediately raised his sword and stepped forward. Since everyone else was frightened, he would attack him by himself. Did you know? I'm a C-class. Accompanied by such a loud roar, the Sword King did not hide his wild laughter. Flanders waved his hand lightly and countless crows flew out from his body, pouncing on the Sword King. Not only that, in the next second, countless green rays of light suddenly appeared from Flanders's body, latching themselves onto the bodies of everyone on the rooftop. A steady stream of physical strength was surging towards Flanders. Meanwhile, the people from the circus branch were being drained of their physical strength. Instantly noticing what happened, the Sword King immediately brandished the sword in his hand with all his might, wanting to get close to Flanders. However, the swarm of crows seemed to be endless, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not finish them off. Just as he was struggling with all his might, Flanders looked at the Sword King and said coldly, "C-class? That's it? Chapter 34, What's going on? Go to hell and slowly figure it out." As soon as he finished speaking, Flanders gently raised his right hand and a black sickle immediately appeared in it. This was the transformation after Night Cut had been upgraded to level 5. At this moment, his Night Cut could be condensed into a physical weapon. It was not just an illusory attack anymore. Holding the sickle in his hand, Flanders tilted his head slightly as he moved forward, slashing repeatedly at the Sword King. As the Sword King received a few blows, he became frightened. This scarecrow's strength was actually stronger than his. Every strike he received made his arm go numb. Moreover, not only did he have to be wary of the scarecrow's attacks, he also had to dodge the attacks of the surrounding crows that were still attacking him. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that the scarecrow did not seem to care about the crows at all. He was not even dodging attacks. Instead, he brought the crows along with him as he continued slashing at the Sword King. Very quickly, many crows fell to the ground. The entire rooftop was almost covered in black feathers. However, Flanders did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. He did not even hesitate at all because crows were still flying out of his chest. One after another, they pounced on the Sword King. Soon, there was a thump on the rooftop. A member of the circus branch was the first to fall to the ground. Then, like dominoes, there was a chain reaction. One by one, the members fell to the ground. They seemed to have lost consciousness. It was only a single exchange of blows, but they did not even have the time to attack. The circus branch had already lost more than half of their combat strength. However, the scarecrow was still unharmed. At this moment, the Sword King heard Flanders's words while he was resisting. "You can't really be thinking that you stinking fish and rotten prawns can hurt me, right?" When the Sword King heard these words earlier, he had thought that the scarecrow was bluffing. Now, he realized that Flanders was speaking the truth. No one in the entire circus branch could hurt the scarecrow at all. At this time, the other members who had dispelled the illusion had recovered some of their strength and rejoined the battle. The scarecrow was able to easily shuttle between these people. Originally, Flanders could increase his strength by absorbing fear. His demonic god's body could also increase his strength. In addition, he had just subdued Black, who was now a part of himself. At that moment, Flanders's overall strength had long surpassed C-class. As for why the system's evaluation was so low, Flanders himself did not know. Perhaps the system only evaluated Flanders's physical strength and did not include his skills. Or perhaps the system's standard of strength was different from this world's standard of strength. In short, although Flanders's strength was only a D in the system's eyes, His actual strength had already reached C++ according to the Mage Association's standard of evaluation. With such strength, Flanders was naturally not in existence that the people from the Sarko's branch could handle. Flanders was unhappy earlier because he did not want to fight with too many people at the same time. As long as there were more people, there might be some who could escape. If the survivors revealed their strength, it would only attract stronger enemies. This was a situation that Flanders did not want to happen. If he wanted to forcefully kill everyone, he could only use his Devil Conqueror. However, this was also something Flanders did not want to happen. Apart from the fact that his Devil Conqueror would make him too huge and possibly attract even more people, the side effects of said skill were not something Flanders could bear at the moment. Flanders had already experienced an hour of weakness. In that 1 hour, any F-class member or creature would probably be able to kill him easily. Such a huge risk was not something he was willing to take. Thinking of this, the swinging of the sickle in Flanders's hand became faster. He did not forget that the woman had already left the rooftop. In other words, she had probably called for reinforcements. If someone more powerful came, even Flanders was not confident that he could escape unscathed. Soon, one of the members revealed a flaw. Flanders seized the opportunity and swung his sickle. In an instant, a piece of the member's head was cut off, and red blood and white brain matter scattered all over the ground. Fear points, plus 3000. Fear points, plus 500. Fear points, plus 600. The members who could survive until this point were all ruthless people who had experienced countless battles. Although such a scene was scary enough, it was not enough to make them retreat. Instead, they seized this perfect opportunity to slash at Flanders. In an instant, a huge black scythe swung in the air, slashing straight at Flanders. However, Flanders had no intention of dodging. This move was seen by the other members, and everyone misunderstood. They thought that the Scarecrow was relying on this group of people to surrender, so it had no intention of hiding. This was because if they killed the Scarecrow, there would be no way any of them could subdue him. However, the man wielding the giant scythe sneered. As expected, the strange creature's intelligence was no match for humans. This Scarecrow was too optimistic. Even if they killed the Scarecrow, there would be no loss to them. Even if the Scarecrow survived, it would definitely be forcefully subdued by the Sword King. It would not be their opportunity. On the contrary, if they could kill the Scarecrow, it would be of great merit and they would definitely receive a reward from the headquarters. They might even be transferred directly to the headquarters. At that time, the sky would be high and the Emperor would be far away. Would they still need to worry about the Sword King's revenge? All of their thoughts were the same as the man holding the huge black scythe. In their eyes, the scythe man was already dead. The moment the huge scythe touched the Scarecrow, the man shouted ferociously, "Go to hell, you monster!" However, in the next second, a terrifying scene appeared. The huge scythe slashed through Flanders's body, but it did not cause any damage. Indeed, it did not cut him open, slicing through him instead. It was as if it was cutting water. Then, something even stranger happened. A stream of liquid suddenly sprayed onto the man's face. Feeling the hot and sticky liquid on his right face, the man was slightly stunned, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. The comrade who was fighting beside him was actually split into two from top to bottom. He was cut into two halves. What's going on?" The giant scythe man cried out in surprise. He hurriedly tried to pull out his weapon. However, with his left hand, Flanders reached out and grabbed the giant scythe, slashing his opponent with a cold and sinister smile. "What's going on? Go to hell and slowly figure it out." Chapter 35, The Sword That Condensed 10 Years of Life. Before he could react, the Scarecrow's black sickle swung down at the same angle. In an instant, the man was split into two and died on the spot. Such a huge wound naturally brought about a huge amount of blood. Blood gushed out from the opening like a fountain, splattering in all directions. In an instant, the people on the rooftop were immediately covered in blood, looking extremely terrified. A strong smell of blood began to spread on the rooftop. At this moment, the people who were still alive had already become extremely solemn. This scarecrow in front of them was too strong. It was simply not something they could deal with. Even the Sword King could not help but reconsider in his heart. Should he run or stay? Although he still had a trump card he had yet to use, he had just witnessed with his own eyes that the giant scythe had successfully struck the scarecrow. Yet, it did not cause any damage to the scarecrow. Not only that, the scarecrow seemed to have used some kind of strange ability to transfer the damage to another member. If he could not figure this out, he would not dare to attack the scarecrow so casually. If the scarecrow transferred his ultimate move to himself, it would be like lifting a rock and putting it on his own feet. After thinking about this, the Sword King wanted to escape. However, just as he was about to lift his feet, he suddenly realized something. His feet had become extremely heavy. In the air, the crows were still pouncing on him. The Sword King had been instinctively blocking the crows' attacks. When he realized what was going on, his hands were already growing weaker. The iron sword in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It was difficult to even lift it to block attacks, let alone swing it. In an instant, several wounds appeared on his body. Several crows had taken advantage of the Sword King's slow movements to successfully attack him, nicking away a small piece of his flesh. Then, the attacks became uncontrollable. The Sword King, who was exhausted, had fresh wounds on his body, making it even more difficult to block attacks. Crows continued to pour out of the scarecrow's body. At this moment, the sky above the rooftop was almost completely surrounded by crows. They were everywhere, even covering the sky and moon. A large number of crows circled the rooftop, surrounding it in a sphere of crows. Inside the sphere, there was a sure field of blood. There were broken limbs, broken bodies, and blood flowing everywhere. Wails were heard everywhere. On this extremely tragic battlefield, everyone's faces were filled with fear. They had thought that this was an opportunity to share the credit. In their opinion, the entire circus division was here to encircle and suppress this scarecrow. There was no possibility of failure. Who would have thought that they would all die at the hands of the scarecrow that they looked down on? Among the crows, the scarecrow that was covered in blood was crazily waving the sickle in his hand and laughing hysterically. A large amount of fear was surging into his body through this massacre. As they wailed, he laughed hysterically. As they felt afraid, he was satisfied. As they fled, he chased after them. On the rooftop, the situation had completely changed. It became a one-sided massacre by the scarecrow. Looking at the crazy and terrifying scene in front of him, the Sword King was completely shocked. A strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of the Sword King's heart. The circus branch that he was so proud of was actually so weak. His strength was actually so insignificant. Facing a strange creature that was born less than a month ago, he could not even block the attack to save his own life? In the next moment, fear turned into anger. Looking at the other members who were running around and wailing uncontrollably, the Sword King's chest was filled with anger. He held the huge iron sword in his hand tightly, letting the crows pounce on his body and tear at his flesh and blood. He wanted to use his last trump card. God of Swords, I, the Sword King, am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life for the strongest attack. A short incantation was recited from the Sword King's mouth. Immediately after, a huge force appeared around the Sword King's body. This force turned into streams of energy and blew in all directions. The crows that originally covered the sky and moon were instantly blown away. The rooftop immediately became clear and bright. Flanders looked at the Sword King, who was now 10 years older, with a solemn expression. The power of this move could not be underestimated. However, what caught Flanders' attention was the sword in the Sword King's hand. It could withstand the power of the Sword King's 10 years of life without cracking. It was apparent that this sword was not an ordinary item. At this moment, the scarecrow was not looking at him but at the sword in his hand. In almost an instant, the Sword King understood what the scarecrow meant. You're actually ignoring me? When two people were in a battle, they would only look at each other's eyes. That was a habit that almost everyone had. Yet, The Scarecrow was not paying attention to his eyes at all, only looking straight at the sword in his hand. This meaning was very obvious. The Scarecrow wanted his sword. He had not even made a move and he was already thinking about what would happen after he won. How could the Sword King not be angry? However, the Sword King was not worried that it would lose. Generally speaking, even if the Scarecrow had the ability to transfer damage, there was a limit to it. If it was an attack that far exceeded its own strength, there was absolutely no way he could transfer it. At this moment, the Sword King was filled with confidence in his next move. The power condensed from his 10 years of lifespan was absolutely impossible for the Scarecrow to divert. Even if he could survive this attack, he would definitely be heavily injured. At that time, it would be enough to forcefully subdue the other party and absorb him. Thinking of this, a smile returned to the Sword King's face. This was a smile of victory in his grasp. Scarecrow, I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to submit to me? If you still won't cherish your life this time, then don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing the nonsense from the Sword King, Flanders twisted his wrist, spinning the sickle in his hand a few times. How long-winded. You. Anger returned to the Sword King's face. At that moment, the Sword King's killing intent was moved. Even if he could not subdue the Scarecrow, it did not matter. As long as he killed it, the headquarters would naturally reward him. No matter what, it would not be a loss. However, he had sacrificed these 10 years of his life, so it was going to be difficult for him to recover. It was useless to feel the heartache now. He had no choice but to shoot his shot. Since you're so stubborn, go to hell. With both hands, the Sword King raised his sword above his head. There was no extra movement, no fancy process. The Sword King simply held the hilt of the sword with both hands and hacked down. In an instant, the city of Sarkos was as bright as day. Chapter 36, Magic Sword, Apophis. 15 years ago, the Sword King was just a junior member of the team. During omission, however, his team encountered a magic sword. Apophis. This was the strange form of the magic sword. Killing, cutting, and drinking human blood improved the sword's strength. On that day, all the members died on the spot. The captain had used his own life and Apophis to self-destruct in an attempt to defeat the magic swordfish. However, the shocking thing was that the captain died on the spot but Apophis was still on his last breath. The trembling Sword King in the corner instantly stopped trembling. His heartbeat suddenly became very intense. He knew that this was an opportunity for him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that was hard to come by. Therefore, the Sword King seized the opportunity. Apophis, although I'm weak, I can take your life at any time now. Even if I kill you, I can still get a big reward. But, I'd like to discuss a business deal with you. The Sword King's voice could not hide his trembling, but he still said it clearly, word by word. Apophis had a terrifying skull on the hilt of his sword, and the green light in the skull's eyes was flickering faintly. Obviously, Apophis understood the Sword King's intention. Moreover, he also understood the current situation. I, Apophis, am willing to serve you as my lord, submit to you, and never betray you. If the lord dies, then I, too, will submit to death. After the oath was made, the trembling Sword King immediately accepted Apophis's submission. From then on, Apophis had changed his appearance and continued to exist in the world. He became this huge, simple and unadorned iron sword in the Sword King's hands. From then on, the Sword King rose to the top, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. His current position as the head of the Sarkos branch was more or less obtained with the help of Apophis. Not only that, this was all obtained without using his final trump card. If he could easily use this move in front of Ray, then he could definitely advance to B class. However, the price of this move was too great. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily use it. Today was the day that this move was absolutely necessary. The sword released a tremendous power, causing even heaven and earth to change color. The entire earth was trembling. Everyone in Sarkos City saw this scene. A huge sword in the form of light descended from the sky and pierced straight into the dormitory building of Tinsley University. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. On the rooftop, the Sword King, who had aged 10 years, held the huge sword in his hand and panted heavily. Fear points, plus 3,000. He looked at the unscathed scarecrow in front of him, and then at the branch member beside the scarecrow who had turned into ashes. His face was filled with shock. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I know, this is an illusion. Watch me break it. However, the pendant on the Sword King's chest did not react at all. If the Sword King was really in an illusion, this necklace would help him break any illusion easily. However, the necklace was just hanging quietly on his chest. The Sword King saw this and slumped onto the ground dejectedly. It was not an illusion. Seeing the scarecrow approaching him step by step, the Sword King's eyes were about to bleed. He said angrily, "Why? You can even divert the damage of such a strong attack. I don't understand." The scarecrow did not answer his question. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the magic sword in his hand that was gradually shedding its outer shell and revealing its original form. "I'd like to discuss a business deal with you." The scarecrow grinned. At this moment, the Sword King and the magic sword, Apophis, trembled. Although 15 years had passed since this sentence was said, to the Sword King and Apophis, it was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Now, this sentence actually came out from the mouth of the scarecrow in front of them. The eyes of the skeleton on the hilt of Apophis's sword shone with a dark green light once again, as if it was responding to the words of the scarecrow. The Sword King could not stop his body from trembling. Apophis was like his life. If he lost this magic sword, then the Sword King would lose everything. His status, strength, and the respect of the other members would all vanish into thin air. However, while the Sword King hesitated, Flanders frowned slightly and stretched out his slender straw finger, piercing through the Sword King's ear. Fear points, plus 3,500. The piercing pain made the Sword King cry out in agony. Fear could not stop surging from the bottom of his heart. He knew that if he did not agree right away, what he would have to face next would be endless torture and death that would eventually come. Without giving him too much time to think, the scarecrow had already raised his other hand. This time, it was aimed at the Sword King's eyes. He watched as the slender, sharp scarecrow finger slowly approached his pupils. The fear in the Sword King's heart was also constantly magnifying. "No, I can't lose Apophis, I can't lose him. I'll give you whatever you want. Money, I'll give you money. I have 5 million in savings. I'll let you be the head of the Sarkos branch. Oh right, the necklace. I still have the necklace. I'll give you the necklace, too. I still have my subordinates. The lives of these subordinates are all given to you. You can obtain a huge promotion by killing them." The frenzied words kept coming out of the Sword King's mouth. On the rooftop, many of the members who were still alive saw that their boss was actually planning to betray them. They looked at the panicking 10 years older man in front of them in disbelief. At this moment, they could no longer recognize this man. However, Flanders did not have the slightest intention of stopping. His straw fingers continued to inch toward the Sword King's eyes. Flanders deliberately slowed down his movements. What he wanted was for the Sword King to feel this intense pressure. Only by doing this could he raise the Sword King's fear to its maximum. Only by doing this could he completely break the Sword King's psychological defenses. Finally, just as his fingertip was about to touch the Sword King's eyeballs, the Sword King finally accepted his fate. "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Damn it, I'll give the sword to you. Stop it now." The moment his voice rang, Flanders stopped inching his finger forward, the tip of his finger just 1 millimeter away from the Sword King's eyes. Although the straw finger in front of him had finally stopped moving, the Sword King did not relax at all. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, he definitely would not be able to keep his name. Am willing to give up Apophis's submission to me." In an instant, a ball of light flew out from the Sword King's brows and landed on Apophis's hilt. As for Flanders, He slowly turned his head and looked at the magic sword that had completely returned to its original form. The skull on the magic sword glowed brightly instantly, feeling a kind of joy that was once lost and now recovered. However, Apophis did not hesitate for too long before giving Flanders the answer he wanted. "I am willing to serve you as my lord, submit to you, and never betray you. If the lord dies, then I will die." Chapter 37, Relying on the power of external forces is no different from garbage. Apophis had been an old creature that had survived for more than 10 years. The lifespans of strange creatures were not short, and it was much longer than that of human beings. However, most strange creatures die very early. They would either die at the hands of other strange creatures or at the hands of the Mage Association. There were only a few creatures like Apophis who had lived for more than 10 years. Therefore, Apophis actually had a lot of life experience and higher intelligence than other strange creatures. Although he could not sense the true strength of the Scarecrow, he was clear about one thing. If he made an enemy of the Scarecrow, he definitely would not gain any benefits. On the contrary, surrendering was the best choice. Moreover, a strange creature surrendering to another creature was a completely different concept than a creature surrendering to humans. After submitting to humans, a strange creature would become humanized, and the creature's soul would no longer be complete. The details of his form would change according to his master's will. In other words, he would no longer be him, but a completely new him. However, submitting to another strange creature would not result in such a situation. There were no differences between any strange creature's cognition, regardless of their form. The only thing that mattered was their strength. Surrendering to the Scarecrow meant he could keep his original form, his complete soul. He could even obtain a powerful backer. He believed that if he surrendered to the Scarecrow, he would be able to live for a very long time. This did not need to be questioned. Just by watching the Scarecrow in this battle, it could be seen. One person against all the members of the Sarcos branch. The Scarecrow was completely unharmed and the Sarcos branch was completely destroyed. Apophis did not think that he could achieve such a result alone. Therefore, he was willing to submit to the Scarecrow. After the Scarecrow narrowed his eyes and said "I accept" with a smile, Apophis immediately turned into a ball of light and flew into the middle of the Scarecrow's brows. At this moment, an island appeared in the Scarecrow's sea of consciousness. This island was not a small island, but a big one. Not only was it far larger than Black's Bald Island, there were also many plants and mountains on the island, lush and full of vitality. This was also the embodiment of Apophis's strength. The Scarecrow nodded in satisfaction and said loudly in its sea of consciousness, "Apophis, from today onwards, your name's Sword. Sword Apophis." Out of some respect for Apophis, the Scarecrow chose to keep Apophis's original name. After receiving such respect, Apophis was naturally full of admiration. "I, Sword Apophis, thank the Lord for the name." After receiving the reply, the Scarecrow nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Flanders's strength had increased once again, reaching C-class. Subduing Apophis had actually allowed Flanders to increase by 2 levels in a go. Flanders was pleasantly surprised, and with a simple thought, a huge magic sword appeared in his hand. The sword's entire body was red, and its dual blades were incredibly sharp. There was a white skull on the hilt of the sword, and the skull's eyes were flickering with a strange green light. This was Apophis's original form. Apophis, who was 2.4 meters long, looked much taller than the Scarecrow. At this moment, however, he did not give anyone the slightest sense of disharmony. The Scarecrow was his master, and Apophis was the servant. It was only natural that the master controlled the servant. Seeing his beloved sword fall into the hands of the Scarecrow, the Sword King's face was filled with unwillingness. He looked at the Scarecrow with resentment. The teeth in his mouth were tightly clenched together, almost to the point of shattering. However, he would not do anything superfluous. This was his chance to survive by sacrificing the magic sword. He was definitely not going to make a move that would end his own life. Moreover, without Apophis's support, the Sword King's strength had already plummeted. The current Sword King was merely an E+ weakling. Flanders could also feel the change in the Sword King's strength. He revealed a contemptuous look. A person could only rely on external items to increase his strength. The moment he loses this item, his true form would be revealed and he would once again become trash. Today, I'll spare your life. Flanders's cold words came out of his mouth and the Sword King immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that the Scarecrow would go back on his word after obtaining the magic sword. There would be nothing he could do about it then. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the Scarecrow's next words made him nervous again. However, I don't care if your subordinates are willing to spare your life. After saying that, the Scarecrow carried Apophis and leapt off the rooftop, leaving immediately. The Sword King then realized that the other members on the rooftop were staring at him with bloodshot eyes. What are you trying to do? I'm your department head, your superior, are you trying to rebel? Killing your comrade's a very serious crime. Aren't you afraid of being punished by headquarters? Looking at the other members who were slowly approaching him, the Sword King had a terrified expression as he backed away in panic. However, the member who was originally fighting alongside him now said with a cold expression, "Department head? Superior? When you betrayed us just now, why didn't you remember who you were? Accountability? Ha ha. As long as we don't say anything, who'd know that you were killed by us?" A sinister smile appeared on the faces of every member. The intense killing intent had already materialized and it was pointed at the Sword King. It could no longer be concealed. As for the Sword King, the terror in his eyes could no longer be concealed in the face of this intense killing intent. Fear points, plus 5,000. After receiving the last system notification, Flanders, who had already left, knew what had happened on the rooftop. However, this had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to quickly leave this place and look for his next prey. 10 minutes later, 11 figures arrived on the rooftop at the same time. Looking at the corpses that littered the ground, Garros said in a low voice, seemingly unconcerned, "Did he escape?" The he Garros was referring to was naturally the Scarecrow. After receiving the information given by Teach, he immediately gathered his team members and rushed to Sarko's city as fast as he could. However, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, knowing that the Scarecrow was near Sarko's made things easier. Everyone, split up and search for the Scarecrow. 0, come with me to meet Teach. Disperse. In an instant, 9 figures flew off in all directions at the same time, leaving only Garros, whose face was full of wrinkles, and a masked woman. Let's go and find out what happened. Chapter 38, Act 4 of Macbeth. The best work of art. Garros leaned on his cane and walked down the stairs from the rooftop step by step. As soon as he went down one floor, he saw Teach, who was lying limply in a corner, shivering. Looking at Teach's pale face, Garros did not show any emotion on his face. He only asked on a deep voice, "Just now, what happened? Speak." Although Garros's voice was not loud, Teach could definitely hear him clearly. However, Teach could only continue trembling uncontrollably in the corner. Seeing this, Garros frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the masked woman behind him, 0, understood and walked forward. Smack! An extremely loud slap was given. Only then, did Teach come back to her senses. Looking at Teach, who was covering her face, 0 asked coldly, "Sir, Garros is asking you a question. What happened on the rooftop just now?" This time, Teach hurriedly answered him. As for the slap, she did not dare to have any objections. After all, the other party was one of Garros's members. She was not in existence that she could provoke. "I came to Tinsley University today to carry out a mission, and then I found." Get to the point. Garros frowned again as if he was dissatisfied with her slow answer. Teach was stunned when she heard this, and she hurriedly reorganized her words. The Scarecrow was surrounded and attacked by all the members of the Sarko's branch. It seems like they're all dead. At this moment, Garros's expression changed again. However, this time, it was not displeasure but a slight surprise. If Garros's team was allowed to fight against all the members of the Sarko's branch, He was confident that he would be able to wipe them out. However, this was not the same concept. First of all, Garrus's team was a B-class team, and the highest level member in the Circos branch was only a C-class Sword King. The difference in strengths was like heaven and earth. Moreover, Garrus's team had 11 people, while the Scarecrow was alone. Finally, it was time. Garrus took out the pocket watch in his coat pocket and glanced at it. 23 minutes. Only 23 minutes had passed since Teach contacted him. In just 23 minutes, the Scarecrow had wiped out everyone in the Circos branch. No, that was not right. The actual time spent was probably even shorter than 23 minutes. At the thought of this, a hint of fear appeared on Garrus's face. "You, get someone to deal with it." After saying that, Garrus once again supported himself with his walking stick and left the place. Zero followed behind him, not even looking at Teach. Teach was left alone, still sitting on the ground and holding her face in a daze. After a moment, she came back to her senses and walked up the stairs, step by step. After just 3 steps, an overpowering scent of blood drifted over from the rooftop. When asked about the smell of blood, Teach's face turned even paler. She did not dare to imagine what it was like on the rooftop, but her feet could not help but move upward. There were 10 more steps. There were 5 more steps. There was 1 more step. Teach stepped onto the last step and slowly opened the door to the rooftop. After seeing the scene on the rooftop, Teach could not stand still for a moment and almost fell down the stairs. Fortunately, she managed to hold onto the handrail of the stairs to stabilize herself. However, the scene on the rooftop still gave her a deep shock. She even felt her legs go a little weak. She saw that there were broken limbs everywhere on the rooftop. She saw many of the tattoos on the limbs. She could even name some of the owners of the broken limbs. However, these people that she was familiar with had turned into pieces of flesh, remaining that way forever. This hell-like scene was only the tip of the iceberg. Teach endured the discomfort and slowly walked across the rooftop. After gaining a clearer vision, Teach took in the entire scene on the rooftop. Red blood. White brain matter. Broken limbs. White bones. Severed arms that were still holding their weapons tightly. However, their bodies were nowhere to be seen. Teach slowly looked around, her face getting paler. Although the temperature tonight was a little bit higher, bin-sized beads of sweat were still oozing from Teach's forehead. Subconsciously, Teach gulped. If it was not for her dissatisfaction with the Sword King's behavior, she would not have secretly left to inform Garrus. Perhaps she would have become a part of them by now. She would have become a member of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Caw. Caw. A black crow flapped its wings and descended from the sky. It stood on a piece of minced meat and pecked at it carefully. Seeing this, Teach could not help but vomit. She had been a member of the Mage Association for many years. Teach had seen many bloody scenes. However, most of the bodies she saw were ordinary humans. Maybe even Teach herself had not noticed it, but she had subconsciously classified herself and ordinary humans as 2 different species. No matter how many pigs and dogs died, how much emotion would humans have? Therefore, when Flanders massacred the village, Teach did not feel too uncomfortable when she looked at the corpses lying on the ground. This time, however, Teach vomited on the spot. Because these people who died were all members of the Mage Association. In other words, they were the same as her. This scene deeply affected Teach. For the first time, she felt an intense fear of death. The crow was still pecking at the minced meat, but Teach could no longer watch. She slowly retreated from the rooftop and closed the door tightly. After closing the door, Teach leaned heavily against the door. She took out a cigarette and lit it, trying to calm herself down. A moment later, she seemed to have made a decision and sent a message to Ray. "Ray, I want to quit the Mage Association." After sending the text message, Teach put down her hand weakly and took a puff of her cigarette. At this moment, she finally relaxed. With the appearance of such a powerful scarecrow, she no longer dared to fight with strange creatures. Perhaps, she would hide her strength for the rest of her life and become an ordinary person. Dot. At this moment, the city of Sarkos had already become a city of chaos. The huge white light that had just descended from the sky had clearly been seen by the entire city. Not only that, a video of that had already been spread all over the internet. The title of the video was even more ridiculous. The huge white light descended from the sky. Is this God's punishment? The strange phenomenon at Tinsley University. Is it related to the 3 murder cases at the university? The distortion of humanity or the loss of morality, the secret of the University of Tinsley. Similar articles kept appearing on the internet, making it difficult for the government to control them even if they wanted to. At the same time, the telephone numbers of Durham's KC and the office of the Sarkos branch had been ringing non-stop. The higher-ups kept asking what exactly was going on, and at the same time, they were asking both sides for a solution. The only difference was that KC's headquarters in Durham kept getting scolded. The number of the Sarkos branch could never be reached. This time, it could be said that the scarecrow had really caused a huge mess. The whole world was shocked. And the main character of this matter, Flanders, had appeared in a forest outside the city. His guardian scarecrow was incredibly useful. The moment Flanders jumped off the rooftop, he activated this skill and switched places with the scarecrow he had placed outside the city. Apart from enabling him to leave Sarkos quickly, he had also wanted to place the guardian scarecrow somewhere in Sarkos city. This way, he would be able to obtain information about Sarkos as soon as he could. Flanders had 3 perspectives in his mind. One was the image that Flanders had seen. One was the image that the guardian scarecrow he placed below Tinsley University had seen. The other was the image that the crows on the rooftop had seen. Indeed, the crows that were eating the minced meat were from the crow storm Flanders had used. Feeling the chaos in the city, Flanders narrowed his eyes and revealed an intoxicated expression. At this moment, Tinsley University represented the dilapidated ruins. The Sword King who had everything taken away from him was the Mad King. And the citizens of Sarkos represented the crying people. All of this was exactly the same as the 4th act of his favorite Macbeth. Flanders's body trembled slightly, and he could not help but say as he crossed his arms over his shoulders, "This is truly the best work of art in the world." At this moment, a green light was flashing in Apophis's eyes as he floated behind Flanders. It was as if he was echoing Flanders's words. Obviously, compared to that useless Sword King, Apophis was more willing to submit to this madman in front of him. As if he felt Apophis's response, Flanders turned around gently and gripped the hilt of his sword. "Come on, new friends. Let's go have some fun." Chapter 39, 100 Secrets Neglected, and Flanders's whereabouts exposed. The guardian scarecrow was very useful. The moment Flanders jumped off the rooftop, he activated this skill and switched places with the scarecrow he had placed outside the city. Not only did this enable him to quickly leave Sarkos, he also wanted to place the guardian scarecrow somewhere in Sarkos city. That way, he would be able to obtain information about Sarkos as soon as possible. At this moment, Flanders had 3 views in his mind. One was the image that Flanders saw. The other was the image that the guardian scarecrow he placed below Tinsley University saw. The other was the image that the crows on the rooftop saw. Indeed, the crows eating the minced meat were from the crow storm that Flanders used. Feeling the chaos in the city, Flanders narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed an intoxicated expression. At this moment, Tinsley University represented the dilapidated ruins. The Sword King who had everything taken away from him was the Mad King. And the citizens of the entire city of Sarkos represented the crying people. All of this was exactly the same as the 4th act of his favorite Macbeth. Flanders's body trembled slightly as he hugged his shoulders. This is really the best work of art in the world. At this moment, a green light flashed in Apophis's eyes as he floated behind Flanders as if he was echoing Flanders's words. Obviously, compared to that useless Sword King, Apophis was more willing to submit to this madman in front of him. As if sensing Apophis's response, Flanders gently turned around and grabbed the hilt of his sword. "Let's go, new friends. Let's go have some fun." Buzz. Buzz. Feeling the radar in her arms vibrate twice, Zero hurriedly took it out to take a look. A strange creature had appeared 10 kilometers away from Circo's city. It appeared out of thin air without any warning. If it were any other time, Zero might not have taken this matter to heart. However, this time was different from the past. The scarecrow had disappeared into thin air from Circo's city, and now, a strange creature had suddenly appeared outside the city. It was really hard not to connect the two together. Sir Garros, take a look. Zero respectfully approached Garros and handed over the strange detection radar in her hands. Garros raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at the red dot on the radar, and said in a deep voice, "You, go and take a look. If it's a small fish, destroy it on the spot. If it's the scarecrow, contact the other team members immediately." Hearing this, Zero was slightly stunned, and then immediately answered. Just from this sentence, it was apparent that Garros seemed to be a little afraid of the scarecrow. If Garros ordered the team to carry out the mission before, it was partly because he was too lazy to do it himself. On the other hand, it was because it was faster with more people. However, Garros had already bluntly said that after finding the scarecrow, she would have to contact her teammates first. This was another matter. It seemed that even Garros thought that the scarecrow was not something that could be easily subdued. Zero also realized another point. Garros might want to subdue this scarecrow and make it his own creature. Zero had been following Garros for so many years, so she could naturally guess what Garros's thoughts were. At this moment, Garros's eyes flashed as if he was calculating something. Indeed, he did want to subdue the scarecrow and make it his own creature. A creature who could easily kill all the members of the Circos branch. If he could subdue the creature, it would definitely increase his strength greatly. Perhaps, it could even help him shake Nukarai's position in the Mage Association. When that time came, would Garros not be in charge of the Mage Association? Thinking of this, the corner of Garros's mouth finally revealed a smile. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Nukarai, that woman, had suppressed him for 20 years. Garros had been planning everything to surpass Nukarai. Whether it was to improve his own strength or to cultivate a team that was completely loyal to him, it was all so he could go against Nukarai one day. However, what made him most angry was that Nukarai did not protect herself from him at all. It was not that she was unaware of his little tricks and schemes. It was because Nukarai did not think Garros could surpass her. No, not just surpass. Even if he was on the same level as her, Nukarai did not think Garros could do it. In other words, in Nukarai's eyes, Garros, who was above everyone else, was just a small fry. Thinking of this, Garros's breathing became a little hurried. Nukarai, just you wait. The era that belongs to you is coming to an end. Outside the city, in the woods. Flanders subconsciously took at the strange detection radar, wanting to see if there was anything strange in the vicinity that he could put away. It was not a problem if he did not look at it, but when he looked at it, Flanders immediately frowned. That was because the radar clearly showed that a blue dot was chasing after him from Circo's city. What's going on? Are you here to find your teammates? Flanders was slightly stunned. He had done experiments more than once. Although he did not know why, he truly could not be detected by the strange radar. In other words, if other people used the radar to detect him, they would only see a blue dot, which signified the presence of a companion. In this case, generally speaking, if someone were to find him, it could only be interpreted as the other party wanting to find a teammate. However, a strange feeling appeared in Flanders's heart. He always felt that things were not so simple. That was because the other party was rushing over too quickly. So fast that it was as if they were chasing after him. Flanders frowned slightly and pressed the button twice, magnifying the strange radar in his hand. This was. Flanders's pupils suddenly dilated. He seemed to sense something wrong. Without any hesitation, Flanders pressed the button twice again, magnifying the radar image again. If he had started with a range of 30 kilometers. After 2 consecutive magnifications, the radar detected a range of 5 kilometers. At the same time, The image on the radar was also enlarged. Then, Flanders finally saw it. Beside the blue dot that signified his position, half a red dot was exposed. At this moment, Flanders finally understood. The other party was either looking for a companion or for something strange. Click. Flanders heard a familiar sound in the air and his heart skipped a beat. Was he finally found? Chapter 40, I'm new here, but I've never heard of you. Flanders heard a familiar sound in the air, and his heart skipped a beat. Was he finally found? This sound was familiar because he had heard it on the roof of Tinsley University half an hour ago. It was the sound of teeth crushing the strange radar. At this moment, a voice appeared in the air. A masked woman was floating in the air, staring at him. Although Flanders could not see the strength of the other party, she was definitely not weak. The reason was very simple. After knowing that the Sarko's branch had been wiped out by him, there were still people who dared to chase after him. Did it not mean that the other party's strength far exceeded the strength of all the members of the Sarko's branch? Soon, 9 figures rushed over from the Sarko's branch. All of them stopped behind Zero. Each of them had quite a strong aura. With just a glance, one could tell that they were not some stinking fish or rotten shrimps. After a while, the last figure finally arrived. Looking at the old man in the sky, Flanders's expression became even more solemn. This old man was obviously not an ordinary person. Apophis seemed to recognize this person as well and communicated with Flanders through his mind. Master, this old man's name is Garros. His strength has already reached B+. He can be considered the second strongest person in the Mage Association. Second strongest. This could explain everything. However, just as Flanders was about to think about how to deal with these people, he was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at Apophis. He finally understood why his location was exposed. Apophis had been detected by the strange detection radar. Although Apophis had been subdued by Flanders, Flanders was not human. In other words, Apophis was not a human being at the moment. It was still a strange creature. Since it was a strange creature, it would be detected by the strange detection radar. Apophis did not know that Flanders would not be detected by the radar. Hence, he did not understand what Flanders was looking at him for. However, Flanders did not intend to say anything. This was his own mistake, not Apophis. The most important thing to do at the moment was figure out how to deal with these 11 people. Garros, who was in the air, took a look at Flanders and the magic sword behind him. He recognized it at a glance. Although its appearance was different, the aura could not be concealed. This was the weapon that the Sword King used. At this moment, the greed in Garros's eyes became even more obvious. If he could subdue the Scarecrow and the magic sword at the same time, he would be able to compete with Nukurai. It would not even be a problem if he wanted to subdue her. One of them was the strange creature that helped that trash, the Sword King, rise to the top and become the head of the Sarko's branch of the Mage Association. The other was the strange creature that had completely wiped out the Sarko's branch. These two strange creatures had extraordinary strategic significance. Seeing Garros's expression, Zero naturally understood. She took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "Scarecrow, I'll only say this once. I'll give you a chance to submit now. Do you understand what I mean?" Looking at the masked woman in front of him, Flanders let out a cold smile. "Submit? Do you think you're worthy?" Hearing these words, a trace of anger flashed in Zero's eyes. However, the Scarecrow was Lord Garros's prey, so she naturally did not dare to casually attack him. Even though she was extremely angry, she could only suppress her anger and wait for Garros's instructions. Looking at the arrogant and unruly appearance of the Scarecrow in front of him, Garros did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. "Hey, this really isn't bad at all. All these years, there have been at least 8,000 strange deaths by my hand. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Could it be that all the strange creatures in this world have forgotten the name Garros?" Originally, Garros had only planned to use this method to threaten the Scarecrow. After all, it was going to be very troublesome to defeat the Scarecrow and make him submit. At the same time, he could not kill him. It would likely damage the team he had trained. This was a consequence he was unwilling to bear. Therefore, it was best to make the Scarecrow surrender himself. However, when Flanders heard this, he noticed something. Since he had been in this world, there did not seem to be many strange creatures. In other words, there were two possibilities. 1. Garros was bragging. However, being the second strongest in the Mage Association, there was no need for him to brag. The other possibility was that there must be some way for strange creatures to exist in another space. Otherwise, why would there be so few strange creatures in this world? Thinking of this, Flanders had a rough outline of a plan in his heart. Of course, he still had to solve Garros's problem first. Flanders looked at Garros and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I'm sorry, I'm new here. I've never heard of you before." This time, many of Garros's subordinates behind him were already filled with killing intent. This strange creature was way too arrogant. He actually dared to disrespect the great Sir Garros. Zero wanted to teach the Scarecrow a lesson. Garros was also a little angry. It was obviously impossible for the Scarecrow to be subdued without bloodshed. Since that was the case, he would teach the Scarecrow a lesson. "You guys, go easy on him. Don't take his life." Hearing Garros's words, the 10 people behind him instantly split up. 5 people charged at Flanders, while the other 5 chanted spells behind them, ready to cast their magic. Just from this point alone, one could see that the 10 people in front of him definitely had long-term battle experiences and tacit understanding. The entire process was incredibly smooth and without any disharmony. However, Flanders believed that he was not afraid of them at all. Previously, he was able to deal with the Sarko's branch and remain unscathed precisely because he had the biggest trump card in his hand. His cursed Scarecrow. With this skill, he could completely transfer the damage inflicted on him to others. Moreover, transferring the damage to others did not require any of his own strength. In other words, it was his scapegoat. If he relied on his own ability to transfer the damage this time, he would not be able to transfer it if the damage exceeded his own strength. However, if he was just looking for someone to take his place, it would be a completely different concept. Looking at the 5 people charging at him, Flanders had no intention of backing down. He was even filled with fighting spirit. "I really want to see what expression the second in command of the Mage Association will have before he dies." Chapter 41, The Scarecrow's Curse. The 5 of them went into battle, and all kinds of attacks landed on Flanders. How stupid! Was this the team led by the second in command of the Mage Association? It was hilarious. Flanders' gaze passed through the formation of mages, and his mocking gaze met Jarrus's eyes. The corners of his mouth split open. "You will pay for your arrogance." Humph. Jarrus did not care about Flanders' words. Many people had said that in the past, but he was still alive and well. Flanders retracted his gaze and looked at the mages who had surrounded him. Just a moment ago, he had even eliminated a mage from a branch. Such a shocking battle result had not attracted the attention of the other side. No, perhaps from the opponent's point of view, this was the opponent's attention. But it did not matter. It did not matter whether he paid attention to it or not. Some things had already been decided. Letting these strange attacks fall, Flanders did not have any thoughts of resisting. Because the curse had already been planted, he was already in an impossible position from the very beginning of this battle. Imagine a life and death battle. When one side was in a state where they would not be injured or lose, then the outcome of this battle had already been revealed from the very beginning. The moment the attack landed on his body, Flanders could clearly feel that his movements had become sluggish. It was a strange feeling. Cursed Scarecrow's effect allowed the cursed person to receive damage directly. But now, it seemed that something like a debuff, which would not cause substantial damage to the original body, would not fall on the cursed person. Sploosh! A large amount of blood spurted out from Jarrus's body, not far away. He was originally calm, his expression was relaxed, and he was as elegant as an old noble. He became a bloody person in the blink of an eye, and his body was covered in wounds. Cuts, burns, frostbite, blunt force trauma, and all sorts of other injuries landed on Jairus' body in an instant. His originally calm expression was replaced by fear and doubt. Fear point plus 8,000. It was not that he did not react. In fact, the moment he felt danger, he had already taken protective measures against himself. However, that did not work. His defenses would not stop the curse. Therefore, the moment Jairus was hurt, he could not understand why his defense would fail. Jairus took a deep breath. He endured intense pain and grabbed the cane with both hands. He barely supported his body to prevent himself from falling. Looking at his intact clothes, he realized that he was an experienced magician. It was a curse. This scarecrow could actually curse. How was this possible? The scarecrow's methods were more complicated and strange than he had imagined. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Before he came back, he had asked the little girl for more information about the scarecrow. A battle was not about pure combat strength. Under certain circumstances, especially when the gap between the two sides was not particularly obvious, information was especially prominent. Often, a crucial piece of information could be used to turn the situation around. For example, at this moment, Jairus, as the core of his side, the most important combat force, had suffered a great loss in the first battle, and his strength had been damaged. This had, in an invisible way, reducing the pressure on Flanders. Sir Jairus. The movements on Jairus' side naturally caught the attention of his subordinates at the first moment. The 5 mages furthest away from Flanders gave up on chanting and quickly surrounded Jairus to protect him. The 5 mages around Flanders exchanged glances with each other and tacitly planned to retreat. He. Being distracted in battle was a big taboo. At times, it could even be lethal. Faced with such a big flaw, Flanders naturally would not let it go. 5 bone abundance. The red thread connected Flanders to the 5 mages around him. After feeling that the tunnel had been successfully opened, Flanders did not have any scruples and released his second wide-range skill. Storm of Crows. Caw. 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 Crows emerged from Flanders' body one after another and attacked the surrounding mages. The number of crows increased. In the blink of an eye, the mage's field of vision was covered by the crows. The situation was reversed in an instant. Flanders, who had gained the advantage, did not waste time and continued to increase his offensive. Unlike the battle with the Sword King and the others, the enemy was powerful, especially with a B-class mage. This was the strongest person he had met since he came to this world. Moreover, he did not believe that the attack just now could take Jairus' life. If he did not create enough advantages for himself before Jairus could react, then the situation could be reversed at any time. Fear points plus 3,000, fear points plus 4,000, fear points plus 6,000, fear points plus 5,000, fear points plus 3,000. The lowest was 3,000. This also proved the strength of these mages. Flanders looked at them with some pity. Fat sheep, what a pity! Although he was a little reluctant, Flanders did not hesitate in his actions. Flanders' fear only worked on these mages for a second. Then, it was dispelled by these experienced mages. Flanders was not surprised by this. It was more like everything was within his expectations. And his goal had been achieved. Night cut, the huge sickle drew a full moon in the air. The 5 fountains sprayed out a large amount of bright red liquid in the next second, dyeing Flanders' entire body red. Flanders was becoming more and more adept at grasping the timing of the battle. He skillfully grasped the moment when these mages broke through the environment and placed the Grim Reaper's scythe on their necks. The skull on the hilt of the magic sword Apophis on the back flickered with green light. This was an expression of his dissatisfaction. It was obvious that our newly joined partner was eager to show himself. Flanders patted it. You'll have a chance to appear, and it'll be right away. The scythe disappeared, and Flanders took the sword Apophis from his back. You're not an ordinary sword. As your first battle, you'll have to find a decent opponent as a memento. Don't you think so? Green light flickered. Upon hearing Flanders' words, sword Apophis became excited. At this moment, Only 10 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. In these 10 seconds, from being surrounded to being counterattacked, even Jairus couldn't react in time. When he regained his senses, half of his proud subordinates had lost. Bastard. Fear points plus 10,000. Chapter 42, dealing with the second in command of the Mage Association. Fear points plus 3,000. He had thought that it would be a piece of cake. But, unfortunately, it could not be any harder. Jairus never expected that a small scarecrow would cause him such a huge loss. This was the first defeat that this strongest team had experienced since its establishment. Not to mention 5, even if it was just 1, Jairus could not bear it. This was all his hard work. He took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his anger. Facing the scarecrow as powerful and terrifying as the arrival of death, the 5 mages beside Jairus did not dare to be careless. They silently set up a barrier to block the crow's attack from outside. Sir Jairus, we can't hold on much longer. Jairus even felt a sense of absurdity when he heard his subordinate's words. He suddenly felt like laughing. How long had it been since he had heard such words from his subordinate? Cannot hold on? How ironic. When he had led the team in the past, he had never encountered such a situation. Forget about not being able to hold on much longer. In the past battles, he had rarely even set up a barrier. But now. Enough, prepare to counterattack. Jairus raised his hand, and the 3 mages around him who were healing him immediately stopped. Flanders also noticed Jairus' actions. Fear points plus 4,000, he tilted his head, and the smile on his face became even more eerie and terrifying. Is it coming out of that turtle shell? Fear points plus 4,000, it had to be said that these mages were very strong. Each of them had the strength that was not inferior to the Sword King. Fear points plus 5,000, therefore, there was really no way to deal with the barrier in a short period of time by relying solely on Flanders' own methods. A green, horrifying light enveloped Sword Apophis. Fear points plus 6,000, this was the best opportunity for Sword Apophis to show off. Fear points plus 3,500, a large amount of life force flowed out of Flanders' body and poured into Sword Apophis. For a moment, the light on Sword Apophis' body became even more dazzling. Just looking at that faint green light made him feel as if his soul was being sucked away. Fear points plus 7,000, fear points plus 8,000, fear points plus 7,000, fear points plus 6,000, fear points plus 8,500. Feeling that it was about time, Flanders took the initiative to attack before Jairus and the others. At the same time, the 5 mages lying in a pool of blood on the ground trembled for the last time and did not respond. It was obvious that Flanders did not fully understand their lives before. The greedy Flanders was unable to resist the temptation of the fear point in the end. He held back at the end, only depriving the mages of their ability to move. He also used the fear skill in 5 bone abundance to squeeze out the last bit of their value. Holding the hilt with both hands, Flanders hacked at the magic barrier in front of him. The energy condensed on Sword Apophis' body was released in an instant. The sky was dyed green. Crack. Under the continuous attacks of the crows, the shaky barrier shattered the moment it came into contact with Sword Apophis. The green light engulfed Jairus and the others. Whether it was living or not, everything was stripped of its original color at this moment and completely drowned in the green flood. The power is better than I imagined. The light dissipated, and there was only a huge tunnel in front of Flanders. There was nothing else. Sword Apophis had not been in the hands of the Sword King for decades in vain. That move just now was the Sword King's strongest move. The effect of the Sword King's move was the same as Flanders' move. It felt like 2 skills. However, thinking about it, it made sense. The Sword King had only paid for 10 years of his life, while Flanders had paid for the entire lifespan of 5 mages. Moreover, it was the lifespan of 5 C-class mages of the same level as the Sword King. In exchange, the outcome would naturally be different if the price was different. If someone were to examine the corpses of these 5 mages, they would definitely discover that they did not die from excessive blood loss, but from old age. People who suffered fatal injuries would die before they died. Such an unbelievable thing would definitely give them more fear points after the event. Thinking of this, Flanders controlled his crows to prevent them from eating the corpses. Thinking of the fear points, Flanders could not help but feel a wave of regret. It was a pity that the attack just now was too powerful and too fierce. It did not even give people the time to fear it before they died. As this thought appeared in his mind, Flanders heard a notification from the system. Fear points plus 100,000, fear points plus 10,000. Not dead, but still alive? As everyone knew, the dead would not feel fear, so naturally they would not contribute fear points. And to be able to bring him such a huge benefit, Flanders immediately determined who was the one who survived. As expected of the second in command of the Mage Association. He had so many tricks up his sleeves that he was actually able to survive that one attack. Flanders did not feel regretful about Jairus' survival. On the contrary, he was very happy. It was good to survive. Only by surviving would there be any value in being killed. Master has succeeded. We have defeated the second in command of the Mage Association. Sword Apophis was very glad at this moment. His previous decision and the new master gave him a completely different feeling. For a demonic sword like it actually needed a user if it wanted to display its greatest power, therefore, Sword Apophis did not reject submitting to others. The only thing it disliked was submitting to a mediocre person. Just like its previous master, Sword King, who had fought for half his life but still only had the strength of a C-class. If the situation did not force it, it would not even look at a person like the Sword King. As for Sword Apophis' performance, Flanders had also seen it. This magic sword was unexpectedly useful. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of another strange thing that he had subdued. Long hair was strange. If he could use it properly, it would be a good attack method. Flanders only thought about it and put it to the back of his mind. He still had more important things to do. Putting away his sword, Apophis, Flanders walked toward Sarko's city. This matter was a little too big. He planned to hide for a period of time. During this period of time, he would stay in Sarko's city. Those mages would definitely think that he had left Sarko's city long ago, and he wanted to use this idea to develop silently in Sarko's city. Chapter 43, The Harvest of Fear de Harem, Mage Association. The magic circle in the middle of the hall suddenly flashed, and then two black shadows emerged from it. The people around could not help but stop and look in their direction. Emergency teleportation circle? Who is it? When the mages around saw the figure emerging from the center of the magic circle, they could not help but exclaim. Each one of them had an incredulous expression on their faces. It's Sir Jairus. Quickly inform Lay. Sir Jairus, are you alright? A few mages who were good at healing quickly ran to Jairus and Zero's side. What serious injuries? They chanted quickly and skillfully, casting healing spells to treat Jairus and Zero. At this moment, Jairus did not look like he was fine at all. His right arm disappeared, and the wound was very strange. There was not even any blood flowing out of the wound. His hair, which had been tidied up, was now a mess. The clothes on his body could no longer be called clothes, and they were just a few strips of cloth. Even the key parts of his body could no longer be covered. Fortunately, there was no need to block it because none of Jairus' exposed skin was normal. It was either black or covered in blood. The scepter that Jairus loved so much was broken into two pieces, lying disgracefully on the ground. These mages had never seen Jairus in such a sorry state. What was even more shocking was the person lying next to Jairus. Zero, the dream lover of many people in the Mage Association. She was quite popular in the Mage Association. It was a pity that she was always with Jairus, and no one else had a chance. But with her lying here alone and Jairus' current appearance, many people immediately thought of her. Could it be that Lord Jairus' team is only left with one person? A commissioner exclaimed in disbelief. His trembling voice revealed the panic and fear in his heart. Lord Jairus' team is the strongest in our Mage Association. Fear was spreading in the Mage Association just as Flanders had expected. Fear rose. And it has never failed since it was founded. There isn't even a record of injuries. Fear was brewing. What kind of strange thing could have caused Sir Jarisus to be in such a state? Could it be from another dimension? One of the commissioners guessed uncertainly, but was quickly refuted by another person who had some understanding of the situation. But didn't Sir Jarisus go to solve the Scarecrow case? Scarecrow? That was a D-class strange creature. Although I don't joke, I admit that it is indeed potent. But do not forget, the other party has just been born not long ago. No matter how exaggerated the speed of growth of strength, it is impossible to beat Sir Jarisus. The Scarecrow incident could be considered a relatively serious and strange incident recently. It was also one of the rare incidents that caused the Mage Association to suffer losses recently. However, that was all. In fact, many people thought that the Scarecrow was valued because it posted videos on the internet. Whether it was the Mage Association or the government, they had always concealed the existence of the Scarecrow very well. Until the appearance of the Scarecrow in public. Therefore, to ensure that the strangeness would not be exposed, the higher-ups paid so much attention to the Scarecrow. Regarding this person's statement, many commissioners who did not know the truth of the matter nodded their heads in approval. Indeed, it has only been a few days since the Scarecrow appeared. It hasn't even been a month. It hasn't even been a month, and he has already defeated Sir Jarisus. With this rate of growth, I think we should surrender. After this person finished speaking, many people nodded in agreement. That's right. If the strange creature is such a terrifying existence, we humans might as well lie down and die. Even if it was weird, growth depended on the law of nature. How could his strength reach such a level in less than a year? Not to mention, Flanders did not even finish a month. At this time, Jarisus had already regained some consciousness under the emergency treatment of a few people. Looking at the corpse of the walking stick beside him, the muscles on his face moved. He really liked this walking stick. Before he could sigh with sorrow, the conversation of the others around him entered his ears. Those words were like sharp swords stabbing into his heart. As the person involved, how could he not know who had turned him into this state? The more he lived, the worse he became. A B-class magician was actually defeated by a Scarecrow who was not even a C-class yet. This was nothing. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that he, a B-class magician, was defeated before even using his own tricks. He had all his abilities, but he could not use them. This kind of feeling was very frustrating. He did not make a move from the beginning to the end. The magic that he was proud of and his tricks that were as numerous as the stars had yet to be used. Then, he was killed by his opponent before he could do anything. Jarisus moved his mouth, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Today was the darkest and most humiliating day of his life. Scarecrow, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will make you pay back double. Humph, humph, humph. At this moment, our main character, Flanders, was humming a little song as he listened to the system's notification. Fear point plus 10, fear point plus 230, fear point plus 25, fear point plus 73, fear point plus 146, dot. Good harvest, good harvest. It looked like that Jarisus went back to work for him. Although the system's prompt, after he became a video blogger, uploaded those several horror videos, has not stopped. But the difference in numbers between the fear offered by ordinary people and the fear offered by these magicians is clear. Flanders easily distinguished between the two. Now, he had a large number of fear points, reaching an unprecedented height. After wiping off the remaining bits, he had a total of 530,000. Without any hesitation, Flanders first upgraded Curse Scarecrow, Watchman Scarecrow, and Magic Vanquishing Scarecrow. The 3 third-tier skills had all been upgraded to 1 tier. 100,000 to level up 3 levels is too much, isn't it? He had thought that 530,000 was a lot, but now it seemed like that was it. It seemed like it was necessary to come up with an efficient method to collect fear. The greater the cost, the greater the reward. Flanders did not give up just because of the huge cost. These 3 skills were all used to save his life at critical moments. They were very important, and there was no reason for him not to level up. As a result, a total of 450,000 fear points were instantly vaporized. In exchange, all 3 skills were level 3. Chapter 44, Guardian Scarecrow. Sarko's City. Tentree University. The Academy's order was restored faster than expected. The peace of the past had been restored here. As he walked back through the campus, Flanders felt as if he had returned home. Disguise. As one of the 2 most commonly used skills in Flanders, this skill and fear were both the focus of Flanders' attention. These 2 skills took away all of Flanders' remaining fear points, and now they were both level 7. The level 7 disguise allowed Flanders to switch between men, women, and children easily. It also achieved an effect that made it seem like it was real. It felt like it was real, and even the heartbeat was simulated. Unless it were a high-tech method like X-rays, Flanders' disguise would not have any flaws under normal circumstances. Therefore, he withdrew Sordapophis back into his consciousness, changed his appearance, and swaggered back to the school. He returned to the school this time with his own purpose and mission. He wanted to experiment. And the name of the experiment was called Ranch. Walking in the popular square, the fear from before could no longer be seen on the students' faces around him. It had only happened a few days ago, but after a few days, these people had already lost that fear. And that nightmare had also become the topic of conversation for these people after dinner. Humph, humph, humph. But there was no need to be anxious. He would slowly, bit by bit, let these people recall the fear that they had buried deep in their hearts and did not dare to recall. In the library. Hello, I'm Flanders. Flanders smiled at his colleague in front of him. From today onwards, he was a librarian here. It had to be said that he had a profound affinity with the library. Until now, he had not forgotten the 2 encounters he had here. It was a very interesting, exciting experience. Especially the second girl, Micah. He had to admit that she had an interesting soul. She was also charming. If he was in her current state, he would never choose to kill her. Taking out a few books from the bookshelf, Flanders sat in his work seat and read quietly. Becoming a librarian was not a whim or a whim for Flanders. It was a decision he made after careful thought. He needed to study and spend a lot of time in the library for the next experiment. So he needed a cover identity. A librarian was perfect. It was inevitable that his studies would be interrupted. Looking at the books that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Flanders took a bookmark and placed it where he could see it. He did not feel annoyed because he was interrupted. After all, interacting with different people was also one reason he chose this class. Are you new here? Yes. Flanders skillfully registered the girl and used the corner of his eyes to size her up. She was wonderful and had a good figure. My name is Warfrin. Nice to meet you. Flanders. Flanders handed the book to her and held it in her hand. After that, there were many similar situations. Flanders was just like an ordinary librarian. There was nothing unusual about him. At night. In the female dormitory. Warfrin carried a book back to the dormitory. The moment he entered, he saw his roommate putting on makeup. You're back. How was your day? Not too good, not too bad. He casually threw his belongings aside, and Warfrin collapsed onto the bed. Did you know? There's a new librarian in the library today. His roommate turned around in surprise. She knew that this friend of hers rarely talked about the opposite sex. What's wrong? Are you tempted? Putting down the foundation in her hand, her roommate walked to Warfrin's side with a gossipy expression. Oh my god, our Warfrin has finally grown up? Warfrin rolled her eyes at her roommate's teasing. Then, she tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment, then said, You don't say. He's quite handsome. I don't know why, but he gives me an extraordinary feeling. Oh my god, this is actually real. Seeing that Warfrin was really in love, her roommate was instantly energized. She sat next to Warfrin. Tell me, what kind of person is he? This is the first time I've seen him. I just feel that he's exceptional. When I see him, there are always some special things flashing through my mind. Warframe tried hard to recall the scene when she met Flanders. She said with some uncertainty, "I don't know whether I have feelings or not. This is it, baby. The first time I saw Edward, it was the same as your situation." It would have been better if she didn't say it, but when she said it, Warframe couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "How can it be the same? You're only together with Edward because his waist is like a motor. You're coveting his body, bitch. I don't deny that. I do have a reason to be together with him in this aspect. But darling, let me tell you, the purpose of the two of them being together is to make their lives happier. It's obvious that Edward has achieved this." As his roommate spoke, he made a flirtatious expression at Warframe. "I can see that he has indeed served you well. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I have an appointment with Edward later, so I won't be coming back today." His roommate kissed Warframe on the cheek and said, "Bring me to meet this librarian tomorrow. I'm very curious about him. He's mine. Don't fight with me, bitch." "Ha ha ha, that's not necessarily true. I'm getting more and more curious about him now." Seeing Warframe's reaction, the roommate laughed and left. The moment the door closed, a pillow smashed on the door, almost hitting her. Warframe looked angrily at the closed bedroom door, his body still in the motion of throwing. Lying back down, Warframe thought for a moment, then picked up the book he borrowed today and opened it. As the page flipped, something flew out. "What is this?" Feeling the thing fall on his face, Warframe used his fingers to twist it up. A straw? Why was there a straw in the book? Warframe did not think too much about it and simply threw it aside. Where she didn't see it, the straw floated in the air and then quietly disappeared. The straw that hit its body kept twisting and changing in places where Warframe could not see it. Its body kept growing until it finally turned into a scarecrow. The moment the scarecrow was formed, Flanders immediately received a new scene. That's right, this was Flanders' skill, Guardian Scarecrow. The level 3 Guardian Scarecrow could not only turn invisible, but it could also transform freely. Its maneuverability had been greatly improved. Chapter 45, The Fear Magnified in His Dreams. Through the watchful Scarecrow, Warframe's female dormitory would no longer have any secrets from him. Looking at Warframe reading in his field of vision, Flanders watched for a while before cutting off the connection. All of this was just the beginning. Watchful Scarecrow Level 3. Under normal circumstances, after the skill had leveled up, the number of places the Watchful Scarecrow could be placed would increase. The Level 2 Scarecrow was indeed like this. From placing 1, it had become placing 3. However, this skill was completely different when it reached Level 3. The Level 3 skill's introduction was like this: placing a shape-shifting scarecrow at any location could make it invisible. The host had the scarecrow's sense of hearing, smell, and vision. Therefore, it could switch its position with the scarecrow at any time. Current position, refreshed after midnight every day. 3 points need to be paid attention to. First, after the scarecrow was destroyed, it would not return the position. Second, after the scarecrow transformed, the transmitted image would also be affected by the change in form. For example, in the straw state just now, imagine how big a picture a straw could see. In Flanders' test, the ideal state was still the scarecrow state. The picture was unaffected, but Flanders also discovered that if he wanted to exchange places with the scarecrow must be in the scarecrow state. Most importantly, the picture received would be restricted along with the form, but it would not benefit because of the form. Regarding this problem, Flanders guessed that it could only be solved after the skill level was raised again in the future. And the third point that needed to be paid attention to was that it would be refreshed after midnight every day. When Watchman Scarecrow was upgraded to level 3, not only did the number of slots not increase but it was reduced to 1. As a replacement, there was an extra one that would be refreshed after midnight every day. This meant that the number of Watchman Scarecrows would no longer be limited. One could be placed every day. Unfortunately, it was written that it refreshed, which meant that the number of Watchman Scarecrows would not accumulate. If you did not use it today, it would still be 1 when it refreshed at midnight. This number would not increase because you did not use it. Flanders scattered his watchman scarecrows all over the campus to the first student or teacher he met every day who came to borrow books to solve this problem. And the first lucky person was Warfren, who was reading obediently at the side. Naturally, Flanders would not kill such a lucky person easily. He looked at the other party and said in his heart, "I will treat you well." Scarecrow skill. After the switch was completed, Flanders appeared in the dormitory. Before Warfren realized it, he used fear on the other party. Party A. The book fell on his body, and Warfren fell into a deep sleep. Fear plus 30, have a good taste. This is my gift to you, my dear. Although the scarecrow's vision was blocked, it did not affect its sense of hearing and smell. In other words, the conversation between Warfren and her roommate had fallen into Flanders' ears without missing a single word. He had feelings for him. This was the first time Flanders had heard this after becoming a scarecrow. This also made him recall that before becoming a scarecrow, he was still a human. Was he in love? It seemed to be very interesting. I hope you have good dreams, ha 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 ha. A deep and terrifying smile echoed in the dormitory. But, under Flanders' intentional control, his voice did not travel outside. Amidst Flanders' laughter, Warfren's brows were tightly knitted together, and his expression became ferocious. Fear plus 20, Flanders walked beside Warfren. He was not in a hurry to leave. He admired Warfren's pained expression as he fell into a nightmare. Fear plus 50, the other party was the first test subject after his fear skill had reached level 7. If he did not control himself and was not careful, the other party might be swallowed by fear and die on the spot. This was not what Flanders had seen. After the battle with Jairus' party, Flanders deeply realized how boring a massacre was. Each person had an unlimited value. Their emotions and their lives could bring huge benefits to Flanders. As for death, apart from the fear before his death, he would gain nothing. If he was not careful, the target might have died before the fear was born. Therefore, Flanders had to be very careful with these fragile humans. He was groping around, looking for a way to make these people constantly provide him with fear. Hence, there was the wrench experiment. And our Miss Warfren, who had displayed her strange emotions to Flanders for the first time, was lucky enough to be the first subject of this experiment. Where is this place? The moment he entered the illusion of fear, Warfren instantly woke up. She was surprised to find that she seemed to be in a sunflower field. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her body. The scene before her was wonderful, but Warfren was not in the mood to appreciate it. This beautiful scene did not intoxicate her. Instead, she was terrified by this overly realistic feeling. I should be reading in bed. So why am I here? She touched herself. The cold touch, the fragrance of the flowers in the air, and the sound of the sunflowers swaying in the wind rang in her ears. Everything was so real. It hurts. Warfren pinched herself. She could clearly feel the pain from where she was pinched. If she felt pain, it meant that this was not a dream. If it's not a dream, then why am I here? Warfren began to recall the scene before she came here, but she could not find anything strange no matter how hard she tried. She thought for a long time but could not find the answer. Finally, she decided to think differently. She walked around to see if there were any clues. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. However, Warfren still could not get out of this sunflower field. This place seemed beautiful, but in fact, there was something strange about it, which made Warfren more and more afraid. She wanted to leave, but no matter how she walked, she could not get out. She tried to shout, but she could only hear her own echo. Finally, as the sun completely set, her vision was pitch black. Warfren could not hold on any longer. She completely collapsed. She wantonly screamed, venting out the fear in her heart. Ah! Ah! Dingling tilde. At this moment, specks of light burst out from the darkness. Warfren seemed to have found hope and was about to rush in that direction. The specks of light spread rapidly, and Warfren was stunned for a moment. These are sunflowers? The ones that were glowing were none other than the surrounding sunflowers. Before Warfarin could express his thoughts, he saw the most horrifying scene. The sunflowers turned around one by one and turned their heads toward her. At the same time, a ferocious smile appeared on the center of the sunflowers. Warfarin's terrified face was reflected in his scarlet eyes. Are these sunflowers? It turned out that all the echoes Warfarin heard from the beginning were the sunflowers imitating her words. The fear was magnified in an instant, and Warfarin completely collapsed. Ah! Ah! Chapter 46, Flanders being targeted. Warfarin sat up abruptly and panted heavily. Her vision gradually became clear. The strange and terrifying sunflower field no longer existed. What came into her sight was the familiar dormitory. I'm back? Warfarin saw the extremely familiar scene in front of her. Without a doubt, she was in the dormitory right now. On her lap was the book that she had been reading. Could it be that all of this is just a dream? But was that real, and she could even feel pain? Was it really just a dream? If that was the case, was this dream too real? However, in the current situation, it seemed that she could only use dreams to explain everything that had happened before. Liz? Warfarin tried to call her roommate. Oh, right, that BTCH should be in Edward's bed right now. After calling her a few times and getting no response, Warfarin finally remembered that her roommate did not return yesterday. Oh, what a terrible night. Under normal circumstances, Warfarin's mental state was awful. I feel so tired. Warfarin's exquisite face revealed a strong sense of exhaustion. She thought that she had fallen asleep and had a nightmare, but it was not the case in reality. Therefore, her mental state was deplorable. Her body felt as if she had stayed up all night, and her entire body was weak. However, even so, Warfarin still had no intention of returning to sleep. It was not that she did not want to sleep, but that she did not dare to. Because the memory of that nightmare was still fresh in his mind, and it felt authentic. Now, as long as Warfarin closed her eyes, it was as if she could see the sunflowers with their bloody mouths wide open, twisted and terrifying, trying to devour her. This is really bad. Warfarin forced herself to pour a glass of water, and she became energetic. Holding the glass, she glanced at the calendar beside her and confirmed the time. Her expression relaxed. It's a good day's rest. Her gaze swept past the book on the bed that she had read a little yesterday. What attracted her was not how wonderful the book was, but that the book was borrowed from the library. And right now, there was a young and handsome librarian in the library who also looked very strong. When she thought of Flanders, she could not help but recall what Leeds had said yesterday. Her mental state was a mess. She desperately needed someone to accompany her. This person should have been Leeds, but unfortunately, she was busy now. Without much thought, the frustrated Valiant decided to go out for a walk. But before that, she still needed a simple rinse. Ever since she woke up, her body was sticky, and it made her very uncomfortable. Jarisus was also uncomfortable. Ever since he returned to the Mage Association, he could not even move due to the treatment. The newly formed bones were very fragile. He had to be obedient and not move at all. He could not even be overly emotional. That was because he could not guarantee that this thing would not explode from the rush of blood. After all, his heart was beating too fast. So, what do you plan to do? Looking at Ray, who had come to visit him, Jarisus had a complicated look in his eyes. I have a feeling that Juan City is a great devil from the Hell Dimension, and he's secretly using some strange tricks. Mephistopheles has been dragged out to retake the blame, hasn't he? It was obvious that this was not the first or second time Ray had done this. Jarisus immediately knew how Ray had done it. You also know that the Scarecrow's situation is too special. If it really gets out, once it gets out, the situation will be terrifying. Of course I know. Thinking back now, a trace of fear could not help but flash through Jarisus' heart. However, every time at this time, he would quickly adjust his emotions and mentality. He wanted to avoid being dominated by fear. The existence of the Scarecrow was too unbelievable. The ability that the Scarecrow had displayed at the moment left him at a loss. "What do you plan to do?" "After some time, when I'm done with the matters at hand, I want to take action personally." This was the best that Ray could do. But, if it was possible, she really wanted to lead the team down the field now personally. But there was nothing she could do. As the leader of the Magic Association and one of the strongest humans on the human side, her work was no less than others. Every day, her schedule was packed. And these arrangements were not meetings or meeting anyone. They were all desperate battles that could kill her at any time. Battle, battle, battle. These things had already become one with Ray's daily life. "I'm leaving. You should recuperate well. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the association during this period of time." After getting the information she wanted, Ray stood up and bade farewell. "Take care of that good-for-nothing, Kathy. Don't let him mess up the association." "Oh?" Jairus raised his eyebrows and looked at Ray in surprise. Ray had always been on bad terms with Kathy. It was more like the Mage Association had always been on bad terms with Kathy. Kathy was just an outsider with no ability. The only reason she was able to do whatever she wanted to them was that she had someone backing her up. Therefore, usually, Ray would step up to suppress Kathy and hold all the responsibility and consequences on herself. If that were the case, the people behind Kathy would also turn a blind eye to it for Lay's sake. But now, Ray actually asked him not to care about Kathy. This was undoubtedly a special signal. Thinking of the Scarecrow who defeated him, Jairus suddenly felt relieved. That's right, there was such a terrifying and strange existence outside. No matter how brainless the government's stupid politicians were, they would not joke about their own lives. "I understand." Jairus had long lost interest in power. Ever since he became a magician and participated in all kinds of strange events, he had understood one truth. That was that this world always spoke with strength. The law of the jungle was the rule of this world that would never change. These politicians seemed to be very powerful in controlling resources, but in front of a magician like Jairus, they were just ants that could be easily crushed. Therefore, Jairus only had one goal from start to finish: to surpass Ray. He wanted to see Ray's surprised expression when she found out that he had made a breakthrough and even surpassed her. That was what he wanted to see even in his dreams, not the calm and composed look that he had now when everything was under control. However, Jairus' goal was not limited to just one. He also wanted to take revenge, for his subordinates, and for himself. He would capture the Scarecrow and subdue it. If everything went smoothly, he might even be able to complete his first goal when he completed his second goal. Killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 47, Flanders. My strange boyfriend Flanders, who was being remembered, flipped through the books in his hands, completely immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. It seemed that because of his rest, not many people came to the library today. This undoubtedly provided an excellent learning environment for Flanders. "Hi, I'm here to return the books." A familiar voice appeared by his ear. Flanders raised his head and looked at Warframe in front of him without any surprise. "Hey, do you still remember me?" Warframe specially put on seductive and sexy thick makeup to cover up her fatigue before she went out. Looking at Warframe, who tried her best to cheer him up and greet him, Flanders returned a smile. "Of course, Miss Warframe. You're my first receptionist. How could I forget you?" Just like that, with Warframe taking the initiative, the two of them chatted happily and soon sat together. "What are you reading?" Flanders showed the cover to Warframe. "Some psychology books. Recently, I've become obsessed with psychology." "Hey." Flanders looked at Warframe and asked in return, "What about you?" Warframe took out the books he had just returned and shows them to Flanders. "I'm just some writing books." "Writing? You're also a writer?" Warframe smiled and shook his head repeatedly. No, not now, but I'm interested." "Oh." Flanders nodded. "What about you? Are you reading these books to take the qualification certificate?" "No, I'm just interested. Some time ago, I accidentally saw a video of mind reading on the internet. I thought it was cool, so I suddenly became interested. There were many people like Flanders. Due to some coincidences, she suddenly became interested in something. Warfarin was not surprised. It was more like her own situation was the same as Flanders. Similar experiences immediately made Warfarin find Flanders more pleasing to the eye. You mean those magic videos? Yes, are you interested too? I'm fine. I'm more interested in the recent video of the Scarecrow. You know the Scarecrow, right? Warfarin did not notice the strange expression that flashed across Flanders' face when the Scarecrow was mentioned. Flanders did not expect that the topic of conversation between the two would be related to him. While he felt that it was interesting, Flanders also smiled and replied, "Of course, I think there aren't many people who don't know about it now." He closed the book and moved in front of Warfarin. Looking into her eyes, he asked, "Do you think it's real? What are you referring to? The video or the Scarecrow? Is there a difference?" Warfarin thought for a moment, and it seemed that there was indeed no difference between the two. If the video was real, then it meant that the Scarecrow was real. On the other hand, if the terrifying Scarecrow was real, then the video was naturally not fake. That's right. There doesn't seem to be any difference. Warfarin shrugged. She hesitated for a moment before expressing her opinion. "I think it's real." Hearing Warfarin's question, Flanders became interested. He was inquisitive about what this woman would say. "Oh? Why? I don't know either." In fact, Warfarin wanted to say that it was definitely fake at first, but for some reason, when she recalled the Scarecrow, she suddenly thought of her nightmare. She did not know if she had mixed it up. In her mind, the sunflower's ferocious smiling face and the Scarecrow's smiling face in the YouTube video overlapped. In a trance, she felt that there must be a connection between the two. Whether it was her nightmare or the YouTube video of the Scarecrow, it might not be as simple as she imagined. But she did not say this to Flanders. Instead, she used the advantage of women rather playfully to cover up this question. Flanders was naturally not very satisfied with this answer, but he did not struggle too much. He continued following Warfarin's words. "A woman's intuition? That's right. The book says that intuition is a judgment that the brain subconsciously deduces based on its own experiences." Looking at Flanders, who suddenly became serious, Warfarin seemed to be amused. He laughed and joked. "You look like those nerds now. It's fascinating and boring. You should know that what the book says is not necessarily true." Warfarin put the book Flanders was reading to the side and put her hands around Flanders' neck. What this world is like is not decided by a few words in the book. Warfarin moved closer and stared into Flanders' eyes. Their noses touched. "Tell me, does your intuition tell you what to do next?" "My intuition tells me." It was a new feeling. After coming to this world, it was the first time that Flanders had been teased. However, on the surface, he was not that calm. He seemed a little reserved as if it was the first time. This appearance made Warfarin feel interesting, but at the same time, it also made her more excited. She thought that since Flanders was so handsome, he should be experienced. She did not expect that. She had to admit that this reaction was really too cute. Warfarin was not an experienced person herself. It was her first time doing something like this to tease a man. So, she was actually a little nervous just now. However, after seeing Flanders' reaction, the nervousness instantly disappeared. Right now, she just wanted to tease the big boy in front of her to her heart's content, wanting to see more interesting expressions from him. Leaning forward, Warfarin sat directly on Flanders' lap, his lips rubbing against Flanders' lips intentionally or unintentionally. "Tell me, what does your intuition tell you?" "It tells me." "What?" "If I don't throw you out, I might get fired." Warfarin was stunned at first, then immediately turned around. Behind her stood a middle-aged woman with a serious face. "Flanders, follow me to the office immediately." "Yes, Miss Margot. I'm coming." Apparently, the person who came was Flanders' superior. Warfarin recognized this person and stood up immediately. "Damn, How could they be so unlucky to meet this iron virgin? This person was quite famous in the school. Of course, she was famous not because of her high position, but because of her personality. She was serious and rigid. Many people said behind her back that she was going through menopause. They said that she was almost 40, but she was still single. Chapter 48, The Lucky Star. A small interlude did not affect the interaction between Flanders and Warfren. Instead, it made the distance between the two of them much closer. After dealing with Lady Margot, Flanders returned to his post. "Do you have time after work?" After being made a scene by Margot, Warfren was not in the mood to continue making a scene. However, this did not mean that she would let Flanders go. Seeing that Flanders had returned, she took the initiative to attack him. "Me? Yes. That's good. Let's have dinner tonight, and then we can have a good talk about intuition." A date? Flanders was looking forward to it, so he naturally did not have any intention of rejecting her. "Then it's settled. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." After chatting with Flanders for a while, Warfren's mood improved a lot. The impact of the nightmare on her had also unknowingly lessened. Right now, she clearly felt very, very sleepy. If it was not for Flanders in front of her and she did not want to lose her composure, she would be able to lie on the table and fall asleep right now. After sending Warfren off, Flanders returned to his seat. He was not in a hurry to read. Instead, he dragged his chin and fell into deep thought. In the discussion just now, Warfren's words gave Flanders a completely new idea. If the video can provide fear points, then why can't novels? In addition to novels, there are manga, animation, and so on. As long as it can be used as a carrier of information, it can be used as a tool to harvest fear points for him. This was an excellent idea. However, he did not know if it would be as smooth as the video. He still needed to give it a try. As for the person he wanted to try, was there not a ready-made one right now? Right now, Flanders felt that Warfren was becoming more and more pleasing to his eyes. He felt that Warfren was always able to bring him a lot of joy when she was by his side. Perhaps it was really fated. Flanders felt that there was a lot of fate between him and Warfren. "Warfren, you're really my lucky star." Thinking of the video, Flanders remembered that it had been a while since he had uploaded the video. He believed that after not seeing his new video for so long, his fans were all looking forward to it. "I will not study today. Let's go to other cities and see if we can film some interesting material." There was another benefit to this: it could divert the attention of the Mage Association to other cities. It would prevent them from noticing that they were still in this city. Killing many birds with one stone, leaving as they wished. As for skipping work, it did not exist. After all, there were not many people today. As the superior, Lady Margot had just left. So whether the library would continue to open or not, it was still up to them to decide. As for the students who wanted to borrow or return books today, he could only apologize. When the time came, he could just put up a notice to perfunctorily fool them. Thus, before the date with Warfren that night, it was happily arranged by Flanders. Yan Yuocheng, hello everyone, long time no see. Did you miss me? It was still Lucas's phone. But, as expected of a magician's phone, it was surprisingly useful. After having a few experiences, Flanders skillfully aimed at the camera. The corners of his mouth cracked upwards, revealing his signature ferocious smile. "Let's change the way we play today." This time was different from before. Previously, it was like cat and mouse, one-on-one. Flanders believed that the audience would get sick of watching too much, so he decided to create a little innovation. Woo. 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 Fear point plus 30, fear point plus 70, fear point plus 40, fear point plus 20, fear point plus 46. The rules of the game are straightforward. It is hide and seek. I believe that many people had played it when they were young, right? Hide and seek was a game that children all over the world had played when they were young. No one would find it unfamiliar. Flanders turned his phone and displayed his location under the camera. This is a manner that has been abandoned for many years. Look at how big it is. It's very suitable for hide and seek. At this moment, Flanders was at a very remote manor in the suburbs of the local area. Flanders did not know who the owner of this big villa was, nor was he interested in knowing. But judging from the luxurious degree of this courtyard, it was not hard to see that this place must have been quite glorious in the past. But that was all in the past. Now, it was just a desolate and abandoned empty shell. And next, this place would become a paradise. Come, let us welcome the players who participated in the game today. After briefly introducing the venue, Flanders turned the camera again and aimed at the 4 people who had been stuttering since the beginning. They were the lucky ones that Flanders had picked on the way here. Look, they can't wait to show themselves. Let's hear what the first player said, shall we? Flanders came to the side of a man and pulled off the cloth blocking the man's mouth. Fear points plus 100, then, he covered himself and the man in front of the camera. Come, don't be nervous. Look at the camera. Smile. As soon as the cloth left his mouth, the man immediately began to beg Flanders for mercy. Please, please, let me go. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Fear points plus 70. Looking at the man's trembling body, Flanders placed his hand on the man's shoulder and patted it. Relax, my friend. I'm just inviting you to play a game. Fear points plus 40. The words that came out of his mouth did not sound dangerous and were very sincere. The prerequisite was that the person who said these words was really a person and not a terrifying scarecrow. Come, look at the camera. The voice was still gentle, but Flanders' gaze towards the man became more and more terrifying and cold. The man could not stop trembling. He was scared and anxious, but he still obediently listened to Flanders and looked at the camera on his phone. Fear plus 80, yes, that's right. Now, introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Brooke. That's it? Oh, alright. Then, Brooke, as a participant of our first hidden cat competition, do you have anything to say? Brooke's entire body trembled. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Fear plus 97, facing Flanders' question, he did not know what to say at all. Tell me how you feel? Feeling Flanders' gaze, Brooke finally broke down. His face was full of fear as he shouted hysterically. Help, help. Sob. Fear plus 130, well, it seems that our contestant Brooke is a little excited. After all, this is our first competition. No matter what, his name is destined to be remembered by the world. Come on, let's continue to interview the next contestant. Woo woo. Fear point plus 70, fear point plus 80, fear point plus 90. Chapter 49, Peekaboo Peekaboo, one disguised as a ghost, and the rest hid. The rules of the game were straightforward. If a ghost wanted to win, they had to find the person, and if a person wanted to win, they could not be caught by a ghost. This time, excluding Flanders, 4 people were participating in the competition. 1 woman and 3 men, all caught by Flanders nearby. Alright, that's all for the introduction. Next, I will give you contact and restraint. I'll count to 100. During this period of time, I don't need to tell you what you need to do. Whatever you want to do is up to you. However, I still have to warn you, don't think about escaping. Flanders smiled as he looked at the 4 people who were sitting on the ground. With a gentle wave of his hand, the black ropes that had bound them were automatically removed. At this moment, Brooke and the others noticed that it was not the rope that had helped them before but the hair. It did not matter if they did not look at it, but they were shocked when they saw it. After the hair had separated from them, not only did it not fall off, it had instead condensed into a human shape. It was something that they could not understand. Looking at the strange long hair, the 4 people were once again frightened. As the strange long hair had already submitted to Flanders, the fear it caused could still bring fear points to Flanders. Fear points plus 40, fear points plus 20, fear points plus 30, fear points plus 40. Although the strange long hair was not very good in terms of combat strength, it did not mean that it had no other uses. One could not limit one's vision to combat. Mages also had scouting abilities, healing abilities, and other types of abilities. It was naturally the same for strange things. There were strange things that were better at fighting, such as Swordapophis. Naturally, there were also strange things that were better in other areas. For example, long hair was strange, which was black. Compared to combat abilities, Flanders felt that its support abilities were more outstanding. Hence, he had to develop more in this aspect. As for combat, with Swordapophis, Flanders did not know what use black could be. As the battle with Jaresis, that combat level was already far from black's ability to participate. Therefore, during this period of time, Flanders was studying while also researching and developing black's other uses. His words sounded nice, but he wanted to give every chance to perform weirdly. In reality, he did not want black to be idle. Returning to reality, Flanders smiled and came in front of the four of them. Relax. I've already said that this is a game. There are wins and losses in the game. If you win, I'll let you go free. How does that count as the US winning? When the sun rises, the light will once again appear in this manner. And I haven't found you guys yet. That will be my victory. It was meaningless to play with a person to the point of collapse. If a person were completely despairing and numb, they would not be able to provide fear points. This was not something Flanders was willing to see. And it was necessary to put an end to this situation. A game that was destined to fail and a game that had the possibility of continuing to live were two completely different situations. Alright, now the game officially begins. Storm of Ravens. Under the camera lens, Flanders was like a demonic god as pitch-black ravens flew out of his body one after another. The ravens will act as my eyes and monitor every corner of the manor. Of course, if that's the case, you basically have no chance of winning, so I'll restrict them. They won't fly into the house. So, hide as much as you want and let us play happily. Fear points plus 40, ha 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 ha. Fear points plus 70, Flanders was not in a hurry to count out. He did not mind giving these people more time. Looking at the increasing number of crows, Brooke was shocked, but he quickly reacted. Since the crows were Flanders' eyes, it was most important to quickly hide in the villa and find a place to hide while there were not many crows. Otherwise, the more crows there were, the more likely he would be exposed. He quickly turned around and ran toward the villa. Although the others did not understand this, they also realized that the game had begun when they saw Brooke running. One by one, they followed Brooke and ran in. Was Flanders scary? Yes, he was scary. He was so scary that they felt suffocated. They had never thought that they would be so close to death one day. The situation was hazardous, but they were not completely hopeless because they still had a glimmer of hope. As long as this glimmer of hope remained, they would not give up easily, no matter how difficult it was. They would not collapse easily. Hide, hide. The moment they saw the crow, everyone subconsciously gave up on hiding outside. Looking at these originally afraid figures, the smile on Flanders' face became even more ferocious, and his mood also became happy. Run as much as you want, and then use your comical performance to please me. I almost forgot, I have a date tonight. There are too many things, I almost forgot. Suddenly, Flanders seemed to remember something and handed the phone to Ray. You will play with them. I will come back tomorrow. As he had said before, Flanders was not in a hurry to catch them. The game would be meaningless if it ended too early. Ray took the phone. She was actually interested in Flanders' game. Unlike Flanders, it was purely weird. Although it had heard of hide and seek, it had never played it before. After all, you could not expect anyone in the university to be willing to play such a game. Seeing that Black had no objections, Flanders started to count according to the requirements. 1. Flanders' voice became unusually sharp and penetrating at this moment. In the villa, the four people looking for a place to hide all heard Flanders' voice. Their bodies paused for a moment, and then, like horses that had been whipped, their reactions were abnormally intense, and they quickly ran around the villa. Where, exactly, was a suitable place to hide? The villa was very large, and there seemed to be many places suitable for hiding, but the premise was to ignore the crows outside. Although the crows could not enter, they could see what was inside through the villa's windows. 47. 48. 49. 50. Fear points plus 10, fear points plus 20, fear points plus 10. Flanders was still reading. At this moment, the number of fear points coming from inside the villa had obviously decreased. This meant that these people were beginning to adapt to Flanders' voice. When Flanders could no longer see the fear points provided by the villa, Flanders knew that these people had already found a hiding spot that was enough to make them feel safe. 74. 75. 99. 100. I'm coming for you. Fear plus 30. Chapter 50. An unforgettable day. I'll leave the rest to you. Enjoy it. Black respectfully took the phone. Flanders did not say anything. He used his skill and returned to school in an instant. Watchman Scarecrow. On the familiar rooftop, Flanders' body began to twist and change. Then, he turned into the appearance that Warframe was familiar with. Standing on the rooftop and looking down at the earth, he saw Warframe walking toward the library below. Just in time. Flanders took a deep leap and turned into a black shadow, flying towards the library's roof. Huh? A fatty felt his vision darken. He wiped his eyes and found that everything was normal. He raised his head and looked around, but there was nothing worth noticing. Behind him, his friend patted his back. What's wrong? I think something flew past just now. His friend followed Fatty and looked around, but they did not find anything. Is it? You must have masturbated too much and had an illusion. You masturbated too much. After casually retorting his friend, Fatty saw that there was really nothing out of the ordinary, so he gave up struggling. Maybe I really felt wrong. Flanders ignored this small interlude. He quickly walked down from the roof of the library and arrived at the main entrance. Just as he opened the door, Warframe walked in from outside. Welcome, I just got off work. Looks like I came at the right time. Warframe did not think that there was such a coincidence. For the other party to open the door so accurately to welcome him, he must have been paying attention to the outside for a long time. However, she would not expose this trick of his. In her opinion, this was very interesting. Looking at Warframe, whose smile was getting brighter and brighter, he did not know what she thought. Flanders was a little puzzled. Did he do something that made the other party especially happy? Forget it. Who cares? During a date, is not the happier the date, the better? Do you expect the other party to be angry and slap you twice? Where are we going now? Due to the misunderstanding just now, Flanders' current appearance became more and more lively and cute in Warframe's eyes. Looking at the somewhat reserved and shy Flanders under her gaze, Warframe smiled and wrapped his arms around the other party's arm. Of course, the so-called reserved and shy were all Warframe's imagination. It was so much fun. She really liked this big boy in front of her more and more now. Just by staying by his side, it was as if she had forgotten all her troubles, leaving only happiness. Come with me. Flanders believed that this was destined to be an unforgettable date. At the same time, the situation on the other side was also believed to be unforgettable for the participants. The premise was that the players who participated in the game could live to the end. In the pitch-black domain, there was no light. As long as there was no sound from the inside, the situation inside could not be seen from the outside. For a large villa like this, there was naturally a basement. Brooke was currently in the basement of this villa. Since he could not see anything, Brooke could only use his hands to explore. The basement was not empty. Through his touch, Brooke touched many wooden objects. There were cabinets for storing things and some wooden buckets. Brooke did not touch the things here. He fumbled bit by bit. He opened a wooden bucket, and then an over-fermented stench hit him. Brooke wanted to vomit subconsciously, but he quickly held back. The more he did this, the less he could make a sound. Holding his breath, Brooke kept waving his hands in the air, hoping to get rid of the smell. It seemed that this was a wine cellar. He shook his dizzy head and waited for a while. He did not know if his nose had adapted to the air or if the smell was almost gone. In short, he did not feel so uncomfortable, so he started to take the next step. He carefully turned over and went into the barrel. Fortunately, the barrel was big enough to accommodate him alone. After doing all this, he closed the lid and waited for time to pass. The victory condition that Flanders mentioned was that he would be able to win if the sun rose without being discovered. Therefore, he only needed to hide here and wait until daybreak. Brooke quietly listened to the movements outside. He took out a cell phone from his pocket. As expected, he saw that the cell phone had no signal when he turned the battery on the screen. He had expected this result. 6 o'clock? Looking at the time, Brooke turned off the screen and closed his eyes with a heavy heart. There was still a long time before the next day's dawn. This was not good news. Can I really wait until that time? When he was in the dark and alone, he could not help but think too much. Just as Brooke doubted himself, he suddenly felt an itch. Something seemed to sweep across his neck. Was it a bug? No, it felt different. Brooke did not act rashly. At this moment, the hair-raising mathematical feeling came back. This time, Brooke felt with his heart and indeed felt something sweep across the back of his neck. Exclamation mark. Brooke immediately became alert. His muscles tensed up, he held his breath, and his whole body focused on feeling the movement around him. What was that thing? It was as thin as a brush. If he could, he really wanted to light up his phone and use the light from the phone to see what was behind him. But he could not do that. Time passed by slowly. And Brooke's nerves were at their limit. He felt like he was going crazy. Every time he thought he was okay and wanted to relax, that feeling would appear. And the other party was no longer limited to aftershocks. His back, legs, arms had all been touched. As time passed, he had a certain understanding of what was touching him. The black hair that tied them up, in the beginning, flashed through his mind. He thought it was just an ordinary rope, but he did not expect it to be a hair monster. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the monster was behind him, and the more he did not dare to act rashly. After all, humans were not machines. Anyone would not be able to stand being tense for a long time. Finally, Brooke could not bear the torture. He took out his phone shakily and then suddenly turned around to look behind him. His bloodshot eyes were wide open, but there was nothing. Huh? Nothing? How could it be? He looked around carefully, and all he saw was the dark brown inner wall of the wooden barrel. There was really nothing. After repeatedly confirming it, Brooke subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that everything that happened just now was an illusion of him scaring himself? Just as he was consoling himself, he felt a piercing pain in his ear. Are you looking for me? His long black hair fell on his shoulder, and a head wrapped in long hair appeared beside Brooke. Exclamation mark, ah. Chapter 51, Appetizer Fear Points plus 200, Fear Points plus 40, Fear Points plus 30. It seemed like those people got along well with Black. Flanders was completely relieved. He turned off the system notification and adjusted his state. He could not lose his composure on the first date. Instead, he had to focus on the girl in front of him. He was thrilled that he had upgraded his disguise skill. Otherwise, he would not have been able to experience this feeling of love again. The long lost and novel experience made Flanders unable to help but feel intoxicated. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to when he was still a human. When he was very young, he was very obsessed with role-playing games. It was fascinating to experience everyone's story and life. It was an exciting experience for the children who were still ignorant at that time. While they were happy, they also expanded their worldview. The earliest role-playing games were not video games but playing house. Or playing the role of parents and experiencing what they would do if they were parents. Or play the part of a comic book character who holds a branch as a weapon and reads the characters' lines to each other. Naive and pure, that's what children are. Flanders seems to be going back to that time, as a newborn weirdo, playing the part of a human being. Fun. Warfren was certainly someone who wants to write a book and has a romantic flair. In the evening, he had a candlelit dinner with Flanders. Whether the food was good or not was another matter, but Flanders was delighted with the atmosphere. One of the most important factors in role-playing was the environment. A strong and immersive atmosphere could make people better at playing their roles. When the dinner was over, and he walked out of the restaurant, Flanders suddenly realized that he was weird and not human. This was what it meant to be successful. Thinking back to the dinner just now, Flanders' expression was a little enjoyable. "Where are we going next?" "Follow me." Warfriend pretended to smile mysteriously at Flanders, which caused Flanders to be very expectant. "This is." Flanders looked at the building in front of him in surprise. Flanders was very familiar with the building in front of him. It had a rather ordinary name that caused people to daydream. The female dormitory. "SHHH, don't make a sound. Let's come this way." Warfriend placed her finger in front of her mouth. Then, she lowered her body and pointed in a direction, signaling Flanders to follow. Under Warfriend's lead, the two of them came to the right side of the female dormitory. There was a patch of greenery here. The greenery even passed through the shrubs, and Flanders' vision gradually became clear. There wasn't any dog hole like he had imagined. Instead, it looked like an ordinary wall. "Is there anything special about this place?" Warfriend could not have brought him here for no reason, so he could be sure that there was something special about this place, but he did not see it. He. Warfriend smiled, then came to a big tree and waved to Flanders. Flanders walked forward and saw a very hidden wooden board. Lifting the wooden board, there was space inside. It turned out that there was a tunnel dug here. It looked like the back of this thing went straight to the other side of the wall. "Who did this?" "SHH. Keep it down. This has been around for a long time." Warfriend first looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, he moved closer to Flanders and said in a low voice, "Everyone in the female dormitory knows that protecting this secret passage is the mission of every female student. It seems to be very powerful." Upon hearing Flanders' exclamation, Warfriend instantly became spirited, and his face was filled with pride. "Of course. According to the senior who has already graduated, this thing has existed for at least 10 years. It has not been discovered for 10 years. Flanders was obviously shocked. He looked at Warfriend in surprise. Then, seeing that the other party did not seem to be lying, he could not help but sigh. "That's really impressive. All right, let's go." Very satisfied with Flanders' current performance, Warfriend pulled Flanders' arm and walked inside. "Let me show you my dormitory." Under Warfriend's lead, Flanders smoothly arrived at a place that many boys dreamed of coming to. Although there were male and female dormitory rooms in Tinsley University, the one in front of Flanders was purely a female dormitory. The old walls looked old. And what Flanders saw later confirmed this. Can you imagine a dormitory without its own bathroom? Each floor had a public bathroom, and there was only one public bathroom in the entire building. This situation seemed quite strange at the moment. It could even be said to be unacceptable. If it were posted on the internet, it would definitely attract a lot of ridicule. Even Flanders felt that this dormitory was a little bad. According to Warfriend, everything else was fine, but the most uncomfortable thing was washing her clothes. The laundry room closest to this place was a kilometer away. It was fine in the winter, but in the summer, it was a round trip. So when the old clothes were washed, the clothes on her body needed to be washed. It was very troublesome and torturous. If one did not want to go because of the trouble, they could only wash in the toilet. The environment of the public toilet was terrible. Washing clothes there was difficult for many people to accept psychologically. Warfriend took Flanders on a tour while complaining about all the problems he had encountered in his life here. "Speaking of which, why do I feel that there are so few people here?" Flanders walked around and found that there were no other people in the middle. As far as a student dormitory was concerned, this place was too deserted. In such a terrible situation, even those who are capable wouldn't stay here. Warfriend led Flanders up the stairs with swagger, not worried about being discovered at all. They're either renting a room or using their connections to move to another dormitory. On the way, she briefly explained the situation of the students living here. Those who stay here now have no choice. Even so, there aren't many who really live here for a long time. If they don't live here, where are they staying? Of course, they're trying to find a way to stay at someone else's place. Warfarin returned as expected. We're here. She took out her keys and opened the dormitory door. Warfarin led Flanders in and pointed at the photo on the table. There were 2 girls on it. One of them was Warfarin, and Flanders did not know the other. However, judging from the sweet smiles on their faces, they were probably Warfarin's good friends. For example, my roommate found a boyfriend a while ago. Now, she can basically stick with that boyfriend for 6.5 days a week. Chapter 52, A Wild and Unforgettable Night. After hearing this, Flanders finally understood. If he was not capable, then he could find a capable boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Flanders' first reaction was, there's such a thing? Would that not be whoring herself out? He found a free fleshlight and even masturbated in the other person's house. Maybe the man paid for her daily expenses. After understanding Flanders' thoughts, Warfarin did not object. Instead, he nodded in support of his opinion. Yes, that's the case, but it's not for nothing. She told me that he paid for her daily expenses separately. The relationship between them is serious. If it goes well, the 2 of them might get married after graduation. Oh? Flanders was a little surprised, but he did not struggle too much in this aspect. Yes, although it seems unlikely to me. Is that so? All right, let's not talk about them anymore. Warfarin wrapped his arms around Flanders' neck and leaned her entire body close to Flanders. Flanders conveniently wrapped his arms around Warfarin's slender waist and pressed his palms down, pinching his plump buttocks. Warfarin's figure was outstanding. Even though they were clothed, Flanders could feel her figure. It was very elastic. Looking at the dazed Warfarin in front of him, Flanders' eyes flashed with a strange light. Little boy, say goodbye to your past. Warfarin teased Flanders. Flanders' acting skills completely fooled her. Until now, she still thought that Flanders was an innocent and rare boy. Flanders was happy to see that and allowed Warfarin to bring him to the bed. The 2 of them quickly intertwined together, and the clothes on their bodies became less and less. Ah, yes, that's it. Faster, faster. Warfarin's expression became blurred, and Flanders' expression became more and more strange. From the moment he entered Warfarin's body, the strange and peculiar smile on his face had never disappeared. If anyone else saw this smile, they would definitely feel that it was extremely creepy and strange. And now, Warfarin was completely smitten by Flanders. His consciousness was blurry, and his entire person was so high that even if he wanted to see Flanders, he wouldn't be able to see him clearly. Yes, that's right. But, little boy, you're too amazing. You're making me feel so good. Little boy? Are you sure? Flanders straightened his waist. Warfarin could clearly feel that the hot rod that did not belong to him and his body was expanding again. Oh my god, it's getting bigger again. The good part is yet to come. Flanders moved crazily. As a weirdo, he could easily control the size of his shape and when he ejaculated. Therefore, he had enough time to study how to make Warfarin more pleasurable. Without a doubt, he did not have much experience, but he might not be able to do so in the future. Towards the end, Warfarin was completely dazed. It was as if she was floating in the clouds. There was the only comfort in her mind. She had already orgasmed countless times. Hey, baby, are you satisfied? Darling, you're really great. Hearing Flanders' voice, Warfarin opened her eyes in a daze and kissed him. Sob. Just as Warfarin and Flanders were kissing passionately, Warfarin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Darling, are you thirsty? Why is your mouth so dry? She opened her eyes in confusion. Flanders' mouth could no longer be described as dry. Instead, it was as if there was no moisture at all. It was like dried straw. If Warfarin had not confirmed it, she would have really thought that she was eating straw into her mouth. Tick-tock. Something fell on her face again, and Warfarin was slightly awake. Just as she wanted to take a closer look at Flanders, Flanders moved again. "Oh, no, my dear, slow down, I can't take it anymore." When that comfortable feeling rushed from her tailbone to her brain, Warfarin hugged Flanders tightly, her body twitching uncontrollably. A pair of round and plump long legs clamped tightly around Flanders' waist, and her feet were straightened. "Darling, this is great. Unfortunately, I feel that I can't last any longer." "Really?" With Warfarin's head resting on Flanders' shoulders, Flanders' magnetic voice echoed in his ears. However, he did not know if it was Warfarin's imagination, but she felt that Flanders' tone was a little strange. "Darling?" She raised his head in confusion and met Flanders' eyes. At some point, one of Flanders' eyes had disappeared, leaving only a black eye socket. Bright red blood flowed out of it. Did it fall on Warfarin's body? When the liquid touched his skin, it made a slight splashing sound. "Darling." The moment she saw it, Warfarin's mind instantly went blank. And the horror was still to come. Half of Flanders' face slid down along Warfarin's face and landed on the bed. The bed was instantly dyed red. The half of his face that had lost its skin and flesh was not the white bones she had expected but a pile of straw. With that strange smile on his face, Flanders admired Warfarin's expression. He began to move. He loosened his waist, and every time he moved, traces of blood and flesh would land on Warfarin's face. The terrifying scene in front of her instantly woke Warfarin up. She struggled and twisted her body, wanting to resist. But Warfarin had just had an orgasm, and her body was now susceptible. Moreover, after being with Flanders for so long, she actually did not have much strength left. Her entire body was limp and powerless. She wanted to push Flanders away with force and press her hand on Flanders' chest, but in the end, it was as if she was flirting with him. No. The scariest thing Warfarin felt was that even in her current state, she could still feel it. The terrifying scene and the comfortable feeling under her body made Warfarin feel like she was going crazy. When Flanders completely removed his disguise, the Scarecrow's body was completely revealed, and Warfarin's fear had reached its peak. The intense fear made Warfarin no longer feel comfortable. Goosebumps rose all over her body, and she felt a chill run down her spine. At the thought of having passionate sex with a Scarecrow, Warfarin felt like she was about to break down. In particular, she could clearly feel that the thing that was inserted into her body was no longer human flesh, but a stick made of straw. That feeling, coupled with the scene in front of her, really made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Darling, are you satisfied with my performance today?" Flanders lowered his head, and his ferocious smile widened in Warfarin's eyes, teasing the latter's nerves. In a trance, Flanders' smile overlapped with the sunflower in the nightmare from before. The fear doubled, and Warfarin could no longer hold it in. Fear. Chapter 53, The Limit of an Ordinary Person. Fear points plus 300. 300 fear points were not much to the current Flanders. But to an ordinary person, it was already quite a lot. One had to know that the weaker one was, the fewer fear points they would be provided with. Warfarin was only an ordinary person. According to Flanders' expectations, she would at most be a little over 100 fear points. 300. Flanders was also quite surprised by this number. If there are no special circumstances, this should be the limit of an ordinary person. Instead of thinking about obtaining fear points from mages or freaks, it was better to focus on ordinary people. After all, compared to ordinary people, both mages and freaks were too rare. Naturally, there was no need to mention mages. Every person who could become a mage needed a certain amount of talent. As for anomalies, even if Flanders had a detector, he had not seen many of them. Up until now, he had only encountered 2 anomalies and has been subdued by him. Therefore, Flanders understood that if he wanted to continue growing rapidly, he had to find a breakthrough in the ordinary people. This time, Flanders had already fully felt the potential of humans from Warfarin. He did not expect that every single one of them would be able to provide as much as he did just now. That was just a relatively extreme situation. A single mistake could very well end up killing people. As long as everyone provided 10 fear points every day, a school with hundreds of thousands would be a considerable amount of wealth. It's time to start the ranch plan. Flanders looked at Warfreen on the bed and could not help but laugh maniacally. He could foresee that once he succeeded, his strength would rise rapidly shortly. He believed that before long, even if he faced Jarisus again, he would not need to use tricks like before. Instead, he would defeat his opponent head-on. No, at that time, he would not be defeating him but crushing him. Didn't Jarisus want to subdue me? Flanders thought to himself. Flanders did not forget the arrogance on Jarisus' face when he first met him. If such a proud person were to be subjugated by a strange creature, I believe his expression would be fascinating. He he he. Deep laughter echoed in the room. No. After a scream, Warfreen suddenly sat up from the bed. Huff. 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 She panted heavily as if she had been fished out of the sea. She was drenched in sweat. What's wrong? What's wrong, my dear? What happened? Flanders sat up at the right time. He did not mind the sweat on Warfreen's body and pulled him into his embrace. Flanders? Oh, no. Feeling Flanders' actions, Warfreen, who still remembered the scene from yesterday, subconsciously wanted to resist. Instead, her face was full of fear. Hey, darling, what happened to you? Did you have a nightmare? Flanders naturally did not have the intention to do as he said. Instead, he hugged her tightly and patted her on the back. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll be by your side. Everything will be fine. Nightmare? Warfreen was a little confused. She could still clearly recall every single detail of that terrifying scene that lingered in her mind. Especially the terrible feeling of being stuck with straw. That strong memory told her that this was not a dream. But Flanders' behavior told her that it was all just a dream. Then what was it? Warfreen could not understand. She looked at Flanders, who seemed to be normal. She immediately got out of Flanders' arms. Flanders did not stop her. Instead, he just looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Warfreen ignored Flanders. She just checked his body nervously and checked the bedsheets. No, 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 there were no strange marks on his body. Besides the bedsheets being messy due to the madness, there was nothing strange. If everything before was true, then there must be bloodstains on his body now. Not only her but there should also be traces on the bedsheets. But now, none of these were there. What did this mean? Warfreen did not understand. Could it be that everything is fake? Is it really just a nightmare? This was the first time Warfreen had such a real nightmare. No, this should be the second time. Thinking of the nightmare from the day before yesterday, Warfreen looked at Flanders. Then, she took a deep breath and sat back down beside Flanders. Flanders did not say much. Instead, he just hugged her, giving her enough space and time to think. Feeling the warmth Flanders gave her, Warfreen had accepted that it was just a dream. It had to be said that this was a terrible nightmare. Warfreen almost felt scared to death. The image in her mind that she could not forget made Warfreen feel terrible. After a long time, she raised her head and looked at Flanders, who had just confirmed their relationship, and met Flanders' concerned gaze. Warfreen instantly felt her mood improve a lot. She did not say anything and directly pounced on him. Since she could not forget that terrible feeling, she might as well use reality and use new memories to cover it up. Flanders looked at the somewhat crazy Warfreen in front of him with some surprise, but he did not refuse. Instead, he responded rather enthusiastically. Yesterday was indeed a little too stressful. Although Warfreen was an ordinary person, she contributed up to 300 fear points to Flanders. But do not forget, all of this was built on Flanders' last use of fear. It was already scary and exciting enough, but Flanders' fear also hit it. Yesterday, Warfreen's situation was really a little dangerous. Flanders almost lost this precious mascot. Fortunately, in the end, he was saved by Flanders. But as a price, This dormitory would have one less tenant. There was no other way. Warfarin was scared out of his wits. It was not an exaggeration to say that he died on the spot. To prolong Warfarin's life, Flanders had no choice but to sacrifice the lives of others. Thanks to the healing clothes this time, Flanders was able to understand another skill of his more intuitively. 5 bone abundance. Being able to absorb the target's stamina could also be said to be a life force. It was precise with this skill that Flanders sucked the life force of another person dry. Then he used himself as a relay station and poured all the life force he had absorbed into Warfarin's body. It was only after one person had been sacrificed that Warfarin was successfully saved. Chapter 54, Brooke, I've won, let me out. When the crazy sex ended again, Warfarin completely relaxed and fell asleep. Fear only dragged the consciousness of others into an illusion, and the victim would lose consciousness. But this process was not the same as sleep. Therefore, even if the victim broke free from fear, the exhaustion would not be reduced if it took a long time. Have a good dream. After gently tapping Warfarin's forehead, a strange smile appeared on Flanders' face. His body twisted, and his disguise was removed once again. Watchman Scarecrow skill activated. In the next moment, Flanders' body disappeared from this room. He did not forget that in another city, 4 other friends were waiting for him. Yan Yuocheng. In the abandoned manor. Almost done. Brooke's current condition could not be said to be good. His body was covered with tiny wounds. Each wound was not serious. If it landed on an ordinary person's body, they would at most feel as if a mosquito bit them. It was neither light nor heavy. Even those who were slightly more powerful did not feel anything at all. But no matter how small the wound was, it could not withstand the large number. Most of the small wounds had already formed scabs, densely covering Brooke's entire body. And in some places, like the meaty places like the eardrop, there were even some small holes. The holes were also small. If it were not for the surrounding bloodstains, they would not even have noticed. It could be seen that last night, while Flanders was enjoying himself, Brooke was also enjoying himself. At this time, the person who caused all this was not following Brooke. Black did not forget Flanders' instructions before he left. If he found them, he would not arrest them. Instead, he would just do some small tricks to scare them. Therefore, every time he scared someone, he would change his target. It was obvious that he had a good time that night. Black used a part of his hair to simulate his hands and then grabbed the phone. He used the phone to record the reactions of these people and tease them. At this time, it was Brooke's turn again. Looking at Brooke lying in the middle of the hall looking at the phone, Black felt a little helpless. This guy had been like this since the beginning. He was lying in the middle of the floor openly. No matter how much Black teased him or even pierced his little finger, the other party did not move. No one knew what this guy was thinking. Just as Black wondered if he should destroy the other party's phone, Brooke suddenly stood up. Time's up. Time's up, we won. We won. Brooke's voice echoed throughout the entire villa. When the people in the other parts of the villa heard this voice, their bodies trembled. Their situation was not much better than Brooke's. Every one of them was covered in bruises, and their clothes were tattered. It was obvious that they had been tortured by the dark quite a lot last night. However, they did not come out of their hiding place so easily. Although Brooke was a victim like them, it was not a reason for them to trust each other. Now that the time is up, why do you not go out by yourself? You'll be fine. We'll go out again. And who knows if the Scarecrow has the ability to imitate other people's voices. If it does, it's probably a trap. It involved their own lives, so they could not afford to be careless. They had to be more cautious. It's 10 o'clock. Why is the sun rising at this time? Brooke reminded his companions in the villa loudly, and then he stood alone in front of the camera. Yes, it was time. Brooke had become bold. He had noticed Black a long time ago, and he had also noticed the cell phone that the other party had recorded. When he looked at the cell phone that was still working, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "It's really unbelievable, buddy. Can you tell me what brand of the cell phone this is? It's been recording for an entire night, and it still has electricity. Black was also shocked at the other party's reaction. What was wrong with this person? He had been so scared before, but now he could still talk to him so naturally and calmly. Although he was puzzled, Black did not care about the other party's intention. Seeing that Black was holding his phone, Brooke pursed his lips. Forget it if you don't want to talk. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to provoke the other party too much. He was afraid that the other party would kill him if he were unhappy. Moreover, he was not completely safe in the end. The scarecrow who had installed him had not seen him since the beginning. He did not know what was going on. Hey, buddy, can I leave now? Brooke tried his best to show a smile, making himself look very friendly and not dangerous. He carefully looked at Black in front of him. However, Black still did not respond. Seeing this, Brooke struggled for a long time. He looked hesitant. Finally, after a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked out with a determined look. Creak. Pushing open the door of the villa, Brooke looked outside in shock. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The moment he pushed open the door, the sunlight he had expected did not come in from the outside. It was still dark outside the door, but what Brooke had thought was completely different. This is impossible. How could Brooke accept the fact that his hope had suddenly fallen to the bottom? It's already 10 o'clock. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. Why is there no sun? Brooke's hysterical roar reverberated throughout the entire villa and also reached the ears of the others. Hearing Brooke's voice, these people dared not move. Due to the distance, these people could only vaguely hear the general tone. Although they did not know what was happening on Brooke's side, they could tell from Brooke's voice and tone that the situation was definitely not good. The painful blow that reality had given Brooke was really too heavy. Brooke, who could not accept such an outcome, staggered out of the room. He raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was dark. This is. Brooke's eyes focused as he carefully observed the dark sky. It was dark, and nothing could be seen clearly, but Brooke could feel that the sky was moving. At this moment, Black was walking behind Brooke with the phone in his hand. With a weak light from the phone, Brooke was even more certain that something was moving. What is it? What is it? Brooke's expression was a little crazy. He wanted to see the sky clearly, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He picked up a stone from the ground and swung his arm. The stone left his hand and flew towards the sky. Ah! 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 In the next second, a dense red light appeared in the sky like stars. Chapter 55. Victory and defeat had been decided from the very beginning. Crows? Brooke finally saw what they were. He recognized these crows. They were the crows that had flown out of Flanders' body before the game started. How come there are so many of them? The crows covered the sky and wrapped the entire manor tightly, not letting out a single ray of light. The situation in front of him was beyond Brooke's expectations and beyond his understanding. Let me out. I've won. The sun has risen outside. The game is over. We've won. Brooke did not care about the crows or the crows. He only knew that it was already 10 o'clock. The sun had risen. He had won. He wanted to go home. He was tired of this boring game. He was tired of playing hide and seek. He could not stay here any longer. Quickly let me out. Are you going back on your word? Even if you surround this place with crows, you cannot change the fact that the sun has risen outside. Brooke shouted. After looking at the countless crows in the sky, Brooke's heart was filled with unease. The situation that he received from the system notification was like this. Fear points plus 50, fear points plus 40, fear points plus 30. After being tortured for an entire night, Brooke, who was somewhat numb, once again began to provide fear points for Flanders. Without a doubt, Brooke was panicking now. He was afraid. He was afraid that Flanders would break the agreement and would not let him go. No matter how arrogant he was here, the initiative was not in his hands. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Brooke had been waiting for this voice for a long time, and he was eager to get the answer he wanted from Flanders. But the truth was a little different than he had expected. The voice was indeed Flanders' voice, but it was not Flanders who made it. Brooke turned his head, and what was reflected in his pupils was not Brooke's terrifying body. It was a strange man whose face was covered by black hair and a cell phone. The voice came from the cell phone. Just now, Black opened a video that he had saved before. This was the first video. It was about what happened at the beginning of the game. Under Black's control, the progress bar stretched and finally stopped at a certain point. At this time, Flanders was about to announce the conditions for Brooke and the others to win. When the sun rises, the light will once again appear in the manor, and I have yet to find you. That will be my victory. After all, the phone that had been running for the entire night was running out of battery, and its performance had decreased, causing Brooke's voice to be a little distorted. However, this did not prevent others from listening to this sentence. Although the voice was distorted, the words were still obvious. Everyone could hear this sentence clearly. Hearing this familiar sentence again, Brooke made a discovery. Previously, because they were too scared and nervous, they had neglected a lot of details. At this time, listening to it again, Brooke quickly caught the key to this sentence. The rising of the sun was not the key at all. The real key was that the light in the middle appeared again in the manor. So that's how it is. Is this the real reason why the crows appeared? Crows were not used to monitor from the beginning. Instead, crows were meant to block the sunlight from the beginning. At this moment, Brooke completely understood Flanders' intentions. Sure enough, the other party had never thought of releasing them from the start. What conditions for victory? Everything was giving them false hope. No, you can't do this. You're cheating. Brooke went completely mad. He became crazy and shouted, but the words he said were completely incomprehensible. Night cut. Suddenly, Flanders appeared and waved the scythe in his hand. PFFT. The sharp scythe cut Brooke in half. Brooke did not die immediately. He was still breathing after being cut in half. I'm a man of my word. I'll let you go if I say so. Under Brooke's fearful gaze, Flanders' face appeared in front of him. The so-called light is not limited to the sunlight. The gaze of the crows and the light of the phone screen can be counted. You. Brooke's eyes widened, and there was some doubt on his face. Isn't it strange that I still chose to attack you? Although you did accidentally fulfill this condition, there's still one more condition that you guys didn't fulfill from the beginning. Hearing Flanders' words, the condition of victory flashed through Brooke's mind again. When the sun rises, the light will appear in this manner once again, and I have yet to find you. That is my victory. I have yet to find you. Brooke immediately understood. This time, he completely understood. The game they were playing was hide and seek. The game rule of hide and seek was that as long as you were discovered, you would lose. In other words, from the beginning, whether it was Brooke or the others, as long as they were caught by the black phone, they would have already lost. From the moment the black phone was filmed, Brooke's ending was already destined. So that was how it was. Confused, Brooke's eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and he died with his eyes wide open. After getting rid of one, Flanders looked at the obedient Black. Well done. Taking the phone from Black, Flanders looked at the phone that was still working and said in surprise, as expected of a magician's phone. The quality is really good. Flanders checked and confirmed that the remaining battery was enough to finish the final work. Then, he led Black to the villa. If there's a chance in the future, I'll buy more goods from those magicians. Those mages from the Mage Association probably never dreamed that they would one day be targeted by others because of the equipment. Ah. No. Help. After a long time, when the last sound of participation dissipated in the villa, the crows surrounding the villa began to separate. The sun once again fell on the body of the abandoned villa. The weather today is pretty good. Flanders walked out of the villa in a refreshed manner. The next day, a brand new video with a familiar prefix appeared on YouTube's homepage. Scarecrow, I want to play a game with you guys. The moment this video appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of netizens. The number of clicks and playback quickly soared. At the same time, The frequency of the system notification on Flanders' side instantly increased by a lot. Fear points plus 0.4, fear points plus 0.7, fear points plus 0.3. Chapter 56, Clip Guy Alan. After many days, the Scarecrow series video was finally updated. On the day the video was released, it attracted countless people to click on it. One had to know that these days without the new video, the popularity of the Scarecrow affixes did not decrease but instead continued to rise. This was something that even if Flanders ignored the internet, he could see from his constant pop-ups. After the release of a few related videos, the system had never heard of the released information. Although each of them only displayed a little bit of fear point income, and in the end, it was only a little bit or two. But every second, there were at least hundreds or even thousands of messages, and that 1 minute income was quite considerable. Because the Scarecrow series of horror videos were too realistic, they were very topical. The discussion on the internet was also becoming more and more intense. In short, 2 camps felt that this was all true, and 2 camps felt that this was all fake. At present, the 2 camps were on par. Each of them had their own powerful people who came up with their own arguments, and what they said was reasonable. In the beginning, the side that thought it was true had the upper hand because many gods who did special effects had come down one after another, insisting that it was so realistic. But, with current technology, it was absolutely impossible to do it. However, not long after, many of them changed their words and contradicted their previous views. This made many netizens who were paying attention to this matter not know which side to believe. After all, most of them were just noobs who joined in the fun and thought it was funny. They did not know much about special effects as compared to those professionals. As a result, what should have been a foregone conclusion suddenly became fuzzy. And all of this was the work of the authorities. Although they didn't know why they couldn't delete or even block the related videos of the Scarecrow series, the authorities had said that no matter what, they couldn't expose the strange existence. Therefore, the authorities had secretly intervened to confuse the audience. Their argument was also persuasive. If all of this was true, why was it not blocked? The netizens who did not know would not think that the authorities would not block the video on their website. They only thought that the authorities approved the video. Since it was approved, then naturally, it should not be true. After all, no matter how free it was, there was no such thing as a killer video. Therefore, all of this should be fake. This argument was successful, so the 2 sides argued endlessly and came to a stalemate. And in this argument, the one who benefited the most was none other than Flanders. There were topics, discussions, and the heat kept rising, causing the Scarecrow series to spread more and more widely. It became more and more familiar to more and more people. As a result, Flanders also gained more and more points of fear. Flanders, who had tasted the sweetness, would naturally not let go of this big cake in the face of such huge benefits. As a result, whenever he had time, he prepared a new video. However, compared to the previous video, this video Flanders especially found someone to edit. After expressing his satisfaction with the edited video, he decided to publish it. The person who edited the video for him was a professional who was found in the school. Well done! Looking at the video posted on YouTube and directly pushed to the front page, Flanders showed a satisfied expression. Beside him, a young man was looking at the data on the screen excitedly. As an ordinary student, it was not that he had not thought of posting videos on YouTube and becoming a video blogger. But unfortunately, perhaps because he did not have the talent, every video he posted was like a rock falling into the sea, unable to cause any waves. There was no response very quickly. Not to mention, for someone like Flanders, who had only posted for less than half an hour, he was directly at the top of YouTube's homepage. Alan excitedly refreshed the page. Every time he refreshed it, the data would increase by leaps and bounds. The string of happy data, every time it increased by leaps and bounds, stimulated his heartbeat. Buddy, so the Scarecrow video that has been very popular recently on the internet was taken by you. Alan did not know what to say anymore. He was a little incoherent. He never dreamed that the videos he handled one day would be so amazing. Even if he did not get a share of the profits, this experience alone was enough to be included in his resume, which would increase his employment rate in the future. If this cooperation went well, he could even work with Flanders for a long time. If that were the case, as long as he worked for 1 or 2 months and released 3 or 4 videos, his value would basically increase exponentially. Of course, compared to Flanders, his value would still increase limited. But for a student who had not graduated, this was enough. Whether it was as capital to brag or as a qualification to look for a job in the future, it was enough. At this time, Alan could foresee that he would drive a sports car, live in a big villa, and have a beautiful life surrounded by beautiful women. However, all of this had a big premise. That was to grasp the person in front of him firmly. Thinking of this, Alan's eyes were burning, and he looked at Flemish with a flattering expression. Flemish did not take Alan's change to heart. The other party was just a tool person, like this kind of student. But, unfortunately, there were many people in the school under his feet. He did a lot, or if he found something wrong, he could change at any time. As for whether the disappearance of a student would bring any trouble and influence to the school, the answer was no. Those who had such thoughts could only say that they were thinking too much. In fact, every year, students from all the universities in the country would suddenly disappear. There were all kinds of reasons. If they wanted to start a business, they would leave without saying anything. Or, if they ran out of money, they would choose to leave. There were all kinds of other reasons. Therefore, it was actually ubiquitous for a student to disappear without reporting it. Although there were not many cases like this every year, there were still some cases. As long as it was not too big of a commotion, the school would not care at all. And this was reality. Alan did not know about this at all. At this moment, he was still thinking of fawning over Flanders and joining his video production team. Yes, the naive Alan thought that Flanders' videos were all fake. Hey, man, I can see that something must have happened to your production team recently. Do you think I could join you? Chapter 57, Flanders' Human Underling Production Team? In? Flanders looked at the enthusiastic young man before him with a strange expression. He knew exactly what he was up to. This guy wanted to join me? Production team? What is that? Do I have one of these? Oh, I think so. Black Sword Apophis, me, and the extras I need for every video. In that case, the lineup does seem to be a production team. It's just that this production team is very useless. The actors that are added each time basically cannot appear in the second video. In the past, there was not much demand. So after every video was shot, Flanders would upload it directly. But recently, it's different. To increase the video's interest and horror, professional editing is still necessary. Looking at the data on the screen, there were already many comments on the video, and the response was excellent. Flanders could see that the netizens were very happy to watch the carefully edited video. And the most intuitive thing for Flanders was the rapidly increasing number of fear points in his system. Everything else was fake. For Flanders, only the fear points were real. What do you think, buddy? Looking at Flanders, Alan was actually not very confident. He knew his own level. In the entire major, he could only be considered average. In this school, many were better than him. And the reason he was able to participate in the editing of Flanders' video was purely due to luck. Flanders' gaze landed on Alan's face, and that indifferent gaze made Alan feel a little flustered. This person felt so scary. Flanders' gaze was looking upon Alan, and he was a little scared and could not help but regret his actions. He was still too reckless. That's right, how could such a top-notch production team like you and like him fall for such a low-class character? To be able to take over an editing job was already the greatest honor. Alan was about to give up. In fact, he was still unwilling to give up. He still wanted to seize this opportunity in front of him. However, under Flanders' creepy gaze, he was really panicking. What exactly was the situation? As Flanders watched, Flanders heard the system's notification. Fear points +7, that's right. This guy was actually just being watched by Flanders. He was already afraid and was beginning to provide Flanders with fear points. Flanders was also quite surprised by this situation. He did not expect that he was actually a coward. However, this was indeed what Flanders had expected. But it was also good. The more timid a person was, the easier it was to control them. Flanders thought for a moment and finally replied, "Yes." Huh? Alan was stunned at first. Then he did not react. He raised his head to look at Flanders in disbelief. Then, looking at his face, which had not changed much, he subconsciously thought he had misheard. "What did you say just now? Can you repeat it?" Saying this in a daze, Alan immediately realized what he had done. He raised his hands and waved them repeatedly. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't hear it clearly. Can you repeat it, please?" Facing Alan's funny clown-like actions, Flanders did not say anything else. Instead, he just looked at him. Fear +8, as expected, this person was terrifying as expected of the person who could make a scarecrow video. Alan let go and became serious. He suppressed his excitement and looked at Flanders, trying to say, "When do I meet the other members of the production team?" "No need. Your job from now on is to edit. First, I'll give you the video that I've made, and then you can edit it a little better like today." This. Alan did not expect that although he had joined, he would not meet anyone else. He did not know that he was the only human in this so-called production team. So, he did not know what he should say now. Facing Flanders' cold face, which had no extra expression from the beginning to the end, he finally held back all the words that he wanted to say. Flanders was delighted with Alan's performance. "As a reward for joining, I will give you a satisfactory reward, but there is one thing I need to emphasize to you." Besides collecting fear points, there was another reason why Flanders filmed the Scarecrow series video. To tell others, or more accurately, to tell the group of people from the Mage Association that he had already left Sigos City. That was to say, he wanted to divert the attention of those mages to other cities, so that he could safely take root here. He wanted to turn this university, this city, into his fear nest. Before he succeeded, he had to avoid exposing himself to outsiders. Therefore, Flanders would shoot the videos in other videos from now on. Even the location of the release would not be in this city. Yes, the two were not in Sargas City but in Tenochtitlan, where Flanders shot the videos. And Alan was not a student of Tenochtitlan University but from another local school. As for why Flanders found Alan, naturally, it was not because of his editing skills. In the end, the editing skills of the other party could only be said to be average. What really made Flanders value the other party was that he was a relatively good hacker. He was still somewhat famous in the hacker circle. In addition, the other party happened to be in Tenochtitlan, so he was chosen by Flanders. As for the matter of you joining the US and even becoming the editor of this series of videos in the future, you must keep it a secret. It would be best if you did not mention it to anyone. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Okay, I understand. Although Alan did not know why Flanders had made such a request, looking at Flanders' serious expression, he could not and did not dare to reject him. Flanders looked at Alan in front of him. To prevent Flanders from betraying him and even exposing himself, he had placed the Scarecrow Watcher transformation on Flanders. This way, he could monitor Flanders at any time and place. As long as this person had the intention to expose the information here one day, whether it was intentional or not, he would appear at the first moment and destroy everyone present. However, if Alan had been obedient and did not do anything, Flanders would not be stingy with the rewards. YouTube could not delete the video, so the corresponding rewards would automatically be transferred to Flanders' account. Flanders didn't like the money, so he took out a part of it and gave it to Alan. It was the other party's life-saving money. Chapter 58, Fear escalates. After dealing with the YouTube video, Flanders returned to school. That day, Flanders was working in the library. After Warfreen finished his class, He took his phone and sat beside him. Ever since the two of them confirmed their relationship quickly heated up. Warfriend wished that she could tie herself to Flanders with duct tape. "Darling, look at the video of the Scarecrow series. It has been updated again today." Warfriend placed her phone in front of Flanders and said with an excited expression, "Why have you been paying so much attention to this video recently? It's making me a little jealous." Naturally, Flanders would not say that he had made this video and released it himself. He disguised himself as a big boy who was in love and hugged Warfriend. However, his tone was a little dissatisfied. Although Warfriend had watched videos of the Scarecrow before, she was just like an ordinary person. She had watched videos of the Scarecrow before, but she ignored the Scarecrow as she did now. Perhaps it was due to the influence of fear. Warfriend was extremely interested in the Scarecrow. Warfriend fell for Flanders' coquetry. She put down her phone and gave Flanders her red lips to comfort him. "I don't know why, but I've been having nightmares lately. I was scared at first, but I found it interesting later." Flanders, who worked hard every night, was very clear about Warfriend's situation. He had not used fear in the past few days, but Warfriend was still having nightmares. However, because he did not have Flanders' fear, although it was a nightmare, Warfriend's performance was not as exaggerated as before. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it. It could be seen that after experiencing fear twice, and after his body had experienced reviving from the dead, Warfriend's courage grew. She was completely immune to the usual horror scenes. And this was a situation that Flanders had been studying recently. This was not a good situation. If a person were trained to be more and more fearless and not afraid of anything, then Flanders would not be able to obtain fear points from the other party's goods. Such a person was worthless. Fortunately, Warfriend was not truly fearless at the moment. Flanders hugged Warfriend's waist and watched Flanders' new video with one earpiece each. Although he was watching the video, his mind was completely focused on the system notification. Finally, as the video continued to progress, Flanders finally got what he wanted. Fear points plus 30. Feeling his girlfriend's tense back, Flanders patted her back to comfort her. Feeling Flanders' actions, Warfriend did not refuse and leaned completely into Flanders' arms. Once she encountered a terrifying scene that was too exciting, she would subconsciously bury her head into Flanders' arms. Fear points plus 40. Finally, the video came to an end. Warfriend did not get up from Frank's embrace. "Don't you feel afraid?" After Warfriend recovered, she looked at Flanders in surprise, whose expression did not change much. "I've watched it a few times, so I don't feel anything." Flanders was already prepared for his girlfriend's questioning and had his own set of excuses. "You don't say. This thing is pretty good for training your courage." Warfriend did not dwell on it and quickly moved on to the next topic. "Darling, didn't you say you wanted to write a novel?" "Yes." "Then have you ever considered writing a novel with this Scarecrow?" "Ah? I really haven't thought about that." Although she was interested in writing something, she really did not think too much about what Warfriend said. Her passion for writing had even decreased a lot due to her recent passionate love with Flanders. Perhaps it was because Flanders was too crazy in bed, but now that Warfriend was by Flanders' side, she felt an itch below her. As a result, she did not have the mood to think about anything else. If Flanders knew about Warfriend's situation, he would definitely think of a sentence he had heard before. He had forgotten the original sentence, which meant that the best way to conquer a woman was to conquer her vagina first. That was more or less what it meant, and the person who said it was also a writer, and a female writer at that. Because of this, Flanders had a very deep impression of her. However, Flanders did not know about Warfriend's situation at the moment, and naturally, Warfriend would not reveal it. "It's indeed a good idea." Warfriend pretended to be calm and nodded calmly. As for whether he really thought that way, it was no longer important. What was important was the process of creation. Since the man she loved was looking forward to it, Warfriend naturally would accept it. In her mind, she even started to look forward to the scene where the two of them would write together in the future. Perhaps as she was writing, the two of them would start to write on the bed. Even before the book was completed, the two of them even had a few children. If Flanders knew what Warfarin was thinking, his expression would definitely become very strange. As exciting as it could be. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. But, seeing that Warfarin agreed with his idea and was about to start writing, Flanders' heart was filled with anticipation. That night, his waist shook crazily as if it was equipped with an electric motor. Yes. 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 Warfarin moaned in excitement and completely let go. She completely forgot that she was in the student dormitory. She did not care whether the people in the other rooms would hear her or not. When Warfarin reached her climax again, Flanders did the same thing again, recreating the first time the two met. The flesh and blood began to fall off, and the shadow that was originally hard and warm turned into a stick made of straw with thorns. Although she had already experienced it once, when she experienced the terrifying scene again, the terrifying feeling did not diminish at all. Ah! Warfarin screamed on the spot, then rolled her eyes. Her condition was worse than the first time. She was so scared that she fainted. Seeing this situation, Flanders did not intend to let her go. "Forgive me, baby. Everything will be for you to create better work." Although he said so, Flanders did not feel guilty at all. Fear skill activated. As the upper limit of Warfarin was raised, the power of fear that Flanders used this time was also a lot stronger than before. Chapter 59, Stimulating Creation. No. A familiar scream sounded. Warfarin suddenly sat up from the bed with a pale face. Huff. 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 She panted heavily, and there was still a lingering fear on her face. This time, Warfarin's reaction was obviously much bigger than before. Looking at Warfarin, who was obviously frightened, Flanders was afraid that something might happen to her, so he immediately gave her warmth. "Baby, did you have a nightmare again?" Flanders sat up and sat next to Warfarin. He held Warfarin in his arms, and his voice was very gentle. If Alan saw this, Flanders would definitely be shocked on the spot, thinking that he was blind. Flanders, who had turned into a gentle boyfriend, comforted Warfarin by her ear. "Don't worry. It's just a nightmare. But, darling, don't be afraid. I'm right beside you." "Oh, Flanders." Flanders' comforting words were still effective. Warfarin threw herself into Flanders' arms, her shoulders twitching from time to time. A cold feeling came from his chest. Flanders was a little surprised. He did not expect Warfarin to cry directly this time. Although her reaction was even bigger than the last time, Warfarin's appearance was even worse than the last time. But compared to the last time she was scared to death, just from this point alone, Warfarin's performance this time was much better than the last time. At least, she and her body had endured this experience of fear. And Warfarin was not in a good mood at the moment. She buried her head into Flanders' arms and pressed her face tightly against Flanders' chest painfully, listening to Flanders' heartbeat. On the one hand, she was scared, but she did not tell him the real reason. The nightmare from last night was still vivid in her mind. It was a nightmare that would not go away. Just thinking about it made Warfarin tremble. What scared her the most was that she would subconsciously think of the scarecrow every time she saw Flanders' face. It was too scary. The boyfriend she had sex with was actually a scarecrow. No matter how many times she experienced it, Warfarin could not bear the sudden appearance of the scarecrow at the moment of your orgasm. Not to mention, this time, it was even scarier than the last time. Perhaps it was the increase in her endurance that kept Warfarin from collapsing. Thus, she unlocked a whole new storyline. At the end of the sex with the scarecrow, the straw inserted into her body began to grow. One straw after another was inserted into her body, her vagina was opened and expanded, and her uterus was finally filled. Not only that, in this nightmare, Warfarin also clearly felt that a new straw rod was inserted into her anus. From her anus to her rectum, her body was finally filled with straw, and her stomach was filled to the brim. The final, fatal blow to Warfarin, causing her to wake up completely, was also the most terrifying. The straw spread crazily in her body, finally breaking through her stomach and splitting her into two. Even now, her body still had that kind of pain. To put it bluntly, Warfarin had a certain shadow in her heart about having sex because of this nightmare. This was also why after she woke up this time, she did not use sex to cure her fear like last time. Alright, it's alright. What kind of nightmare did you have today? Why did you have such a big reaction? Flanders let go of his arms, wanting to push Warfarin away and take a good look at her. In the end, she was a little surprised. After Warfarin felt Flanders' movements, she hugged Flanders excitedly, and she did not want to separate. No, this is good. Just keep it this way. Flanders did not mind Warfarin's willfulness. Then at least tell me what kind of nightmare it is that can actually scare you. Didn't you say earlier that your dreams were a little boring recently? Flanders' voice was still as gentle as ever, giving Warfarin warmth and comfort. I have a good rest today and don't have to go to work. But baby, if I remember correctly, you still have class today. I'm skipping it. I'm not in the mood to go to class today. Warfarin replied without hesitation. Class? How could she be in the mood for class now? Faced with Warfarin's increasing conversation, Flanders continued to comfort her. Fine, we won't go. But, then, what should we play today? Warfarin did not want to move, but since Flanders had said so, she began to think about whether she should do something. Being immersed in fear would only make her lose herself in fear and become a slave of fear. Warfarin needed to find something to divert her attention and free herself from this fear. Speaking of which, do you want to take advantage of your current state to start writing something? Warfarin was stunned at first, but then she realized what Flanders was talking about. She subconsciously wanted to refute and reject him, but her mouth opened, and just as the words were about to reach her mouth, she retracted them. This was not because she was worried about Flanders, but because when she mentioned writing, she actually had the urge to write in her mind. The content of the writing, which was the source of her inspiration, was none other than the nightmare she had last night. In her current state, it was impossible to use sex to divert her attention. In that case, writing was not unacceptable. Feeling the eagerness in his heart, Warfarin finally raised his head and nodded in agreement under Flanders' expectant gaze. The two of them washed up briefly and then had breakfast. Accompanied by Flanders, the two of them found a coffee shop with a good atmosphere. Warfarin opened her notebook and put her hands on the keyboard. She first looked at Flanders. Flanders saw her looking over and nodded gently, giving her encouragement and support. Taking a deep breath, Warfarin recalled her nightmare and began to type on the keyboard. This was a very realistic nightmare. It was as if it had really happened. Even after an entire morning, Warfarin felt as if it had really happened after the meeting. The fear, oppression, pleasure, and strangeness in the dream were all extremely real. It constantly challenged Warfarin's nerves, causing her to be on the verge of breaking down. But the more real it was, the more fear she felt, and the faster Warfarin's writing speed. When she really started writing, even Warfarin herself could not believe that it would be so smooth. Countless inspirations emerged in her heart. Around this nightmare, one idea after another kept appearing in her mind. Among them, Warfarin thought of the Scarecrow series video she saw yesterday. As if she had opened the door to a new world, Warfarin was completely immersed in her creation. Chapter 60, the plan begins very smoothly. Flanders looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. Nightmare. This was the name of Warfarin's new work. The whole process of Warfarin's creation was very smooth. There was not a single pause in the middle. Seeing this made Flanders feel very gratified. It was not in vain that I had spent so much effort to inspire her. As for how smoothly it went, even the creator, Warfarin herself, felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After typing out the first letter, all the horrible scenes she experienced since she was born kept emerging. It was like a passing lantern, the brain was telling the operation, and inspiration kept pouring out. Warfarin entered a state of high concentration, and under Flanders' somewhat surprised gaze, she started to create with amazing efficiency. Flanders watched this for 3 whole hours, not missing a single letter on the screen. As Warfriend's first reader, Flanders made his own summary of the chapters she had so far. It was exciting, very interesting, too wonderful. There were some small snippets, and even this strange one of his felt a chill down his spine. It was enough to show the brilliance of Warfriend's works. Looking at this, Flanders was 90% sure that Warfriend's work could open up a new channel for him to gain points of fear. The corners of his mouth could not help but tilt upwards if Warfriend could turn her head and see Flanders' expression at this moment. She would be stunned on the spot because Flanders' smile at this moment could not be said to be similar to the Scarecrow's smile in her nightmare. On the contrary, it was the same. The plan went smoothly. Flanders began to organize his thoughts. There were 3 plans in his mind right now. They were Spread of Fear, Ranch, and Kingdom of Fear. Among them, the Spread of Fear had already seen the benefits and achieved success. Most of this was due to the video that Flanders had posted on YouTube. A small portion was due to Jarisus, who had luckily escaped from the previous battle. Shortly, Warfriend's novel had a high possibility of becoming a new revenue channel for the plan. Flanders was not satisfied with the status quo even though things were going so smoothly. He looked at the wrench plan that had been put on hold ever since it was drafted. The success or failure of this plan was largely related to the Kingdom of Fear that followed. However, looking at Warfriend, who was working hard without stopping for even a moment, Flanders suddenly had a better idea. Students like Warfriend who had the desire to create were not rare in school. There were even quite several students who majored in creation. Since that was the case, as an inspiration provider, should he consider developing in multiple ways? How could a novel be enough? Flanders was very greedy. He wanted more, more. Thinking of this, a small scarecrow suddenly appeared in Flanders' hand. Scarecrow skill activated. Flanders decided to break his previous plan. Instead, in the entire campus, he would take the initiative to choose and spread this scarecrow. He wanted to create a campus ghost story. He wanted to let the school be shrouded in fear. The establishment of Spread and Ranch, these 2 things he had to do simultaneously. Female dormitory building, 404. Caw. With a soft sound, the door was pushed open from outside. A girl with eyes and a look of intelligence and beauty walked in. The moment she entered, the smell of paint spread over her face. This was her dormitory. The dormitory was filled with all kinds of painting tools, and paintings that had already been drawn could be seen everywhere. Of the few beds in the dormitory, only one looked like someone used it. The other few beds were filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. With one look, it was obvious that this young girl lived here alone. The girls had long been used to this deserted dormitory. As Warfriend had said before, those who arranged to stay in the girls' dormitory basically all walked out. Warfriend's own roommate was like this. Flanders had stayed in her dormitory for so many days, but he had not seen this roommate. Obviously, the girls' roommates were the same. However, not everyone did not like the atmosphere of the girls' dormitory. Emile was a special case. As an art student, she liked the quiet atmosphere here. Therefore, when everyone else complained, she was the only one who wished she could stay in the dormitory every day and create as much as she wanted. However, this peace had been broken recently. No one knew which dormitories people were so crazy at night. This made Emile, who wanted to paint at night, feel very bad. Where did this come from? After a day of classes, Emile suddenly saw a doll made of straw on her bed. This little scarecrow was very lifelike. That strange smile made people shudder. When she saw this bomb-sized scarecrow doll, Emile was very puzzled. Who placed this on my bed? Could it be that those guys came back? Those guys naturally referred to Emile's former roommates. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Emile himself. From the internal situation of the dormitory, it could be seen that those roommates had never lived here, and there was nothing for them in the dormitory. Naturally, there was no reason for them to come back. Moreover, Emile did not have any deep friendship with those few roommates, so she ruled out this situation at the first moment. Holding the little scarecrow in her hand, Emile did not understand. She briefly checked her things and found that there were no traces of it being moved. How strange, but forget it. Unable to think of anything, Emile played with the little scarecrow in her hand for a while. Objectively speaking, the little scarecrow's appearance was a little scary. The overall style was rather dark, coupled with the strange smile on her face. It looked terrifying no matter how one looked at it. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely throw this thing away at the first moment. But Emile was not an ordinary person. As Flanders' second target, she naturally had her own special beginnings. When Flanders first knew about this person, he had heard about her from Warfren. Emile was famous for being a loner in school. In contrast, her painting skills were outstanding. In addition to her good looks, she also had her own support group in school. Although Emile did not know about this, because she was a very pure artist who was obsessed with art. During her school days, she had won many awards and participated in several art exhibitions. What attracted Flanders the most was the style of Emile's works. Compared to those colorful paintings, Emile's works were darker. This was in line with Flanders' own expectations. Chapter 61, The Strange Scarecrow Doll. Emile put down the scarecrow doll and began to work for the day. She was indeed a famous painter in school. Just because of a strange scarecrow doll, she had a lot of inspiration. The first work was painted with the scarecrow doll as the theme. In a place where Emile could not see, the little scarecrow slowly turned its head. The little scarecrow's gaze touched Emile, then passed through her and landed on the scroll in front of Emile. When Flanders saw the drawing board in front of Emile, he could not help but smile in satisfaction. Not bad. He found such an amazing artist for the first time. It was a good start. Flanders was more confident in his next plan. But before that, he had to be prepared. He opened the system interface and flipped to the Skills tab. Flanders purposefully opened Fear. As his level increased, Fear's effect became stronger. At level 7, the entire skill had changed greatly. For example, Flanders had no idea about the illusion created by fear. He had no idea what kind of terrifying scene the person who was inflicted with fear was facing. This was resolved when fear reached level 5. At level 7, Flanders was not only able to pry into other people's illusions, but he was also able to interfere. This was also why Warfren had only died once after being inflicted with fear so many times. This was because Flanders had intentionally controlled it to reduce the terror of the illusion. However, even so, it was still a mistake in his operation. If he was not careful, Warfren could have died instantly. If it were not for 5 bone abundance, which could extract vitality, Flanders would have almost lost this interesting and memorable collection of Warfren. Flanders paid attention to Emile for a while and then withdrew his gaze. He needed more creators like Emile. To increase his success rate, in the early stages, he would find some people with a darker style, or even those who were fans of terror, to be his pawns. Without Flanders' attention, the little scarecrow seemed to have lost its luster and became an ordinary little doll again. Emile did not know all of this. She was currently immersed in her own creation and learning. Perhaps the little scarecrow was strange enough to leave a deep impression on the first Emile she saw. This made the process of Emile's first painting today exceptionally smooth. It was as if it was a stroke of genius. Whether it was composition or coloring, there was not a trace of stagnation in the middle. This extraordinarily perfect state made Emile a little obsessed. When work was completed, Emile looked a little intoxicated. What was going on? Why was he in such a good state today? Emile looked at her work in disbelief. She stood up and walked back, admiring the painting from a distance. The content of the painting was straightforward. A scarecrow was standing on a wheat field at dusk. The surrounding background painted the beauty of dusk perfectly. It was very artistic. And none of this was to set off the main character of the painting, the scarecrow. Normally, this should be a very artistic and beautiful painting. But the situation was the opposite. The more stylish the background, the stronger the sense of horror and strangeness of the whole painting. This was because the scarecrow's form and appearance were all made, according to Flanders himself. This was also the reason why Emil had just obtained this little scarecrow doll. Its seemingly ordinary body had a subtle distortion. This distortion caused the originally normal smile on its face to appear. No matter how one looked at it, this seemingly ordinary scarecrow looked very strange. Combined with the entire scene, it was as if the sun had set and night had fallen. The scarecrow that was originally guarding the wheat fields had also come to life. Yes, it had come to life. In Emil's painting, the scarecrow seemed to have turned from a dead object into a living thing. It gave people a feeling that it was about to wake up and begin to move. Emil's painting looked sparse and ordinary at first glance. There was nothing special about it. However, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was ordinary. However, the more one looked at it carefully, the more one would feel that something was wrong. When one was not paying attention, one would feel a creepy feeling in their heart. The scarecrow in the painting would gradually come to life in one's eyes. If one looked at it for a long time, one would even feel that the scarecrow was looking at one and smiling at one. Even those with strong associative abilities would be able to see the scarecrow flying out of the painting and pouncing on you. When you came back to your senses, you would be surprised to find that your back would feel cold, your body would be covered in a cold sweat, and the clothes on your back would be soaked in the sweat. Perfect. It was obviously just casual work, but it surpassed all of her previous works. After appreciating it, Emil became more and more satisfied with the newly completed painting in front of her. That was it for today. Emil felt the fatigue in her body. She did not continue to draw another one. She could not draw another one. Emil thought so, so she obeyed her body and lay on the bed before midnight. This work made her very satisfied and gave her a great sense of achievement. With this satisfaction, she looked at the hero of all this, the scarecrow doll that suddenly appeared in her bedroom. Just by looking at it, the sleepiness in Emil's mind instantly disappeared. How was this possible? Her eyes widened, and her expression was a little frightened. It turned out that after Flanders left, he did not control the scarecrow to return to its original appearance. At this moment, the scarecrow was maintaining the posture of turning its head. When Emil looked over, she happened to meet the scarecrow's eyes. Feeling frightened, Emil subconsciously hid under the blanket. She hid under the blanket and secretly lifted a corner. Then, she looked at the little scarecrow through the gap. Time passed little by little. Under Emil's gaze, the scarecrow did not make any movements. After a long time, there was still no movement. It was as if the little scarecrow was really just a scarecrow. Could it be my misconception that this scarecrow was acting like this? After repeatedly confirming that the scarecrow really did not move, Emil could not help but suspect that she had misremembered. It was late at night. Emil, who was lying in bed, could not suppress the sleepiness in her body. Gradually, her upper eyelids began to look for her lower eyelids for a date. The image of the scarecrow in her field of vision became more and more blurred and finally turned into darkness. Before she went to bed, Emil vaguely saw that the scarecrow seemed to have become much larger. Chapter 62, Fear was upgraded again. Level 7 Fear could manipulate illusions and interfere with human actions. If it was level 10, what would happen to Fear? As it was the first level skill, Fear did not cost much to upgrade. From level 7 to level 10, it would only cost 24,000 Fear points. For Flanders, who earned at least a few thousand or even tens of thousands a day, this was really nothing. It was nothing. Level up, level up, level up. Soon, Flanders saw the introduction of level 10 Fear. Planting a terrifying illusion in the target's mind, the user could view the illusion from God's perspective and change the illusion. The user could connect the illusions of multiple targets or create a large-scale illusion to link multiple targets together. What is this? Does it feel powerful? Flanders looked at the upgraded Fear and was extremely excited. After the upgraded Fear, as the user, not only could he freely change the intensity, but he could also freely choose the number of targets. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could even let the whole school play horror games in his fantasy. Think about it, how exciting would a horror game be if he was in the real world? One had to know that the full stealth game had yet to be fully developed. If a real person wanted to travel to the virtual world, it would take God knows how many years. If you wanted to do it now, you might even have to give up the rest of your life. Because you needed to insert a tube into your spinal cord to fulfill your desire to enter the game world. There was a high chance that you would be paralyzed. However, Flanders could enjoy the feeling of being there without any side effects. It was an authentic and terrifying experience. The final piece of the ranch plan in Flanders' mind had been assembled in an instant. Feel despair, feel fear, and then howl. Flanders stood on the rooftop of the previous battle and looked down at the entire campus as if he could already see the scene where everyone would submit to him in the future. Ha 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 ha. As night fell, Flanders removed his disguise and stood on the rooftop, laughing without restraint. Terrifying laughter echoed throughout the entire campus. It echoed in the minds of every student. Fear spread at this moment, and no one knew what was going on. But they knew one thing very well, and that was the uncontrollable fear in their hearts at this moment. This was a warning given by the instincts of life. There was danger. Run quickly, there was danger. It was oppressive, uncomfortable, and even some timid people felt suffocated. But even so, they did not know what had happened. They also did not know what had caused all this. All they had was helplessness, fear, and panic. Fear points +1, fear points +7, fear points +5, fear points +23, fear points +3, fear points +17. The exhaustion from leveling up the fear level was slowly being replenished. In less than half an hour, the 24,000 fear points that he had spent were not only replenished but were also replenished. In response to this, Flanders turned his gaze to the other two skills in the first level. Since the consumption isn't big, why don't I level the two of you up as well? Through the fear skill, Flanders had already understood some of the rules of the first level. The skills in the first level would undergo a qualitative leap at level 5, level 7, and level 10 and then evolve. As for the skills of the second gear, according to Disguise's situation, it should also follow this rule. As for the third gear, according to Watchman's Scarecrow's situation, he didn't know what happened after that, but it did indeed evolve from level 3. As the cost of upgrading these two gears was too high, Flanders temporarily didn't have any thoughts of trying to upgrade them. However, Flanders believed that it would not be long before he completely said goodbye to this poor life. Receiving the picture, Flanders had an additional window in front of him. In this window was Emile's dorm room. Watching Emile peeking through the quilt, Flanders thought it was a little funny. But not long after, he found that Emile was already somewhat unable to hold on. It seemed that this guy had been maintaining this action for a long time. Flanders smiled. Then, he controlled the little scarecrow to become bigger, regardless of whether Emile saw it or not. Watchman's Scarecrow. Transfer. The next moment, Flanders appeared in Emile's bedroom. He was not in a hurry to pay attention to Emile's situation. Instead, he looked at Emile's bedroom with interest. There were objects related to painting everywhere, such as painting tools, paints, drawing boards, paper, and so on. In comparison, there were very few things that belonged to girls, such as cosmetics, which Flanders had never seen before. Soon, Flanders saw Emile's completed work on the drawing board. Flanders was stunned at first. Then he looked at it seriously for a moment. His gaze and attitude had changed from being calm at the beginning to admiring it now. Perfect. Flanders was not stingy with his praise and gave the highest evaluation he could give. Even an outsider like Flanders could see the wonders of the work in front of him. As an outsider, although Flanders could not give any technical and professional evaluation, but he also had a normal level of appreciation and knew whether a painting was good or not. Without a doubt, this painting was good. But, not only was it good, but it was also very wonderful. As expected, it's not unreasonable for this Emile to be so famous today. She is indeed excellent. After Flanders appreciated it with satisfaction, he went to Emile's bed and squatted down. At this moment, the gap that Emile opened did not close. Flanders looked through the gap and saw Emile's sweet sleeping face. Her face, which was as cute as a little angel, now had a trace of fear. "It seems that you were scared by me before you slept." Flanders chuckled. He did not feel guilty at all, let alone guilty. "Fear? Don't worry, I'll be by your side." Flanders did not show any mercy just because the other party had just given him wonderful work. Fear, which had just reached level 10, welcomed its first experiencer just like that. Meanwhile, Emile's brows furrowed in an instant. 3 seconds later, her expression twisted to the extreme, filled with fear. Chapter 63, Emile's Childhood. Where is this place? In her sleep, Emile's consciousness gradually woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze, but she was surprised to find that she was standing on a cliff. In front of her, the sea breeze whistled, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rock wall below was clear. She was jolted awake. Emile widened her eyes and looked around. "Where is this place?" she asked again, but she did not answer. Am I not looking into the eyes of that strange scarecrow?" Recalling the scene before she fell asleep, Emile's expression was a little uneasy. Could it be that scarecrow brought me here? There was indeed something strange about that scarecrow. Emile guessed uneasily, but she did not know that she had unintentionally guessed the correct answer. With this thought in mind, Emile lowered her head and looked down at the bottomless abyss. She immediately retreated. Phew! Phew! She patted her chest and tried her best to calm herself down. She began to observe her surroundings. Her surroundings were barren. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and lightning streaked across from time to time. There was no greenery. All that could be seen was the inky sea and pitch black rocks. Emile was certain that she had never been here before. If she had been to such an impressive place once, she would never forget it. As she was unconscious before she fell asleep, Emile did not realize that she had fallen asleep. She subconsciously blamed everything on the little scarecrow doll that made her feel uneasy and afraid. After observing it for a moment, she felt a little uneasy and did not know what to do. Since there was no answer and the scarecrow that brought her here did not appear, she might also look around more. Perhaps this would lead to something. The most important thing now was to get out of here and return to the dormitory. Just as she took a step, Emile suddenly found that her body had shrunk to the age of 6 or 7. Her arm was so small and slender. The bruises on his fair and tender arm were very eye-catching. Some of them were almost colorless, while some looked as if they were new. If an ordinary person really looked at it, they would be able to imagine what kind of torture this arm had gone through. It made one's heart filled with pity, and their love surged. Emile stared at the bruises. Her expression was not too good, and those distant memories surfaced in her mind. What's going on? Why did I become smaller? And this injury? Could it be that the scarecrow did all this? Emile's expression was uncertain. She did not know why the other party had brought her here. But no matter what, the other party had done one thing, and that was that the other party had successfully provoked her. She was in a horrible mood. It is well known that most prodigies do not have a happy childhood. Emile grew up in a violent family. It was a depressing, damp, dark family. Her father was a very violent man and would often beat and kick her mother. At first, under her mother's protection, Emile was not the object of abuse. But the good times did not last long. His mother was beaten to death by his father. But, of course, this was not the case in the eyes of others. Emile's father was good at disguising himself. In front of others, he was a gentleman who loved his wife very much. Even if he lived in the slums, he was still a good person with a good reputation. And Emile's mother, in the eyes of outsiders, was a little mentally weak. There were no women who dragged her husband down. As for this, the victim's mother did not resist. On the other hand, it was for Emile's sake. If they divorced, she would naturally fight for custody. As Emile's mother, she naturally did not want Emile to follow such a violent husband. However, if she were separated from her husband, her mother, who was unable to work, would not bear the daily expenses. There was no other way. The entire family depended on her husband's work to maintain their food and clothing. Therefore, for the sake of her children, her mother chose to endure all of this quietly. On the other hand, Emil's father would use sweet words to coax his wife every time he used violence. There was no doubt that he was a scumbag. If Emil were there now, she would naturally know that her father was a controlling scumbag who liked manipulating people. But her mother did not realize this. Every time she was foolishly coaxed by an apology, she would foolishly think that her husband would really repent and change his mind. The naive her even thought that the other party's work pressure caused this. Therefore, she silently endured until the end of her life. Emil would never forget the day her mother died. She would never forget the scene at that time. From then on, as a substitute for her mother, Emil became the target of venting. Perhaps because of her mother's death, this so-called father obviously restrained himself from beating Emil. In this environment, she grew up and established her artistic style in Emil's future works. Depressing, weird, and dark. Looking at the scars on her hand, those bad memories flashed through her mind one by one. If there was anything that made him feel warmer and happier when she was young, it was when her mother taught Emil how to draw. Emil skillfully used his hand to pinch and twist this arm, creating new bruises and wounds. The memories of drawing with her mother became clearer in her mind. "Emil, does this look like a butterfly to you?" To not make the young Emil worry, her mother generously displayed a purple bruise on her body. "It doesn't look like one." Emil looked at it for a while, then shook her head. "How about this?" Her mother's fingers exerted force, creating new wounds on the wound. Soon, a butterfly bruise appeared before Emil's eyes. When he first saw the scene, Emil was stunned. At that time, Emil felt that it was fun as if she had found a new toy. She used her mother's body to paint, and the paint was these bruises. Because of this experience, Emil knew at a young age what method could be used to make people's skin show what color it was. At that time, Emil did not notice that when she painted, his mother's expression was distorted because of pain. Because, whenever she looked up at her mother always had a gentle and loving look. Emil also did not know that painting with the body would hurt until after her mother died. Because, before that, her mother prohibited Emil from trying to paint on her own body. Emil expressionlessly left scar after scar on her arm. All sorts of bruises formed together, outlining a gloomy and depressing landscape painting. And the content of this painting was shockingly the scene before Emil's eyes. "It really hurts, Mother." Chapter 64, The Dream of Fear. Emil left the cliff and walked forward. At some point, the dark road was obscured by fog. The visibility was so low that Emil could not see the picture on her arm. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, enveloping her. Emil was trapped. She could see nothing now. The anger that her physical condition had caused had gradually cooled down. Anxiety and fear of her position filled her heart. The throbbing pain in her arm stimulated her nerves, keeping her awake at all times. It protected her from being swallowed by the endless fog. Even so, Emil knew that if she had not thought of a way, it was only a matter of time before she was lost in the fog. What should she do? Emil asked herself, but she could not give any answer. Despair began to spread in her heart. Fear grew unscrupulously. The oppression made Emil feel as if she was about to suffocate. In this state of mental tension and high tension, Emil could collapse at any time. In the fog, all kinds of strange cries could be heard faintly. This voice was fragile at first, but it became louder and louder as Emil's emotions fluctuated. The more she did not want to pay attention to it, the more Emil could hear it clearly. Emil had never heard these cries before. It was bizarre. It did not seem like a sound that humans could make, and it did not seem like a sound that common animals made. If there was a way to describe this sound, Emil would not even think about it and would be able to give her an answer. Demon. The sound caused a chill to run down Emil's spine and her entire body to turn cold. How she wished that this was just a dream. Emil prayed in her heart. Her body had already begun to tremble. In her fear, Emil finally could not take it anymore. She began to run around in the fog impatiently. But no matter how hard she tried, it was as if she could not break free from the fog. And as she ran, she could feel that the terrifying voices that were torturing her were slowly approaching her. This discovery made Emil scared and anxious. She did not know what to do. Finally, she could not help but sob and sob. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. But at this moment, a friendly call suddenly came from the fog. "Emil, Emil. Where are you? Quickly come to mommy." The voice was like a lighthouse, instantly lighting up Emil's heart. "Mommy, this is mommy's voice." Amir looked around. Initially, she could not see clearly, but a black shadow suddenly appeared in the white fog. It was like a black dot on a piece of white paper. It was so eye-catching that it attracted Emil's attention. As if it felt Emil's gaze, the black shadow twisted, and its figure gradually became clear. "It's mommy." Under Emil's gaze, the black shadow's form overlapped with the gentle figure in his memories. The black shadow waved in his direction, and at the same time, the familiar call finally confirmed its direction. "Emil. Emil. Where are you? Come to mommy quickly." Compared to before, there seemed to be a hint of urgency in her voice. However, it could be heard that the person who spoke was a little anxious. Without any hesitation, Emil immediately ran in the direction of the black shadow. The distance between her and the black shadow continued to close. As Emil continued to run, she could clearly see that the fog around her was starting to reduce and disappear. Was she finally going to walk out? Seeing this scene, Emil's actions became even faster. Finally, she had really had enough of the damned fog. Very soon, Emil ran to the vicinity of the black shadow. And the black shadow's real body also became increasingly clear in front of her eyes. If it were the usual Emil, at this moment, she would definitely have noticed that this black shadow's appearance was a little strange. Because she was too tall, Emil's mother was not that tall. Furthermore, she was too thin. Although her mother was also skinny, the thinness displayed by the black shadow was not something that a normal person could have. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Emil, who had lost her cool and even lost her ability to think and make decisions, only had that black shadow in her heart. That black shadow that she had mistaken for her mother. "Mommy, I'm here. I'm here." Emil shouted excitedly as she ran. She quickly ran to the front of the black shadow, then pounced on it and hugged it tightly. "Mommy, don't leave me again, okay? I'm earning money now, and I can support the two of us. We don't have to face that person anymore. We're free, Mommy." The moment she hugged the shadow, Emil burst into tears. She wantonly vented her feelings, and all kinds of emotions poured out crazily along with her tears. The fear, unease, hesitation, anger, anxiety, and other negative emotions along the way were all vented at this moment. After venting, reason came back online and took control of Emil's body. After a short moment of joy, Emil suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was her firecracker body so rough and hard? Thinking of this, Emil gently released her embrace and looked up. With Emil's gaze, the fog that blocked her vision began to dissipate. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the person's appearance in front of Emil. Only then did she see clearly that the person she was holding was not her mother. It was a tall, thin, and sinister scarecrow. She was not unfamiliar with this scarecrow's appearance. Instead, it was the enlarged version of the one that had appeared in her dormitory. "Emil. Emil. Where are you? Quickly come to mommy." Feeling Emil's gaze, the scarecrow's soft office opened and closed its mouth, letting out a kind voice. Emil's pale face of fear was reflected in the scarecrow's eyes. The corners of his mouth grew longer and longer until the corners of his mouth reached the ends of his ears. The gentle voice formed a strong contrast with his ferocious and strange appearance, creating a huge difference. At this moment, Emil only felt her scalp go numb, and her mind went blank. The great fear turned into a flood that washed over her body, completely drowning her. Thump. 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 Under the intense fear, Emil's heart beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of Emil's chest. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat, but Emil had never realized that her heartbeat was so loud. It was as if she was beating a drum, causing her to be distracted. The scene froze for a second before she let out a shrill scream. Then, she turned around and ran. Ah! Chapter 65, Danger Level No. She stood up familiarly and called out in a familiar voice. Through the scarecrow, Flanders looked at Emil, who was sitting up from the bed. Hee, how interesting. These people even have the same reaction. Emil overlooked Flanders' mockery. She sat on the bed and panted heavily. After a while, she finally came to her senses. She looked at the scarecrow doll not far away at once. She saw that the doll had somehow changed back to the way she had seen it in the beginning. It did not even turn its head. It looked very ordinary. This scene made Emil doubt her memory. Could it be that she had fallen asleep from that moment on? What would Scarecrow Head be able to turn around? Her gaze met these things, but nothing actually happened. She was only dreaming. But this dream was too real? All of this is just a dream? Emil could not believe it. But the familiar scene in front of her, the soft bed beneath her, the smell of the paint that accompanied her every day in the air, all of this told her that what had happened before was just a dream. And now, she was in reality. However, such a real dream, did it really exist? Moreover, to say that it was real, this nightmare was too realistic. Everything in the dream, that fear, oppression, and despair, when she recalled it now, she was a little afraid, and her body could not help but begin to tremble. It was all a dream. It was all a dream. After consoling herself like this, Emil finally felt better. Yes, now that she thought about the contents of the dream, it was too ridiculous. How could the scarecrow move? Moreover, she was in the dormitory, so how could she suddenly appear at the beach? This should be that kind of lucid dream. That's right. It's a lucid dream. I've heard of it before. But this is the first time I'm actually doing it. Emil had completely accepted reality. After taking a deep breath, she turned on her phone and took a look. It was 3 in the morning. So there was still quite a bit of time before daybreak. Emil moved her fingers and then pulled out her schedule. There's no class tomorrow. She tossed her phone aside and sat on the bed in a daze. She could not sleep again. At this moment, she was so awake that she could not be any more awake. She looked at the drawing board not far away. The moonlight outside the window shone on her previous painting. Perhaps it was because of the angle, but the moonlight did not shine on everything that she saw in this place. It only illuminated a small part of it. The rest was only a vague outline. However, the main character of the painting was unexpectedly eye-catching. In an instant, under the contrast of the light, the painting appeared even more bizarre and terrifying. Perhaps it was Emil's misconception, but she could faintly feel the scarlet light in the scarecrow's eyes. It looked exceptionally terrifying. However, the current Emil was not frightened by everything before her eyes. Instead of being frightened, she found a way to kill time and vent her feelings. She got up and sat down in front of the drawing board in her pajamas. It was time to create. It seems to be very effective. Through the scarecrow, Flanders looked away from Emil, who was in the middle of creating. After Warfren, another creator was inspired by Flanders using fear. What did this mean? It meant that mass-producing fear was possible. And because of the escalation of fear, Flanders could even pull more than one person into the illusion. Preferably a production team. Level 10 fear allowed up to 7 people to be in the same illusion. Otherwise, the illusion would easily collapse. Flanders had already made up his mind. Too arrogant. Ray's fist smashed heavily on the table. Crack. In the next second, the originally valuable solid wooden table instantly turned into small pieces of wood chips that flew in the air. Humph. Seeing this scene, magic power surged out of Ray's body. Magic power formed a magic array in the air. The moment the magic array was formed, everything in the area covered by it froze in midair. Then, as if time had reversed, the table returned to its original state, returning to how it had been when the fist had not hit it. At this moment, on Ray's table, there was a phone lying flat. Ah! No! Help! The screen on the cell phone changed, and screams could be heard from time to time. If Flanders had been there, he would definitely have cried out in surprise. I didn't expect that even the people from the Mage Association have their own fans. It's such an honor. The video Ray was watching was none other than the latest video of the Scarecrow series that Flanders had posted on YouTube not long ago. Previously, due to Jairus' embarrassing exit, to avoid causing too much panic, Ray took the initiative to help cover up the truth. She only said that the enemy was a terrifying existence from other dimensions. Due to Jairus being caught off guard and ambushed, she had become like this. She tried her best to minimize the impact of Jairus. As for the Scarecrow, she said that Jairus had never encountered it. She did not say that the Scarecrow had been disposed of because Flanders was a video blogger. As long as the Scarecrow didn't give up on publishing videos, the news that the Scarecrow wasn't dead would be exposed sooner or later. For this reason, Ray did not say that the Scarecrow had been eliminated. But she also did not expect that the Scarecrow would start to stir up trouble not long after that big battle. She had never seen such a thorny and strange situation ever since she claimed to be the president of the Mage Association. No matter how strong the other strange things were, they did not give Ray such a troublesome and powerless feeling. Clank clang. Enter. Reporting to the boss, we have found the manor in the video and retrieved the victim. I got it. Raise the level of the Scarecrow to A class. Tell the commissioners outside to be more careful. A class? This commissioner was obviously shocked by his boss words. Boss, isn't this a little too much? I think B class is more suitable. Are you teaching me how to do things? I don't dare. Humph, how much? I even feel that it's not enough. Ray looked at the video on her phone with a serious face. A person born with intelligence is special and strange. Its level of danger is much higher than many strange people who only rely on their instincts. It was not that the commissioner could not understand this explanation, but even so, he still felt that it had improved too much. If he knew that in Ray's heart, the danger of the Scarecrow could already be rated as S, he did not know what kind of reaction she would have. After all, it was a terrifying and strange thing that had almost wiped out Jairus and his team. Then what about Casey? You tell him to go to hell. Chapter 66, Emil's Horror Art Exhibition. Have you heard? What? The Emil from our school is going to hold an art exhibition recently. Oh, you mean that? It's been mentioned everywhere recently. This is the first student from our school to hold a solo art exhibition. If she succeeds, her name will definitely be engraved in the school's history. I heard that this Emil is also quite good looking. You don't say. She is indeed very sexy. After I saw her last time, I masturbated on the bed. That night, I laid that woman in my house on the bed and made her unable to get out of bed the next day. Ah, it seems like I fucked her. When I think of that sexy butt, I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the toilet. Embarrassing. Looking at their classmates who were running away, the rest of them looked at each other and laughed at each other tacitly. They waved goodbye to each other and left in different directions. Then, they skipped class today. As the main topic of conversation, they were currently preparing for this art exhibition. At this moment, Flanders had turned into a staff member and was shuttling back and forth in this art exhibition. It's really amazing. I thought the layout of the exhibition was at least that gloomy and terrifying dark tone. I did not expect it to be all warm tones. At first glance, it gave people a wonderful artistic conception. But, at the thought of the paintings that Emil had prepared for this exhibition, Flanders could not help but laugh. Those paintings were all the type that made people's scalps go numb the more they looked at them. Most people who could not bear it would probably lose all their points on the spot and fall into a state of frenzy after seeing them. The strangeness of the painting itself was even more obvious in the atmosphere that seemed gentle and beautiful. At the very least, a few of the staff members who were set up at the scene could not bear it and were sent to the hospital. Although the sponsors were afraid, they were still shocked by the sight of Emil's paintings. The effect was so terrifying that they immediately felt that it was profitable. The works themselves were impeccable, and even the painters could not find many flaws in them. Now that something had happened, Would not this increase the popularity of the entire exhibition and increase the topic of discussion? If they could attract more famous artists from the painting world to comment on it, whether it was a good or bad comment, their reputation would immediately rise. Therefore, the higher-ups did not stop the art exhibition's layout. On the contrary, they even thought of a way to solve this problem. Wearing colored glasses. Because the overall effect was too good, to prevent any workers from being frightened, all the people who had arranged the art exhibition, except Ramil himself, wore colored glasses. Because of the colored glasses, although the paintings were still a little scary, the situation was much better than before. As for whether it was effective or not, Flanders said that these guys only provided fear points for dozens of people in the beginning. Now, they were all in single digits. Without a doubt, the effect was significant. But what Flanders admired the most was Emil's level. Even with the glasses on, it still made people afraid. This skill was amazing. Now that Warfarin was almost ready, everything was going according to plan. It was a good day with no one to disturb him. It seemed that the video was a good distraction for the people from the Mage Association. Very good. Flanders was already overjoyed just by doing nothing, just by looking at the fear points on his list that kept rising. But it was impossible to do nothing. Although he had been very successful since he came to this world to his current position. But he did not feel that he was invincible because of it. He knew his own things. The opponent who had defeated Jarasis was defenseless from the beginning to the end. He was beaten up like a sandbag without resistance, which allowed him to seize the opportunity to win. If his opponent made a move, even Flanders would not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, his opponent was the second strongest human on the surface. So who knew what kind of tricks his opponent had up his sleeves? If he were to do it again, his opponent would definitely be prepared for Flanders' cursed scarecrow. However, at that time, even Flanders did not dare to guarantee the outcome of the battle. Therefore, Flanders would not be satisfied just because of this little bit of profit. Moreover, if he were satisfied just because of this, he would not be Flanders anymore. He was Flanders, the source of his strange physical system and fear. His greed was something that no one could satisfy. Even if the entire world were to submit to him, he would not stop plundering because of this. The half-opened classroom door flashed in the dim corridor, and the faint sound of giggling could be heard. Mike was an ordinary student. He was a new student today, and he had just adapted to the life of Dansley University. On this day, he fell asleep as usual, but for some reason, when he woke up, he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar school. This school seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and the air was very cloudy. Just by taking a step, one could hear the creaking of the floor. The glass of the window was very blurry, and dust was everywhere. Mike dared to swear to God that he had never seen this school before. Where is this? Pushing open the doors of the classrooms, Mike looked at the desks inside. The desks were old, and the design was very retro. Mike had only seen desks like this on the internet or in some movies. Obviously, this school had quite a history. But the more it was like this, the more Mike could not help but feel scared. What the hell is going on? Why am I here? Is anyone there? Finally, Mike could not help but shout out loud. But what responded to him was still that damned silence. Dead silence ensued. An absolute silence that did not even have an echo. It was as if this teaching building had swallowed up Mike's voice. Damn it. After a person woke up, he found himself in a school that he had never seen before, and this school seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. If Mike had heard such a ridiculous thing before, he would have laughed it off. However, if it happened to him and the joke became a reality, it would not be funny. On the contrary, it was not only funny, but as the person involved, he would feel abnormally terrifying. Mike was like that. Back in the corridor, Mike suppressed the fear in his heart and looked out of the window. Unfortunately, the glass was full of stains, and he could not see what was happening outside. The window lock was locked, and he could not push it open. Damn it. Mike tried a few times and tried his best, but he could not open the window. It's rusted. How long has this place been abandoned? Chapter 67, Retro Unknown School Climb. Finally, driven by fear, Mike punched the glass. Mike was quite confident in his own fist. Not only did he often work out, he had even participated in boxing matches in the past. But later, because his injuries were too severe, he had no choice but to give up. Now, although his injuries from the previous match had not fully recovered, Mike was still quite confident that he could deal with a small piece of glass. However, reality had given him a heavy blow. With a slight tremor, the fist landed on the glass with a dull sound. How? How was this possible? The glass shook a few times, but nothing happened. This situation was beyond Mike's expectations. No, it should be said that Mike did not expect it at all. He did not expect that his attack did not even break a piece of glass. Unwilling to give up, he began to wave his fist crazily and then hit the glass. However, the glass seemed to be made of titanium alloy. It was very strong and would not break. Not to mention breaking, there was not even a trace on the glass. Finally, Mike gave up. He turned around and ran towards the stairs like a crazy person. The uneasiness in his heart kept increasing. The originally ordinary school became more and more sinister and terrifying in his eyes. What the hell is going on? The feeling of hitting the glass was so real that the texture of the glass was really just ordinary glass. But it was different. There was something strange about this building. Just staying here made Mike feel suffocated. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from here. Run, run, this damn place, I do not want to stay here any longer. Running and jumping, Mike ran to the door quickly. The wind caused by running blew the blank test paper on the ground. Mike did not notice that the test paper he had just stepped on was as white as new. There was no dust on it, nor were there any footprints on it. Just as Mike had expected, this school was full of strange things. The test paper floated to the ground again, and then it floated up in the corridor where there was no wind. The test paper folded up and moved vertically toward a classroom. It felt as if someone had picked it up and was about to take it to class. If Mike turned back at this moment, he would definitely be able to see this strange scene. Fortunately, Mike wanted to run out of the teaching building, so he was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Clang! 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 He finally reached the door and pushed it open. Unfortunately, the iron door was not open for him. Just like the window, the door was rusted. No matter how hard Mike tried, there was no movement. Damn it, is it the same here? Mike tried hard to make himself angry, so as to suppress the unease and fear in his heart. But even he himself did not notice that his voice had begun to tremble. Fear had inevitably grown in his heart. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that the temperature in the entire corridor had dropped a little, as if someone was turning on the air conditioner. Wisps of cold air blew out of nowhere. How can such a retro school have air conditioning? Feeling the cool breeze, Mike's facial expression showed signs of losing control. He looked around, looking for the source of the cool breeze. This kind of school did not have air conditioning, so why would there be wind blowing in such a completely enclosed place? The answer was obvious. This meant that somewhere in the teaching building, or more accurately, nearby, there was a passage leading to the outside world. The possibility of a passage was small, but it was possible that there was a hole or something. Mike was going crazy. Being able to analyze calmly in this environment was the best he could do. The ventilation was connected to the outside world. I might not be able to pass through, but I could use this to see what was happening outside. He was eager to know what this place was, and the real reason for his appearance here. It was too scary. He had never dreamed that he would encounter such a thing. One had to know that in such a situation, the most taboo thing was to scare oneself. Especially in this era of information being available online, a university student was exposed to countless kinds of movies and TV works. There were even more scenes that contained similar horror. Especially in such a free country, it was not unusual for anything to happen. Controlling himself, Mike tried his best to keep calm and walked in the direction of the wind. Classroom? The whole process was not a problem. Other than the lower and lower temperature, which made Mike a little uncomfortable, he soon found the source of the cold air. The cold wind blew from one classroom after another. It was a cold wind that blew out from the half-open door in every classroom. This situation was beyond his understanding. But Mike did not think about it carefully. He did not dare to think too much. Because sometimes he was too smart. If he thought too fast, he would be the one in pain. Especially in the current situation that Mike was in. No matter how much he knew and how much he found out that something was wrong, he couldn't change anything. What should I do? Mike had been asking this question ever since he came here. Ever since he realized his situation, he had been asking himself this question. He ventured into one classroom after another. The scene inside stunned him. He pushed open the door. The classroom was spotless and very clean. Not to mention, there were textbooks and homework on the desks. The blackboard was filled with all kinds of knowledge points. As a college student, Mike was not unfamiliar with the contents. It was high school mathematics. Mike had not forgotten the formula written on it. The first thing Mike did when he saw it was not fear, but, so it's this content. I know this. But when he came back to his senses, Mike's back was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were soaked. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, but Mike did not seem to feel it. His body was constantly sweating. What was going on? Was this place not abandoned? But why did it look like it was still in use? In order to confirm his thoughts, Mike walked out. However, the situation in the corridor outside made him freeze on the spot. This. What is this situation? Chapter 68, Acceptance of Learning Results. Was this still the corridor that he had seen just now? The originally desolate and dusty corridor was now as good as new. Mike did not believe it and fiercely stomped on the floor. The floor, which would have made a creaking sound if he stepped on it, felt like it could be broken at any time, but now the sound was unusually crisp. Mike felt the pain under his feet. He confirmed one thing. The floor was real. Not only was it not as tattered as before, but it was also unusually sturdy. Fear point plus 30, fear point plus 40, fear point plus 70, fear point plus 90, fear point plus 110, Mike could not take it anymore. The whole process was not scary at all. If it were in a haunted house outside, people would laugh at it. However, it was such simple things that made Mike's heart bear huge pressure. Now, his body and mind were swallowed by fear, and he had completely collapsed. There was only one reason for all of this, and that was the environment. It was not the environment of the building itself. It was a psychological environment. If this were a haunted house, if you encountered something unreasonable, if you encountered something terrible, your heart would tell you that this was a haunted house, that it was just a trap. Subconsciously, you would not feel insecure. You would feel scared, you would feel fear, but you would not despair. You would not oppress yourself. But this situation is not the same. Mike woke up and suddenly appeared here. First of all, the subconscious will be subconsciously a little uneasy. Similarly, after encountering all kinds of strange situations, such as the glass not breaking, there is no one, but the classroom seemed to be used. These kinds of strange, incredible incidents would cause Mike's inner anxiety and uneasiness. If it was a haunted house, he might feel mighty at this moment, but now, all he could feel was fear. I did not even use any strength before I fell. Was this not too weak? As the initiator of all this, Flanders admired Mike's performance in the illusion. He carefully tested the fear that Mike had contributed. But I have to say, this Mike is a little better than the previous ones. Flanders was obviously not enjoying himself. This time, he used fear while he was sleeping, using a male student from the dormitory as an experimental subject. The purpose of this experiment was not to test the effects of the multi-person illusion. It was to test the knowledge that Flanders had learned during this period of time. Setting the conditions, using various hints, one by one, to induce fear in the hearts of others. The result was as he saw now, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Many people look very strong on the outside, but in reality, they are unexpectedly weak on the inside. Flanders swept his gaze over the boys in this dormitory and saw the terrified expressions on each of their faces. Nevertheless, he was in a delighted mood. He. The corners of his mouth stretched, and Flanders' laughter reverberated throughout the entire dormitory, torturing the boys in the dormitory. Since the experiment is successful, let's begin. The Range planned. Through the environment created by fear, they could induce fear in others, making these people become humans and animals that produced fear. And this entire school would become Flanders' Ranch for harvesting fear in the future. After a night, when the sunlight shone into this dormitory, the boys in this dormitory did not sit up from their beds like Emil and Warfrin. Because they were physically and mentally exhausted, they did not even have the strength to do it. Opening his eyes, Mike's eyes were filled with exhaustion and fear. When he looked at the sunlight outside, a trace of tears flashed in his eyes. So all of this was just a dream. He quietly looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. At this moment, he had never felt the beauty outside like this before. Slowly, a strong sense of exhaustion spread throughout his body, wearing down his will. Sleepiness welled up in his heart. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the school building that was torturing him again. No, I can't sleep. This thought had just appeared in his mind, but it was already too late. The body's protective mechanism had succeeded in making Mike fall asleep again. Fortunately, Flanders had already left, or else he might have to give these people another set. Yes, when Mike woke up, the rest of the dorm also woke up. These people were all like Mike, physically and mentally exhausted. In front of the tiredness and sleepiness, no matter how much they controlled themselves not to sleep, they could not control themselves. When they woke up again, these people all showed a look of relief. It seemed that what happened before was really just a nightmare. With this thought in mind, they slowly stood up. Why didn't you guys go to class? Mike, you too? Everyone looked at each other, and the entire dormitory fell into a strange state. Mike had originally planned to get up and have a meal, but he had never expected that he wasn't the only one who skipped school today. What surprised him the most was that his roommates seemed to be in a familiar state. Did you guys feel it after I fell asleep last night? Looking at his exhausted roommates, whose eyes were covered in eye droppings, Mike was puzzled. He could not be blamed for being so strange because these people looked very similar from his point of view. However, what he did not expect was that this question also appeared in the minds of his other roommates. I'm the one who should ask. Did you guys go out to play together last night after I slept? How is that possible? Another strange sinking. By now, everyone finally felt that something was wrong. Hey, brothers, I had a nightmare yesterday. At this moment, an extrovert in the dormitory said. What a coincidence, I also had a nightmare. Sorry, I also had a nightmare. Looking at the people in front of him, Mike was silent for a while, then said, to confirm, in this nightmare, I found myself in a retro teaching building. There was another sinking, and this time, no one spoke. The faces of everyone in the dormitory gradually turned from calm to fear. It was as if they had recalled something terrifying. Moreover, this fear was deepening and expanding. Fear plus 100. Oh? It seems that the people in the dormitory have already noticed it. It's time for the opening ceremony. Chapter 69, Warfrin was about to become a great writer. Hey, have you heard? Yeah, a friend of mine has already experienced it. At some point in time, school gossip appeared on the school forum, becoming a daily topic for these students. What do you think? Does it really exist? Don't be like this, don't scare me. I don't even need to think to know that this kind of thing is definitely fake. But I heard that one of the boys in the dormitory went to a mental hospital. Don't be like that. It feels so scary. I heard about that too. They just returned to school yesterday. They're already like this. So why are they still coming back? It's said that after treatment, their symptoms have improved a lot. Then do you think there is one? Another school hidden in the dream? Hey, should we go out for a walk today? Looking at Warfren, who was sitting next to him, Flanders put down the book in his hand and hugged her. When will the new book be released? Since Warfren could appear here, it meant that the matter regarding the creation had ended. At least that was the case for the first book. As for the follow-up, it would depend on the response of the book. If the results were good, then there was hope for further development. Either preparing a follow-up or writing a new one. By then, Warfren would have taken root in the creative community. If the results were not good, it would take a certain amount of effort and training to enter the community. But by then, the other party would not be much help to Flanders. Perhaps, she would consider Flanders as a memento doll. Then, he would focus his attention on a talented creator, Emile. Next Monday, Warfren, who did not know what Flanders was thinking, leaned into Flanders' arms with a sweet expression. Although she was happy and miserable when she was with Flanders. In general, she was happier. Most importantly, Warfren found that she gradually could not live without him. She did not know when, but she had become more and more dependent on Flanders. It seems to be going well? Hearing Warfren's relaxed tone, Flanders was also thrilled. She was really happy for Flanders from the bottom of his heart. Flanders did not hide his feelings. Seeing Flanders so happy, Warfren was even happier and more satisfied. When you were happy, if someone could be by your side and be happy with you, you would be twice as happy. Warfren's voice rose slightly in happiness. It seemed that she had forgotten where she was. Let me tell you, the editor in charge of me was so scared that he peed his pants. Flanders pressed his finger on the other person's lips, signaling for her to pay attention. Warfren was stunned for a moment before she understood. She looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to her. Then, she leaned closer to Flanders. It's true. You haven't seen it before. Reading a book can make you pee your pants. It's a pity that you were busy that day. Otherwise, I would have brought you to see it. Hearing Warfren's words, Flanders instantly had an idea. To scare the editor into dropping his pants, the quality of this book was without a doubt. However, he did not know if this editor would hold a grudge against Warfren because of this reason. Oh, that's amazing. It should not be. After all, under normal circumstances, this kind of book would still be relatively happy. That was because, although you were not ugly, you had also discovered such excellent work. In this day and age, who would argue with money? Towards Flanders' praise, Warfren felt very pleased. Humph, I believe that in a short while, I will be like that Emile, becoming the first female writer in this school to have results. Hearing her mention Emile, a strange light flashed in Flanders' eyes. Amir was now a well-known figure in the entire university. As early as a few days ago, Warfren had already regarded Emile as his target. Then when I tell others in the future, I can also proudly say that my girlfriend is a famous author. Go ahead and show off. Looking at the cute Warfren in front of him, Flanders did not mind playing a couple of games with him. He looked at him affectionately, his eyes slowly filled with love. I'm proud of you, baby. Acting, with the help of disguise, all the best actors on Flanders' side were weak. Fake to make it look real? No, if it were Flanders acting, then everything would be real. In this warm and sweet atmosphere, Warfren was moved on the spot, and his eyes seemed to be about to water. Dear, today we. Warfren placed one leg directly on Flanders' legs and kept rubbing it against them. If this was not a public place, Warfren might not have let Flanders see her in heat on the spot. Feeling Warfren's small movements, Flanders looked at her in amusement. Why? Weren't you still very resistant before? Ever since she started writing, Flanders had been chased out by Warfren because she did not want to be disturbed, and he was not allowed to continue staying in the dormitory. Flanders naturally knew that Warfren was traumatized because of his recent nightmare. In the end, although the process was comfortable, she could not bear it if the results were always so terrifying. Whether it was physically or mentally, it was hard to accept. And Flanders did not care about this. Although sex was comfortable, what made Flanders even more fascinated was to become stronger. In this world, only an increase in strength could make Flanders so fascinated. As long as he had strength, no matter who blocked him, Flanders wouldn't be afraid. Regarding Flanders' teasing, Warfren knew that she was wrong, and her tone was very gentle. She enthusiastically twisted her graceful body beside Flanders, trying to arouse Flanders' desire. Her mouth was close to Flanders' ear, and Warfren tried to fool him. "I was feeling sorry for you. I've read in books that men cannot engage in such behavior at a high frequency, or else it will have a serious impact on the body. From an objective point of view, high-frequency sex would indeed affect a person's physical health. But to Flanders, this strange person, there was no such effect or problem. He was not a human being in the first place. His illness had never been related to him. Moreover, in the past, when Warfren was crazy, she wished that she could hang on to him 24 hours a day, every minute and every second. Flanders did not expose her and treated her as if what she said was true. That night, "I'll bring a bottle of wine over tonight. Let's celebrate properly." MMM. Chapter 70. Did something strange really happen? Ah. That's great. That's it. Seeing that Warfren had been working so hard recently, Flanders did not use fear at the end. Instead, he gave her a comfortable experience. After sending Warfren to the peak, Flanders left her body. At this moment, Warfren's consciousness was already a little blurry. Even if Flemish left, Warfren did not feel anything and entered her dream in a daze. Looking at Warfren, who was breathing steadily and was already asleep, Flemish extended his hand slightly to her. Fear. It could be said that Flemish was merciful to give her a normal sex experience without any thrills. However, if the quality of her work dropped because the night was too dull, Flemish did not want to see such a situation. At night, some people are getting restless. Flanders looked out of the window. During this period of time, the entire school had been under his surveillance. And now, under his watch, a group of people was planning to escape at night. So, why do you want to escape at night? Watchman skill activated. Flanders appeared behind this group of people, and disguise began to come into contact with them slowly. Can't we just go outside during the day? These were people who attended college during the day and Flanders' school at night. They were all at that school and were undoubtedly frightened. But it was also this area that Flanders did not understand. These people wanted to get rid of this nightmare. But you said you wanted to get rid of the nightmare and wanted to escape from the school. Why wait until now? Ah, is it because too many people have gone missing recently? Damn it. I do not kill them. In fact, since the birth of the horror story in this school, many people who had experienced it themselves could not stand it anymore and wanted to escape. But every one of these people was monitored by Flanders' scarecrow skill. You know, to monitor this group of people, Flanders himself had given all the profits during this period to the scarecrow skill. Now, Flanders' watchman's scarecrow skill level had risen to level 5. And the number of people had increased from 1 a day to 5 a day. How pathetic. Looking at the backs of these people, Flanders hummed a song as he approached them bit by bit. Can we really escape? You have not forgotten the looks of those people from before, have you? This person was talking about the people who had run away in the first place. After discovering that there were people who had plans to leave the city, Flanders went straight to the door and delivered a special surprise service. He let these people experience what it was like to live a life worse than death. After a few rounds of shock, he sent all these people back to their dormitories. And he disguised all of this as a dream. But one time could be treated as a dream. What about 2 or 3 times? The more times they did, the less they believed it was a dream. As their fear grew, so did their belief in the inner world. They believed that a school existed in another time and space on the back of this university. And at night, the passage between the 2 schools would open. Then unlucky people like them would be sent in. The only thing that surprised them was that they would not bump into each other after entering that terrifying school. Originally, a few of the braver people had already planned where to gather after entering. But in the end, No matter how much they waited and shouted, in the end, there was only one person before they woke up. The fear deepened, and in the end, these people couldn't take it anymore. So, to not be tortured, they tried to escape. But Flanders did not want these people to leave. After all, they were ordinary people. If they ran too far, then the number of fear points provided to him would be greatly reduced. To prevent his income from decreasing, Flanders had to go down personally. Hence, the current scene appeared. However, since it did not work during the day, why not try it at night? Flanders was also a little irritated by these people's disobedient behavior. It's not good for a lamb to disobey the management. If it were not for the fact that these people would provide a wave of fear points after every operation, Flanders would have been unable to take it. The shepherd profession is more difficult than I thought. As he lamented, a large skeleton sword appeared in Flanders' hand. Long time no see, my master. Long time no see, I'll let you have some fresh air for a meal. Flanders stroked the sword Apophis. In order to avoid being detected by the Mage Association, Flanders had kept Apophis in his consciousness for some time. Now that the limelight had passed, the probability of being discovered was greatly reduced. Even if the special agent detected it, he would only think it was some other strange thing. Then, he would deliver it to Flanders as delivery for fear points. Sword Apophis, as a strange magic sword, needed to improve itself by eating fresh blood and taking away lives. In other words, this was a strange sword with great potential. If this magic sword could taste enough fresh blood and kill enough lives, then the other party would definitely rise to an unimaginable height. For disobedient children, you must be punished. Flanders carried sword Apophis and walked towards these people. This night was destined to be a river of blood. Sax City. Mage Association Branch. The newly rebuilt branch had a very awkward position in the entire Mage Association. The reason for the awkwardness was not only because all the powerful mages in the branch had been wiped out. There was also the fact that the strongest mage at the moment was only a D-class who had luckily survived under the Scarecrow's hands. A branch head of this level would not be able to convince the masses. If it were not for the fact that he did not have any extra workforce at the moment, he would not have been able to dispatch them. Krang would not have had the chance to take up this position. Krang himself was also clear on this point. Although it was only a temporary position, Krang still enjoyed the convenience of being a minister in this short period of time. It could be said that he had tasted the delicious taste of power. I must think of a way to keep my position. And if he wanted to keep his position, then he had to increase his strength. The previous minister's strength was at C-class. And then Krang had to send people down from above to replace the previous minister and increase his strength to that level. But there was another problem here, and that was that there was only one way to raise his strength in a short time. That was to learn from the previous division leader, Sword King, and subdue a powerful eeriness. Then the problem came, was it so easy to find eeriness? Division leader, just now, Tiki came over and said that he detected eeriness. Huh? Krang was stunned at first, then he immediately stood up, his eyes becoming fiery. Chapter 71, Mike, this is a curse, we are cursed. Don't kill me. Huh? Mike sat up and looked around at the familiar dormitory, the dormitory that was supposed to give him a sense of security, which became distorted and terrifying in his eyes. Uneasiness and fear continued to spread in his heart. Mike was about to go crazy. Ever since he entered that school, he had been faced with one terrifying thing after another. He thought it was just an ordinary nightmare and was glad that it happened, but it happened to everyone in the dorm. From then on, Mike would come to that weird school building every night. It was deserted and dilapidated, but in a blink of an eye, it felt like it had just been used. There was a disturbing sense of strangeness everywhere. Mike felt like he was going crazy. He was going to escape with his roommate and others who had gone through the same thing. He was going to see if he could get out of this nightmare. But something incredible happened again. They really had met a ghost. Horrible songs, raspy voices, scary shadows. An instinctive sense of danger kept telling him to run. But before that, Mike's body was the first to be affected. The pressure on him made Mike unable to move at all. Mike did not know what happened in the end. He vaguely remembered a flash of light before his eyes, then a chill on his neck, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. When he woke up again, Mike had already returned to the dormitory. "I'm cursed. I must be cursed." Mike's mutterings woke up his companion beside him. "Mike, did we succeed?" That person sat up from the bed. In Mike's impression, this guy seemed to have fainted directly. Therefore, the other party did not know anything about the situation after that. Therefore, based on his final behavior, the other party appeared to be more normal than Mike. "Look at where you are now?" Mike said to him in a bad mood. The other party's heartless and unfeeling appearance made him very angry. However, he knew that the other party did not do it on purpose. Everyone had experienced the same fear. They were all in the same boat. Therefore, Mike also tried his best to restrain himself. When that person heard Mike's words, he also opened his eyes and looked around. "Ah, my God, why are we here? It looks like we are really cursed. Just like those people, anyone who wants to leave this school will be sent back to their dormitory." Hearing Mike's negative and desperate voice, the roommates also looked desperate. "Oh my God, is there no other way?" At this moment, that person seemed to have thought of something, then he looked up at Mike and asked, "Speaking of which, where's Jimmy?" Mike said uncertainly, "He should be sleeping too, right?" He got down from the bed and looked at Jimmy's position. The quilt was bulged up, but there was nothing unusual on the outside. It looked like he was really sleeping. "Hey, wake up, Jimmy. We need to discuss this." Mike tried to wake him up, but there was no movement on the bed. "Jimmy?" Looking at the unresponsive bed, Mike had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly walked up and lifted the quilt. Crash! Under the quilt, the roommate that Mike was thinking about was not in it at the moment. However, the bed was not empty. Instead of the roommate named Jimmy, it was a huge scarecrow. "Guys, come and see, it's a scarecrow!" Exclamation mark. Hearing Mike's call, the roommates clearly felt the trembling in Mike's voice. He quickly got off the bed and looked over. "Oh God, no, Jimmy!" Jordan looked at the scene in disbelief. The scarecrow on the bed looked very strange. It was obviously made of straw. The scarecrow's head was facing Mike and Jordan. On its face, there was a piece of paper with the name Jimmy written on it. Is this Jimmy's prank? Jordan could not believe it. He tried to comfort himself. He desperately hoped that things were not as he had thought. Jordan quickly found his phone. He panted and pressed on the screen with his thumb. He was so excited that he pressed the wrong number several times. Damn it! Seeing Jordan like this, Mike, who was the only one who was still calm, quickly took the other party's phone and tried to call his roommate Jimmy. Beep, the call was quickly dialed, but the result made the two of them feel heavy. No one picked up. Buzz buzz. Huh? Did you hear something? Mike was the first to react. He looked around in confusion. Jordan seemed to have noticed something, and his expression became fearful. His body trembled, and he looked like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. What's wrong? What did you find? Mike followed Jordan's gaze and looked at the bed. He saw that the scarecrow on the bed had suddenly moved. Exclamation mark. Mike took a few steps back. Then, he took a closer look and found that it was not the scarecrow that came alive, but something that had made the scarecrow move. Could it be some kind of mechanism? Mike gathered his courage and went up to check, and found a cell phone inside. It's Mike's cell phone! Jordan exclaimed, and his expression became ugly. How about we call the police? No. Have you forgotten what happened to the last wave of people? As mentioned before Mike, there were people who tried to leave in the morning, which was also daytime. But without exception, all of these people were secretly sent back to school by Flanders. Some of these people also wanted to call the police, but every time they wanted to try, Flanders would always appear immediately. The result was obvious. Without exception, These people saw something very terrifying. When they woke up again, they all appeared in their own dormitories. Some of the people who lived outside found that they had returned to their rented houses. Those people thought that they could use this opportunity to escape from this city. But these people, Flanders would choose to focus on observation and surveillance, so they naturally did not succeed. When Guardian Scarecrow reached level 5, it ushered in a small evolution. Other than the increase in numbers, these Guardian Scarecrows were not fixed. They could move freely within a certain range according to Flanders' own wishes. It was equivalent to these Guardian Scarecrow having a certain amount of AI. It was also because of this function that whenever the monitored object made an unusual move, Flanders would be able to receive the news immediately and react in time. Chapter 72, Unexpected Visitors. The effect is quite good. When someone went missing and their whereabouts were unknown, his companions would start to fear and then become quiet. At least until they had investigated the truth and found a solution to the problem, these people believed that they would not do anything stupid again. And under the influence of these people's expressions and the surrounding atmosphere, fear would even spread unconsciously. Even those who had not encountered this kind of thing, after hearing about it and seeing their expressions, would plant a seed of fear in their hearts. The university in front of Flanders was like a field that was constantly being developed by Flanders. Flanders roughly estimated that the total number of fear points provided by the entire university was 10,000 plus per day. This was only the average number that Flanders had calculated after recording for a week. Based on the current situation, this number would gradually increase as Flanders continued to exert his strength. As for Emile's art exhibition, her contribution to Flanders was also around 3,000 plus on average. After all, it was only an art exhibition, so the amount that it could provide was much smaller. But because of her popularity at a young age, her paintings began to spread gradually. But art, as a form of cultural support, was still very limited in the dissemination and induction of fear. After looking at it for a long time, people would gradually become immune. Not to mention that not everyone had the leisure to appreciate art. Emir's audience was doomed to provide very limited help to Flanders. Flanders did not mind that. If he could create one Emir, he could create a second or even a third. In terms of cultural communication, Flanders had already thought of the next step. He was going to make horror games and horror movies. These two, along with Warfriend's horror novels and his own horror videos, would cover most of the world. At the very least, Flanders was able to harvest the fear of a large number of fans of horror. In human society, the lower the level of people's lives, the harder the struggle. Life is not satisfactory. Many wanted to lead a serious life, wanted to become better people. They bear a lot of pressure. These people needed to release these negative emotions in their hearts. Through this, a group of people in pursuit of the thrill of horror was born. And these people were willing to focus on the work, immerse themselves in fear. They would not reject fear, but more and more to pursue fear, because only in this way, they could feel that they are really living in this world. Although there were thousands of people who like fear, countless people. However, these people who pursued fear only had a few purposes. One was to release the pressure in their hearts. It was to relieve the pressure and to make themselves feel more relaxed. The other was to pursue excitement and make themselves feel more alive. These people were the best two-legged sheep in Flanders' eyes. No, it could not be said that way. It was a little disrespectful. These people were Flanders' best companions. They would not resist anything that Flanders gave them. Instead, they would devote themselves wholeheartedly to contributing their fear to Flanders. They would contribute their own strength to Flanders' path of becoming stronger. Oh? I didn't expect to be discovered with just this one move. With the help of the scarecrows placed at the school gate, Flanders noticed a group of strange people. These people's appearances were not unfamiliar to Flanders at all. Their clothes, the feeling they gave off, and their own temperament allowed Flanders to immediately notice this group of mages. Just as Flanders was observing them, his expression suddenly changed. "Welcome, old friend." His gaze fell on one of the female mages who looked haggard. Was this not his old friend, Teach, whom he had let go of before. So you're still in this city. I'll take good care of you this time. Teach, Flanders had a deep impression of this person. Flanders still had a deep impression of the scene where the other party smashed the scouting device. Not to mention, the other party looked very cool at that time. Flanders was a little infatuated with her. The other party's undisguised greed and the expression on her face when the Sword King stole the limelight later on, Flanders would never forget it. That expression was really quite interesting. If it was not for the fact that he was fighting back then, Flanders would have really laughed out loud. He thought that everything was under his control, but he neglected that his own strength was not enough to control the situation. It was also because the other party had provided him with so many surprises and joys that Flanders did not make a move against him. All in all, this was a mage who had left a deep impression on Flanders. Speaking of which, this fellow's outstanding point is in the area of investigation. In that case, he is still a talent. Unfortunately, this type of talent was of little use to Flanders. If possible, he would rather have a talent who knew how to create magic tools. If that was the case, he might be able to think of a way to prevent his magic sword from being detected. This time, it was probably because Flanders had used the magic sword yesterday that these people had detected it. As he observed these mages, Flanders noticed that one of them looked a little familiar. Judging by the look of it, he should be the leader of this group, but his strength gave Flanders the feeling that he was a little weak. It seems that they are treating this as an ordinary anomaly. Flanders did not know that this small team in front of him was the entire force of the branch in Sarko's city. Right now, for the magicians in Sarko's city, any unknown anomaly had the potential to wipe out their entire team. Therefore, Krona, who was the head of the branch this time, did not hesitate to bring all the magicians who had combat abilities with her. As for Teach, although she did not have any combat abilities, her detection ability was what the team needed. Therefore, he could not help but bring her along. If such a person joined the team, it would effectively improve the survival rate of the team. As for what Teach was thinking, only she herself could know. Sigh. Teach looked at the school in front of her. It was here that she personally experienced the strangeness and horror. Teach, who was shocked by Flanders' fighting strength, already had an indelible psychological shadow in her heart. Originally, according to Teach's plan, after this, she would give up her current life and restrain herself to be an ordinary person in the future. Unfortunately, the reality was often not as she wished. As the top detective talent in the entire Mage Association, the Mage Association would not let her go so easily. On this point, even the head of the Mage Guild Ray was the same. Chapter 73, Teach, who was unable to leave the organization. Ray, I want to leave. After Flanders dealt with the Sword King and his subordinates, Teach reported the news to Garros. At that time, Ray was too busy, so she did not respond immediately. By the time Ray checked the news, the matter had already passed. What was left for her was a huge mess. Ray had to arrange the follow-up work, and at the same time, she had to oversee the Mage Association to appease the colleagues who were scared because of Jarusa's tragic situation. Fortunately, compared to Garros, Ray's reputation in the Mage Association was higher. At the same time, everyone trusted her strength. But even so, during this period of time, Lay was extremely busy. When it was time to deal with Teach, a long time had passed. Dear, I know what happened to you, but I'm sorry, I can't agree to your leaving now. Teach was quite famous in the Mage Association, and was a special type of talent. Such people were often very rare in the Mage Association. That was because what was needed to nurture such a talent was not resources, but talent. Without talent, it would be futile to work hard in these fields. Therefore, Lay came over personally to comfort her. Her purpose was not to agree to Teach's departure but to keep her here. In fact, Teach already knew about this. I know what you mean. During this period of time, it was enough for her to calm down and think about her future life. There was a high probability that she would not be able to leave the Mage Association. This was naturally taken into account by Teach. However, when she really heard the news, Teach's expression did not look good. and her mood was terrible. Looking at Teach like this, Ray was also quite sad. Please forgive my selfishness. You should rest well in Sarko's city now. After adjusting your condition, I can give you a holiday, but I can't make you quit now. Teach was very smart. Looking at Ray's expression, she immediately understood that something wasn't right. Did something happen? Ray didn't hide anything from Teach. Instead, she told her about the recent situation. I've been in frequent contact with other dimensions recently. I predict that a large number of strange creatures from other dimensions will appear in the future. How is that possible? Clearly, Teach did not expect that the other dimensions, which should have settled down, would actually have the intention of causing trouble. This is also the reason why we need you now. With you being there, we can effectively help us search for enemies so that we can gain the upper hand in the upcoming battle. Teach was unable to reject the reason given by Ray. Even if she refused, as long as she was still alive in this world, once the war between the different dimensions started, she would be unable to stay out of it. I understand. I will rest well. I'm really sorry, my dear. If it weren't for the special circumstances, I would really like to approve your departure. I understand, Ray. I understand. If it was someone else who said this, Teach would definitely think that the other party was just giving her a perfunctory reply. Because this was just an excuse to appease her, to let Ray stay here so that it would be easier for Ray to extract his own benefits. But Ray was different. In the entire Mage Association, the one who suffered the most was not her or the other mages, but the leader of the association, Ray. This was also one of the reasons why Ray had such a great reputation in the entire Mage Association. Because she was very strong, but at the same time, she was also the one who did the most. Under her protection, the people of the Mage Association were able to have a relatively comfortable life. It was also because of her argument with the government that the salary of the people of the Mage Association was also quite good. Not to mention, when it came to the members of the Mage Association and the government officials, especially Casey, who only cared about women, Ray would also savagely scold that pighead. If it was anyone else who was talking to Teach, Teach would not have chosen to stay. Ray was the only exception. This was also the reason why Teach was still a mage at the moment. However, due to her fear of strange creatures, she had become more sensitive and her detection ability had become stronger than before. It was unknown whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. In short, because of Flanders, Teach's own ability had improved, and it was much more important to the Mage Association than before. Teach knew that the Mage Association would not let her leave before, and now even less so. Looking at her teammates around her, the strength of the strange creatures she felt this time was very ordinary, and their auras were very weak. But even in this state, Teach still did not feel any sense of security. Because, in the past, she also thought the same about Flanders. She thought that as long as Lucas and Kai appeared, the situation would definitely be resolved. In fact, it was the complete opposite. Flanders had taught Teach a good lesson. The strength of strange creatures had nothing to do with the strength of the aura. In fact, their power could not be determined solely by the strength they displayed. For the strange creatures, the most important thing was the tricks. And the Scarecrow's many strange creatures' tricks were naturally also extremely dangerous. Just the tricks that the other party had revealed up until now were enough to make anyone who heard them feel troubled or even despair. In fact, Flanders' strange creatures were too special. The Mage Association itself had no experience in fighting against him. This was also one of the reasons why they had failed before. Most of the strange creatures' tricks were basically limited in number. Unless it was someone like Sword Apophis, who had high intelligence and had lived with humans for so long, he had learned a lot. This allowed Sword Apophis to have so many attacking methods, which directly made up for Flanders' lack of explosive power. Therefore, even without Teach's reminder, the current branch head Crane did not relax and chose to attack with all his men. I wonder what kind of weirdness we will encounter this time. I hope this trip won't be too tiring. Teach looked around with some worry. She was trying her best to sense the situation in this school. So far, We haven't found any strange creatures. It's a strange creature that can hide its own aura. Everyone, be careful. After Teach finished speaking, she began to chant the spell. Under normal circumstances, ordinary detection equipment would lose its function. Hence, special personnel like Teach would be needed to use even more powerful detection magic to lock onto the enemy. Recalling what Ray had said, Teach had a bad premonition in his heart. Hopefully, it wouldn't appear so soon. Teach, who had been fortunate enough to witness creatures from other dimensions, could only describe them with one word. A nightmare. Chapter 74, the best-selling nightmare. For the time being, Flanders did not pay attention to these magicians. He did not take the initiative to kill all of them. Because in his mind, he had a better idea for these people. If he succeeded, he would not have to be afraid of these magicians coming to find trouble with him. Well, that was a little too full of himself. He could solve most of the problems. In order to get it done once and for all, he would no longer have to worry about the mages coming to find trouble with him. For the time being, Flanders did not plan to find trouble with the mages. He was only monitoring them. On the other hand, after Flanders put away the sword Apophis, they did not gain anything as Flanders had expected. But even so, they had no intention of leaving. They are really persistent, these people. In the following period of time, the days gradually calmed down. After teaching a few lessons, all the students who saw the fear building in the school did not say anything more about the incident in the building. Instead, they kept it in their hearts. Although the mages did not gain much, they still came every few days. However, every time they came, it was the same as the first time. They did not gain anything. During this period of time, another thing happened. Warframe's new book, Nightmare, was finally published. The response was very good. Once it was published, it received great praise. It was suitable to describe it as hot. As for the fear lovers, their numbers were more than Flanders had expected. The most popular horror novel of the moment. The most exciting and frightening horror novel of the moment. In the face of great strength in the publishing house's unreserved propaganda, the spread of this book was beyond Flanders's imagination. And the harvest was at least 3,000 plus a day. However, this was only the beginning. One had to know that novels had a much wider spread than art exhibitions. The audience for art exhibitions was very limited, but the audience for novels was quite large. Compared to Emil's horror exhibition, Warframe's books would bring more benefits to Flanders in the future. And do not forget, this was Warframe's first book. In the future, she would have a second, a third, or even a fourth book. If fear could evolve further in the future, to the point where it could attach illusions to these works, then, Flanders believed that the effect would be even better. In that case, maybe someone would be scared to death by reading the book. He was looking forward to the reaction at that time. Maybe it would create the same result as Black Sunday. No, it would be even higher than that. But even now, the horror of Nightmare was still beyond many people's expectations. In particular, the image of Flanders as a scarecrow had caused many people to become insomniacs. Who knew how many people woke up from nightmares every night? Just like the title of the book, Nightmare, the scarecrow had become a nightmare that many people could not sleep in. However, the scarier and more exaggerated it was, the more widely the book would spread, and the more readers would want to read it. This kind of ambivalence was really hard to grasp. With the popularity and bestseller of Nightmare, Flanders's strength had received a further increase. First, the skills in the first level had all been upgraded to level 10. The next target was the skills in the second level, which were all progressing towards level 7. The upgrade of the skills made Flanders not know what level he was at now. Back then, he had been caught off guard by Garros, so he did not display much strength. This also caused Flanders to not have an accurate reference in his heart, which could be used as a comparison of strength. Therefore, even if Flanders wanted to understand his current strength, the most he could do was to refer to the Sword King that he had fought with all his strength previously. Sword Apophis, what do you think of me compared to that Sword King now? How can trash like Sword King compare to you, Master? Isn't that the difference between a rock and an insect? The Sword King is just a small insect that isn't worth mentioning, while Master is a tall mountain. The two of you have an absolutely insurmountable gap. Flanders did not want to listen to these meaningless flattery. However, Flanders felt very comfortable after hearing what Sword Apophis said. All right, I don't want to listen to this. Surpassing that kind of trash is not something to be proud of. I want to know how many Sword Kings I can defeat now. At this moment, in Flanders's heart, the Sword King was the strongest mage he had ever met other than Garros. He had already become Flanders's definition of strength. For example, in his opinion, Sword Apophis's current strength should be at least as powerful as 3 Sword Kings. And he himself was at least as powerful as 50 Sword Kings. This was Flanders's ability to fight 50 Sword Kings with Sword Apophis without using the cursed scarecrow. It was more or less the same meaning. Flanders did this only to clarify his own strength so that he could have a clear view of himself. This way, he would not become arrogant and lose himself because of his overly inflated abilities. One had to know that from the past until now, who knew how many powerhouses had lost themselves because of their arrogance. Flanders would not make such a mistake. That night, Warfriend saw his roommate after a long time. Hey, why are you back? Oh, Edward had something to do today, so I came back to stay and take some luggage along the way. I thought you and him. Oh, no, it's not what you think. There's no problem between us, don't worry. Her roommate walked to Warfriend's side. Her gaze swept across her room and seemed to have noticed something. Her expression became ambiguous. Speaking of which, after not seeing each other for a while, our Warfriend seems to have grown up. What? Why say that all of a sudden? Meeting her roommate's gaze, Warfriend did not pretend anymore. Seeing that expression of acknowledgement, her roommate cried out in excitement. Tell me which man it is. I seem to have heard that you have published a book recently. The response has been pretty good. Could it be related to this man? You can say that. It's Flanders. He is the librarian that I mentioned before. He is very gentle and charming. When I am by his side, the inspiration for my writing keeps pouring in. In the end, with his encouragement, I wrote that book. Chapter 75, The Girl's Disappearance. You guys have developed so quickly. Wow, Warfriend, why didn't I think that you would be so proactive in the past? The roommate returned to the dormitory after a long time. This pair of best friends had a good relationship. They had just finished showering and were leaning against each other to share the latest interesting news and gossip. Warfriend rolled her eyes at her roommate's surprise. In the past, she had said that he was too cold and that no boys wanted her, but now saying that she was so proactive. Was it because no one wanted her in the past? That was clearly because she did like those people at all. Oh, come on. Flanders is special. He has a charm that ordinary boys don't have. He gives me a very special feeling. Is that so? Her roommate's face was full of interest. Before she dated Edward, she had lived with Warfriend for a whole year and a half. The two of them were very familiar with each other. It was also because of this closeness and familiarity that Elena understood how difficult it was for men to get close to her roommate. I didn't know why in the past, but now I might understand a little. The other party is the one I'm destined to be with, the one I'm most compatible with. Warfriend recalled the time she had met Flanders, and she herself felt incredulous. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was only one reason that made sense. That was that there might be a Cupid between them. Everything was God's will, and everything was fate's arrangement. Seeing Warfriend like this, Elena was completely shocked. But after the shock, her eyes became gentle. Oh my God, you've completely fallen into it. What about his side? In her heart, she was happy that her best friend was able to find the person she loved, and she sincerely gave her blessings. However, blessings were blessings, and this did not affect Elena's gossipy heart at all. Warfriend did not react. She looked at her roommate in puzzlement. What side? Elena's expression was ambiguous. She winked at Warfriend and teased him. How was your performance in bed? Warfarin immediately reacted when it came to the topic of sex. She rolled her eyes at Elena and began to recall. When it came to her sex with Flanders, Warfarin's first reaction was not comfort, but it was fear. In the beginning, every time she had sex with Flanders, she would have nightmares and then fall into fear. This had once impressed her deeply, and she was afraid of it. It had even created a strong psychological shadow, and she began to reject having sex with Flanders. But later, with Flanders's company, Warfarin turned all of this into creative inspiration, and the situation was alleviated. Although sometimes, she still had nightmares. They were very scary nightmares, and she would be scared out of her wits every time. But now, after the incident, Warfarin would no longer reject it. On the contrary, she was now learning to enjoy fear. She was even looking forward to the arrival of nightmares. As usual, there was fear. But after the fear, Warfarin's reaction was clearly different from before. Returning to reality, under Elena's expectant gaze, Warfarin told her truthfully. Well, I can only say that it's very good. It's so good that you can't imagine it. Every time the next day, I feel my whole body go limp and I can't get out of bed. As soon as he finished speaking, Warfarin could feel Elena's breathing become rapid. Oh, don't think about him, BTCH. Warfarin looked at Elena seriously and warned her. He belongs to me. What are you talking about? I have Edward now. Elena pretended to be confused as she looked at Warfarin. However, her reaction could not escape Warfarin's eyes. All right, I know you. I'm just describing it to you, you little SLT, and you already have feelings for him. Warfarin lifted her blanket and looked at her thighs that were rubbing against each other. She could not help but laugh. Her expression was as if she was saying, "Look, what did I say?" Warfarin reached out without hesitation and reached for Elena's private area. "Look at what I said. You damn BTCH, you're actually wet." After being discovered, not only did Elena not feel ashamed, she even admitted it openly. "Would you let me take a look next time?" "No." Elena hugged Warfarin's arm and started to act coquettishly. "Don't be like this. We're good friends. Let me try it too. I also want to experience the feeling of not being able to get out of bed the next day." "Enough, BTCH. I'm telling you that's impossible." Seeing Warfarin being so serious, Elena was curious, but at the same time, she knew that she could not continue this topic. Otherwise, it would affect their friendship. "Did you know that someone went missing in our female dormitory recently?" "Really? Why didn't I know about it? What have you been doing recently?" "Writing novels. And? Dating Flanders. And? Nothing else." Elena raised her hand and slapped her forehead, her face full of helplessness. "All right, it seems like you haven't been paying attention to the school forum recently. There have been a lot of weird and scary things happening in the school recently." "Oh, it has indeed been a while since I paid attention to this." Upon hearing Warfarin's words, Elena had nothing to say. She could only patiently explain to her about all the weird things that had happened in the school recently. Most of these things have been blocked by the school. Even if you want to investigate, you can't do so at moment. "What exactly are they?" "First, it's our female dormitory. Recently, they said that it's haunted." "Haunted?" Warfarin looked at her roommate seriously and realized that there was no hint of a joke on her face. "Yes, she said that the girl in one of the dorms suddenly disappeared and when her roommate woke up, she was gone. At first, the roommate thought that she went to the bathroom, but the situation was completely different. Since that morning, this girl's figure has never appeared again." "Then could she have left?" No, that's not it. Because this missing person, her luggage, and other things are all in the same state as before she disappeared. According to her roommate, the other party's bed was still in the same state as when she was asleep. It was as if she disappeared into thin air. "When did this happen?" "It has been a while. In the end, her roommate contacted the school and reported it to the police. However, the police still did not find anything." "I see. Warfarin was not surprised. If the police found something, it would not be a supernatural thing and people would not be talking about it. What else? Speaking of these terrifying things, Warfarin, who had officially become a horror novelist, was also interested. Chapter 76, The New Missing Person. Warfarin and Elena had also fallen into a deep sleep. The two of them had been reunited for a long time, so they naturally slept together. The two of them stuck close to each other. There was only the sound of her faint breathing in the entire dormitory. It was already very late at night. The entire dormitory building was silent, not a single sound could be heard. Other than the public restroom. No one knew who it was, but they did not turn off the tap in the public restroom. At this moment, the water was leaking out bit by bit. Drip. Drip. The low sound of the water dripping echoed in the long corridor, and it was exceptionally loud. There was an indescribable sense of strangeness. No one knew if it was because of psychological effects. Vina kept feeling that the public restroom today was particularly gloomy. Her heart was beating wildly, and her legs were a little weak. Goosebumps all over her body stood up. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Vina hugged herself. At this moment, her body was cold, and she looked around in confusion and panic. In front of her was a familiar corridor. It had always been like this in the past, but for some reason, looking at this corridor today, she felt exceptionally terrified. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's all psychological, it's all psychological. Vina was a little afraid. She secretly cheered herself up, and at the same time, she quickened her pace and rushed into the toilet. She used the fastest speed in history to go to the toilet. After washing her hands simply, she was ready to leave. But at this moment, a muffled sound. The lights of the public toilet actually exploded at the same time. The surroundings sank into darkness. The sudden darkness gave Vina a fright, and she could not help but shout out loud. FCK! What's going on? Under the moonlight outside the window, Guago saw in horror that the wall of the toilet was decaying and falling off at an astonishing speed. Black filth emerged from the wall, carrying with it a putrid stench. This strange scene scared her so much that her face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She quickly ran to the dormitory. Bang! After rushing into the dormitory, Vina slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing heavily. At this moment, she was extremely scared, and her mind was in a mess. What exactly was that strange scene just now? Could it be that she was too scared and had hallucinated? Or was there really a ghost in the dormitory building? The horror that had recently spread on the campus forum flashed through her mind. Speaking of which, there was a girl who had gone missing in the dormitory upstairs recently. She did not know if it had anything to do with this. The more she thought about it, the scarier it became. She only wanted to find someone to accompany her now. She was really scared. Suddenly, Vina was stunned and vaguely realized that something was wrong. She had been back for a while, but no one paid attention to her. The door had been closed so loudly just now. She should have woken up her roommates. Becky, I saw something terrible in the bathroom just now. Vina said while trembling as she walked towards Becky's bed. When she walked in front of Becky's bed, her face froze. With a trembling hand, she lifted Becky's quilt. After taking a look inside, her face turned pale and she could not help but retreat. She only stopped when she hit the cabinet. Then, her whole body started to tremble violently and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. There was nothing scary on Becky's bed. On the contrary, there was nothing on her bed. Even Becky was gone. Yes, Becky was gone. At this moment, huge fear gushed out from the bottom of her heart, almost swallowing Vina whole. Under the extreme fear, Vina only felt her head buzzing, and her vision was a little blurry. After a while, she forced herself to summon the courage and lifted the quilt of the other two roommates. Similarly, the bed was also empty. There was nothing. Guago only went to the toilet, and the entire dormitory disappeared, leaving only her. Becky, Alan. Where are you guys? Don't play pranks anymore, I'm timid. Don't scare me, sob, sob. As she spoke, Vina began to cry helplessly. What had happened at this moment had already exceeded her understanding. Other than fear, there were no other thoughts in her mind. Right, go and see if there's anyone in the other dormitories. After crying in a low voice for a few minutes, Guago finally thought of a more reliable idea. However, just as she reached the entrance of the dormitory, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Dong. Drip, drip, drip. Dong. Drip, drip, drip. Dot. In the corridor of the dormitory, there seemed to be something large and heavy jumping around. Every jump was accompanied by the sound of water dripping. Hearing this sound, Vina immediately imagined a scene of a wet female ghost jumping in her mind. What made Vina most afraid was that this sound was continuously approaching her. This made her extremely scared. In order not to be discovered by the ghosts outside, Vina covered her mouth tightly and hid under her bed. This was the only way she could think of to protect herself. Dot. Dong. Drip, drip, drip. Dong. Drip, drip, drip. Dot. In the corridor, the sound of heavy objects jumping continuously approached. In the end, it actually stopped at room 306. Don't come in. Don't come in. Don't come in. Vina prayed frantically in her heart. But the more afraid she was, the more likely it was that something would come. With a caca sound, the door to room 306 was opened. Then, dong. The dull sound of jumping could be heard in the dormitory. Vina only felt that her heart had been ruthlessly pinched by someone. She was so terrified that her heart was about to stop. She did not dare to look outside. She could only cover her mouth tightly and hide her head in her knees. Dong. 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 The heavy jumping sounded like a death sentence as it came one after another, faster and faster. The sound of water dripping followed, and it made people feel a chill in their bones. Suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly. Everything returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. This made Guago, who was trembling in fear, feel a sense of hope. Could it have left? With this thought in mind, Guago slowly raised her head and looked outside. After raising her head and looking outside, Vina's pupils suddenly enlarged. The huge fear caused her originally cute face to twist and contort. A wet female ghost's head was about to touch Guago's face. That pair of ghostly dead fish eyes were staring straight at her. On the rotting ghost face, there were faint worms moving. It was a female ghost who was standing upside down and walking with her head hidden under the bed. Vina happened to have close and intimate contact with her. Ah! After a moment of silence, Vina let out an extremely shrill scream. Then, her vision went black and she lost all consciousness. Chapter 77, The Lively Female Dormitory. It was already the second day when Flanders learned that someone had gone missing. They watched the police officers entering and leaving the female dormitory, as well as the mages such as Teach. Warfren explained to Flanders beside him. They said that another girl had gone missing. Were there other girls who went missing before? Why didn't I know about it? Flanders looked at Warfren in surprise. Of course, he was faking it. The person who caused the previous person to go missing was him, Flanders. It would be strange if he did not know. But Warfren believed Flanders because the two of them had been stuck together during this period of time. They did not have any extra time to understand what had happened in the school recently. Therefore, Warfren patiently explained to Flanders what had happened. Do you know? Some time ago, someone went missing in the female dormitory. It hasn't been long since then. After saying that, Warfren pointed at the people coming in and out of the dormitory entrance not far away and said, "Now there's another one. I believe the school forum will be quite lively. Is that so? Hello, I'm Elena." At this moment, Elena's eyes lit up beside Warfren. From the moment that Flanders appeared, her gaze did not shift away from Flanders. Especially when she kept scanning Flanders's waist and crotch. The other party's fiery gaze made Flanders slightly anxious. Who was this person? What was going on? Why did it feel like she had never seen a man before? Was she that thirsty? Flanders did not know that Elena had a certain sexual addiction. And because of Warfrin, Elena had heard of Flanders's reputation. This made Elena really want to test Flanders' power. "Hello, I'm Flanders." Flanders was just about to shake hands with Elena when Warfrin interrupted and held Elena's hand first. "All right, BTCH, don't touch my man's hand." Warfrin shook Elena's hand hard and then threw it off. "Don't be so stingy. Why don't the two of us switch and I introduce Edward to you?" Elena shook her hand. Obviously, Warfrin had used a lot of force, but Elena did not care. This was not enough for her to give up. The more Warfrin tried to stop her, the stronger the desire in her heart became. No matter what, she had to think of a way to taste her best friend's boyfriend today. "Enough, I'm not interested." "And when did you get so casual?" Warfrin was not interested in Elena's suggestion at all. In terms of sex, she was considered the more conservative type. She could not help but be uninterested in games like swapping partners. On the contrary, she was very against it. "It's all because you, BTCH. You talked so much about him that I was moved." At the end of her sentence, Elena's eyes seemed to be dripping with water as she looked at Flanders with a little infatuation. From time to time, she would even swallow a mouthful of saliva. It could be seen that she was really a little moved. Meanwhile, Warfrin was a little speechless. "Oh my God, you're blaming me for this." She did not dare to look at her best friend's expression anymore. Ever since Elena had found a boyfriend, it was as if she had turned on a switch. She was really too open-minded. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, darling. Remember to stay away from this person in the future. She's a promiscuous bitch." "Oh my God, you actually said that to me. I'm so sad." "All right, stop pretending, I know how you are. Let's go. We can't go back to the dormitory for the time being." Warfrin had no interest in accompanying her outside to play tricks. There were quite a number of people watching the commotion in the dormitory. Some of them had already begun to look over because of the commotion. "Sure, what shall we eat later?" Elena was happy for Warfrin. After all, she was not a real BTCH. In broad daylight, she could still be like a cat in heat, constantly crying out for sex. During the interaction just now, although part of it was sincere, it was more of a joke. "I'll treat you. It's a celebration of you two being together. I know a restaurant that serves delicious food. I often eat there with Edward." Elena looked at the two of them and suggested. Her words immediately attracted Warfrin's suspicious gaze. "Don't think of any bad ideas." "Don't worry, what bad thoughts can I have?" In response to this, Elena shrugged and made an innocent expression. In the female dormitory building. "What did you find?" Crane looked at Teach, who was using magic detection. After the magic on her body disappeared, he walked to Teach's side to understand the situation. Teach's expression was not very good. Recently, because of the strange things that had happened in this school, she had not been able to rest well. She was using magic at a high frequency every day, which was a little unbearable for her. "It's definitely caused by strange creatures." Teach's expression was unsightly. There had been 2 victims in a row, which made Teach feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. If she could work a little harder and find out the mystery hidden in the dark, then no one would be in trouble. "Is it the same batch as last time?" Crane interrupted Teach's self-reproach. The appearance of strange creatures, followed by disappearances. He had seen this before, so he naturally would not be as sentimental as a little girl. "It should be. There can't be so many strange creatures in one university." Teach adjusted her attitude and gave Crane an ambiguous answer. She was not sure if it was the same strange creature that had been discovered twice. If it was, it would be fine. If it was not, then the university in front of her was really unfortunate. "Did you sense the location of the other party?" "I'm not sure at the moment, but I've narrowed down the area. The other party is still in this dormitory building. There's no mistake." Teach looked at the detector in her hand. There were not any strange creature red dots on it. This was also one of the reasons why she thought that the 2 waves of detected strange creatures were the same one. The other party could not be detected through the detector. This meant that the other party was good at hiding his own strange creature. And there could not be two of such a strange creature appearing at the same time. Oh, I see. I'll talk to the people over there later. When everyone has left, we'll start to investigate. Okay. Teach nodded and said, be careful. It's possible that there are two strange creatures. Maybe one of them can help the other strange creatures hide. If that's the case, then we need to ask for help from the higher-ups. You mean? Hearing this, Teach suddenly thought of something. If a strange creature that appeared was of the type she mentioned, if it really existed, then it was very dangerous. That was because those who could their own presence along with other strange creatures usually had a terrifying skill. Domain. Chapter 78, Investigation. Where are you going now? Teach looked at Krang, who was walking towards the dormitory building, and quickly followed him. I'll go to the missing person's dormitory first and ask her roommate about the situation. Krang was not in the mood to hunt at this time. His expression was unusually serious. If it's really as you said, two or even more strange creatures, then this matter is definitely beyond our abilities. A strange creature that was able to use demon was not something that even C-rank mages like them could handle. Not to mention, the number of strange creatures was still unknown. The potential danger was not small at all. I'm just guessing. After all, this place was just visited by the Scarecrow. Teach was not so pessimistic. She tried hard to recall the information she had gathered a while ago. You have to know that there's a long-haired strange creature hidden here, and it seems to have been subdued by the Scarecrow. As for the long-haired strange creature, Teach still received a hint from Flanders's video. From it, she could determine that the other strange creature culprit who had once caused trouble in this school should be the long-haired strange creature. A strange creature subduing another strange creature? With the power and wisdom that the Scarecrow displayed, it does seem like it could have done something like that. Crown recalled the great battle back then. Flanders, the Scarecrow strange creature, had caused quite a psychological trauma in his heart. From the beginning to the end, the other party showed no signs of panic at all. Everything was under the other party's control. And whether it was him or the Sword King, they were just toys in the other party's hands. Toys that were played with by the other party, to the other party's pleasure. In other words, there were strange creatures here before. If that's the case, then the possibility of a third and fourth strange creature here isn't small either. However, Krang did not understand Teach's meaning, and his tone was a little doubtful. No, it's the exact opposite. Before the Scarecrow came, there should only be one strange creature with long hair. When Teach said this, his tone was very certain. When I was investigating this university, I specifically investigated all kinds of matters with strange creatures that happened in this university over the years. Among them, the injuries and deaths caused by the strange creatures were all the same on the victims' bodies. Moreover, the students who went missing before were all found later. All of them died with the same injuries. Hearing Teach's certainty, the enthusiasm that had been dampened by Krang was once again ignited. In that case, the strange creature here is very likely to be a newborn or one that just arrived, like the Scarecrow. Yes, I'm more inclined towards the newborn. Teach agreed with Krang's point of view. Her eyes were also shining with the same light as Krang's. It was very obvious that she and Crown wanted to increase their own strength by subduing the strange creature. However, one of them wanted to show this intention proudly on the surface, while the other was too weak to show it. The newborn can avoid detection from the detector, and the victims are all missing. The situation is not good either. As if he thought of something, Krang restrained his excitement and analyzed it seriously. Hearing Krang's words, Teach immediately understood what he meant. It seems so. Do I need to ask for help from the higher-ups? Under normal circumstances, a newborn strange creature would not be able to control his power well. Even if the other party had some hidden tricks up his sleeve, he would not be able to control it well since he was just born. Although the other party had exposed him when he attacked, he didn't leave any clues behind. If it was really a newborn, then this strange creature was very likely to have its own domain. Every strange creature with a domain, whether it was a newborn or not, was quite dangerous for a mage. However, Crane was willing to take a gamble. Not for the time being. If it's really a newborn, we'll try it out first. It's not too late to inform if it really doesn't work. Okay. Teach didn't say anything. She followed behind Crane, and the two of them soon arrived at the entrance of a dormitory. Clang! Clang! The dormitory door was pushed open very quickly, and inside were the few other members who were packing their luggage. Now that the entire dormitory building had been in continuous trouble, even if the higher-ups didn't arrange it, the students who lived here weren't willing to continue staying. You are. Seeing these two people, Becky, who opened the door, asked them first. Hello, we are the Special Task Force. We are here to investigate this missing case. The three of you are the roommates of the latest missing person, Vina, right? Teach looked around the entire dormitory and asked the three of them. If it wasn't necessary, Teach would not easily reveal her identity. Anyway, in front of these ordinary people, the identity of a policeman was more useful than the real identity. As for the documents, there was no need to worry. Every commissioner of the Mage Association had a complete set of procedures on hand. Even if they really investigated, they would have a record in the police station's system. Crown leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and muttered a weird sound. However, because the sound was very weak, and everyone's attention was attracted by Teach, so no one noticed him. Crane was smoking, and the room was filled with smoke. The weird thing was that the smoke he spat out didn't have any smell. It was almost the same as the air. After touching it, there was a cold feeling, a bit cold. Yes, we were all Vina's roommates. You can ask us anything you want to know. We will tell you everything we know, Becky said calmly. Yes, 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 we will tell you everything. Please, you must find Guago. At the side, Alan said with a sobbing tone. It was naturally the best if those who knew the truth were willing to cooperate. After confirming the identity, the interrogation officially began. Teach asked, "Can you tell us what the missing person did before he went missing? Where exactly did she go missing? What was the time of her disappearance?" These were very common questions. After the others heard it, they were all immersed in their memories. The first person to answer was Alan. At that time, we were all sleeping. But when Vina got up and went out, I was woken up and looked at the time. At that time, the phone showed that it was 1:30. Teach nodded and continued to ask, "Does the missing person have the habit of waking up at night? And when did you discover that she was missing?" Hearing this question, Becky raised her hand and said, "Vina's kidney is not good, so she would get up and go to the toilet every night. And when I woke up in the morning, I found that she was gone. At that time, I saw that there was no one in her bed, so I thought that she had gone to the toilet. But when everyone was ready for class, we still didn't see Vina." Teach nodded. "When she disappeared, did you hear any sounds or strange movements?" Alan and Becky said, "No." Chapter 79, Unexpected Discovery. After a round of questioning, Teach and Krang basically got the information they wanted. "Alright. I have more or less understood what I want to know. Thank you for your cooperation." As she said this, Teach gave Krang a look. Next, the two of them planned to go to the public restroom on the third floor to take a look. That was most likely the place where Vina went missing. There's nothing wrong with these people. They probably didn't lie. Yeah, there's nothing unusual in the dormitory either. After leaving room 306, Teach and Krang discussed the questions they had just asked. As they spoke, they quickly walked to the public restroom on the third floor. "What did you find?" Teach took out a device and carefully scanned every corner of the public restroom. "What are you referring to? You've already lit a cigarette, do you need me to tell you?" Teach also had some understanding of Krang's magic. Krang had a certain reputation in the Mage Association, not because of his strength, but because of his methods. The other party had a lot of strange magic, which covered a lot of areas. This was also the reason why Krang was able to survive that battle. Although he had many tricks up his sleeves, none of his abilities could be considered outstanding. He really only knew a little about every field. However, one had to admit that the other party could sometimes bring a little surprise to others. I didn't discover anything special. However, did you feel anything? You're the expert in this aspect, aren't you? Teach fiddled with the instrument and said, like you, I didn't feel anything. That dormitory didn't come into contact with anything strange. Then, Teach frowned as she looked at the instrument in her hand. Then, she chanted a few incantations, and a faint red light spread out from her body. What did you find? This shouldn't be. Could it be that the missing person didn't go missing here? Teach, who was unwilling to give up, took the instrument and scanned the entire public toilet again. She also changed to a detection spell, but she still did not find anything. Forget it. Let's investigate the situation of the other missing person again. Krang suggested from the side. The lead they had was broken, but fortunately, there was not only one victim. Before that, there was another missing person. All right, that's all we can do. Teach nodded in agreement to Krang's suggestion and helplessly put away the detection device. However, she did not have much hope for the next investigation. Because the last missing person had been gone for too long. So long that even if it was an ordinary person who committed the crime, it was enough to destroy all the clues. Not to mention that the other party was a strange creature. Arriving at the first missing person's dormitory, Teach knocked on the door as usual. Clang! 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 The sound of the door opening rang out, but the door that was open was not in front of Teach, but behind her. Emile held a paintbrush in her hand and looked at the two people who disturbed her peace with some displeasure. Why are you looking for the people in this dormitory? Hello, we are the police. We are here to investigate a missing person case. Missing? Is someone missing? Don't you know? Not long ago, a girl in this dormitory went missing. And just yesterday, another girl went missing in this dormitory building. I really don't know. I've been too busy recently. Emile's attitude softened a lot. She looked at the two of them and kindly reminded them. There's no one in that dormitory anymore. They all moved away some time ago. I was wondering why they all suddenly left. So it's because someone went missing. Aren't you afraid? PFFT. Emile seemed to have heard something funny and could not help but laugh out loud. This reaction made Teach and Krang somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Did she say something wrong? I'm afraid. It's just that someone went missing. It's not worth being afraid of. As someone who had experienced the baptism of Flanders' fear, Emile's courage was extraordinary. Ordinary things would not cause her heart to have too many ups and downs. At present, the only thing that could make her feel afraid was Flanders' fear and her own work. All right, you guys should hurry back. There's nothing much. Don't disturb me. For some reason, Emile felt that she had used up all her inspiration recently. No matter how she drew, she could not satisfy herself. Moreover, the number of nightmares was much less. For this reason, Emile had been feeling anxious and irritable recently. All of this was due to the fact that Flanders had been coming to Emile's side less often recently. After comparing the profit-benefit ratio between the exhibition and the novel, Flanders devoted more energy to creators like Warfrin. For an artist like Emile, it was more or less like he had given up. When would he remember? When would he pay her a visit and bring along another round of fear? This was also the reason why Emile had been irritated recently. After saying that, Emile closed the door, leaving Teach and Krang looking at each other. What should we do? Should we look for this person to understand the situation? There's no need. I didn't recognize her just now, but I took a look at the things in her bedroom. I know her identity. Teach's words surprised Krang. He did not expect that a random girl he met would have an extraordinary identity. Is she very famous? Krang usually did not pay attention to art, so he had never heard of Emile's reputation. Yes, she recently held an art exhibition and achieved quite a lot of success. She can be considered a famous and talented female painter. Once he heard that it was something like an art exhibition that had nothing to do with a layman like him, Krang immediately lost interest. I see. Compared to these useless things in his eyes, he was more concerned about the strange creature that appeared here. No matter how strange it was, as long as he could subdue it, it would be of great help to him. But what's more interesting is that most of her works are mainly about scarecrows. Scarecrow. Krang's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at Teach. Teach nodded at him, indicating that he was the scarecrow you were thinking of. Krang lit another cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled a large amount of smoke. The smoke went through the crack in the door and into Emil's room. After waiting for a moment, Krang said faintly, "This should be a coincidence. Or rather, the other party might have seen that fellow's figure." Just as the two of them were about to leave, a strange sound came from the room behind them that they were supposed to investigate. Zzz, the sound was very soft, as if something had been placed in a pan and roasted. Chapter 80, Domain. Teach and Krang subconsciously left the room. The two of them looked at each other, and finally, Krang suggested, "Since there's no one inside, let's look for the dormitory manager in charge and get the spare key from there." They had to look. Since there was really a problem inside, they could not turn a blind eye. It was their duty to eliminate the strange creatures, not to mention that if they could use this opportunity to subdue the strange creatures, it would be a great harvest for them. Teach thought for a moment and added, "Also, get someone to look for the roommate of the missing person who used to live here." Yes. Yes? Flanders raised his head in surprise, his eyes flickering. "What's wrong? Is the food here not to your liking?" Sensing Flanders' strange behavior, Elena immediately came forward. "No, it's very delicious." Flanders smiled and shook his head, then continued to eat. Seeing this scene, Warfrin, who was next to her, kicked her best friend's calf unhappily. Elena's originally eager expression was instantly covered by pain. Elena looked at Warfrin with a sad expression. However, Warfrin did not waver at all because of the other party's pitiful act. The two of them had been together for such a long time, and some things could be seen at a glance. Elena rubbed her calf and gave Warfrin a look. "Isn't that kicking a little too hard? Serves you right, you brought this on yourself. I told you not to mess with my boyfriend. I clearly just wanted to express my concern. What's wrong with that? I don't need your concern. I'll take care of my own boyfriend." Both parties exchanged glances. The expressions on their faces were very interesting. It was a pity that Flanders did not notice this interesting scene. At this moment, he was lowering his head and thinking. Flanders had just learned about the situation from the guardian scarecrow beside Emil. He did not expect Emil to have contact with the two mages. At the same time, Flanders had already controlled the guardian scarecrow to shift its target and monitor the two mages. Naturally, Flanders had also noticed the strange movements caused by the two mages. Regarding this situation, Flanders himself was also very surprised. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that there was a newborn strange creature in the female dormitory? And from the looks of it, it was because of the girl that he had eliminated? If this was really the case, then did that not mean that he had unintentionally created the birth of a strange creature? If he could find the pattern in this, then he would be able to create a large number of strange births and then subdue them. An army of strange creatures. Just thinking about it made him excited. When the army was formed, he would be able to create a kingdom of fear and raise all the humans in captivity. Flanders's heart was filled with anticipation. He did not even have the mood to eat the meal before him. Most of his attention was focused on the female dormitory. Female dormitory. Soon, a mage delivered the key to this dormitory. Krang and Teach entered the dormitory one after another. As soon as they entered, the two of them felt an ominous aura. A weird emotion suddenly entered their hearts. Vaguely, they seemed to hear a girl screaming in pain. Her voice was filled with fear. That strong emotion made those who heard it could not help but be affected and shiver. Fortunately, Teach and Krang were not ordinary people. The two of them quickly walked out of the illusion. A red light appeared on Teach's body and spread in all directions. Good news, bad news. I know the bad news. The strange creature isn't here. Krang, who also had a certain level of investigative ability, more or less guessed what Teach was going to say. Just say the good news. It's not just that. Our previous guess was basically correct. Teach's expression was a little grave. She looked at Krang seriously. Recalling the conversation between the two of them, Krang immediately understood and looked at Teach in disbelief. If you say so, could it be? That's right, the good news is that this strange creature has just been born. After receiving Teach's confirmation, Krang immediately lost his composure. Hey, isn't that a joke? It's really. Doesn't that mean that this strange creature has really mastered a domain? Yes, the bad news I want to say is this. The strange thing we're going to face next is that it has a domain. Domain? What was that? Flanders, who had heard their conversation clearly, was a little puzzled. I'm going to the bathroom. Flanders got up and left, walking alone to a cubicle. Sword Apophis. The weird Sword Apophis appeared behind Flanders. Master, what can I do for you? Do you know what a domain is? As a strange being who had not even been born for half a year, anything that Flanders did not know, he would immediately think of asking Sword Apophis. Although Sword Apophis was not as powerful as Flanders, it had lived longer and so knew much more than Flanders. As expected, Sword Apophis did not disappoint Flanders. The essence of a domain is another space, independent of this world and exclusive to a certain strange creature's space. Master, are you puzzled as to why there aren't many strange things in the human world? You can't even see one or two in a city. But the mages like Gyros have bragged that they have killed thousands of strange creatures. Indeed. At that time, I guess that most of the strange creatures had their own world. Master is indeed smart. This is exactly the case. There are big and small domains, strong and weak. But even the weakest domain is very difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, the domain is our strange world. There are usually many strange creatures in it. And the more strange creatures there are, the larger the domain will be. Facing an unknown domain, no one knows how dangerous it will be. I have a question. Does the domain have its own master? Yes, every domain has its own master. In that case, are the other strange creatures in the domain equivalent to submitting to that strange creature? It's basically like that. Then what should I do if I want to obtain this domain? There are 3 ways. One is to kill the original owner of the domain, and the other is to make the owner of the domain submit. The last one is to take over the ownerless domain. If the owner of the domain dies, the domain will not dissipate immediately. It takes time for it to dissipate. If someone finds it before then and subdues it, then the domain will avoid dissipating. Chapter 81, Danger was also an opportunity. Every strange creature born with a domain has the potential to become a lord of dimensions. The label of this strange creature was indeed powerful. Krang's tone was filled with longing. It was obvious that he yearned for this kind of strange creature. If we can take advantage of the fact that the other party was just born and subdue him, our future will be smooth sailing. Teach's expression was exactly the same as Krang's. There was a hint of longing on her face, and her eyes were burning. As everyone knew, there was a shortcut for mages to improve their strength. That was to subdue the strange creature. The more potential there was, the more help the powerful strange would be for the mages who subjugated it. Their strength would also increase by a lot. And among them, the thing that would be most helpful to the mages were strange creatures with their own domains. And among the strange creatures with their own domains, there were also categories, strong and weak. Those strange creatures who were born domains, their potential and growth speed were much more powerful than those who later snatched the domain. This type of strange creature was something that ordinary mages did not even dare to think about. If one day such a strange creature with potential was really subdued, then the future of this mage would be limitless. Speaking of such a strange creature, it is said that Ray has such a strange person in her hands. That is why Ray's strength is so terrifying. Teach seemed to have thought of something. She recalled a rumor about the Mage Association in his mind. Krang nodded. It was obvious that he had also heard of this rumor. Yes, there is indeed such a rumor, but up until now, no one has seen Ray use such a strange creature. Recalling Ray's majestic figure and her terrifying strength that seemed to have no upper limit, Teach sighed with some envy. Yes, with Ray's unfathomable strength, no matter what strange creatures or other enemies she encounters, they are basically unable to withstand a single move from her. In the entire Mage Association, the vast majority of people were Ray's fans. Teach was one of them. She had always regarded Ray as her idol and target. Ray was her target. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too big, so big that she could not even see Ray's back. Not to mention chasing after her. I really want to see Ray's true strength. There will be such a day. Recently, doors have appeared all over the world. Creatures from other dimensions are starting to become restless. Hearing Krang's words, Teach knew what Krang was talking about. However, under normal circumstances, such information should not be shared with an F-rank mage. Is it alright to tell me about this matter? No problem. It's better to say that even if I don't tell you, you should have already heard about it from Ray. This was the truth. The most important reason why Teach had been asked to stay in the Mage Association was because of this. Yes, they said that there might be a war. There is such a possibility, but our Sarko's city is only doing logistics at most. When the war really started, mages with their strength would be cannon fodder. However, the Mage Association would not make meaningless sacrifices, so they would not let their Sarko's city branch go to the front line. If that's the case, perhaps the team wipeout this time is a good thing, for us survivors. At this point, Krang's tone changed. But if I can subdue this newborn strange creature here, then in the next big battle, there will be a place for me. Krang's eyes flashed with determination. He had never been a person who was content with the status quo. He wanted to climb up and climb higher. For this, he spent a lot of effort to arm himself and strengthen himself. It did not matter if he did not have talent in one field, then he would continue to try in another field. There would always be a field that suited him. As long as he worked hard, one day he would be able to discover his talent. And then he would continue to grow stronger. Now, perhaps it was God's reward for his hard work that allowed him to meet a newborn strange creature with a domain. If he could succeed this time, Krang was confident that he would be able to shine in the following battles and perform well. Then, both his strength and status would rise. He wanted to see the scenery above. Seeing Krang's expression, Teach also fell silent. If possible, she wanted to participate in this strange creature fight. But she was too weak and had no power. She was only a support-type mage, how could she compete with Krang? Not to mention, she might die in the following battle. Strange creatures that possessed a domain and strange creatures without a domain were two completely different levels. Even if it was just born, the level of danger was comparable to ordinary strange creatures. So, you don't plan to report this to your superiors? After weighing the pros and cons in her heart, Teach began to feel like she did not want to continue staying here. In any case, she came here only to investigate and confirm the strange creature of the situation, and to provide her teammates with information on the strange creature. Now that she knew the type of the strange creature and confirmed that the other party was really here, Teach's mission was considered complete. Originally, she wanted to stay and see if there was any possibility of participating in subduing the strange before Krang. Now that the strange creature was such a precious species, she definitely would not be able to snatch it away first. Krang would definitely not give her the chance to snatch it away. Furthermore, this type of strange creature was definitely not something she could deal with. Since she could not even win in a fight, she might as well give up. Of course, it was not that Teach could not continue to stay here and wait for Krang and this strange creature to fight each other, and wear each other down and weaken each other. In the end, she would take the opportunity when the two of them were exhausted and weak to launch a sneak attack and subdue the strange creature. Of course, such a thing could happen. That was how the Sword King had obtained the magic sword Apophis. However, It was a pity that Krang could also anticipate what Teach was thinking of. As an ambitious man, the more he thought about it, the more cautious he was. Perhaps, in order to prevent Teach from playing tricks behind his back, he would kill Teach first. In any case, the strange creature here was not ordinary. Even if one or two mages died, it would be normal. At that time, even if the higher-ups investigated, they would not find anything. Therefore, from a rational point of view, Teach no longer had any reason to stay here. Rather, if she continued to stay, it was very likely that she would harm herself. Returning to Teach's question, Krang's answer was very simple. I won't report it for the time being. I want to give it a try. Saying this, he looked at Teach, who was about to leave. You should come with me too. With one more person, it means that there's another person to take care of you. Hearing Krang's words, Teach's heart sank. She knew that he was afraid that she would report it privately and effect the subjugation of the strange creature. Chapter 82, The Third Victim? That night, Teach and Krang did not leave. In order to prepare for this strange creature that possessed a domain, they chose to spend the night here. They made 2 mattresses and slept in an empty room in the girls' dormitory building. As the most unpopular dormitory in the entire school, in recent years, there had not been a semester in which it had full capacity. And now that such a thing had happened, there were many students who chose to move out, one after another. In the entire dormitory building, the remaining students were either leaving the next day or were preparing to leave. Although living outside would definitely make their situation difficult. But compared to their lives, money and other things were just worldly possessions. They were not important at all. As for Teach and Krang, they chose to take a risk in order to get first-hand information. In addition, if something happened, they might have a chance to stop it. Although he could forcibly dismiss it with Krang's authority, in fact, he had planned to do so in the beginning. But now, he changed his mind because of the peculiarity of the strange creature. This strange creature had a domain and could hide in it the entire time. If the other party did not take the initiative to come out, under normal circumstances, this side would not be able to do anything to the other party. Therefore, Krang planned to use the remaining students in the female dormitory as bait. The night was quiet, and basically, nothing had happened. That night, Teach and Krang only had a shallow sleep and did not dare to sleep deeply. Hence, when they woke up the next day, their mental state was not very good. However, it did not affect them much. No matter how weak they were still mages. Their physical qualities and other aspects were not something that ordinary people could compare to. After waking up and having a simple breakfast, the 2 of them heard the report from their subordinates. What do you mean that someone went missing again last night? Teach and Krang looked at each other. They could see a trace of seriousness and vigilance on each other's faces. Before they fell asleep last night, they had used their respective detection magic to cover the entire dormitory. Once there was any movement, with their closed eyes and resting state, they would definitely be able to sense it immediately and discover it. But regardless of whether it was Krang or Teach, they did not sense anything amiss. Especially Teach. She was 100% sure that the strange creature from last night did not appear at all. However, the people under her would not lie about the news, which meant that someone was really missing. It looks like this strange creature is more troublesome than we thought. Teach held her chin and fell into deep thought. Do you think the other party noticed us when we were using magic before? Hearing Teach's opinion, Krang understood what she meant. You mean, this strange creature which was born not long ago saw through our magic and found a way to avoid our detection? Teach nodded. At this moment, she was very depressed. She was also a little irritated because the situation had once again exceeded her expectations. It's very possible. Other than this possibility, I can't think of any other possibilities. Krang was not an idiot. He quickly made an analysis. At this time, he had no more thoughts of subduing this strange creature. It learns quickly, and it's even better at hiding his own strangeness. It also has a domain. This strange creature's growth speed is comparable to that scarecrow's. Speaking of the scarecrow, Stretch subconsciously recalled Flanders's terrifying and savage smile in her mind. Flanders' maniacal laughter was something she had never forgotten until now. Every time she thought of him, Flanders' signature laughter would unconsciously reverberate in her mind. What's wrong with the weirdness now? Each one is more troublesome than the last, and each one is more difficult to deal with than the last. If it was not for the fact that he had confirmed it, he would definitely not have known that it was a newborn. And the place where it was born was the room where the first girl went missing. Teach even thought that this strange creature was the other strange creature who was good at hiding and had extraordinary strength. Forget it, let's go and understand the specific situation first. As mages, as professionals who dealt with such matters, no matter how scared they were, as long as they were still at their posts, they could not run away. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This time, the missing girl lived on the 5th floor. When she also disappeared, there was no movement at all. Even her roommate did not feel anything strange, she did not feel that something was not right. For this, Teach and Krang were not surprised. Last night, the two of them slept lightly. They had been on high alert the whole night, and did not even really fall asleep. But even so, they did not feel any movement at all. A living person was gone just like that. When they heard the news, they could not understand and were very surprised. In the missing girl's dormitory. Teach's face was ashen. She tried her best to use a gentle tone to ask the missing girl's roommate. After a round of questioning, she roughly figured out what had happened. The two girls in the dormitory last night were very scared after learning about the recent events. But for various reasons, they were not able to move out immediately. They planned to move out early the next morning with their luggage. Because they were afraid that they would be the next victim, the two girls stayed up late to watch drama together. When it was past 4 o'clock, they finished watching a drama. After it was over, one of the girls said that she was hungry and wanted to get some food to fill her stomach. The other girl said that she was too sleepy and decided to go to sleep. As it was past 4 o'clock, there was not much time left until the next day. The two of them thought that they were safe and nothing would happen that night. Therefore, one of the two girls went straight to sleep and the other got out of bed to cook instant noodles. When she woke up the next day, the other one had already disappeared. It could only be said that this dormitory building was too hostile to the people who stayed up late, especially those who stayed up late and walked around. They were the ones who suffered. The other girl was too sleepy and fell asleep soon after she went to bed. Therefore, she did not know what happened after that, only a little bit of blurry details. Under Teach's inquiry, she said in full detail, "At that time, I was very sleepy. I set an alarm for the next day and fell asleep not long after lying in bed. I vaguely heard that Fang seemed to have spilled something on her clothes. Then, she rushed to the public toilet to wash her clothes. After she went out, I fell asleep completely. I really don't know what happened after that. Spilled on her clothes? Her clothes got dirty, so she rushed to the public toilet to wash them?" Krang repeated the girl's words as if he did not understand why she was in such a hurry to wash them. Because when she woke up this morning, the girl had disappeared. But there was still half a bowl of instant noodles left on the table. It could be deduced that she had gone out to wash her clothes before she finished eating the instant noodles. Then she disappeared and never came back. Chapter 83, High-Level Magic. Seeing Krang's puzzled look, Teach, who was a female, answered for him, "The oily soup splashed on the clothes. It needs to be washed immediately. After it dries, it will be very difficult to wash it off." "You don't know this? Do you think a person like me would know?" Krang shrugged indifferently. As a man, he really did not know so much about washing clothes. For him, to just keep his clothes clean, all he needed was a cleaning spell. Of course, Krang had omitted to mention that not everyone had the leisure to learn this kind of cleaning spell, which was not helpful in battle. Moreover, the cleaning spell sounded very ordinary and seemed very simple. But in fact, this kind of spell was unexpectedly difficult to learn and consumed a lot of energy. In the entire Mage Association, probably only Krang had learned this kind of magic. Teach said, "Forget it, let's not discuss this. In short, this missing person most likely went missing while washing clothes in a public toilet. This time, it was in a public toilet again. But the first missing person went missing in her own dormitory. What exactly is the common thread in this? Why were they targeted and then swallowed? Teach frowned. She vaguely felt that this strange creature's targets were not chosen at random. If there was a common point between the missing cases in the girls' dormitory, what was it? What was it that made this strange creature choose these three girls? Logically speaking, there were only two people in the same dormitory. It was not difficult for a strange creature with a domain to get to the both of them. However, only one of them was captured. The common point was that the missing person did something at night and then disappeared. But there must be more specific conditions. Otherwise, there would be more than 3 missing people. There were many people who did not sleep at night in the entire dormitory building, and among them, there were people who stayed up all night. Then what exactly was the condition to trigger it? Regarding this question, not only Teach was thinking, Flanders was also thinking. Regarding this strange phenomenon, Flanders had also been monitoring it yesterday. If he was not mistaken, the other party was a ghost-type strange creature. It was a strange creature formed after a person died. In other words, this strange creature was the girl that Flanders had killed in order to save Warfrin. It was also the first missing person. Going to the toilet, washing clothes. What did these things have in common? If there was a common ground, it would be that both of them went to the public toilet and never came back. Public toilet? Flanders seemed to have understood something. After eliminating all the possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how impossible, was the truth. This was a classic line from Detective Sherlock Holmes. Flanders felt that it made sense. The common ground at the moment, excluding the first girl who had turned into a strange creature, was the only common ground between the 2 missing girls. That was that they had gone to the public restroom at night. Looks like it's necessary to investigate this public toilet. Flanders looked at Teach, who was deep in thought, through the scarecrow. I don't know the answer. Have you thought of it? Flanders shook his head and smiled. It's impossible. Unless you think of it from another angle, you'll never come up with an answer. One had to know that Teach had already gone to the public restroom to investigate yesterday. Whether it was the special equipment or magic, they did not get any clues. In such a case, Teachers would subconsciously ignore the option of a public toilet. In fact, as Flanders had expected, Teach completely ignored the only clue, the public toilet. It was not really completely ignored. There was part of a reason for it, and it was the same as what Flanders had expected. Another part was because the first missing person was there to confuse the public. Only Flanders knew that this strange creature was caused by the first missing person. Whether it was Teach, Krang, or anyone else, as long as Flanders did not say it, they might not know it until they died. The unequal information, coupled with the limitations of some thinking, made Teach miss the correct answer. However, at this moment, one could see the importance of having one more partner. Having one more person to help you think often led to unexpected surprises at critical moments. Shall we go to the public restroom to investigate again? Looking at Teach, who was racking her brains but could not think of anything, Krang suggested from the side. This missing person was just like the last one. They disappeared after going to the public restroom. Maybe there are clues in the public restroom that we didn't find before? What clues could there be? Teach answered subconsciously, didn't we already go there before? Didn't we find nothing in the end? Krang pulled Teach outside and set off toward the public restroom. At the same time, he deliberately lowered his voice so that only Teach could hear him. Indeed, we did investigate before, but at that time, we had not confirmed the existence of the domain of this strange creature. Krang's words gave Teach a shock as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind. He was right, the detection methods used at that time did not take into account this strange creature's domain. If they had changed the method and changed it to a method that specifically targeted the domain, the result might have been different. Most of the spells related to domains were very high level, and ordinary mages could not learn them at all. However, This did not include Teach. As an F-grade mage who was famous for her detection skills in the entire Mage Association, Teach was able to get everyone's attention because of his incomparable talent in this area. Without resisting, Teach took out the equipment that she had used yesterday and followed Crane to the public restroom. They did not notice that there was a scarecrow following behind them like a shadow. This was Flanders's scarecrow. As an invisible unit, normal mages would not be able to detect its existence. Even a mage like Teach who specialized in detection, if she did not deliberately target it, she would not have noticed it at all. Oh, they actually noticed it. This man is surprisingly smart. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen this person on the rooftop before. Using the scarecrow, Flanders's gaze fell on Crane. He was somewhat interested in this Crane. The other party had successfully attracted his attention. Is it the survivor from that time? At this moment, Crane did not know that he had been targeted. He and Teach once again returned to the public restroom. You're going to use that magic, right? I'll help you. I didn't expect you to know this. I should say that you really live up to your reputation. Teach also looked at Crane with some surprise. The other party had stepped into more fields than she had imagined. Chapter 84, Medium, Water. I can't help it. If I didn't know a little bit of everything, I would have died a long time ago. Teach did not say anything, but from her expression, it could be seen that she agreed with what Crane had said. All right, let's get ready. Teach held the instrument and stood in the middle of the public restroom. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth. Strange notes came out of her mouth. Magic that involved domains was very high level. It consumed a lot of energy, and it was easy to fail if one was not careful. Sometimes, a seemingly insignificant mistake could cause a mage to suffer the backlash of magic. Usually, for such high level or high failure magic to be released smoothly, many people would release it together. It was quite dangerous for a person like Teach to use it on her own. It was impossible to say that she was not nervous. However, there was no other way. It was impossible to find another mage who knew how to use it in a short period of time. Fortunately, Teach was not completely alone. Although Crane did not know how to use it, he had learned and understood how to share Teach's pain and hurt. He helped Teach increase her success rate. Crane lit a cigarette. He did not put it in his mouth but hummed a strange song. Magic power was injected into the special cigarette through his arm. A large amount of smoke appeared in the toilet. In the blink of an eye, the smoke had covered the entire public toilet. From the outside, there was only a wide expanse. The situation inside was completely covered by the smoke. Nothing could be seen clearly. Teach closed her eyes and magnified her senses. At this moment, her spirit turned into tentacles and spread out in all directions. It was not enough. She could not touch it yet. At this time, the Crane's smoke played a role. Wisps of magic power fused into Teach's spiritual tentacles from the smoke. Teach's perceptive ability instantly improved by a large margin. Sensing the changes in her body, Teach also looked at the Crane in a new light. She did not expect the seemingly random guide to be unexpectedly reliable at the critical moment. The help provided by the Crane was more than that. Within the range of the smoke, Teach could feel the fluctuation of space more easily. She saw it, but at the same time, she could not see it. The feeling that it seemed to exist, but also seemed to not exist, made Teach feel a little uncomfortable. She was almost there. Really, she was so close. She was about to succeed, but Teach was still unable to touch the other side. There seemed to be a huge ravine in the middle that separated the two sides. After all, strictly speaking, the domain and this side were equivalent to two worlds. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to discover another world from this world. Drip. A drop of water fell into the sink from the tap. The sound was extremely clear. Water? Teach's thoughts wavered for a moment. Inspiration suddenly burst forth in her mind. In an instant, she understood many things. Water, that's right, it's water. I'm so stupid. A newborn strange creature, even if it has a domain, so what? No matter how fast the newborn grew, It would be impossible for it to use its domain freely in a short period of time. As mentioned before, the domain was technically another world. If it opened the door to the domain into another world, it would itself be rejected by this world. This was because it would disturb the order of space. Therefore, many of the strange creatures that possess domains needed a medium to travel between the two worlds. This was a rule that even the many full-grown and powerful strange creatures needed to follow. How could a newborn strange creature not follow it? In the end, they still lacked experience and knowledge. This caused both Teach and Crane to miss this critical question in the first place. However, it was not too late to think of it now. With a train of thought and direction, Teach immediately began to control the spiritual tentacles and change the direction. After going to the toilet and washing their hands, they would come into contact with water. Washing their clothes would come into contact with water. These missing people had all come into contact with water before they went missing. To be more precise, it was the water from the public toilet at midnight. In an instant, Teach connected all the clues in her mind and had an answer in her heart. The only question at the moment was the first missing girl. However, because she knew the least about this girl, Teach was not sure if this girl had come into contact with water before she went missing. She should have. As the first target after the birth of the strange creatures, there was no reason for this girl not to have come into contact with water. Thinking of this, Teach stopped worrying about the first missing girl. She told Crown her thoughts, and Krang's eyes lit up. Water? That makes sense. If that's the case, I know where to go. Come, let's go to the water tank on the roof. Teach and Krang had actually considered the roof before, but they did not pay much attention to it. They simply sent other mages to do a simple investigation. Now it seemed that the roof needed a good inspection. This time, after going to the roof, they looked around again. Especially the large water tank in the center of the rooftop, they did not miss a single detail. But this time, they still did not find anything unusual. But this was basically within Teach and Krang's expectations. According to Teach's speculation, the water situation would be different after midnight. So the two of them simply stayed on the rooftop and waited there. Time passed bit by bit. Teach and Krang sat on the rooftop with a chair and waited until midnight. When it was past 12 o'clock, the two of them stood up from their chairs almost at the same time. Just now, they felt a strange fluctuation from the central water tank. A gloomy and cold aura came out from the water tank. The temperature of the entire rooftop dropped several degrees in an instant. Now, even an ordinary person could feel that something was wrong. It seems that our previous guess is most likely correct. The problem is that central water tank. Teach said somewhat excitedly. Krang calmly took a puff of his cigarette and said in a deep voice, "Come, let's go up and take a look. But be careful. This is the fourth time the other party has acted." "I understand." Teach understood what Krang meant. This kind of strange creature was rare and had powerful potential. Needless to say, this applied to its learning ability. It could not be looked at with common sense. No need to even mention 4 times. As long as it was not the first time, then you had to be more cautious. This meant that the other party already had experience, and the more experienced, the more dangerous it would be. Saying that the two of them walked to the central water tank together, and then climbed up the ladder on both sides. This water tank was very big. The two of them opened the lid to reveal the scene inside the water tank. After taking a look inside the water tank, Teach and Krang sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. In the middle of the water tank was also the place where the drainage pipes were. 3 highly decomposed female corpses had appeared. Their limbs and heads were intertwined together, forming a strange spherical object. Chapter 85, Find the Target, the Ghost-type Strange Creature. After seeing the sphere made of corpses, Teach and Krang were finally able to confirm. The connection point between the real world and the domain was this water tank. Everything that had happened before could be explained. This strange creature used the water in this water tank as a medium, allowing it to shuttle between the two worlds. The water used as a medium flowed through the pipes to the entire dormitory building. At this time, Anyone who touched the water flowing out of the water tank would become the strange creature's target, causing the strange creature to appear, and then be pulled into its domain. The fate of ordinary people who were pulled into the strange creature's domain was certain. They would definitely die miserably. Moreover, those who died in the domain would become nutrients for the strange creature's growth, increasing its strength. And after midnight every day, it was time for the strange creature to act. When the sun was about to appear, the strange creature's actions would end. So it's a ghost-type strange creature. No wonder the timing of its movement time is so regular. Yeah, I should have thought of it long ago. So, it seems that the first missing girl who seemed to be unrelated was the real murderer of the follow-up incidents. She died for some reason and became a strange creature. As the dead, she began to take revenge on the living. After seeing the strange creature, all the doubts from before were explained. Looking behind the strange creature's body, Cheech and Krang seemed to see another world. It was a world full of pain and fear. With just a glance, Cheech and Krang seemed to be attracted to this domain. The three girls' wails kept ringing in their ears. A trace of fear flashed in Cheech's eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. After roughly understanding the strange creature's movement pattern, Krang immediately dialed the school administrator. He asked them to issue a notice telling the students in the dormitory building not to touch the water in the toilet after midnight, and that they can only touch the water after the sun rose. It was best to lie on the bed and not go anywhere. Why was it limited to the water in the toilet? This was also due to the trouble of the dormitory building. The main water tank in the entire dormitory building was responsible for two places' water supply. One was the public toilet on each floor, and the other was the public bathhouse. There was only one public bathhouse, but there was a time limit to its use. After 10:30 p.m. every night, the bathhouse would stop supplying water, and the use of the bathhouse would be prohibited. It was also thanks to this rule that the number of victims did not continue to increase. If the students in this dormitory building were to learn this rule, which had been complained about and loathed, actually turned out to save their lives, what would they think then? After watching Krang hang up the phone, Teach asked him, "Now that we have figured out this strange creature's movement pattern, what should we do next? Are you still planning to subdue it?" The man lit a cigarette for himself silently and took a deep puff. This puff directly smoked the entire cigarette. Slowly exhaling, the smoke covered Krang's face, making it difficult to see his thoughts. Hiding in the smoke, Krang's eyes were filled with struggle. He looked through the smoke, looking at the three female corpses in the water tank, remaining silent for a long time. Teach also knew how much pain the other party was feeling right now. The opportunity to change their fate was right in front of him. But if he acted rashly, the probability of failure was higher. He could lose his life at any time because of his greed at this moment. Moreover, ghost-type strange creatures, compared to the normal physical types, were more troublesome to deal with. The strange creature was born after dying once before. It was naturally difficult to destroy it again and kill it. Report to the higher-ups. After killing two people, it is no longer something that mages of our level can touch. I'll have the roof locked down and set up a barrier. Then, we'll wait for them to send experts to deal with it. It was not easy to meet a strange creature who had such potential and still not fully grown, yet he was giving up now. Not to mention Krang, Teach was also feeling very upset. It was such a rare situation for a newborn strange creature to have a domain. What a pity! But compared to Krang, Teach felt a little better. After knowing Krang's ambition, she knew that no matter what kind of strange creature it was, it basically had nothing to do with her. After a pause, she nodded and raised her hand to close the lid of the water tank. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The head in the middle of the corpse ball suddenly opened its eyes and spat out a column of water at her. Be careful. Knowing that it was a strange creature, Krang and Teach were always on alert. Although it was a sudden action, it was not out of expectation. As soon as the column of water spurted out, Krang immediately reacted. The smoke that had been set up in the surroundings quickly condensed, and Krang quickly chanted a spell. The smoke immediately condensed into a shield in front of Teach. He thought that it would be foolproof, but in the end, something unexpected happened. Facing Krang's barrier, the water column that the female ghost strange creature eerily spurted past through and directly doused Teach's body. It was as if the barrier did not exist at all. Not good. Krang's expression instantly changed. At this moment, the other two heads on the female ghost eerily opened their mouths at the same time. Two water pillars shot straight at Krang. Without any surprise, Krang was also successfully hit. FCK. After being hit, Krang cursed in a low voice. His expression was a little nervous. But after waiting for a few seconds, he did not feel anything strange. The water that the strange creature spat out was just like ordinary water. It did not cause any discomfort when it fell on his body. There was not even a strange smell. Corpses. The corpses in the water tank are gone. At this moment, Krang heard Teach's shout. He raised his head and glanced at the water tank. Sure enough, the corpses in the water tank were gone. This made Krang's expression turn a little ugly. The strange creature's disappearance from the water tank was not a good thing. This meant that the two of them were no longer in the real world. They were in the domain. Be careful, we've been caught by the strange creature. Krang took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely serious. What? We've been dragged into its domain? When did this happen? Teach had a surprised look on her face. She did not feel any discomfort after being caught in the water column. She looked up at the surrounding environment, and it was no different from the real world. This strange creature's growth is faster than I thought. Don't forget that the strange creature uses water as a medium to travel between two worlds. In other words, as long as the strange creature wishes it, this water can be used as a ticket to travel between two worlds. However, this ticket is a one-way ticket. We have no way to go back. We can't stop this power. We can't even sense it. We're already in the strange creature's world. Let's hope we can still get out alive. Krang said with a complicated expression. Chapter 86, Strange Creature Types. It turned out that it could travel between two worlds through water. This was an eye-opener for Flanders. However, what made Flanders more confused was why the other party would only appear at night. Was there a reason? From the looks of these two commissioners, it seemed that it was because the other party was a ghost-type strange creature. Thinking of this, Flanders suddenly remembered that on his personal interface, there was a name for him. Physical Entity System Strange Creature. That was to say, strange creatures were also classified. And it was much more subdivided than he had imagined. For example, Sword Apophis was previously called Demonic Sword Type Strange Creature. But to be more accurate, the Demonic Sword Type Strange Creature in the Physical Entity System. The physical system was a big concept, and the demonic sword was just a small branch. After understanding this, Flanders also had a deeper understanding of the existence of the weird. At this time, he had already appeared at the place where Teach and Krang had disappeared. Looking at the water tank in front of him, the strange creature inside appeared to be sleeping. If Flanders had not seen this strange creature take the two mages away with his own eyes, he would have thought that they were just corpses. Strange creature corpses. A ball formed from corpses. His gaze fell on the face of the girl in the middle. The faces of the other two corpses were already swollen, but this one was still very normal. It was as if she was still alive. Her face was not as pale as the other two but had blood on it. If one ignored other things and looked at this face alone, a normal person would definitely think that it was the face of a living person. Flanders studied it carefully for a moment and then said, "Did you still remember me, little one?" Flanders's gloomy voice traveled into the water tank and began to reverberate continuously. There's no reaction? Flanders waited for a moment and looked at the strange ball of corpses below with some surprise. It's useless to play dead. Don't you want revenge? You should know that I'm the one who made you become like this. The surface of the water rippled slightly, but there was still no response. Flanders looked at the surface of the water thoughtfully. The other party had definitely heard him. Flanders could guarantee this. But the problem was that the other party did not seem to have the mood to care about him now. Interesting. Are you entangled by the two mages? This is something unexpected. I didn't expect those two guys to be so capable. Without hesitation, Flanders grabbed the edge of the water tank and jumped in. In reality, Flanders's actions did not cause any splashes. But in another world, because of Flanders's appearance, the entire world had undergone drastic changes. Flanders came out of the water tank and looked at the world in front of him. The world that looked exactly the same as the real world was now changing rapidly. The originally colorful surroundings started to fade, and the whole world seemed to lose its light and become dark. It was dark and depressing. The dark clouds in the sky were rolling as if something terrifying was brewing. It seems to be quite scary. I hope it's not just for show. Due to the recent increase in his strength, Flanders's confidence was also growing. As a result, he seemed to be very disdainful of the newborn strange creature. That was why he made such a seemingly reckless move. Walking in this world, Flanders could clearly feel that the entire world was rejecting him. Are you trying to chase me out? No, you just simply hate me. Flanders looked at the corridor in front of him. It was as if water had run through the surrounding walls, and a large amount of the walls had faded away. It was as if rusty metal was spreading on the walls. And the only thing that looked normal in front of Flanders was the corridor under his feet. Are you leading me? This change was as if it was telling Flanders to walk in this direction. Naturally, Flanders did not reject his host's invitation. If you want to play, I'll play with you, little guy. Flanders was also very curious about what kind of ability this newborn strange creature had. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much control the other party had over this domain. Da, da, da. Light footsteps echoed throughout the entire corridor. At this moment, Flanders looked relaxed and carefree, as if he was the real owner of this place. If those who did not know the truth saw this scene or the scenery on the wall, they would think that it was expressing its welcome for Flanders. Bang. There was a loud sound. The door of room 306 was forcefully pushed open. Teach and Krang rushed in. When they rushed in, they saw the female ghost escape through the ceiling to the fourth floor, leaving half of her body outside. Crown took a deep puff of smoke and spat it out violently. At the same time, a fireball condensed in each of his hands. The smoke condensed in the air and moved quickly toward the female ghost. It looked like a white arrow had been shot out. The first attack hit the female ghost's ankle accurately. The female ghost's ankle exploded, and a large amount of water gushed out from the other party's wound. Ah! The female ghost screamed loudly. Her voice sounded very miserable. It went through the ceiling from the fourth floor and landed in the ears of the two people. It sounded like she was in great pain. Despite the pain, the female ghost did not turn around and attack the two people. She ran in that direction as fast as she could, as if something terrifying was about to come over. Obviously, the situation in the domain was even stranger than Flanders had imagined. Seeing the female ghost being repelled, Teach heaved a sigh of relief. Did we succeed? She looked at Crown beside her and hesitated for a moment. Then, she asked the question she wanted to ask the most: why do I feel that this strange creature is a little... Krang knew what she wanted to ask without Teach saying anything. Too weak, right? Teach was not the only one who had this thought. Krang also had this feeling. He took out his phone and searched through the information he had collected previously. There were photos of the three missing people. Did you notice the face of that female ghost? Crown flipped through the photos as his fingers swiped across the screen, switching back and forth between the three photos. No, Teach shook her head. She had been focused on protecting herself just now. She did not have the spare time to care about what that female ghost looked like. Crown did not care. He stopped his fingers and displayed the photos on the phone screen in front of Teach. This is the face of the third missing person. It's exactly the same as the female ghost. Teach looked at the picture on the phone for a while. She really did not notice the face of the female ghost strange creature, so she did not know if it was really the same. Chapter 87, the two people who were cornered, however, since Krang said so, there must be some basis. Now, the two people were on the same boat. If one died, the other basically had no chance of surviving. Krang continued, according to our analysis, this ghost-type strange creature is the first missing person. Upon hearing this, Teach immediately understood what he meant. Teach's expression changed, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down her face. The situation was far more troublesome than she had imagined. Teach, who had felt somewhat relaxed after the female ghost retreated, no longer dared to have such foolish thoughts. So you're saying that the one who has been fighting us and harassing us was just an ordinary strange creature that relies on this domain? Teach was not surprised by this. This involved a new strange creature's ability. To be precise, it was a new ability of ghost strange creatures. Any life that was killed by the freakishness of ghosts would have their souls enslaved by the ghost strange creature. Then, bit by bit, they would turn into their servants and eventually become a new ghost strange creature. Therefore, ghost strange creatures that grew up were not something that humans could afford to provoke. Not only were they terrifyingly powerful, but they also had a large number of subordinates under their command. If they wanted to completely eradicate this kind of strange creature, they would often have to pay a huge price. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Mage Association would prefer to use the form of a seal to deal with this kind of strange creature. If they did not deal with it properly, they might have to face an endless number of ghosts. There had been a few times where ghost strange creatures had massacred cities. All of them had caused quite a stir. One time, it was because the armies from other dimensions had come over. Both sides had fought, and in the end, the humans had gotten the upper hand. The other time, the Mage Association had almost perished. From this, it could be seen that ghost strange creatures were a potential threat. Now, whenever they encountered ghosts, the Mage Association would send out their entire army, using their fastest speed to kill them. This was to prevent ghost strange creatures from growing. Returning to the main topic, Krang, who deeply understood the mysterious and threatening nature of ghosts, had a grave expression on his face. That's right. It seemed like our enemies are very crafty. They know how to get their subordinates to come over and exhaust us. At this moment, there was only one path left for them. Let's go. There's only one path in front of us now, and that is to find something strange. We can neither destroy it or subdue it. Only the master of the domain could freely travel back and forth between the domain and the real world. As for the others, without the guidance of the master of the domain, they would never be able to escape from the domain. As they could be considered two different worlds, normal teleportation methods were basically useless. Then, would the master of this domain help Krang and Teach leave? The answer was very obvious. It was impossible. Therefore, Krang and Teach could only endure the pressure and take the final path. Defeat the master of the domain and replace it as the new master of the domain. If the master of the domain was the first ghost strange creature, then everything would be fine if it was as weak as the female ghost just now. However, it was obviously impossible. The first female ghost strange creature would definitely be stronger than the other two. Moreover, do not forget what the strange creature looked like. The three corpses intertwined and formed a sphere. If nothing unexpected happened, they still needed to guard against the three female ghost strange creatures merging together. The more he thought about it, the worse the situation became. In order to prevent his emotions from affecting the subsequent battles, Krang emptied his mind and focused on what was in front of him. Let's go. The sooner we find the first female ghost, the more advantageous our situation will be. Krang did not forget the time in the real world at this moment. While they were in the domain, if someone came into contact with the water which was the medium, not only would the number of victims increase, but it would also increase the strength of the enemy. The most terrifying thing about the ghost system strange creatures was that the more people they killed and the more ghosts they enslaved, the stronger they would be. Therefore, the longer they dragged on, the less likely they would be able to escape from this place. Teach also knew the severity of the situation. The magic power in her body surged. Her mouth opened slightly and her throat moved. Following that, A series of incantations were uttered. If one listened carefully, one would realize that this sound did not come from Teach's mouth. Instead, it seemed to come from all around. Just from the mysterious performance of the spell during the casting process, one could tell that this spell was extraordinary. Krang stood by Teach's side as a protector. He was on guard around her, occasionally looking at Teach. To cast a spell of this level, she was indeed worthy of being called a mage that attracted the attention of the entire magic association. To be able to achieve such a feat with the strength of an F-class mage was truly not to be underestimated. It was no wonder that Ray had a good relationship with her. She was indeed quite talented. It seemed that he had to do his best to protect this person's safety during this escape. Otherwise, he felt that even if he escaped, the Mage Association would lose someone like her. At such a critical moment, due to a wrong judgment of his, causing a mage of strategic value to be unexpectedly destroyed. He could not bear this responsibility. Thinking of this, Krang could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have been greedy for this strange creature and directly reported it to the higher-ups. If that was the case, it would not have led to such a dire situation. He hoped that the mages guarding outside would notice the disappearance of the two people and call for help. Tiki suddenly opened her eyes. Her face was very pale, and her pupils contracted into a pinhole. Her lips trembled, and she revealed an expression of extreme fear. Seeing this scene, Krang immediately went forward to ask. He did not know what Teach had felt that caused her to reveal such a fearful expression. "What's wrong?" As he asked, Krang's eyes looked around. He did not relax his vigilance against the world because he cared about his companions. "It's here too?" Teach's voice rang in his ears. Compared to before, Teach's voice contained undisguised fear and a sense of weakness. Krang did not understand what Teach meant. He asked in return, "Who's here too?" "It, the Scarecrow, it's also in this domain!" Krang instantly turned his head and stared at Teach. Through Teach's large eyes, he saw on his fearful face. The Scarecrow was his nightmare, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Chapter 88, Pincer Attack Boom. Drip drip, oh! The smile on Flanders's face deepened at the sound, and the corners of his mouth began to rise to both sides. Boom. Drip, 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 the sound of water dripping echoed through the corridor. As the water dripped, Flanders could hear what sounded like a ball hitting the ground. It was just that the sound was a little dull and not as clear and loud as the landing of the ball. Boom. Drip, 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 boom. Drip, 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 that weird sound is getting closer. When it got close enough, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. The smile on Flanders's face did not change, and there was not even a pause in his movements. They were coming towards Flanders, and Flanders was going towards it. Both parties kept getting closer to each other. As they got closer, the image of the female ghost gradually became clearer in Flanders's eyes. It was a female ghost who was upside down and jumping with her head. Judging from the other party's face, this should be the third missing person. Flanders had seen the appearance of the three missing people from Teach and Krang. He had also memorized them along the way. "You're really cautious, but aren't you being overly cautious? Aren't you afraid that if you send one of your subordinates to scout, they won't be able to return?" Flanders's tone was calm, and there was no emotion in his voice. However, as he got closer to the female ghost, Flanders laughed even more happily. As he laughed more than exaggeratedly, Flanders's expression became more and more ferocious. The corner of his mouth had already touched his ear. Night cut. A pitch-black sickle appeared in Flanders's hand. Just as he was about to fight with the other party, a new movement appeared. The sound came from behind Flanders. "Huh?" Flanders turned his head slightly and his gaze fell on the empty corridor behind him. "You have guts. If I'm not wrong, you should only have these two subordinates. You used all of them at the beginning. You have guts and determination. I like it." Rustling sounds could be heard in the corridor. These sounds were very urgent. One could tell that they were very fast and not as slow as this inverted female ghost. Within a few seconds, Flanders saw a female ghost clinging to the wall like a spider. She climbed 5 meters away from him and stopped. Then, she stared at him with a venomous gaze. The two female ghosts surrounded Flanders from both sides. It made him fall into a very dangerous situation. However, there was no sense of danger on Flanders's face. He used fear. "Fear me. He he he." Flanders's laughter echoed in the corridor. Fear points plus 200, fear points plus 300. The scythe in his hand drew a circle around him with his body as the center. These were two ordinary ghost strange creatures that had just been born. All they had was resentment. Like many new strange creatures, they were not very strong. Flanders did not know the strength of the master of this domain, the female ghost that he had killed and resurrected. However, the two in front of him did not even have enough, so they posed no threat to him. Under normal circumstances, strange creatures were the same as what Flanders was facing now. When he was born, he was very weak. Even an F-grade mage like Teach could deal with him. Otherwise, why would Casey, who was useless and only knew how to enjoy himself, reject Lucia's suggestion when Flanders was first able to move? It was because of this common sense. Unfortunately, common sense that applied to strange creatures was no longer applicable to Flanders. There would always be one or two cases. Flanders was like this before, and now the female ghost strange creatures who controlled this domain was also like this. The sickle cut two huge wounds on the bodies of the two female ghosts. Large amounts of liquid spurted out of the wounds. The water did not fall to the ground. Instead, it went against the mechanics and rushed toward Flanders. Oh? Flanders looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He tried to attack a few times. Although the scythe could disperse the water, it could not actually destroy them. They seemed to have realized that Flanders's attacks were ineffective. The water spurting out of the two female ghosts' wounds became larger. Streams of water began to fly toward Flanders's limbs, weapon, and torso like whips. In the blink of an eye, these chains formed by water had bound Flanders to the spot. But that was not all. More and more water gathered around Flanders. The water formed a water ball that wrapped around Flanders. Impressive. Even though Flanders had lost his freedom, he did not forget to praise the two female ghosts. After seeing that Flanders had completely lost his ability to move, the two female ghosts began to try to attack Flanders. The wounds on their bodies gradually healed. The inverted female's pupils were pitch black, and under the weak light, Flanders's figure was reflected in the water. The water was flowing, constantly flowing. Feeling the pressure around him, Flanders immediately understood the female ghost's attack method. Using the water pressure to destroy him. That was a good idea, but it was too inexperienced. This level of pressure might be enough to kill an ordinary person, but for Flanders, it was no pressure at all. There was pressure, but this level was as if there was no pressure at all. Demon God's body. This was the reason why Flanders was not afraid of this type of attack. The higher the level of this skill, the higher Flanders's own defense would be. At his current level 5 state, even if Flanders stood still and let others attack him with guns, he would not receive any damage. Just in case, Flanders opened his skill panel and began to level up, Demon God's body. In battle, you could show on the surface that you looked down on your opponent. But in your heart, you could never look down on your opponent. Otherwise, you might have to pay the price for your arrogance. Flanders was crazy and arrogant. He had a lot of confidence in his hands. But once he started to fight, in his heart, he would take it very seriously. Demonic God's body, level up. The pressure that he had felt before completely disappeared at this moment. The feeling that water gave Flanders was just pure water. They could no longer hurt Flanders. Behind him, the climbing spider female ghost's eyes were also pitch black. When the upside-down female ghost started to attack, it did not rest either. A large amount of hair spurted out of her mouth. These strands of hair had a very strong penetrating power. In just a few seconds, it turned Flanders into a hedgehog. Flanders was pierced into Swiss cheese. That was impossible. Chapter 89, troublesome female ghost domain time seemed to have come to a standstill, and the entire corridor suddenly became very quiet. The two female ghosts, one in front and one behind, stared fixedly at Flanders, who had become a hedgehog bound by water. As time passed, the two female ghosts did not let their guard down and continued their attacks. Seeing that he did not manage to trick the two of them, Flanders stopped pretending and began to move his body. As if nothing had happened, he said in a regretful tone, "What a pity. It's completely useless." Hearing Flanders's voice, the two female ghosts' expressions became even more ferocious. They looked at Flanders with hatred in their eyes. "I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. You guys make me feel bored. Curse Scarecrow." Flanders planted a curse on the two female ghosts. In the next second, the two female ghosts started to twist and fold as if they were rolled up into a ball of paper, continuously compressing the inside of their bodies. Not only that, the bodies of the two female ghosts were covered with densely packed small holes. If a person with agoraphobia saw this, they would definitely be scared to death on the spot. They might never wake up again. Flanders looked at the attacks on his body that had not been dispelled. Because of the hair, Flanders could not see outside. But this was not a problem. The situation of the two female ghosts from before flashed through his mind. Flanders recalled a detail. When the two female ghosts first appeared, their eyes were gray, but they had a hint of the color they had when they were still alive. And just now, the two female ghosts' eyes were pitch black. Noticing this detail, Flanders quickly thought of many things. So that's what happened? Guardian Scarecrow. Flanders disappeared from where he was and appeared on the other side of the corridor. He turned around and looked at the Guardian Scarecrow behind him that was completely covered in hair. Flanders noticed that the two female ghosts had already disappeared. The Scarecrow did not have Flanders' undying nature. After enduring the pressure and attacks that Flanders had endured before, it quickly showed signs of failing. Flanders did not care about this because after the Scarecrow was destroyed, the number of times he could cast it would recover. Therefore, Flanders did not suffer any losses. After taking one last look at the battlefield, Flanders turned around and walked deeper into the corridor. It's just as I thought. These two strange creatures are already dead, but they're not completely dead yet. It was as if a dying person was still alive. At the last moment of their lives, these two female ghosts were controlled by the domain female ghost, and then they were squeezed dry of their last bit of value. In reality, whether it was hair or water flow control, these two abilities, the domain female ghosts could use them. In other words, on the surface, it seemed like the two female ghosts were attacking, but in reality, it was just the domain female ghosts probing. At the beginning of the battle, Flanders used fear on the two female ghosts. This skill had an effect, allowing Flanders to gain 2 points of fear. At that time, the two female ghosts' consciousness should have already been damaged. And then, Flanders mercilessly used Night Cut to completely cut off their chances of survival. And from that time on, they were not moving with their own consciousness but were controlled by the consciousness of the domain female ghost behind them. It seems that this newborn strange creature, whether its intelligence or ability, isn't simple. As Flanders searched for a path, he analyzed and summarized the battle just now. I'm really curious. If I can subdue you, what level will my strength increase to? I'm really looking forward to it. Is he really here? Yes, just now when I was tracking that female ghost, I found his aura. Just by sensing Flanders' aura, it could be seen just how powerful Teach's spell was. One had to know that Flanders' disguise was currently at level 7. Under normal circumstances, it would be quite difficult to see through Flanders' disguise and locate him. It was almost impossible. The disguise that Flanders had always relied on to survive could be said to be flawless. But there was another situation that was overlooked, and that was the soul. This time, the magic trace was not detecting the aura and traces of a physical entity in reality. Instead, it was detecting the aura and traces of a soul that every living being possessed. When Teach cast the spell, her mind would instantly go through the aura of the souls of all the living beings she had encountered. Therefore, Teach would never use this spell under normal circumstances. Not only would it consume a lot of energy, but it would also cause a lot of damage to the user's body. The price was so high, so the effect was naturally predictable. There was a reward for the effort. Teach had successfully found the person she was looking for, and there was also an unexpected surprise. Although this surprise was more appropriate to call it a shock. This might be an opportunity. After the initial fear, Teach quickly calmed down. She had to calm down. Her head was dizzy. If not for her willpower, she might have lost control and lost the ability to move. The oars of the two female ghosts disappeared near the scarecrow. This means that the scarecrow is fighting with the strange creatures in this domain. Now, it seems that the scarecrow has the advantage. Which direction is the scarecrow going? Hearing Krang's question, Teach pointed in a direction and said at the same time, "This direction is also the direction of the female ghost of the domain. These two strange creatures are going to meet. Can we still sense their position now?" No, the effect has passed. Teach knew the importance of real-time monitoring, but her strength was still too low. The continuous effect of the spell could only last for 5 minutes. What should we do? Teach looked at Krang. The power of command was now in the other party's hands. Hearing this, Krang fell into deep thought. It was already troublesome enough with just one strange creature. I didn't expect another scarecrow to appear. Shouldn't it have already left the city? As Krang's nightmare, he paid attention to the other party's actions and movements. In Flanders's YouTube account, the Krang also had a subscription. Every video, Krang would watch. Perhaps we were deceived by it. It used the video to trick us into thinking that it had already left for the next city. But in fact, it left this city, and after uploading the video, it came back. It's too smart. We can't be naive and just treat it as a strange creature. Chapter 90, Krang's final trump card. After some discussion, Teach and Krang decided to let Flanders and the domain female ghost fight each other first. Then, they would take advantage of the moment when these two strange gazes were on each other to launch a sneak attack from the shadows. It would be best to catch both of them in one fell swoop. Of course, this was just a beautiful fantasy. According to Teach, Flanders was very strong, and his growth rate was astonishing. Before this, he was already able to wipe out almost all of the elites of the Circo's City branch. Now, against a domain female ghost, it was needless to say, but the result could only be a complete victory. Do not forget, the domain female ghost was just a newly born strange creature after all. So, Teach and Krang could only hope that the domain female ghost would be able to last a little longer under Flanders's hands. However, Teach and Krang did not know that Flanders had followed them here. They also did not know that the domain female ghost had once died at Flanders's hands. If they knew this, they definitely would not think to be so naive. This was because the domain female ghost's target was not Flanders, but them. And in Flanders's eyes, the domain female ghost who had already lost 2 subordinates would definitely choose to attack Teach and Krang, who were less threatening. Kill them, then enslave and transform their souls to make up for the loss of strength. One had to know that a once subdued strange creature dies or had left, the master's own strength would also be affected. The Sword King was a classic example. When Sword Apophis left him, his strength directly fell from C class to E class. Don't you feel a little cold? Teach forcefully hugged her own body and followed behind Krang. She shivered and continued, I know it's already cold here. What I mean is that it's suddenly even colder. The surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped. Such an obvious change was naturally noticed by Krang. He nodded, and his face became vigilant. Crack. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and finished the entire cigarette in one puff. Then, a large amount of smoke came out of his mouth. The cold corridor became warmer. At the same time, an invisible barrier wrapped around the two of them, protecting them. Covered by the smoke, Teach's face turned a little redder. It could be seen that the smoke had some healing effect. It's coming. It seems that we're being targeted. The effect of the smoke was not as simple as protection and healing. The smoke that spread out could also act as the eyes of the Krang and expand its senses. However, the effect was rather vague. Many things could only be roughly sensed. So in general, it was not very useful. However, in this illusion, it was really a lifesaver. Right now, in the entire domain, besides him and Teach, there were only 2 other strange creatures. Among them, Krang had already confirmed the location of the scarecrow and compared it to the direction of the target he had sensed so far. Krang immediately understood which strange creature was approaching them. Get ready. The good news is that it's not the scarecrow that's coming. Upon hearing Krang's voice, Teach immediately understood. That meant that before the scarecrow and the domain female ghost fought, they had to fight the domain female ghost first. Compared to the scarecrow, the current situation was indeed not that bad. But it was definitely not that good. A strange sound came from upstairs. Gulp gulp gulp. Gulp gulp gulp. This sound sounded a little like the sound of a ball rolling. And it was getting closer and closer. The approaching speed was also getting faster and faster. At this time, Teach and Krang were on the 3rd floor. But in just a short 10 seconds, this sound came from the rooftop to their floor. Krang's expression suddenly changed, and he vaguely guessed something. He seemed to understand what was coming. As expected, along with the approaching sound, a huge ball of corpses emerged from the darkness and rolled towards them. It was indeed the domain female ghost, but the bodies of the other 2 missing people were also there. This huge ball was made up of the 3 female corpses in the water tank. At this moment, this ball made up of corpses had water stains all over its body. It was dripping with water. Is this really the strength of a newborn strange creature? It's a D+ level strange creature, its growth speed is almost as fast as the scarecrow. After seeing this corpse ball, Teach's expression became even more desperate. In a one-on-one fight, no one in Circo's city could deal with a strange creature of this level. Is it using its strongest move on the get-go, leaving no leeway? Forget it, I'm going to die anyway. Let me try the power of that move before I die. The situation was so difficult, Krang did not make any estimations. He completely let loose his hands and feet, intending to fight to the death with his opponent. Krang began to chant a spell, and at the same time, he threw out a few cigarettes from his body. The smoke floated in the air, and he was lit up. A large amount of smoke quickly spread, blocking everyone's vision. The visibility of the area in front of them instantly became 0. Gulp gulp gulp. Gulp gulp gulp. At the same time, rolling sounds continued to ring out. The distance between the ball and them was getting closer and closer. But the ball's speed was astonishing. Teach and Krang both gave up on escaping. The 2 of them. One of them had already given up on struggling. The other wanted to fight with all his might and unleash his last ray of life. In a place that they could not see, a pale-faced female ghost with pitch-black eyes appeared above the ball. The pitch-black eyes actually reflected the figures of Teach and Krang. If they could see this female ghost, they would definitely find that this female ghost looked exactly like the first missing person. Obviously, it was the real domain female ghost, the master of this domain. And the ball under her feet was just a toy of hers. Under the control of the female ghost, the ball moved quickly and accurately rushed in Krang's direction. What? How could this be? Although Krang could not see, he could feel the direction of the ball's movement. At this moment, he no longer hesitated and released the spell that had been fully charged. The smoke instantly gathered, and at the same time, the surrounding temperature continued to rise. The corridor that was originally as gloomy and cold as winter was now as if it was heated in a boiler. It was very hot. The smoke wrapped around the ball, and under Krang's control, it turned into a huge cobra. After doing all this, Krang snapped his fingers. Snap! A spark flew out of his hand and landed in the smoke. Boom! The originally dim corridor was completely lit up at this moment. Chapter 91, Flaming King Cobra. The corpse ball spun at high speed and turned into a cannonball that flew out of the King Cobra's body. Bang! The wall collapsed, revealing the dormitory behind the wall. The environment inside the domain was built according to what the strange creatures had seen in the living world. Therefore, the interior of the domain looked exactly the same as the female dormitory. As the smoke turned into a part of the flaming king cobra, the real appearance of the domain female ghost was also exposed in front of Teach and Krang. Seeing the female ghost floating in the air, Krang instantly understood everything. He came to a realization, and his face began to turn ugly. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but the color on his face was decreasing bit by bit, and he became more and more afraid. He did not know if it was because of fear or other reasons. The situation is not good. So this ball is just that strange creature's weapon. Hearing Krang's voice, Teach's expression became flustered. She looked at the domain female ghost in the sky nervously and fearfully. Her tone was filled with disbelief. You mean forging? But isn't it a newborn? How can it know these things? Normally speaking, when a strange creature was born, it only had its own instincts. But this did not mean that it was all like this. Not long after it was born, it instantly understood something and cleverly understood its current situation. And this was the case for the domain female ghost. She understood its situation and used its wisdom. However, what Krang did not know was that the real reason why the domain female ghost would arm herself as much as possible and even use her original body when she was alive was because of Flanders. Ghost-type strange creatures were filled with resentment, anger, hatred, and other emotions when they were born. This also made the first thing these ghosts did when they woke up and opened their eyes was to take revenge. If the enslaved ghosts could not take revenge, then the resentment would be transferred to those who were not dead yet. As for the domain female ghost, she could take revenge, but she did not take revenge on Flanders right away. Instead, just like the enslaved ghosts, she vented all her resentment on others. The reason was simple. She could take revenge, but revenge would never succeed. Her memories from before she died affected her. Before she died, she was crazily oppressed and tortured by Flanders. She died with intense resentment and fear. This also caused the female domain spirit to know that the target of her revenge was also a strange creature with an unknown strength. Moreover, because of the fear she had when she was alive, the fear that was carved into the depths of her soul, the domain female ghost did not dare to take the initiative to look for Flanders. When she was alive, Flanders was her nightmare, and after she died, it was also a nightmare that she could not forget. Since she was born, there was not a day that she did not make preparations to take revenge on Flanders. But it was only preparation. The way she died was because she was scared to death. She did not have the courage to take the initiative to seek revenge on Flanders. Accumulating her power was just to increase her sense of security. Therefore, the domain female ghost used everything. Her own domain, her own corpse, and the corpse and soul of the person she killed. She crazily accumulated her power in an attempt to bring her a sense of security. However, the uneasiness in her heart seemed to have taken root and could not be erased. Especially after Flanders took the initiative to enter. The more arrogant Flanders was, the more afraid the domain female ghost was. Under such circumstances, she deeply understood that there was no way she could win against him. For this reason, she wanted to divert her uneasiness, but she did not expect to meet resistance here. These two seemingly weak humans were actually able to give her so much pressure. She glared at the king cobra in front of Krang with a venomous gaze. The energy and power displayed by her were not inferior to hers at all. I'm afraid that this strange creature is one of the top talents among all the newborn strange creatures that possessed a domain. This was Krang's evaluation of this domain female ghost. Controlling the king cobra, Krang began to organize an attack. The ball of corpses also flew out of the ruins under the control of the domain female ghost. When the ball of corpses appeared again in everyone's field of vision, the surface of the ball was completely exposed. Because of Krang's sudden explosion, the surface of the ball was damaged. Large areas of burns covered the surface, in some places even directly charred. It could be seen that the core temperature of the king cobra was very high. When dealing with fire, normal people would subconsciously think of water. The domain female ghost was no exception. Using water to attack was her specialty. The mouths of the 3 corpses opened, and 3 water pillars spurted out. They rushed toward the flaming king cobra. This was what they had been waiting for. Facing the attack of the domain female ghost, the corners of Krang's mouth rose slightly, and his face shows that he had everything under control. From his previous battle with the enslaved female ghost, Krang had already understood one of the domain female ghost's abilities. Water. According to the rules of the strange creature submission, the abilities of the subdued strange creatures could be wielded and used by the master. Since the enslaved female ghost knew how to use water, then the domain female ghost naturally also knew how to use water. Moreover, Krang did not forget that before he and Cheech came to this domain, they were brought in by the water of this corpse ball. There was only one chance. Krang did not hesitate. He stretched out a hand and strengthened his control over the flaming king cobra. At this moment, his lips turned purple. His eyes were bulging and they were filled with red veins. The temperature of the corridor was like an oven appeared once again. This was not the attack of the domain female ghost. Instead, Krang controlled the flaming king cobra to start absorbing the surrounding temperature. Even though its body was made of flames, a white frost started to spread around the king cobra. The white frost spread and quickly approached the domain female ghost. At the same time, the water fell on the king cobra's body. The 3 water pillars did not pass through the king cobra's body like they did at the beginning. On the contrary, the 3 water pillars froze in midair the second before they came into contact, and then turned into 3 ice pillars. Boom! Boom! The domain female ghost quickly reacted. The corpse ball spun at high speed and scattered the ice pillars. At the same time, it rotated to generate heat to prevent itself from being frozen. Seeing this, Krang raised his last hand. A terrifying energy condensed in the mouth of the king cobra. The heat that he had absorbed earlier turned from potential energy to kinetic energy at this moment. It was accompanied by an intense flame that shot out. In an instant, the flame enveloped the corpse ball and the domain female ghost beside it. Water, under such an intense attack, was completely ineffective. The extremely high temperature vaporized the water the moment it came into contact with it. Chapter 92, The Domain Female Ghost Who Escaped. Did you succeed? Looking at the domain female ghost who was engulfed by the flames, Krang put down his hands and sat down on the ground, panting. Teach quickly went over to help him. Now, the 2 of them no longer had any strength and were in a very weak state. If that attack just now had not succeeded in killing the other party, then the 2 of them really had no hope of surviving. They could not possibly think that the scarecrow would come and save them in the end, right? With his last hope, Krang looked at the big hole in front of him that had been burned by the flames. That attack just now had directly pierced through the entire wall of the dormitory building. A cool wind blew in from outside. Through the flames, Krang and Cheech could vaguely see the scene outside the dormitory building. It was a blood-red, desolate, and terrifying world. The smell of blood spread from the outside of the dormitory building to the side. Oh no, we've broken the world of this female ghost. How is that possible? That's the barrier of a world. Teach looked at the big hole in disbelief. She could not understand how a D-grade mage could do this. Although the king cobra was powerful, it should be able to break through the barrier of the world. When fighting in a domain, there was one thing to be wary of. That was to never break through the barrier of a domain. Because outside of the domain, there were even more terrifying things. That was an extremely dangerous area. Even many powerful domain lords and dimensional lords were not willing to provoke it. I understand now. The domain female ghost wants to borrow my strength and cooperate with her to create a path to the outside world. Why is she doing this? Because. So that's how it is. Hee hee, are you that afraid of me? Terrifying laughter sounded out from the corridor. The instant this voice sounded out, the temperature of the corridor, which had been gradually rising due to the flames, seemed to turn colder. Flanders carried a terrifying giant scythe and slowly walked over. The blade of the giant scythe scraped against the wall, causing sparks to fly. Fear plus 300, Fear plus 500, because there's an even more terrifying existence here. The domain female ghost knows that she can't defeat the other party, so she wants to escape. The master of the domain actually abandoned her domain to escape. This was something she had never heard of before. One had to know that when fighting in a domain, the enemy's strength would be weakened and suppressed. And the domain master would receive the amplification from the domain. But even so, the domain female ghost still chose to escape without hesitation. Fear points plus 700, fear points plus 300, now I have to start thinking about a problem. What? Could the scarecrow be acquainted with the domain female spirit? Maybe the domain female ghost was killed by the scarecrow when she was alive. Since the scarecrow was hiding in this school, there would definitely be victims. One had to know that other than the disappearance of the girls' dormitory, there were many other horror stories that popped up in the school forum not long ago. However, those who spread fear were all unilaterally banned by the school. During the investigation, Teach had also paid attention to this point. However, at that time, the focus of the investigation was not on any particular aspect, so Teach did not know much about it. Now, it seemed that the source of all this was most likely the scarecrow. It's very likely. As soon as he finished speaking, Flanders walked over as well, his scarlet eyes reflecting the two fearful faces. Look what I found. Why are there two puppies here? At this moment, Flanders had already transformed into his true form, which was the scarecrow. He approached Krang and Teach and lowered his body. His scarlet eyes stared straight at the two of them, scanning their bodies back and forth. Ah, what a pitiful puppy. How skinny are they? One look and you can tell that they haven't been eating well. His sinister voice evoked fear in the hearts of the two of them. It made Teach and Krang involuntarily shiver. Fear points plus 200, fear points plus 150, do you want to come home with me? I have delicious chocolate biscuits here. Dogs can't eat chocolate. Teach replied subconsciously and instantly shut her mouth. But thanks to that, the fear in her heart was alleviated. But in the next second, an even greater fear welcomed her. Flanders shifted his face in front of Teach, and the two of them met face to face. Fear points plus 100, is that so? I'm sorry, but can you two special breed dogs eat chocolate? They could not win, could not escape, and could not leave. Fear and despair were like viruses in her heart, constantly growing and spreading. Only death awaited Teach and Krang. Don't worry. He has no intention of killing us. Eh? Teach was a little surprised to hear Krang's words. Flanders turned around and looked at Krang. Interesting. You were the one who caused the commotion just now. You've successfully piqued my interest. What do you want to do? I've always been curious. Since strange creatures can be subdued and become a part of Master's power, can humans do it? Flanders's words were already very clear. Teach and Krang's originally pale faces became even more terrified. They were not idiots, so they naturally understood what Flanders meant. I understand. I surrender. I'm willing to serve you as my lord and submit to you. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Krang thought for a moment and quickly chose to surrender, indicating that he was willing to submit to Flanders. In this world, nothing was more important than living. In contrast, Teach hesitated for a long time. However, Flanders was not in a hurry. One of the two-man team on the other side had already surrendered. In this desperate situation, Teach would be tortured and it will test her will. Sooner or later, the other side would be able to stand this feeling and would choose to surrender. As Krang surrendered, a new island appeared in Flanders' mind. This island was much smaller than the magic sword, but it was a little more powerful than Black. Flanders' strength rose once again, to the level of a C+. Looking at the evaluation of his strength on the interface, Flanders nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, this was a domain. If he could control this domain, then his strength should be able to reach B rank, right? Thinking of this, Flanders looked at the subordinate he had just subdued. What's your name? Krang. Let me ask you, do you know how to subdue this domain? Chapter 93, The domain of fear detected that the host has mastered the domain. Would you like to spend 100,000 fear points to upgrade it to the domain of fear? The domain of fear? It seemed like the domain was really something good. Even the system reacted to it. Upgrade. Needless to say, the domain of fear sounded like something good. With the help of Krang, the strength of Flanders, who had successfully acquired the domain, had increased by a large margin. Domain of fear, deterrence of fear. Creatures within the domain will be guided in a negative direction, increasing the probability of their minds collapsing. Aura of fear, enemies and allies within the domain will receive different buffs and debuffs. The buff effect will change according to the level of the domain. Illusion of fear, creatures within the domain will have a probability of seeing an indescribable scene and undergo a mental judgment. Those who fail will receive a mental impact. The probability of seeing an illusion will increase as the domain level increases. The strength of the spirit impact will increase as the domain level increases. Lord of Fear, as the master of the domain, the buff will be doubled and any debuff will be halved. Moreover, the life force and the domain will be bound together. If the domain is not destroyed, the Lord will not be destroyed. So powerful. Flanders felt that he was high and his brain was trembling. Even though he was just a scarecrow and did not have a brain. Humphrey, 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 Humphrey. Flanders started to dance the tango on the spot. He casually pulled Teach up from the ground. Dance with me. Humphrey, Humphrey. Fear point plus 300. Flanders did not pay attention to Teach's reaction. He just danced in the corridor. He hummed a minor tune as accompaniment, and Krang, who had just been subdued, acted as the audience. At this moment, the female dormitory, which was the stage, began to make changes with Flanders's dance steps. A large number of signs of decay and rust appeared around them. The burning sensation, the fragrance of the soil, and the fragrance of the straw all mixed together and floated in the corridor. Naturally, the changes in the surroundings could not escape the eyes of Krang and Teach. Under their terrified and puzzled gazes, the female dormitory building had just decayed and disappeared. The reinforced concrete started to fall, and the only part that was undamaged was the area around Flanders. This is. Krang looked around in disbelief. His eyes were wide open, and he could not believe what he was seeing. Domain upgrade, no, it's even more complete, domain transformation. Krang looked at Flanders, who was dancing. At the same time of fear in his heart, he was also a little glad.